This guy was exhausted as hell from working overtime, and the moment he turned around, he got freaking transported to a crazy, upside-down world where weak men stay home to babysit while buff, muscular women hustle outside to earn cash as the breadwinners. After waking up, he sees himself looking all girly and dramatic like a total princess, and he knows something is seriously wrong. Zhang Hao, are you awake yet? The guy quickly realizes this voice belongs to his dad. As soon as his dad walks in, he starts nagging. Hurry up and get up. Isn't today the day you plan to go hang out with Not Long? I need to go out and buy groceries for dinner. Tonight we're eating with your mother and Auntie Truong. A son like you should really learn from your bestie Long and know how to put on makeup and take care of yourself a bit. The moment his house husband dad walks out, the young man completely freezes. Who am I? Where is this? Who is Tran? Is my last name Tran? And who the hell is Not Long anyway? Why the hell would a guy like me wear makeup to go for a walk? Is dad crazy or am I the one losing my mind? A billion questions pop up in his head until his phone rings. Just as he's about to answer, someone shouts loudly from outside, Zhang Hao, open the door already. Hearing this voice, Zhang Hao immediately imagines a super badass cool guy in his head. It must be Not Long, the guy with the sleeve tattoo, a real man of action. I totally admire you, big bro, the manliest of manly men. The guy completely loses his mind and dashes to the door. Not Long, wait up! I'm coming. But the moment he opens the door, reality hits him hard. The legendary Not Long is actually a super effeminate guy. Oh my god, Truong, how you're taking forever. Making such a pretty boy like me wait outside for so long. What if some creep kidnapped me? Zhang Hao still can't believe his eyes, trying to strain his voice to shout, Not Long, where are you? Not Long just stands right in front of him, waving excitedly. Right here, silly. Everything becomes clear when his dad speaks up. Ah, Not Long is here, Zhang Hao. Look at how stylish Not Long is. A man should be a bit feminine. This is just like how your dad looked when I got married to your mother back in the day. Right after this shock, another one hits. They invite Zhang Hao to go for a deep skincare treatment. The guy is still standing there like a total dork, unable to adapt. Skincare? Who am I? Where is this? In this world, the gender roles of men and women are completely flipped upside down. Historical emperors and famous figures have all turned into women. Men help their wives raise the kids, while women are bold, strong, and do all the heavy lifting. In this world, men are naturally physically weaker than women, lacking strength. Plus, in this matriarchal society, the population ratio between men and women has grown wider, making men rare. So now, men are treated like precious treasures. Stepping outside, Zhang Hao feels like his soul has left his body, while a group of girls stare at him and Not Long like they're idols. Oh my god, look at those hotties! You two are so handsome! Not Long is still super excited. Zhang Hao, let's go buy face masks. We also need to get our nails done. My annoying little sister stole my face masks again. Oh, and I need to buy some pepper spray too. Lately, female delinquents have been getting way too aggressive. Zhang Hao can't keep his cool anymore, he'd rather die. Walking past a tattoo parlor, Zhang Hao decisively drags his friend inside. Come on, Not Long, our manly image cannot collapse. I'm gonna help us reclaim our male dignity. Pushing the door open, Zhang Hao boldly declares, Hey boss, tattoo a dragon head on me. The kind that covers my entire back, and tattoo my buddy here too. Not Long panics, wait, are you crazy? I'm not crazy. Today I'm gonna make you remember what a real straight guy is like. Despite his bold stance, the two guys aren't exactly welcomed with open arms. Hey little bro, boys shouldn't just get tattoos so easily. Where did such a good boy come from? Zhang Hao snaps, refuses to back down, and rips his shirt right off. Show you women what a real man looks like. The two ladies smoking almost get a nosebleed. Zhang Hao keeps causing a scene. I want a dragon on my left arm, a tiger on my right arm, and a phoenix right in the middle of my chest. Not Long panics, unable to stop him, while the two ladies cheer him on, telling him to strip completely. Before leaving, the young man declares once more, I will definitely become a real man. Finally dragging himself back home, an exhausted Zhang Hao clings to the door, sighing, just end me already, I'm so tired. Sitting on the sofa is Zhang Hao's stepsister, Zhang Tianqin, who is already waiting for him. Before she can even greet her brother, he runs away in a panic. Sorry to bother you, I opened the wrong door. Even though he eventually sits at the dinner table, Zhang Hao still looks completely blank. What the hell is going on? Why is there a girl in our house? Bringing out the food, his dad has to explain again. Zhang Hao, didn't I tell you 2 days ago? Zhang Yan and Zhang Tianqin are coming over for dinner today? Why did you run away the moment you saw them? The young man doesn't know how to explain, so he just stuffs his face and nods. I'm sorry, I forgot. Zhang Yan is very understanding, figuring Zhang Hao has a lot of homework, so forgetting is totally normal. Suddenly, memories flood back and he finally remembers. I get it now. In this world, Dad remarried. This is my stepmother Zhang Yan and my stepsister Truong Tian. Cam. In a few days, we're all moving into a big house together. Zhang Tianqin is staring closely at Zhang Hao, watching his every move, while his dad and stepmom keep flirting and praising each other. Ah, Tran, your cooking has improved again. Heh, I only learned it for you. After eating his fill, the guy makes an excuse to escape to his room. He's exhausted after a long day. What the hell did I go through today? Wearing cute clothes, cute makeup, and getting hit on by female delinquents. Did I seriously get reincarnated into a matriarchal world? Dad and Not Long are both totally effeminate. Am I gonna end up like that too? Will I have to stay home and raise kids? I heard men have a male cycle here. Do I have to give birth too? Squeezing a teddy bear for a bit, the guy gets annoyed and throws it away. No way! I can't turn into a total sissy. I have to find a way back to the real world. Right at that moment, Zhang Tianqin opens the door, only to get smacked right in the face by the teddy bear. The guy is super embarrassed and doesn't know how to apologize, but his stepsister suddenly pins him down onto the bed. Zhang Hao stammers, "Sister Cam, I'm sorry, I didn't think you would." The guy is overthinking it. Honestly, his stepsister just wants to cuddle her little brother a bit. Little Zhang Hao, did you miss me? Having his face pressed against her massive chest makes him blush furiously. Seeing Zhang Hao's expression change, Zhang Tianqin gets worried. What's wrong? Why is your face so red? Are you sick? Let big sister check on you. At that exact moment, the guy has a completely different thought. He sits right up, trying to act as manly as possible. I am very okay, trying to prove that he is a real man. Zhang Hao suddenly thinks that maybe not going back to his old world isn't such a bad idea after all. As the moonlight shines through the cracks of the door, the guy is already fast asleep and snoring. Snore. A strange yet familiar figure appeared, softly calling out Zhang Hao's name repeatedly while he was still half asleep. Who is that? It's the middle of the night, and right in front of him stands a freaking hot pink-haired girl. Don't you remember me? I'm the one who brought you here. Zhang Hao suddenly remembered the moment that strange portal opened. Oh, I remember now. It's you. Who are you? Why on earth did you bring me to this messed up world? Seeing Zhang Hao getting up in her face, the girl confidently introduced herself. You can call me the Blood Moon Goddess. Didn't you say that because there were no girls around? You were still a virgin? In this world, there are tons of girls and they all like you. Isn't that awesome? Zhang Hao jumped up in panic. Awesome, my foot! Not a single one of them is normal. Take me back right this second. You want to go back? Well, it's possible, but you have to complete a mission first. Zhang Hao stood there completely clueless. She further explained, back in your original world, didn't you always want to be called a real man? Weak men watch cute anime, while real men watch ... Real men build muscle. You're shaking like a leaf carrying just a few books. That's so pathetic. A real man should at least be able to pop a bottle cap open with one hand. That's why you have to become a real man in this female-dominated world, which might give you a chance to trigger the path back home. Otherwise, if you fail, you'll be assimilated by this world. Just hearing this, Zhang Hao was already scared pale. Assimilated? Does that mean I'll turn into a sissy? Oh gosh, please save me. As soon as she finished speaking, the Blood Moon Goddess began to fade away. I hope you have a great life in this world. Zhang Hao couldn't even stop her in time. She didn't even tell him how to become a real man. Waking up the next morning, the young guy still thought it was all just a dream. But after looking down at the floor and seeing the necklace the Blood Moon Goddess had left behind, Zhang Hao broke out in a cold sweat. Holy crap. It wasn't a dream. Dragging his exhausted body to brush his teeth, the young man couldn't help but wonder, do I really have to complete a mission to become a real man? What even counts as a real man in this female-dominated world anyway? I don't know jack squat, but I do know that right now I really am acting a bit like a sissy. Whatever the mission is, it looks like I need to learn a bit about this world first. Rummaging through his bright pink room, Zhang Hao felt utterly helpless, finding nothing but bizarre news. What on earth is this? Is this news even real? The newspaper even wrote about the journey of a wealthy female real estate entrepreneur bringing wedding gifts to propose to a 21-year-old pretty boy. The absurdity didn't stop there. Zhang Hao also found a book titled Identifying Virgins. There's actually a way to test if a guy is a virgin in this world. In this world, women are the aggressive ones, and getting completely paralyzed, numb all over, and losing control is a physiological reaction that men can't fake. Is there anything left in this world worth holding on to? Isn't there any other way to go back? After rolling around in despair for a while, Zhang Hao made up his mind. No, screw that Blood Moon Goddess. I must believe in science. I have to find a way to study that weird phenomenon from last night first. What if it was just a shift in the magnetic field? That's right. I can't rely on some vague mission. Do I have to research it myself? No, I'm no expert in this field. I could pay to hire researchers. Wait, who would I even invite, and what would I pay them with? Damn it, I'm just a high school student with not a single penny to my name. Guess I have to find a way to make some money first. Right then, his sexy sister opened the door and walked in. Zhang Hao, you're awake? Come taste the breakfast I made. Zhang Hao blushed again, stammering. I'm coming, Sister Zhang Tianqin. Zhang Hao decided that if all women in this world were like Sister Zhang Tianqin, he could probably bear staying a bit longer. Looking at himself in the mirror, the young guy felt a bit satisfied. I have to say, even though this face of mine is a bit feminine, it's still really handsome. Isn't this just androgynous beauty? Since arriving in this world, this was his first time going to school. Heading to the kitchen for breakfast, he still wasn't used to the sight of his dad acting all shy while Aunt Yen was tough, firm, and even gave him a loud smack on the butt. Zhang Hao was utterly shocked. Oh my god, Aunt Yen is taking advantage of my dad. It was best to leave this house as quickly as possible before getting completely overwhelmed. I'm heading to school. Long is waiting for me. Bye, everyone. Just as he escaped his weird house, he ran into his friend named Long. Zhang Hao, look at my new lipstick today. Does it look good on me? Not Long even puckered his lips as much as he could. It's this year's latest style. Zhang Hao tried his best but still couldn't stomach this incredibly cringy sight. Nat Long, we're out on the street. Please tone it down a bit. Hearing that, Not Long burst into tears. Zhang Hao, what's wrong with you? We used to be like this all the time. Zhang Hao was speechless. He had to pat his shoulder like two real men, trying to have a heart-to-heart talk in the manliest way possible. Look, Nat Long, I've had a new idea recently. I want to be a real man. So, a real man? Before he could even finish his sentence, Not Long's face turned pale with sheer terror and he freaked out. What? Zhang Hao, how could you want to be a real man? Being a real man isn't a good thing. You won't be able to get married off. The more he spoke, the more frustrated and speechless Zhang Hao became. Zhang Hao, let's get out of here quickly. There's a creep staring at us. Zhang Hao looked left and right. Where's the creep? Not Long pointed in fear. Over there. It turned out that the creep Not Long was talking about was just a chubby girl peeking from behind a pillar. Hey, high school pretty boys are the best. Zhang Hao let out a dumbfounded laugh. What the hell are you scared of? We're two big guys. Why should we be scared of her? Don't worry, if she dares to come close, I'll definitely kick her ass. Right after the seemingly normal words, Not Long was completely shocked. Zhang Hao, what kind of nonsense are you talking about? You can't even lift a single brick. Refusing to back down, Zhang Hao flexed his arm to show off his muscles. No way, back then I was a great fighter. Long got freaked out. Stop daydreaming. Let's quickly take another route. The moment that chubby girl walked out and called, "Hey there, handsome." Not Long couldn't take it anymore and bolted, shaking his booty. He dragged Zhang Hao along so fast, he almost lost his shoes. As soon as they reached a so-called safe spot, Not Long was panting heavily. Oh my god, I'm sweating so much, my makeup is about to melt off! Zhang Hao was also surprised that he was already reaching his limit. Running just 2 steps had him completely out of breath. What amazed him even more was arriving at school. It was absolutely huge. At Alliston Academy in this world, all the heavy lifting seemed to be done by girls. Moreover, Zhang Hao was also a bit overwhelmed by his own family's wealth. My family must be pretty loaded to afford a prestigious school like this. His classroom was class 113. The moment he walked in, here we go, another whole new world has opened up. The guys here are so damn fragile, literally asking the girls to open water bottles for them. Zhang Hao just stood there, totally dazed. Am I seriously this weak? I'm a grown-ass man and I can't even unscrew a water bottle cap? Without a second thought, he rushed over to a classmate who was struggling so hard he couldn't even budge the cap. Hold on, let me help you with that. Zhang Hao told himself, come on, how hard can a bottle cap be? He thought it'd be a piece of cake, but reality had other plans. On his first try, the cap felt ridiculously tight. Zhang Hao comforted himself, thinking he just had the wrong grip. He took a deep breath and then pushed with all his might. Come on, open! What happened next totally caught everyone off guard. But the real shocker wasn't his failure to open it, it was his dramatic reaction. After a helpless struggle, the poor guy had to hand the bottle to a girl standing nearby. Sorry for the trouble. At this point, Zhang Hao literally wanted to cry. Had he really become so weak that a simple bottle cap could defeat him? Seeing Zhang Hao look totally drained, a bunch of girls immediately swarmed him to offer help. Hey, handsome, are you okay? Do you need help opening that? Let me do it for you. They started bickering over who got to help him while our boy was sinking into a deep depression. Not Long stepped in to hold the girls back and cover for him. Oh, it's nothing, guys. Zhang Hao has just been feeling a bit under the weather lately, so he's acting a little weird. Don't worry too much about it. In that moment of utter defeat, feeling like his life was over because he was so damn weak, he tried to come up with a game plan. I seriously need to hit the gym and add some workouts to my daily routine. After all, I've got to complete this real man quest. His progress on the real man quest was still at 0%. Man, this was so suffocating. Zhang Hao decided to step out for some fresh air, and seeing this, Not Long quickly chased after him. Hey, wait up. Let's go to the bathroom together, Zhang Hao. Under the adoring gazes of all those girls, Zhang Hao just wanted to dig a hole and crawl into it. Oh my god, do guys in this world seriously have to go to the bathroom together? I cannot do this. I need to get the hell out of here fast. Everywhere he went, people were whispering in awe. Wow, Zhang Hao is so gorgeous. Look at his arms, they're so pale, smooth, and slender. And Zhang Hao's waist is so tiny, and those long legs and cute butt. Zhang Hao heard it so much he felt like his brain was rotting from those ridiculous comments. This can't go on. I don't mind being handsome, but I refuse to be this damn weak. He whipped out his smartphone. It was time to find a place to get a workout in. Let me see. After scrolling through a few options, he nodded in approval. This one doesn't look half bad. I should check it out sometime. But just building muscle wasn't enough. He also needed some serious mental training. As he was about to type up some notes, a girl suddenly walked over. Hey, handsome, what are you up to? This girl was actually Zhang Hao's desk partner, and her name was Huang Yuanyuan. He jumped out of his skin and snapped, Huang Yuanyuan, are you a ghost or something? Why do you walk around without making a single sound? I did make sound, Zhang Hao. You were just too focused to notice. For some reason, Huang Yuan leaned in way too close, looking at him suspiciously. Zhang Hao, don't tell me you're texting some girl you have a crush on. Her face got closer and closer, making Zhang Hao super flustered. He quickly turned his head away. What kind of nonsense are you talking about? And stop leaning so close to me. Keep your distance. But Yuan Yuan completely ignored him. She grabbed his hand, playing with his fingers, and cooed, Zhang Hao, your hand is seriously so pale, slender, and pretty. What absolutely freaked him out, though, was where she was placing his hand. Were girls in this world really this bold? Did she just put his hand on her chest? Grasping onto whatever dignity he had left, Zhang Hao immediately snatched his hand back. Control yourself, Huang Yuanyuan? The girl looked utterly confused. How? How you're acting so weird today? You were never like this before. Zhang Hao broke into a cold sweat because honestly he had no clue how his past self used to act. No way. You're just imagining things. Haven't I always been like this? After pondering for a second, Yuan Yuan asked again, Zhang Hao, did you not sleep well last night? I know this ancient family massage technique. Let me give you a quick massage. The young man awkwardly tried to push her away, but he was shocked by how strong she actually was. Zhang Hao cleared his throat, trying to play it cool. Class is starting, go back to your seat. Just then, the person who walked in was their English teacher and the homeroom teacher of Class 3, Ms. Ma. All right, everyone, settle down in your seats. Class is starting. Now, before transmigrating, Zhang Hao was absolute garbage at English. But now, he was completely blown away because the moment he looked at the textbook, he could understand almost everything. To him, this stuff was a walk in the park. Finally, he had found his first perk of transmigrating. He had somehow turned into a genius overnight, no longer hanging his head in shame. Zhang Hao locked eyes with the teacher with absolute confidence. Look at my confident gaze. Mrs. Ma, go ahead and call on me to answer a question. Let me show off a bit. Spotting his intense expression, Ms. Ma immediately called his name. Zhang Hao, are you feeling okay? Did you get a cramp in your mouth or something? Do you need to go to the nurse's office? At that, everyone in the classroom turned around and stared at him with complete confusion. Zhang Hao was so embarrassed his brain short-circuited. Damn it! You're the one with a cramp. Your whole family has cramps. Trying to play it cool, our boy answered coldly. No, ma'am, I'm fine. You must have seen wrong. The girls in class immediately started whispering. What is up with our pretty boy today? He's acting so weird. Please tell me his perfect image isn't about to collapse. It's so bizarre. Zhang Hao is usually so handsome, but he looked kind of derpy just now, right? I heard he took a bad fall a few days ago. Did he literally crack his head open and go dumb? Zhang Hao could only facepalm in utter defeat, thinking, screw you guys. You're the ones who went dumb from a fall. I just want to escape to another planet right now. Nobody stop me. Once class ended, Zhang Hao and Hat Long walked out together, putting their arms around each other's shoulders. Zhang Hao, what's up? You look totally wiped out. Zhang Hao, still spaced out, mumbled, it's nothing. I probably just didn't get enough sleep last night. But while his mouth said that, his inner self was screaming, I'm stressed out of my damn mind, okay? As they were walking, they ran into a super jack girl who confidently asked, Hey, Hao, was my slam dunk cool or what? Walking a bit further, some girl literally slapped him on the butt. Hey, cutie, nice ass! Zhang Hao felt like he was about to lose his freaking mind. Talk about a bleak existence. Just as he stepped down the stairs, he ran into a drama queen guy who tripped over his own feet, fell, and started crying. Zhang Hao, I already moved out of your way. Why did you have to push me? What a total train wreck. School was way more stressful than an actual job. He desperately wanted to go back home, but before he could even get a second of peace, another girl blocked his path to confess. Zhang Hao, I have something to tell you. I've liked you for a really long time now. Will you go out with me? In her hand, she was even holding a flashy, colorful bouquet of flowers. Holy crap, isn't this literally how a guy is supposed to confess? Zhang Hao awkwardly waving his hand. Sorry, but I am not looking for a girlfriend right now. Catch you later. The moment he walked away, the girl just stood there and burst into tears. Not Long's eyes lit up. How? Even the top-tier honor students from every grade are crushing on you. What is your secret? I am so freaking jealous of you. Zhang Hao could not stomach this whiny tone at all. Yo, Not Long. Talk like a normal guy, will you? Let's just head to the cafeteria. While he was busy thinking about what to stuff his face with to fill his stomach, he noticed the other guys picking at their food like literal birds. He was utterly baffled. Not Long, look at that guy over there. He barely eats anything. Not Long looked visibly annoyed. Zhang Hao, why have you been calling me Not Long lately? That nickname is so weird. And besides, what do you mean little? Everyone eats like that. When it was his turn at the counter, Not Long confidently pointed at some vegetables. Ma'am, can I have a portion of bok choy and a portion of spinach? Just a tiny bit, please, and no rice for me. Zhang Hao was in absolute disbelief. Are you seriously only eating that? You are going to pass out this afternoon, bro. Not Long turned around, looking completely puzzled. Zhang Hao, what are you even talking about? I've been on a diet lately, so I only eat veggies. Once again, Zhang Hao felt his reality shatter. What the actual hell? Do guys in this world seriously eat like birds? He decided he had to be built different, immediately making a mental note. From now on, always order the absolute biggest portion. This is now top priority for becoming a real manly man. Zhang Hao walked up and ordered the heaviest, most badass meal on the menu. Ma'am, get me the massive size of the braised pork, like loaded with meat and a giant mountain of rice to go with it. Nat Long was totally freaked out. Zhang Hao, eating that much is going to make you fat. What the hell? Real men have to eat big, otherwise how are we supposed to get jacked? Hearing this, the other guys started whispering. Oh my god, look at Zhang Hao, is he seriously doing that? Eating that much? Is he trying to enter a competitive eating contest or something? That braised pork is incredibly greasy, and if he eats that much, he is going to get fat as hell. So what? If I had a body like Zhang Hao's, I would stuff my face with braised pork without a care in the world. But some other guys were just plain salty. What the hell is Zhang Hao doing? Does he think just because he is popular, he can do whatever he wants and eat like a pig? Ugh, whatever, popularity talks. Let's go say hi, otherwise it will look rude. Sitting next to him, Not Long cringed hard watching Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao, stop eating like that. It is so savage, people are laughing at you. Lu Feng from grade 12, class 5 walked up, acting like they were best buds. Zhang Hao, what a coincidence seeing you in the cafeteria. Why are you eating so much today? Only manual laborers eat like that. Zhang Hao just stared back blankly. Who even are you? Zhang Hao, are you messing with me? Just a few days ago, we were studying together in the study hall. How did you get so bloated after just 2 days of not seeing each other? Sure, we are popular, but we still have to maintain our figures. You look way too greasy today, honestly. Zhang Hao could not be bothered to reply. He just kept stuffing his face, chewing loudly while looking at this Lu Feng guy with absolute disgust, as if he was staring at a total fake. He shot back, oh, maybe there's something wrong with your eyes. If you are sick, go get some help. And another thing, what gives you the right to look down on manual laborers? If those hardworking blue-collar men and women did not bust their asses building this country, how on earth would you be enjoying this comfy life right now? After getting absolutely blasted by Zhang Hao, Lu Feng suddenly burst into tears, playing the victim. I only wanted the best for you. I never expected you to say such horrible things to me. The girls around them immediately started feeling bad for him. Wait, isn't that Lu Feng? Why is he crying? Did Zhang Hao just snap at him? What is Zhang Hao's problem? Why is he making people cry? I cannot believe our idol is so toxic. His perfect image is totally ruined. Meanwhile, Lu Feng was smirking to himself under all the attention when a girl suddenly stepped in and raised her voice. How much Zhang Hao eats is his own damn business. Who says eating a lot is a bad thing? That is just pure discrimination and prejudice. With that, the purple-haired girl leaned in close. Are you really hungry today, Zhang Hao? Here, take some of my meat. If you want more, I still have plenty left. Zhang Hao tried his best to stay unfazed. Damn, another gorgeous girl. Seeing this lovey-dovey interaction, Lu Feng lost his mind. Zhao Ying, Zhang Hao, you guys, Zhang Hao decided to trigger him even more. Spit it out or cut the crap. If you do not like seeing me eat, then shut your damn mouth. Not Long gasped in horror. Zhang Hao, how can you talk so aggressively? That is way too savage. It totally ruins your idol status. But Ying was just staring at Zhang Hao, completely whipped. Zhang Hao is like a feisty little stray cat. He is getting more attractive by the second. Left hanging, Lu Feng stomped his feet and stormed off. So classless. He does not deserve our attention anyway. Let's get out of here. His two sidekicks quickly followed, kissing his ass to comfort him. Fong, do not sweat it. Zhao Ying is definitely just blinded by Zhang Hao's looks. Exactly, your personality is a million times better than his. Lu Feng huffed. I do not even care. Sooner or later she will see Zhang Hao's true colors. He is just a classless, toxic guy. Meanwhile, Zhao Ying stayed glued to her seat, doting on him. Zhang Hao, eat slowly or you will choke. Have some soup. Zhang Hao asked blankly, Nat Long, who is this? Zhang Hao, what is wrong with you? This is Zhao Ying from the next class. She's been chasing you forever. She is in grade 12, class 4, and she is the captain of the school basketball team. Zhang Hao was still in a daze. Even though he was trying to act like a tough guy, he could not help but marvel. Damn, this girl's body is unreal. Absolute top tier. Zhao Ying turned to Not Long. Hey, that game League of Legends I told you about, did you try it yet? Yeah, I did, but it is way too hard. I guess guys just are not cut out for games like that. Hearing that, Zhang Hao could not help but show off. League of Legends? Are you talking about the 5-5 tower pushing game? Nat Long stared at him blankly, remembering that Zhang Hao had explicitly said he had zero interest in girls' games. Honestly, Zhang Hao was shocked that League of Legends even existed in this world. Except here, it seemed to be a girls-only game. Zhao Ying looked at him lovingly and asked, even though there are no guys in the pro League of Legends scene, some guys still play it for fun. Have you tried it, Zhang Hao? Zhang Hao casually replied, yeah, played it a bit. It is actually pretty fun. Alright, I am stuffed. Nat Long, coming back to class with me? With that, they headed out together. Meanwhile, Zhao Ying looked incredibly downcast. Man, when is Zhang Hao finally going to say yes to me? Back in class, Zhang Hao was still spaced out, thinking about what Zhao Ying said. No top-tier male players in League, does that mean legendary pros like Da Sama and Uzi are rotting away in some corner of this weird fashion-focused world? Man, I need to check out some gaming streams when I get a chance. What does it even mean to be a real man in this universe anyway? Suddenly, his eyes caught someone acting pretty weird. Nat Long, who is that guy sitting by the window? He looks lonely as hell. The transfer student you're so curious about is Manhwa. The second Nat Long saw her, he covered his face all shy and stuff. Is our boy Long actually digging her or what? She's not much of a talker, but I gotta say, she's a total cutie. Zhang Hao decided to drag Nat Long along. Alright then, let's move. Come over there with me. To strike up a conversation. Show her what you're made of, bro. Show some alpha energy. Not Long. Not Long panicked and tried to hold back. Whoa, Zhang Hao, what are you doing? A guy's gotta have some self-control, you know. Zhang Hao shut him down immediately. That was the old days. Modern men take action. Besides, leaving the new transfer student sitting all by herself like that? Doesn't your conscience eat you alive? As soon as they got there, Zhang Hao acted super friendly. Hey there, I'm Zhang Hao, your classmate. But this girl was cold as ice, only replying with her name, Manhwa. This totally shocked Zhang Hao. Usually girls in this world were super enthusiastic and treated him like absolute gold. He had never met anyone so freaking cold before. True, Hao quickly introduced the guy next to him as Tam Not Long. Seeing Wet Hoa give a totally blank greeting, Not Long blushed hard, his face turning bright red. Let's go, she obviously doesn't want to talk to us. Zhang Hao still tried to linger and ask more. Are you reading an English book? Yeah, Zhang Hao sized up the situation. Nat Long, I think. She has some major social anxiety. Hey, do you want to talk to people? If you do, let's be friends, I'll help you out. After Zhang Hao's enthusiastic hyping, Guyet Hua opened up a bit and shook hands. Zhang Hao suddenly felt the scent of a real man in the air. A real man wouldn't just turn a blind eye to a lonely girl. He felt like he was about to crack the key to this mission. Just then, Vian Vian popped out of nowhere. Heh heh! What's our male god Truong doing hanging around the new transfer student? So you've got your first target. Manhwa Ho's first friend was going to be this big-mouthed girl. Zhang Hao dragged Vian Vian over by force. My friend, it's time to unleash your diplomatic skills. Will you be friends with Manhwa Hoa? Standing under Zhang Hao's mesmerizing gaze, Vian Vian completely lost her mind and instantly agreed. You got it! A deal's a deal. Great, then go talk to Manhwa Hoa. Don't you know a ton of gossip? Put your talents to use. I'm off to take a nap. Before leaving, Zhang Hao received a sincere thank you from Yet Hua. The young man was practically glowing, feeling absolutely sure of himself. I feel like what I just did was insanely manly. It makes zero sense that this weird mission didn't give me a 50% boost. Truong Hao continued doing the manliest things possible. He put on his headphones and blasted heavy rock music, headbanging away. While he was totally vibing, Zhang Tianqin signaled that she wanted to come in. What are you doing, Zhang Hao? Zhang Hao stammered, totally caught off guard. I'm just listening to music. Seeing his older sister walk in looking absolutely gorgeous, the kid almost had a massive nosebleed. Is this the perk of having a goddess for a sister? I'm in love, totally in love. Zhang Tianqin asked curiously, can you show me what you're listening to? Ah, so Zhang Hao likes rock music. As expected, our Zhang Hao is totally different from other boys. You are just too attractive. Zhang Tianqin leaned in closer and closer, making Zhang Hao sweat bullets. Holy crap, who could possibly resist this? Could this also be a task for a real man? Zhang Hao tried his best to stay as clear-headed as possible and endure it. A real man must be able to resist temptation. Otherwise, he's no better than a beast. Right then, an opposing thought popped into his head. Like hell he is. A real man takes action when the time is right. When it's served on a silver platter, don't act like you're worse than a beast. Zhang Hao was cursing himself out, calling himself a complete animal. Zhang Hao decided to throw away all his righteous principles. With his heart hammering in his chest, he decided to pin Zhang Tianqin down. Sister Cam, Zhang Hao, do you like playing this rough? Zhang Hao was sweating bullets, his rational mind on the verge of collapsing. Just then, a familiar voice echoed in his ear. You are mine. I won't let you go anywhere. Right at the peak of his excitement, the young man flipped into panic mode and instantly backed away. Zhang Tianqin sat up too. Zhang Hao was completely baffled. Whose face was that just now? Are you okay, Zhang Hao? Why did your face suddenly turn so pale? Ah, I'm fine. I think I might just be a bit anemic. I'll be good after a short rest. Zhang Hao dodged a massive bullet. If he hadn't held back, he would have turned into a beast. Before leaving the room, his older sister didn't forget to remind him, men are so fragile. Zhang Hao, you've got to take good care of yourself. That sweet tenderness made the young man blush all over again. Oh, by the way, Sister Zhang Tianqin, I want to get my hair cut a bit shorter. What do you think? He patted his sister's head and smiled brightly. Sure, whatever you do, I'll always support you. Zhang Hao felt a bit weirded out, but he brushed it aside. He figured it wasn't as important as getting his hair cut tomorrow. Transforming his image would start with this hair. The moment he stepped into the salon, the staff greeted him enthusiastically. Welcome, sir. Are you here to get your hair done? Since you're so gorgeous, I'll get you our best stylist, Zhang Hao sighed. No need, just a simple haircut is fine. Out of nowhere, a stylist walked up to welcome him. Take a seat, handsome. What style do you want? Cut it short as you want. Just style it however you like. No need to make it look too pretty. Even the stylist was completely flabbergasted. After all, she had never heard such a bizarre request before, going to get a haircut but not wanting to look better. After staring at Zhang Hao's face for a long moment, the stylist had a sudden realization. Aha, I get it. You always have to do the exact opposite of what men say. What this handsome guy actually meant was to make it look as stunning as possible. The stylist immediately rolled up her sleeves and got to work. After she finished, she wanted to see if Zhang Hao was happy with it. The moment Zhang Hao saw his glowing reflection, his ego went wild. Yep, that's definitely me. Absolutely flawless. It's almost annoying how much more handsome I got. The stylist didn't even want to charge him, asking if she could just take a photo of him to use as a promotional billboard. Zhang Hao remained firm. No way, let me pay. The stylist still couldn't stop gushing over him. Oh my god, what a waste! Such a beautiful boy, handsome. Make sure to come see me next time. Our other services will definitely satisfy you. Holding the card in his hand, Zhang Hao didn't find it too annoying. His heartthrob status definitely wasn't going to crumble anytime soon. Why on earth did this feel so good? After getting home, the young man couldn't stop staring at the mirror. Although this haircut wasn't manly enough, it was still incredibly handsome. The hair is done. Next, I need to officially kick off my new life in this world. Let's see if there are any clothes that match this style. The moment he opened the closet, it was packed with gaudy, colorful outfits. Damn it, when I get some free time, I am absolutely throwing all of these away. Suddenly, his dad shouted for him to come downstairs and pick up some packages. The second he saw Zhang Hao's new look, his dad went into absolute shock. Where's your hair? Why did you cut it so short? What kind of boy cuts his hair that short? What salon dared to give you this cut? I need to go over there and give them a piece of my mind. Oh my god, my precious and beautiful baby. Seeing his dad overreacting so hard, the young man had to calm him down. Dad, chill out. I wanted to cut it short myself. It was way too long before, so because it's too hot. This excuse didn't fly at all, only making his dad even more pissed off. Are you trying to get on my nerves? Who gave you permission to cut it that short? If you look like this, how are you ever going to get married off in the future? He almost got a slipper flying straight to his face. Zhang Hao screamed, "Oh my god, Dad, this is domestic violence. Take it easy. Don't hit my face." Hearing the commotion, Zhang Tianqin opened the door to check things out. Seeing his sister, the guy immediately lunged at her like a little kid begging for help. Seeing Zhang Hao act like this just made Zhang Tianqin want to spoil him even more. "Dad, calm down first. Getting too worked up isn't good for your health. What happened?" Zhang Hao cut his own hair like this without saying a single word. "Tell me, how can I not be mad? Oh my god, my head hurts so much." Right after that, Zhang Hao looked up at her with big, innocent puppy eyes. Sister Zhang Tianqin couldn't help but defend him. "Dad, I actually think Zhang Hao looks really handsome like this. He looks super neat. He already told me about it yesterday. Please don't be angry anymore. I'll talk to him in a bit." "Zhang Tianqin, you spoil him way too much. Go talk to him later and make him realize what he did wrong." After grumbling for a bit, their dad finally held back his anger and went into the kitchen to cook. Zhang Hao broke into a cold sweat. "What a close call. Sister Zhang Tianqin, thank you so much. If you hadn't stepped in, Dad would have kicked me out for sure." Zhang Tianqin replied in the sweetest voice possible, "I'm your older sister, so of course I have to protect you. By the way, I have a gift for you. Zhang Hao, come to my room." The young man giggled, already imagining a super cute romantic scenario. "Am I actually about to enter the room of my goddess, Sister Zhang Tianqin?" But his excitement was completely crushed the second he stepped inside. The room was the definition of macho and masculine. Honestly, what was I even expecting from this world? Zhang Tianqin walked over to her desk. "We were in such a rush when we moved, so I didn't have time to get you a gift, Zhang Hao. Now, I'll make it up to you." Inside the gift box were two sparkling diamonds that looked ridiculously expensive. The young man didn't even dare to touch them. "Oh, sis, this is way too expensive." "It's not expensive at all. As long as you like it, I'll buy you anything." Holding the gift in his hands, Zhang Hao felt like she was his very own bossy CEO, like a rich, pampered heiress. Back in his room, the young man couldn't stop staring at them. "How much do these even cost? Since she gave me a gift, I should get something for Sister Zhang Tianqin too. Wait, these aren't real diamonds, are they? They definitely weren't cheap. What should I give her in return? Man, I am flat out broke." After opening his bank account to check, he immediately wanted to close the app. "After getting my haircut, this is all I have left? What can I even buy with this? Don't tell me I can't even afford a basic gift." Just then, he got a text from Nat Long. "Zhang Hao, look at this. This is the domineering CEO web novel I just wrote, and it just got contracted. It's about a beautiful, gentle boy and a generous, rich CEO older sister. It's a forbidden, toxic love story. He runs, she chases. There's absolutely no escape for him." Zhang Hao looked completely baffled reading this cringeworthy text. But suddenly, a light bulb went off. "Wait, should I write a web novel too? If I write a sequel or something, with daily payouts, I can make money fast." After concentrating hard for a while, the guy couldn't squeeze out a single word. "Writing about a domineering male CEO is absolutely impossible for me. Oh, but there's military female leads, urban female leads. Now this looks promising. Let's try this. Or maybe I can base it on my original world and write a novel full of drama and tropes. Let's call it A Real Woman in a Patriarchal World." The next day, he headed to school, feeling way happier than usual. While humming a tune, his phone suddenly buzzed with a notification. "Congratulations, your novel, A Real Woman in a Patriarchal World, has been approved for a contract. Please contact your managing editor." Zhang Hao was pretty impressed. The approval process was lightning fast. This meant he could earn a daily income from now on. The young man was so happy he almost cried. He was finally on the right track. No matter what world you're in, money is always crucial, so he definitely needed to celebrate. With the little money he had left, he treated himself to a $1 ice cream. But as soon as he stopped at the convenience store, he froze because everything looked so familiar. He remembered the first time he saw Ah Mai. Even though she was about to graduate college, she was very petite and delicate. Yet she stood so confidently in front of him. Ah Mai was the daughter of Uncle Kim, who ran the grocery store right next to his house. The moment they met, Zhang Hao's heart had skipped a beat. At that time, he felt a fluttering sensation in his chest, just like falling in love for the very first time. Since then, he had visited her family store countless times, and every time he was around her, it was an absolute thrill. Finally, one day, he gathered all his courage to confess to her, "Ah Mai, I really like you." But her response back then was like a bucket of ice water dumped right over his head. "Sorry, little Hao. I'm into buff, muscular guys, and you're just too small." Just like that, Zhang Hao got rejected. Starting from that day on, he worked out like crazy to build muscle, hoping that one day he could become a strong, buff man who could protect her. But it seemed like the tables had completely turned. In this new world, Zhang Hao was a total chick magnet. So he decided to be brave and confess to her once again, confident that this time he would definitely succeed. But before he could even step inside, he heard shouting from within. "You just sit at home all day instead of getting a job, and you expect to have enough money to marry a husband? Dad, you're nagging too much. I do have a job. I do manual labor every single day, and what good does that do? Mr. Lee's daughter is only 2 years older than you, but she used her own skills to earn a dowry of 300,000 yuan, and she even married a sweet, obedient husband. Isn't it just 300,000 yuan? I can easily make that just by hauling a few more truckloads of bricks. Zhang Hao peeked inside, unsure of who was arguing, and was about to slip away when Amai walked out. Once again, his heart skipped a beat. My first love. She hasn't changed a bit. But before he could even wave hello, he froze. He almost passed out when his eyes landed on her absolutely massive, bulging muscles. Holy crap, what kind of beastly woman is this? As soon as she saw him, she waved. Huh? Zhang Hao, you cut your hair? The young man was so shocked he literally fell flat on his back. Mai walked over, leaning in close. Wow, you look super handsome. He was so terrified he wanted to scream at his crush to get away from him. But she just kept smiling, leaning even closer. Zhang Hao, did you need me for something? Zhang Hao couldn't take it anymore and burst into tears. God damn it, give me back my real Mai. But in the end, he still got dragged inside the house. Zhang Hao, you haven't visited in forever. Do you want some watermelon or water? Don't be shy. Just tell me if you want anything, okay? The young man was practically crying tears of blood, unable to accept this bizarre reality. No, sis, it's really fine. Mai waved her hands dismissively. Zhang Hao, why are you being so polite with me? Suddenly, she scooped him up, carried him around for a bit, then set him down so hard his poor little butt felt like it was going to break. Despite her rough handling, she immediately panicked. Oh my gosh, Zhang Hao, are you okay? Let me help you up. Zhang Hao scrambled and did a few rolls, wanting to escape this place as fast as possible. I'm totally fine, it's getting late. I've got some stuff to take care of today, so I won't bother you anymore, sis. Amy frantically pulled out her phone. Zhang Hao, add me on social media first, then you can go. The guy tried to run as fast as he could, but he still waved back. Maybe next time, sis. Today's situation only served as a wake-up call for Zhang Hao. The rules of this world didn't lie to me. Even a gentle, sweet girl like sis Amy became totally jacked. I need to sign up for a Muay Thai class ASAP. How much cash did they ask for last time again? Plus, I need to buy a gift for sis Zhang Tianqin and replace the whole messy pile of clothes in my closet. Just thinking about it made the guy lose his mind. Why does everything cost so much damn money? I wonder when I could finally start researching the secret of the blood moon. Just as his brain was short-circuiting, a voice rang out. Zhang Hao, you're back? What are you mumbling about? The guy didn't expect sis Cam to be home. But what shocked him even more was that she was doing yoga. Girls in this world actually do yoga. Are you seriously doing yoga, sis? Yep. I got bored of the gym stuff, so I wanted to try out guys' yoga to see how it is. He thought things might be getting back to normal, but nope, same old, same old. Oh! My god, guys doing yoga. This world really is upside down. Zhang Tianqin walked over and grabbed her little brother's hands. Zhang Hao, you should do yoga too. Being a skinny boy is not good. What if you get bullied at school? Zhang Hao couldn't believe that in his goddess sister's eyes, he was just a fragile weakling, absolutely unable to take this lying down. He immediately grabbed Zhang Tianqin's hand. Since you put it that way, sis, how about we arm wrestle? Sure, the loser has to agree to one condition from the winner. How's that sound? The two siblings dragged each other to the living room and set up their match. Zhang Hao knew this wasn't just some casual game. His manly pride was on the line. He absolutely could not lose. Just a few seconds in, Zhang Hao's arm was already screaming. Why the hell is she so strong? How did billions of men in his past life grind so hard to survive and feed their families, only for him to be looked down on as a weakling by a cute girl now? I can't just give up that easily. While he was straining and sweating bullets, Zhang Tianqin praised him. Zhang Hao, you're holding out for so long. That's actually super impressive. In reality, the guy's arm was hurting like hell, but he kept telling himself that even if his body gave out, his manly iron will never would. Zhang Tianqin even started to worry and seemed to go easy on him. All right, if we keep this up, my little Zhang Hao is going to get hurt. He was defeated way too easily. And Zhang Tianqin even caressed and rubbed his hand. Good job, Zhang Hao. You tried really hard just now. Does your hand hurt? The guy sighed in defeat. I'm fine, sis. I lost fair and square. What do you want me to do? Zhang Tianqin leaned in close and whispered, I don't need you to do anything, Zhang Hao. Just want to try resting my head on your lap. The guy immediately imagined the most scandalous scenario ever. A lap pillow? Holy crap, he lost the bet, but got this awesome reward? How is he this lucky after losing? Sure, no problem. He thought he'd be the one getting the lap pillow, but it turned out to be Zhang Tianqin resting on him. Wow, Zhang Hao's lap is way softer than I expected. This is heaven. The guy was stunned. She meant lying on his lap. Then Zhang Tianqin pouted. Zhang Hao, can I stay like this a bit longer? He stammered on the outside, but inside, Zhang Hao was screaming with joy. Lie down as long as you want, sis. Forever is totally fine. He felt like a real man whose wish had come true. After the bliss, Zhang Hao went back to typing furiously on his computer. Even though it was the weekend, his phone wouldn't stop buzzing. Who the hell was calling? It was a text from Huang Yuanyuan. Hey, handsome Zhang Hao. Today I'm taking Wet Hua to the amusement park. You should come with us. I already asked not long and he said you're free today, so I told him to swing by your place to pick you up. Zhang Hao felt totally cornered. This wasn't a suggestion. It was a straight-up order. Just as he finished reading, loud banging echoed at the door. Zhang Hao, I'm here. Hurry up and open the door. Zhang Hao sighed in despair. Talk about bad karma from his past life following him here. How did he end up transmigrating into this mess? Not Long, how'd you get here so fast? Zhang Hao, stop calling me Not Long. Suddenly a little girl jumped out, hugged him, and yelled, Zhang Hao, big brother! The guy froze, having absolutely no clue who this kid was. Seeing his blank face, she started sobbing. This was Lam Ling, 6 years old, Not Long's biological sister. When she was 4, she met Zhang Hao, and now 2 years have passed, so of course he forgot. Zhang Hao gave an awkward smile. How the hell was he supposed to know? In his original world, Not Long didn't even have a sister. He had no choice but to invite them inside to wait. But something felt seriously off. He felt like someone had just pinched his butt. Behind him, Lam Lin was giving her brother a big thumbs up. Turns out this little gremlin was a pervert from the get-go. Not Long wanted to drag him to the amusement park, but he didn't want to go at all. Going to an amusement park is so lame. I'll pass. Come on, it's not lame. They just opened a brand new haunted house. Plus, aren't we supposed to be helping Manhwa Hoa get over her social anxiety? I mean, I don't really know how to fix it either, but getting her out of the house definitely won't hurt. Meanwhile, little sister Lam Ling was still snooping around. Oh my god, Zhang Hao's school uniform. And look at these pictures of him. Zhang Hao wanted to just shut his eyes and sleep, but he felt too restless. Fine, let's go to the haunted house. Just let me change my clothes first. He did promise to help Manhwa Hoa overcome her social anxiety. After all, a real man never does things half-heartedly. After he threw on a ridiculously drip jacket, Lam Ling kept snapping photos on her phone so she could drool over them later. Seeing Zhang Hao taking so long, Not Long urged him, "All right, stop staring at the mirror. Sure, it's normal for women to wait for men, but we shouldn't make Huang Yuanyuan wait for us for too long." The three of them set off and soon spotted Nguyen Hoa and Vian Vian already waiting. The moment she saw Lam Lin, Vian Vian asked, "Whose cute kids is this?" The little girl hugged Zhang Hao's arm tightly and chirped, "I belong to big brother Zhang Hao." Everyone sighed. Nat Long dragged her back by the collar. "This is my little sister Lam Ling. She heard me say we were going to a haunted house today and threw a fit to come along. I'll keep a close eye on her." Vian Vian looked at Zhang Hao with absolute delight. "Wow, I rarely see you dressed like this. It totally matches your new haircut. You're getting prettier and more charming by the day." Nguyen Hoa, "Don't you think Zhang Hao looks way more gorgeous like this?" Nguyen Hoa didn't say a word, seemingly not finding it that great. Zhang Hao waved his hands awkwardly. All right, don't force her. Let's just get going." After hesitating for a few minutes, Nguyen Hoa finally blurted out, "You look really pretty today." Zhang Hao immediately went over and patted her head, totally hyped. "Look at you speaking up. You're doing so great." This place was the haunted house, and it looked incredibly creepy, with the dry leaves rustling in the wind. Not Long began to shake like a leaf. "Zhang Hao, I'm kind of terrified. Maybe we should. Let's go on the carousel and the Ferris wheel." Zhang Hao looked super annoyed. "What's so fun about those childish rides? Let's hit the haunted house instead. Wasn't that already decided?" "Not Long, man up already. Stop clinging to my arm, you're giving me goosebumps." Even his 6-year-old sister Lam Lin looked on in sheer disappointment. Vian Vian stepped in to divide them up. "There are too many of us, let's split into 2 groups. Zhang Hao and I will be one group, while Nguyen Hoa, Not Long, and Lam Lin will be the other. Nguyen Hoa, make sure you protect the boys, got it? That's our duty as girls." Lam Lin started throwing a tantrum, demanding to be in the same group as Zhang Hao. Looking at Huang Yuanyuan, he figured that if he teamed up with her, she'd probably pull some creepy, perverted stunt on him inside. At the end of the day, Manhwa Hoa still seemed way more reliable. Zhang Hao had to coax her and made the call on the spot. "Lam Nin, be good and go with your brother. Huang Yuanyuan, since you're so brave, go with them. Don't worry about me, I'm teaming up with Manhwa Hoa." Seeing how brutally she was rejected, Vian Vian held back her tears, while Zhang Hao stood his ground. "All right, let's do this. You guys go first to find the way, and we'll head in 10 minutes later." "Huang Yuanyuan, you're not scared, right?" To prove she was tough, Vian Vian had to put on a brave face. "A girl like me scared of this? Never. Not Long, let's go, I'll protect you guys." 10 minutes later, Zhang Hao and Nguyen Hoa still hadn't gone inside. "Stop daydreaming, Nguyen Hoa. Let's move." Over in the haunted house, they were screaming so loudly that Zhang Hao could hear them loud and clear from his side. Turns out Vian Vian isn't actually that brave. He turned to Nguyen Hoa and asked her bluntly, "Are you scared?" Nguyen Hoa hesitated, too tongue-tied to answer. Being the ultimate gentleman, Zhang Hao told Nguyen Hoa to hold his hand if she was scared. Right then, Nguyen Hoa reached out and tugged at Zhang Hao's shirt. Our boy instantly showed off his macho side, leading the way and clearing out those pesky cobwebs without a second thought. As they walked, a fake ghost popped out to scare them, but his face remained totally blank. "Sorry, in a rush, back off." To Zhang Hao, there was absolutely nothing to be scared of, just that the place was massive. 10 minutes later, he suddenly felt something was off. Turning around, Nguyen Hoa was nowhere to be found. The guy panicked a bit. "Nguyen Hoa, where are you? She seemed to have vanished. Maybe she got lost?" Zhang Hao decided to search for her, peeling back every curtain, even checking inside a ghost prop's chest, leaving the actor completely baffled like, "Are you kidding me? Get lost." Approaching a wooden box, he heard a girl's trembling voice inside. It seemed Nguyen Hoa was hiding there. Opening the cabinet, he saw Nguyen Hoa crying hysterically in fear. "Boo-hoo, I got lost." Seeing this, Zhang Hao couldn't help but smile, gently leaning down to comfort her. "Don't be scared, let me take you out." The moment she looked up with teary, shimmering eyes, Nguyen Hua's heart fluttered. Zhang Hao was the first person to ever treat her so kindly. Meanwhile, the other group of 3 finally made it out after screaming themselves hoarse. Not Long was crying his eyes out. "I'm never going to a haunted house again. Boo-hoo." Vian Vian rubbed her temples. "You're seriously about to make me deaf," she complained. Lam Ning grumbled. "Bro, you screamed so loud in there, it was so embarrassing." Seeing his friend acting so weak, Zhang Hao walked over to check on him. "Damn, Long, are you okay?" Vian Vian started jumping to conclusions. "You guys took forever in there, didn't you?" But before she could say anything more ridiculous, Zhang Hao flicked her forehead. No, get those weird thoughts out of your head. Noticing Wet Hao was breaking out in a sweat, Zhang Hao called her over. Taking a few shaky steps, she suddenly passed out. As if he hadn't screamed enough, Not Long started shouting hysterically. What do we do? What do we do? An ambulance! Call an ambulance! Oh my god, where's my phone? Vian frantically pulled out her phone to dial 120. Already exhausted, Zhang Hao felt even more helpless. Don't panic. Move over so Nyet Hoa can lean on you. She probably just fainted from extreme shock. Let's lay her down on that bench over there first. They waited and waited, but even with the sun shining right on her, Nyet Hoa showed no signs of waking up. Not Long kept rambling. Zhang Hao, what should we do? Do we need to do CPR? This is her first kiss we're talking about. Zhang Hao was so annoyed he wanted to swear and tell Not Long to shut his damn mouth. Thinking about the heartthrob's first kiss being stolen by Nyet Hoa, Vian was visibly jealous. Is CPR even necessary? Shouldn't we just press her acupressure point? Or let's just call 120, no kissing. Zhang Hao, looking completely calm, told them go grab some water and snacks first. I've got Nyet Hoa covered here. I'll try stimulating her muscles in a bit to see if she wakes up. He even sat down to let Nyet Hoa rest her head on his lap, thinking this might be more comfortable. If she just fainted from shock, a little pain stimulation should wake her up. Sure enough, after he pressed her ear, Nyet Hoa slowly opened her eyes. What? Did you pinch my hand? Since you fainted, I wanted to see if I could wake you up with a little pain. Nyet Hoa gently took Zhang Hao's soft hand. I was scared, but I'm better now. Zhang Hao asked gently, don't go to haunted houses anymore. Do you feel sick anywhere right now? No. Zhang Hao, I want to sleep. Please don't leave. Hearing this, Zhang Hao froze, feeling a bit flustered. All right. Looking at her delicate face, he thought that after all, she was the most fragile and quietest girl he had ever met in this world, even if her personality was a bit peculiar. After napping for a while, Nyet Hoa was able to sit up, feeling much better. While Vian was worried they wouldn't be able to keep playing, Zhang Hao spoke up right away. Let's call it a day. We should take Nyet Hoa home to rest first. Nyet Hoa, let us take you home. Nyet Hoa grabbed Zhang Hao's hand again. Let's go back together. Sure. Seeing this, Lam Ning went absolutely wild, and her brother could barely hold her back. Vian stood there in utter despair. What's going on between Zhang Hao and Nyet Hoa? Boohoo, I want to hold the heartthrob's hand too. That's my ultimate dream. On the cab ride back, Not Long and Vian kept grumbling. Nyet Hoa, your place is so far. I've never been out here. Before Nyet Hoa, do you live in some suburban rural transition zone? Doesn't that make commuting to school a total pain? Zhang Hao had a massive headache. Can you two just go to sleep? Finally, the car pulled up in front of a castle-like mansion, with maids waiting at the gate. Everyone was left with their jaws on the floor. Just as they got out of the car, the butler greeted her. Welcome back, young lady. Young lady, how could you sneak out to play like this? Master explicitly told you not to go so far. He's going to be absolutely furious. Everyone shouted in unison. What? Nyet Hoa is the rich heiress of Sahoa Villa. When they realized the companions were all seeing they were Yue Hua's friends, the flustered butler immediately invited them inside to treat them to tea and pastries. Oh, so you are the young lady's friends. Please forgive my terrible manners. This is Yunwu tea, shipped all the way from Mount Tianshan, and these pastries were made by a master chef. Please, make yourselves at home and enjoy. The young lady needs to head to her room to change first, so she'll be absent for a bit. The moment Yehua walked up the stairs, her friends downstairs were still totally shook. Holy crap, Yehua's family is crazy rich. She's so low-key and humble. You honestly couldn't tell at all at school. Zhang Hao thought their over-the-top reactions were super embarrassing, making him almost too awkward to eat. Oh my god, you guys, chill out! While acting all calm on the outside, Zhang Hao was actually incredibly surprised himself. It was hard to believe. He never expected the transfer student he'd been helping would be this loaded. Meanwhile, back in her room, the butler was super curious and asked, Miss, you went so far away today without taking any bodyguards. The master found out and was extremely worried. You can't do that again. Yuehua suddenly stopped in her tracks and asked coldly, did Dad call? What about Mom? Yes, miss. But the madam didn't call because she's very busy. Yuehua's hands suddenly clenched into tight fists. Then why didn't Dad call me directly even once? Butler's eyes showed a hint of sadness, but he quickly tried to smooth things over. Miss, the master is extremely busy abroad, but he has already prepared a gift that's being shipped over right now. It's the model tank that you love the most. Yuehua didn't say anything else, just mumbled an okay and went into her room. The butler felt his heart break seeing this, but there was nothing he could do. After her friends spent half an hour waiting downstairs, Yuehua finally walked down. Oh my god, she's a total heiress. Her style is on a whole other level. To think she dresses so simply and elegantly when she goes out. Yilong's eyes lit up instantly. Turns out Yuehua dresses this beautifully at home. It's absolutely gorgeous. But even though she looked stunning, Zhang Hao still felt like something was off. Although she was beautiful, compared to when she was with him, right now she looked more like a pretty lifeless doll. There was even an indescribable sadness in those sparkling eyes. Zhang Hao gently asked her, hey, is everything okay? My dad didn't call me again. Her brief reply left Zhang Hao completely stunned. Wait, what does she mean by that? Yuehua then grabbed his hand, saying she wanted to give him a gift. But all the surprises today were nothing compared to the absolute shock Zhang Hao felt when he stepped into Yuehua's bedroom. It was incredibly cold and empty. Even though the girls in this world were extremely masculine, even Sister Chankin's room didn't look like this. He turned to her and asked, Since we got to your place, you've been acting really weird. You just said your dad didn't call you. Does he not treat you well? In this world, a father is basically like a housewife, but in this massive mansion, besides Manhua, Yuehua, there only seem to be maids, servants, and the butler. Where the heck are her parents anyway? Yuehua let out a soft sigh and replied, my dad treats me really well, it's just that he's always so busy. What about your mom? My mom is even busier, it's always just been me. Zhang Hao was completely taken aback, freezing for a second. You've seriously been living here all by yourself this whole time? Her quiet yeah sounded heartbreakingly lonely. They're both always busy. My mom is the mayor, so she never has time to come home, and my dad has to travel a lot for business to make lots of money. The butler says they love me, but I've been on my own like this since I was a kid. Feeling incredibly sympathetic, Zhang Hao gently stroked Yuehua's hair and said, look, if you ever feel too lonely by yourself, you can always hang out with me. Or you can find Huang Yuanyuan or even Yilong. We're all your friends. Swept up in the awkward yet sweet moment, Yuehua pulled him over to another corner. In a room packed with models, Yuehua picked out the absolute coolest one. Zhang Hao, this is my favorite model. It's yours now. Zhang Hao totally panicked, waving his hands frantically. No way, I can't take this. Isn't this your absolute favorite thing? I can't accept it. Honestly, he totally wanted it, but Zhang Hao was being realistic. If he brought this gun model home, his dad would absolutely beat him to a pulp. Voice dropped, her head hanging low. But this is my most precious possession. The butler said friends give each other gifts. I want us to be friends for life. Zhang Hao gave a forced smile and replied, hey, we don't need this to be friends. Suddenly, Yuehua threw her arms around him, pouring her heart out in the most emotional way. Then let's stay together. Forever and never part, okay? As dusk began to fall, the group decided to head home. Yuehua, we're heading out. Let's hang out again soon. As Zhang Hao, he told the girl they'd see each other at school in 2 days. Giving Linling a piggyback ride, Yilong couldn't help but marvel. Man, I seriously never expected Yuehua's family to be that rich. And her outfit today was so on point. Seeing her dressed like that makes me want to get some new clothes too, like that British style. Zhang Hao, however, didn't seem to care much, yawning repeatedly as if he was completely wiped out. But then he suddenly snapped awake. Wait, Yilong wants to buy new clothes? This is a golden opportunity. I have to use this chance to completely revamp my wardrobe. The second he got home, he dashed straight into his room. All those tacky trash outfits, that made no sense. He was going to throw every single one of them out. Just thinking about dumping that entire pile of rags made Zhang Hao super hyped. Hey Yilong, if that's the case, let's go shopping tomorrow. The very next day at the mall, the two of them were busy picking out some stylish outfits for each other. Yilong's eyes lit up at every single flashy, over-the-top piece, while Zhang Hao kept turning them down flat. But once they hit a section packed with actually cool, badass clothes, he decided to buy the whole lot. For some reason, it felt incredibly satisfying. Turns out, girls being addicted to shopping makes total sense. Once they were done, their stomachs started screaming for help. Let's grab some food. Look, there's a Mary's right there! The moment they walked in, a staff member pointed to the menu board to show them the latest combo deals. The girls in the diner were already whispering excitedly, pulling out their phones to snap secret pics. Oh my gosh, that cute boy is so handsome, teehee. Yilong wondered what Zhang Hao was staring so intently at. He froze, sensing someone burning a hole in him with their gaze, but still answered, it's nothing, let's just order. Little did he know, those sneaky photos of him were already being uploaded to social media with captions like spotted a jaw-dropping cutie at my, along with the hashtag street-style-hunk. Meanwhile, our boy didn't have a single clue. Just to be safe, he pulled a sports cap over his head. When you're this good-looking, you've got to lay low. Yilong clapped a hand over his mouth and squealed, exactly. Zhang Hao, you're way too gorgeous, so you have to be super careful. Even that famous internet guy, Lin Zhong, has to get girls to protect him when he goes out. Meanwhile, the girl who took the sneaky photos was having a blast, while Zhang Hao suddenly felt a cold shiver run down his spine like he'd been pressed against ice. As soon as his picture hit the internet, it spread like wildfire. The likes and comments exploded. Everyone was absolutely thirsting over him. Holy shit, is a top-tier hunk like this actually real? No way! Seriously, isn't this guy way hotter than those trashy internet influencers? Oh my god, he is literally my future husband! Yo, listen up, if I want to get all the info on this cute boy in under 1 minute, what do I gotta do? How do I get all the tea on this pretty boy? The comment section is saying they've spotted Zhang Hao somewhere, and tons of people are replying, begging for them to drop his address. Linning also wanted to chase some clout, so she posted a photo with the caption, got to go to the amusement park with him that day, just sharing some pics of my absolute god. Follow me and stay tuned every Saturday and Sunday. The second he got home, Zhang Hao rewarded his butt by flopping right down onto the sofa. Whew! Shopping is exhausting as hell, but at least I'm finally free from those ridiculous clothes. They had just parted ways, but it wasn't even a minute before Long called him. Curious. The guy picked up and not long started screaming, Zhang Hao, you're famous. You're trending like crazy. Wait, what do you mean trending? Your photo at the fast food joint got posted online and netizens are sharing it like crazy. Just open Weibo and see for yourself. You're in the top 5 hot searches. Seeing everyone thirsting over her crush, Lin Ling was absolutely fuming, biting her collar in frustration. Ugh, if I knew this would happen, I never would have posted it even for my friends to see. Zhang Hao-chan is mine and mine alone. Zhang Hao still couldn't comprehend how viral a single photo could actually go. The moment he unlocked his phone, he saw the top trending search was ultimate. Pretty boy spotted at Magni with over 1 million views. Out of nowhere, he saw himself going viral and literally being fought over by girls. Zhang Hao was so shocked he couldn't even close his mouth. Holy crap, this is bad. I don't remember doing anything flashy though. Whatever. Once the trending topic dies down in a few days, everyone will just forget about it. He exited the app, wanting to watch some gaming live streams to chill out. But seriously, what the hell was he looking at? Girls wearing bunny ears, pouting their lips like that? Honestly, it makes me want to curse. Thankfully, the gaming section looks somewhat normal. Aside from the streamer being a girl, the games hadn't changed. Zhang Hao suddenly paused. Speaking of which, how old am I again? I wonder if non-members stream games? With my god-tier skills, boosting accounts would probably make money way faster. Just then, his older sister Zhang Tianqin walked in. Zhang Hao, I'm home. I was stuck in the lab all day, so I had no idea our Zhang Hao became an internet sensation. Zhang Hao gave an awkward laugh. So you know about that too, sis? Suddenly, she stared straight into his face and asked, did you go out with Not Long today? The young man started sweating, somehow feeling like Sis Chin was super pissed. Yeah, Not Long said he wanted to buy some new clothes, and since I wanted to get some too, we went together. Zhang Tianqin suddenly got worked up and pinned him down. Zhang Hao, you didn't get harassed by some creep, did you? In that split second, eye-to-eye, chest-to-chest, Zhang Hao got totally flustered. No way, sis Chin, you don't have to worry about me so much. I can totally protect myself. Zhang Tianqin raised her voice, almost yelling, Zhang Hao, you're too naive. The women in this world are way scarier than you think. Dad only has one precious baby boy, and that's you. If anything happens to you, how am I supposed to face Dad? If any strange woman harasses you, you must tell me immediately. Also, next time you go out, you have to let me know first. The guy's face was beet red, and he was about to lose his mind. Zhang Tianqin was about to say more when her phone rang. Opening it, she saw another candid photo of her little brother. At this point, wherever he went, he was being stalked, and his location was being updated instantly. Wait, why did he suddenly disappear? I don't know, he probably ran ahead, right? It's really not easy to get a glimpse of a pretty boy these days. Let's run over there and check. Meanwhile, Zhang Hao was so terrified he was ducking and hiding. What on earth is going on here? In the middle of this mess, Not Long called him. Still sweating, and before he could even say a word, Not Long blurted out, Zhang Hao, don't come to school yet. Zhang Hao's face went blank, looking completely exhausted. Not Long added, didn't you trend yesterday? I don't know where those people got the info that you're a student at Con Hui, but today a ton of people showed up at school. They want to corner you. But it was already too late to warn him. Zhang Hao was currently trapped by them, so Not Long had to suggest a way out. Zhang Hao, maybe you should call in sick to avoid the storm. There might be crazy Sasong fans there. Zhang Hao peeked out with one eye, and seeing no one around, he decided to slip away. To avoid getting scolded by his dad, he decided to text his sister Zhang Tianqin for help. Sis Qin, because of the trending stuff, it's not really safe for me to go to school. Can you help me call in sick? Of course. Zhang Hao, just head home. I'll get back early today too. He finally managed to escape and stay safe. Staying quietly at home, he had nothing to do. He decided to research game streaming. He was already 18 years old. Game streaming would obviously have a better future than a part-time job. Not to mention he used to be a prince in his past life. The moment he logged in, Zhang Hao noticed that the legendary Yasuo here was a bit off, but besides the character's appearance, the game's stats and mechanics remained the same. He still wanted to give it a shot. Just like that, quadra kills, pentakills, and godlikes were secured back-to-back. Zhang Hao was feeling himself. Not bad at all. Luckily, I'm still young, so my hand speed and reaction times have actually improved. Looks like my gaming talent hasn't faded. Let's go again. After gaming to kill time, evening finally arrived. Zhang Hao stretched, feeling pretty tired, but satisfied with his progress. I can try launching a stream for a bit tonight. It was just past 6 o'clock. While his dad and stepmom were acting all lovey-dovey, he headed up to his room. Zhang Tianqin was quite curious why her brother was in such a rush. Sitting at his desk, Zhang Hao was super excited. Alright, let's begin. My very first stream, yet I'm actually a bit nervous. Welcome to Summoner's Rift. His mouse clicked rapidly. Zhang Hao sighed. What is this guy doing? Trying to pick a fight? Why is it that wherever I go, they keep following to hunt me down? A viewer named Bland Fish commented, you're facing the Wind Swordsman. You're about to get absolutely wrecked, aren't you? The person chasing him wasn't some guy at all, but a female gamer. My vision at that spot wasn't great. A player of this level can't take me down, unless she's scripting. Zhang Hao typed back in game chat, hey opponent, if you're not scripting, then I'll smash my screen right now. The girl's face was a total question mark. Me cheating? How insulting. A ton of people were watching the match, hyping up the guy who could actually hold his own against Yu Shen. Plus, who is this guy, the strongest man on earth? The chat went wild, commenting, Yu Shen, teach him a lesson. You goddess, go solo this kid. Fish Goddess's side is getting pretty ticked off too. Competition doesn't care about gender, bro. Even if he's a guy, there's no way we're letting this hacking slide. No way we're letting this hacking slide. Besides, there are way too many catfish using fake IDs to act like boys. Zhang Hao read every single word. Me? Hacking? Like I'd ever need to hack. Who the hell do you think you're looking down on? He decided to fire back in the comments. I don't hack. If you got a problem, let's solo. Fine. Make a room and invite me. Let's get it. And start. The chat is absolutely blowing up. Whoa, this hacker is cocky as hell. Even if he's a guy, I can't stand this crap. Fish Goddess, make sure you put this kid in his place. and put him in his place. No idea what that guy's strongest man on earth is smoking, daring to solo a top 3 national player. They were all hyping up Fish Goddess. The female gamers in the community were also super curious. Let's see just how good this hacker actually is. Entering the match, both of them locked in, mashing their keys. It hadn't even been that long before the system flashed a message. Fish Goddess was defeated. She scowled, completely in disbelief. The chat kept spamming, saying this hacker was actually pretty good. Fish Goddess, don't waste your time on him, just report his ass. But a user named Mystery Guy saw it differently. Honestly, his hand movements just now look crazy smooth. Doesn't look like a hack at all. Another user named Scar fired back, who even knows what shady setup he's running. If this isn't a hack, I'll literally eat crap. Suddenly, they found out Zhang Hao was actually streaming too, so they all rushed over to raid his stream. Yo, the opponent is actually streaming right now. Damn, which room is it? Let's go, boys, raid him! And raid him. Fish Goddess acted all concerned. Wait, guys, don't go over there to harass the streamer. Maybe he's just a newbie boy who doesn't realize how serious it is to use hacks. Meanwhile, Zhang Hao was cracking his neck, stretching his hands. That opponent was actually pretty decent. Out of nowhere, the dude was totally shocked when he saw his stream suddenly flooded with dozens of viewers. The chat was instantly toxic. This trash streamer hacks and still wants to climb to elite rank? No mic, no face reveal. Isn't that just because you're scared of getting caught red-handed? Pretending to be a guy with that ID, but you're probably just some messy basement-dwelling girl. Huh? Zhang Hao's face blanked out, having absolutely no clue what kind of drugs these people were on. Me hacking? And a messy slobby girl? Zhang Hao had no other choice but to let them hear his voice. Alright, I'm setting the record straight. I'm a guy. Instantly, all the doubts vanished. Oh damn, he really is a guy. His voice sounds so good. Wait, don't fall for it, you clueless simps. He could easily be using a voice changer. You guys are so shallow. Oh, so being a guy suddenly makes hacking okay? Hao spoke into his mic and asked them, how did you guys even find my stream? I'm not hacking, and if you don't believe me, bring it on. Let's solo. I'll do a hand cam right now. Right at that moment, hundreds of viewers flooded in at once. Fish Goddess also sent Zhang Hao a friend request and started her stream. Here we go. Your Fish Goddess just added me as a friend. Zhang Hao's first ever stream was off to a crazy start. He decided to point his camera straight down at his hands, capturing every single finger movement in sharp detail to shut them up once and for all. The moment they saw those slender, delicate hands, even Fish Goddess's heart skipped a beat. Damn, those hands are actually so pretty. Was I seriously just playing against this cutie? Thank goodness I added him just in time. The keyboard warriors, who were talking big a second ago, instantly changed their tune. Oh my god. Those hands, I'm literally simping so hard right now. If his hands are this gorgeous, he must be a total 10 out of 10. Please, little bro, do a face reveal already. These hands are giving me some wild, unspeakable thoughts. I'm convinced. Those are definitely a guy's hands. Hey, cutie, need someone to carry you? Look at me. Bro, with his skills, why the hell would he need you to teach him? The chat went wild, begging Zhang Hao to show his face. They spammed face reveal non-stop. Zhang Hao was getting super annoyed. Game 2 is starting. Just watch the gameplay. I'm turning off the chat. It's lagging like crazy. Meanwhile, at a major company, a businesswoman was also tuning into the stream, being one of the first 107 viewers. She looked highly intrigued. If they could sign this rookie, he'd definitely become a major cash cow for the company. After Game 2 ended, Zhang Hao was completely wiped out, his neck stiff as a board. Alright, that's a wrap for today. It's my first stream, so thanks for all the love, guys. Today was a total clown show with everyone flipping their scripts. Now, the comment section was pure hype. Oh my god, is Little Hao already shutting down the stream? No way, it's only been 2 hours. I haven't simped enough. When are we getting a face reveal, Little Hao? Any chance you can show your face tomorrow? I already hit follow. Are you streaming tomorrow too? I'll promote you on the forums. You're seriously cracked at this game. Little Hao, I'm dropping some gifts. Stream for another 2 hours. Zhang Hao grinned from ear to ear. Thanks for the gifts. Tonight, guys. But I seriously gotta sign off. If I stay up any later, my folks are gonna murder me. I'll be streaming again tomorrow. Plan is 8 o'clock, and I'll probably only go for about 2 hours. Get some sleep, guys. Signing off now. Taking off his headset, his head felt way lighter. It was already past 10 o'clock. Gotta hit the sack. Tomorrow I'll ask Long how things are at school. Early the next morning, Zhang Hao bundled up, pulling his hat down as low as possible to meet in Hot Long. So, what's the deal today? Are there still hordes of people camping at the school gate looking for me? Way less than yesterday. Guess since they didn't catch you yesterday, they couldn't be bothered today, but people in school are still gossiping like crazy. Zhang Hao rested his chin in his hand, thinking, man, internet hype really dies down fast. I can probably go back to class tomorrow. Wear a hat just to be safe. Not Long was dying of curiosity, wondering what Zhang Hao had been up to during his 2 days off. Our boy answered nonchalantly, just writing web novels and streaming. Not Long jumped out of his skin and shrieked, say what? Zhang Hao, you streamed? Since when? How did I miss that? Was it a total hit? How much cash did you make? Zhang Hao tried to shut him up but was too slow. Dude, keep it down. I just did a test stream yesterday, just checking it out. Haven't signed a contract with the platform yet. Right then, his phone buzzed with a notification. Dear user, you streamed on the Do app on November 23, 2021. Your stream's popularity has reached the standard for signing a contract. Upon receiving this message, please contact Manager 01 immediately to start the signing process and unlock your exclusive streamer benefits. Seeing Zhang Hao freeze, Not Long leaned in, curious. The app just texted me. They said my numbers are high enough and I can contact the manager to sign a contract. Not Long's face lit up. Dude, that's epic. Go sign that contract. With your insane looks, you're bound to blow up. You'll become a massive influencer, rolling in cash and buying whatever the hell you want. That'd be so sick. Zhang Hao, though, was still kind of hesitant, not really feeling it. But I'm still in school, bro. If streaming messes with my grades, my folks are straight up gonna kill me. Plus, I don't know about getting famous online means kiss your privacy goodbye. People on the internet are definitely gonna judge you from head to toe. But then Hot Long starts throwing out all kinds of ideas. So, how? You can just wear a mask while streaming, you know? That'll actually get people super curious. In the stream, you just have to sing a few songs, do a couple of dance moves, and you're guaranteed to get tons of gifts. Zhang Hao calmly explains, look, I'm streaming games, so not showing my face is totally fine anyway. But I'll head home and give it a shot. Let's head back now. He has absolutely no idea that two people are stalking them here. Wherever Zhang Hao goes, they follow. Just then, our boy senses something's off and tells Not Long to head back first. I just remembered I need to grab some stuff at the supermarket. I won't go with you. Naive Not Long actually says his goodbyes and reminds Zhang Hao to stay safe. Since this area is completely deserted, Zhang Hao turns around and says sharply, you don't need to hide anymore, just come on out. A girl with flashy red hair, looking like a total baddie, steps out. Well, looks like I'm in luck today. The famous internet pretty boy is actually on my turf. Hey baby boy, how about I become your sugar mommy? Zhang Hao's face tightens as he fires back, look lady, who even are you? The girls who look like her lackeys angrily speak up for her. You don't know our sister Lu, all these streets around here are her territory. Zhang Hao uses this name to mock her. Yeah, Sister Lu, don't know her, not interested. If you've got something to say, spit it out, otherwise get lost. Hearing this, one of the girls in the back gets super pissed. You brat, do you want to die? How dare you talk to Sister Lu like that? Seeing this, Sister Lu turns around and clocks the girl, making her cry her eyes out. Sister Lu smirks, hey, don't treat a hottie like that. This baby boy's got some real attitude. I'm liking him more and more. She thinks to herself, the internet wasn't lying. He really is a top-tier pretty boy. I've set my eyes on him. Sister Lu steps forward, putting on her friendliest smile. My bad for being rude just now. You probably got the wrong idea. Sweetheart, I want you to be my boyfriend. I can give you 10,000 yuan in pocket money every month. What do you say? Zhang Hao's face goes blank. Isn't this just being a sugar baby? Is this that classic fantasy where lazy bums dream of getting pampered by a rich mommy? After checking her out from head to toe, Zhang Hao thinks this Lu chick isn't half bad. But if he wants to be a real man in this world, how at all? Now get out of my way, I'm gonna be late. Sister Lu just smirked. Come on, at your age, being a sugar baby is totally normal. If you're not happy with the price, you can always ask for more. Why don't you think about it, pretty boy? Suddenly, she pulled out a weapon. Think it over. If we end up fighting, you're the one who's gonna get hurt. I really don't want to scratch up that handsome face of yours. Seeing the knife right in front of his face, Zhang Hao didn't flinch. Instead, he taunted, then bring it on. He instantly twisted her wrist behind her back while Sister Lu was still in shock. Our boy wanted to test if his Muay Thai actually worked. After throwing a sharp elbow, and then another, Sister Lu was groaning in absolute agony. Blowing her top, she shrieked, you little bastard. He immediately kicked her right in the face, shoe and all, but she managed to block it. Zhang Hao quickly scrambled for the knife on the floor. You'd better stop bothering me. Her lackeys behind her were about to rush in and give him a beating, but Sister Lu held them back. Stay out of this. I'm going one-on-one with this little wildcat. Cracking her knuckles, she clenched her fists, ready to fight. Zhang Hao broke into a cold sweat. He only got the upper hand earlier because she was off guard. Besides, women in this world had a natural physical advantage, so he had to find another way. She swung her fist straight at him, but luckily he dodged it. After a few more close shaves, our boy whipped out his phone. I've already called the cops. I suggest you stop fighting. At this, Sister Lu threw her hands up. Well, pretty boy, not only do you have great moves, but you're pretty smart too. Fine, I'll stop. Her lackey in the back was furious. Sister Lu, are you really just gonna let that kid off the hook? What do you guys... No? You gotta be patient with beauties. Don't you agree, my sweet boy? Zhang Hao warned her once again. Stop right there. Stop following me. I'm still on the line with the cops. Even though she didn't say anything, she held a major grudge against him, and even secretly took a picture of him to send over. Meanwhile, in some high-end office, an employee hurried in to report, Wei Nan, our scouts found a real talent. The chairman wants us to sign him. He's definitely gonna blow up. Wei Nan, puffing on a cigarette, looked totally uninterested. Since when do I care about this stuff? Isn't that the talent scout's job? Yes, but the chairman insisted I show you this and wanted you to personally handle the negotiation. Wei Nan rolled her eyes and grumbled. Does my mom seriously not have enough boy toys around her? Does she really want me to find her a new stepdad? Whatever. Hand over the photo. The moment she saw the photo, she clicked her tongue in approval. Looks like he's just a high schooler, huh? He's got potential. With some proper training, he could easily become our star player. Go run a background check on him and get me the details. I want it on my desk by this afternoon. Wei Nan seemed to already know his name, Zhang Hao, huh? Meanwhile, on a beautiful morning at the school basketball court, Zhang Hao was shooting some hoops but couldn't stop sneezing. Hat Long looked super worried. Zhang Hao, you're catching a cold. Maybe we should stop Basketball. I mean, it's a girls' sport anyway. We can just sit in the stands and cheer them on. But Zhang Hao insisted, I'm not sick. It was just single sneeze. And who says basketball is only for girls? With that, he spun around. Letting out a soft sigh, he sank the ball into the hoop, leaving everyone stunned. Jaw-dropping stares of the girls. See, guys can play basketball pretty damn well too. Standing there chatting with Nyuet Hoa, not long opened up. Hey, Nyuet Hoa, it feels like Zhang Hao's become totally different lately, don't you think? Whatever, as long as Zhang Hao is happy, that's all that matters. Nat Long was looking on with pure admiration. Damn, bro, Hao is unreal. Even a cold-hearted chick like Nyuet Hoa got tamed by him. Meanwhile, two girls were creeping around in the shadows, looking like total haters. Why does Zhang Hao love sticking his nose into girls' business so much? Don't those girls see that he doesn't know his place? They only care about his pretty face. They have no idea what he's really like. Let's just keep an eye on him. We'll definitely catch him slipping. They whipped out their phones and started taking secret photos. Sister Lu said even if the photos are blurry, we can still bring them to her to get paid. This move of mine should work out fine. But Zhang Hao suddenly got a bad vibe, feeling like someone was stalking him, so he decided to go check it out. One of his friends curiously asked, Zhang Hao, what's up? He instinctively turned away, brushing it off as just his imagination. Nothing, let's keep going. Over where the girls were hiding, they were hyped. Hell yeah! Another $100 in the bag. At the school gate, everyone is gossiping like crazy. Zhang Hao couldn't care less, though, just gently patting Yue Hua's head. See ya tomorrow. To Yue Hua. Seeing this, Not Long pops his head out too. Zhang Hao, what about me? Zhang Hao shoves his hand away in disgust. Man up, bro, see you tomorrow. But suddenly, he hears a camera shutter click and whips around to look at the bushes. What's up, Zhang Hao? You've been staring over there all day. It's nothing. I just have this weird feeling, like someone's staring daggers at me today. You guys go ahead. Thinking back to those photos, Zhang Hao has a pretty good guess. Could the creep taking these secret photos be Sister Zhang Tianqin? He walks over to the bushes and taps the shoulder of the girl hiding there. Get on out here. Caught red-handed, the schoolgirl totally panics. I didn't do anything. Really, realizing she isn't Sister Zhang Tianqin, he demands her phone. Hand it over, now. I only took one picture. Zhang Hao forces a smile when he sees his basketball photo on her screen. Spill it. Why are you taking creep shots of me? With no other choice, the schoolgirl stammers and confesses. Sister Lu's lackeys gave us a mission in our group chat. They said anyone who can snap just one photo of you can trade it for 200 yuan. Anyone can do it, as long as the face is clear. Zhang Hao looks completely fed up. Her again? She's still not sick of this? So what's this Sister Lu's real name, do you know? Are these streets all her turf? The schoolgirl nods like a maniac. Sister Lu's name is Lu Xin. She's the big boss around here. After deleting the photo, he hands her phone back. The moment she's off the hook, the girl runs away for dear life. Thinking to himself that this Sister Lu is going to be a huge pain in the neck, he knows he's got to find a way to deal with her, and fast. At the mall plaza at 10 in the morning, Zhang Hao is riding his bike while Not Long is hyped up. Zhang Hao, did you really sign the contract with Du? Yeah, I laid out a few conditions and they agreed to all of them. I even cashed out the gift money from the fans, which is why I called you today to help me pick out a gift. Nat Long gets all giddy. Who's the gift for, huh? Does Zhang Hao have a crush? If you didn't tell me, my heart's gonna break. Zhang Hao, utterly helpless, has to answer before he gets a major headache. Who else, dude? It's my sister. Didn't I tell you already? After my dad remarried, I got a goddess for an older sister. Oh, so what conditions did you set with Du? I told them no face reveals unless I want to and no attending offline events unless I want to. Live streaming 2 hours a day, which can increase to 5 hours on weekends, but I need 1 day off a week. Any extra events must be cleared with me first. And most importantly, I'm not doing any of that fan service trash. Nat Long's eyes light up as he praises him. Oh my god, Zhang Hao, you're insane. Only a top-tier streamer could get perks like this. Zhang Hao plays it cool. That's what you call a big-brain streamer. Looking up from below, Liu Feng speaks up in frustration. That guy's supposed to be our school's #1 handsome dude, but he's a total weirdo. Just because all the girls are crazy about him, he always plays hard to get, keeping a whole bunch of girls on the hook. The two guys standing behind him act equally pissed, clearly trying to kiss up to Liu Feng. Oh, that guy is so trash. Handsome guys are always such pretentious snobs. Exactly. I hate guys like him. Feng Feng, if he's making you mad, I'll teach him a lesson for you. After that, we can go to the MOC store next door to look at Sony. Lu Feng perks up. All right, President Zheng recently sent me a bunch of cash to blow. When we're at the MOC store, I'll buy you a lipstick. It's pocket change anyway. The guy in the brown shirt keeps kissing up. Feng Feng, I want to go too. Let's make that jerk cry. We should snap some ugly pictures of him and post them online so everyone can see his nasty face. Lu Feng is already grinning from ear to ear. We should probably find an empty spot though. Otherwise, someone's bound to show up playing the hero. Zhang Hao, just wait till social media is flooded with your embarrassing photos. Let's see you act smug then. After picking out a pricey gift, Zhang Hao and Long stroll out of the store. Zhang Hao, you're such a good brother. Buying her a belt that costs over 1,000 yuan. Well, since I signed the contract with the app, the daily bonuses are pretty sweet. Plus, Sister Zhang Tianqin got me diamond earrings, so I couldn't just get her a cheap gift, right? Not Long hears this and his eyes instantly light up. Whoa, diamond earrings! Seriously, let me see. I didn't bring them today, I'll show you next time. I'm gonna hit the restroom first. Taking advantage of Zhang Hao going to the restroom, Liu Feng starts scheming. Now's our chance, you guys get in there. I'll keep watch so nobody wrecks our plan. Liu Feng actually just wants to keep his hands clean. If I go in there too, Zhang Hao will know I'm in league with these guys. What if he runs to school complaining that I bullied him? The other two smirk and agree instantly. Got it, Feng Feng. Just wait here for our good news. As soon as Zhang Hao walks out of the restroom, he almost gags at Not Long's strong cologne. Stop spraying that, dude. It's way too strong. Let's go grab food. But just as they step outside, those two deliberately slam straight into Zhang Hao. They immediately try to play victim and run, but Zhang Hao grabs them by the collar. What do you think you're doing? The guy in the brown shirt barks, Hey, watch where you're going. You almost ran over my friend. Nat Long is absolutely fuming. Are you blind or what? Your friend clearly threw himself into Zhang Hao on purpose. Hearing this, the other guy snaps, Who are you calling blind, huh? Zhang Hao can't just stand by and watch this clown show. You know damn well who bumped into who. Trying to lay hands on my friend? What's your deal? The guy stammers, Who bumped into who? You're making things up. The brown-shirted guy stands there sweating bullets, too scared to do anything. Why do I get the feeling he's a dangerous dude? Zhang Hao immediately shoves them away. Get lost and quit blocking the way. Right then, the scammer guy spits his chewing gum right at Zhang Hao's face. You crash into us and think you can just run? You two disgusting trash bags. I spit on you! Zhang Hao tries to keep his cool, but he's reached his limit. Are you out of your mind? Don't think just because you're a guy that I won't beat your face in. Right after landing a solid punch on the guy's head, the brown-haired guy yells, Oh, you coward, how dare you hit him? Nat Long isn't backing down either, rolling up his sleeves. You jerks picked the fight first! Just like that, Not Long and the brown-shirted guy go at it, but they're pretty evenly matched, so it's a total stalemate. If they keep this up, they'll be fighting till sunset without a winner. Zhang Hao stands there watching helplessly, wondering what kind of clown show they're putting on. Turning to the scammer guy, Zhang Hao cracks his knuckles hard. Today I'm going to teach you two punks a lesson on behalf of 3.5 billion men. After a barrage of punches and kicks, the guys in the restroom already knew they had been completely wrecked by Zhang Hao. After teaching these two idiots a lesson they'd never forget, he dusted off his hands and gave them one more warning. Next time you try to mess with someone on purpose, I'll break your legs. Not long, let's go. Even though that faker's face was completely swollen, he still couldn't let go of his grudge. How dare he hit me in the face? What a total lowlife. I have to call my girlfriend right now and get her to bring some backup to deal with this Zhang Hao guy. Outside the mall, the faker had already managed to bring his jacked girlfriend over. He's over there! Is that scumbag who bullied you? Asked the guy in the brown shirt playing the snitch. Yeah, he totally beat up Kai Kai. He's way too arrogant. Lu Feng stood there, egging them on. You guys, go on ahead. I need to hit the restroom first. Feng Feng, you better get back here fast. We're about to get some embarrassing photos of Zhang Hao. In reality, Lu Feng was a real piece of work, just looking for a way to slip away to avoid the crossfire. No way I'm as brainless as you guys. I'll just stand aside and secretly snap pictures of Truong Hao and Hua Qi facing off, call Zhang Hao a homewrecker, and then post it on the school forum. Haha, Zhang Hao, just you wait! Hua Qi kept crying and whining. Babe, he's the one who just beat me up. Sob. Zhang Hao was completely sick of this pathetic drama. You wimps seriously dare to show your faces here again? Long, although pale with fear, still argued back. You guys were the ones looking for trouble first, and now you're trying to frame us? Zhang Hao bluntly declared, If you guys want to fight, then hurry the hell up. I'm in a rush. But as fate would have it, Hua Qi's girlfriend looked like she had just been struck by love at first sight when she saw Zhang Hao. Oh my god, love has made my life so beautiful. Has Ah-chan seriously fallen for this handsome guy? Seeing her boyfriend just spacing out, Hua Qi freaked out. What are you doing standing there like an idiot? Hurry up and teach him a lesson. Ah-chan couldn't bring herself to hit him, so she tried to brush it off. Anyway, no matter what, hitting someone first is your fault. I'm a reasonable person. Just apologize to my boyfriend and we'll call it even. Hua Qi jumped up in shock. Babe, what is wrong with you? He beat me to a pulp, and you're letting him off with just an apology. The jacked Ah-chan glanced over. There were still people watching on the street. You want me to beat up a guy? Hua Qi burst into tears. Did you seriously fall for him? Spill it! You were just looking at him. So lovingly. I'm your actual boyfriend here. Zhang Hao got a headache. If you guys have relationship issues, go resolve them over there. Stop blocking my way. Hua Qi furiously blocked him with his arms. You're not allowed to leave. Zhang Hao was about to lose his cool. I'm warning you, if you keep messing with me, I'll beat you so bad your own mother won't recognize you. Ah-chan also turned and snapped, Hua Qi, shut your mouth or you can kiss that Hermes. Bag goodbye. Ah-chan turned back and gave Zhang Hao a sweet smile. Hey, handsome, there must have been a little misunderstanding just now. How about we exchange contacts so I can send you some cash to apologize? Standing from a distance, Lu Feng had captured quite a lot of juicy footage. I'll edit this clip, make it look like a homewrecker drama, and then post it online and on the forum to totally ruin Zhang Hao's reputation. Just then, a supercar pulled up in front of the mall. The person who stepped out was none other than President Nui. President Nui, we are heading to Kinthian Square now to inspect the second quarter revenue of this year. Suddenly, she froze when she spotted Zhang Hao. Is that Zhang Hao? While Lu Feng was still enjoying his perfect shot, Lu Han suddenly materialized out of nowhere and tapped his shoulder. What the hell are you filming? Nothing, Sister Lu. After seeing the video on his phone, Lu Han glared and threatened him. Do you have a death wish? How dare you capture my man in the same frame as another girl? As Lu Han spoke, she grabbed Lu Fong by the collar, making him gag. Sister Lu, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Please don't beat me up. Sob. While crying, Lu Fong thought to himself, isn't she the boss of this area? How does Zhang Hao dare to mess with someone like her? Lu Han dragged Lu Fong over to Zhang Hao. It's been a while, hasn't it? As soon as Ah Chan saw Sister Lu, her face went totally pale. How is this possible? Why is Lu Han here? Lu Han smirked. It's only been 2 days, but do you have any idea how much I've missed you? Zhang Hao? Not long hid behind him, terrified. How? Who is this? Zhang Hao just wanted some peace and quiet, but trouble kept finding him, and the crowd was only growing. Zhang Hao didn't want any more trouble, so he just turned to leave. To get his attention, Lu Han called out, Zhang Hao, don't be in such a rush to leave. Someone was just secretly snapping pictures of you guys. With that, Lu Han kicked Lu Fong straight to the ground. Look, I caught him for you. Do whatever you want with him. Zhang Hao turned back and asked her bluntly, What do you want now? Lu Han snapped her fingers, telling her lackeys to bring something out. After brushing back her hair a few times, Zhang Hao thought she was trying to start a fight, but to his surprise, it was a massive bouquet of flowers. Please take these and go out with me. I really like you, Zhang Hao. The young man stood there completely dumbfounded, having absolutely no idea what was going on. Lu Han firmly repeated herself one more time. As long as you're my boyfriend, you can have whatever you want. Zhang Hao froze for a few seconds. What the actual hell? Why? Isn't she acting normal? Zhang Hao regained his composure and cleared his throat. I have zero interest in you, so I can't go out with you. If you don't have anything else to say, get out of my way. Lu Han refused to give up. Maybe I was a bit too hasty, but can you at least take these flowers? Zhang Hao looked at them, completely speechless, thinking to himself, girl, let's get one thing straight. We've only met once. You literally held a knife to my throat before, so why are you acting all sweet and gentle now? With as much composure as he could muster, Zhang Hao replied, take your flowers and go. I'm telling you one more time, I can't be your boyfriend. Before you held a knife to threaten me, and I also fought you. Let's call it even and act like strangers from now on. Don't bother me again, or I'm calling the cops. Lu Han remained stubborn. Throwing the bouquet to the ground, she said, take those people in the back out for tea. Don't interrupt my conversation with my dream guy. After being dragged away, Ah Chan screamed apologies and begged for mercy. It was also Not Long's first time witnessing such a terrifying scene. Whoa, are you trying to silence them? No way, you're Lam. Not Long, Zhang Hao's friend, right? Zhang Hao asked coldly, did you investigate my friends? What's wrong with caring about my dream guy's friends? Isn't that totally normal? It's just that some of my girls are really good at digging up dirt. If they lose their minds, even I won't be able to stop them. As she spoke, Lu Han leaned in close to Zhang Hao's face with a menacing look. She was clearly using Not Long to threaten him. The rustling of the leaves made the atmosphere grow even quiet and tense. Zhang Hao had to swallow his pride a bit. How about we both compromise a little? Speak up, what else do you want? Lu Han still wore that sinister smile, caressing Zhang Hao's face as she replied, if my handsome boy says so, of course I can compromise. How about you come to the bar tonight and have a drink with me? What do you say? Zhang Hao immediately agreed. Fine, tell me the time and place. 7 p.m. tonight, West City Bar on Dang Ho Street. My handsome boy, I'll be waiting for you. Zhang Hao flashed a mysterious smile. I'll definitely be there on time. The moment Lu Han left, Not Long asked with a terrified face, Zhang Hao, that girl just now looks like straight up mafia. They even have tattoos. Are you really going to that bar? Maybe we should just call the cops. No way, they haven't done anything illegal yet. Since we let her get away back then and even pissed her off, she'll just find another way to corner us anyway. I'm going tonight to see what her deal is. Don't worry. I've been training in martial arts lately, so they can't touch me. But let me warn you, you need to watch your back these next few days. Sobbing hysterically, Not Long tightly hugged Zhang Hao as if they were parting forever. Boo-hoo, brother Hao, you absolutely cannot log out of life. Get off me, I'm just going to a bar. It's not like I'm heading to the execution grounds. Get a grip. Right at that moment, a female manager walked up to greet him. Are you Mr. Zhang Hao? Our president Nui wants to meet you. If you don't mind, please come with us. Zhang Hao was already sick of this. Can you guys just give it a rest? Do I really have to get cornered twice in one single day? Since he had no idea who this President Nui was, Zhang Hao cleaned his ear with his finger and flatly refused, not convenient. Right then, she ordered a bunch of bodyguards to charge forward. Zhang Hao didn't even dare to say no this time, lead the way. He figured he must have stepped out of the house today without checking his horoscope because every single demon and freak was showing up here. He told Not Long to head back first, and if anything happened, they could just keep in touch by phone. The young man was taken to a mega conglomerate. The moment he stepped inside, he was stunned by the intense aura radiating from the woman sitting there. She was the CEO of Huang Hong Media Group, Wei Nan. The moment she saw Zhang Hao, she immediately stood up. After scanning him from head to toe, the CEO remarked, not bad potential, this kind of product isn't on the market yet. Once we sign the contract, I can make you famous. Zhang Hao, having just walked in, hadn't even processed what was happening and had no idea what she was implying. He took the booklet and flipped through the pages, finding an excuse to refuse. Sorry, President Wei, you must have the wrong person. I have no intention of becoming a star, so there's no need to make me famous. in a hurry to get home for dinner, so I'll take my leave first. The female manager next to her snapped. A high school kid like you shouldn't take people's kindness for granted. President Nui is personally speaking to you. Zhang Hao yanked his hand away and coldly declared, I said I don't need it. Then he even shoved the manager, sending her tumbling to the floor. Watching his every move, the CEO figured he had some training. Right away, she clenched her fists and lunged forward to test him. Sure enough, Zhang Hao could hold his own, but the CEO still ended up locking his arms. A high school kid who learned martial arts so quickly will throw in a bonus. Thanks, but I can't accept President Nui's kindness. She let go of him and warned, don't be so quick to decline. There's nothing in this world that I can't do. I'll give you some time to think it over. You can show him out now. Zhang Hao realized this woman was definitely no walk in the park. As soon as he got home, Hao locked his bedroom door and started prepping. The gear he packed for tonight included a voice recorder, a knife, and pepper spray. Taking a deep breath, he texted Not Long to warn him, if I don't call you by 8:30 tonight, call the cops. Even as he sent the text, his mind was still racing, trying to figure out how to completely cut ties with Luhan. Out of nowhere, it started pouring rain, but he still had to show up. Drenched to the bone, he walked into the bar, and a staff member immediately greeted him. You must be Zhang Hao. Our boss has been waiting for ages. They led him up to the second floor. Luhan was sitting with her legs wide apart, flanked by two guys serving her wine and fruit. Sister Lu, your guest is here. Before they could even start, Zhang Hao spoke up first. Today, I agreed to come here to settle things between us once and for all. I don't want to have anything to do with someone like you. Let's just go back to how we were in the beginning. I don't know you, you don't know me, and that works out best for both of us. Luhan let out a sigh and stood up. I'm afraid that's going to be tough. How about this? You satisfy me just once, tonight only, and I'll leave you alone for good. Zhang Hao kept holding his ground. You know that's not happening. If you keep this up, I'm calling the cops. Call the cops? But I'm just trying to win over my boyfriend. Since when is that a crime? One of Luhan's lackeys spoke up. Sister Lu, don't waste your breath on him. Let the girls pin him down and you can just get on top of him yourself. We'll film and take photos. If he dares to resist, we'll blast it online and see if he still wants to act tough. Well, scared? I'd suggest you play nice and stay by Sister Lu's side. Zhang Hao looked at her in absolute disbelief, thinking to himself that this was the first time he'd ever met someone so stupid. You really played along nicely. I've never seen anyone plot a crime so loudly before. I'm recording all of this. Luhan seemed totally fine with this. Looks like my girl's got a point. Do you want just me to pin you down, or do you want us to take turns? The girl behind her drew a knife with a creepy grin. Zhang Hao's expression remained cold, even pulling out a knife, huh? If I refuse you, are you guys going to silence me? Well, sorry to disappoint, but I brought something too. Right after that, he whipped out his pepper spray and gave them a spicy face blast. Damn it, it's pepper spray! Zhang Hao quickly closed in on Luhan's lackey, freeze and dropped the knife. Let me go, because if I end up hurting you in self-defense, you're going to be in deep trouble. Luhan still didn't seem to care much. This kid's got some balls, huh? Zhang Hao kept firing back. Don't even think about sending people after me, unless you want to see blood on the streets. Stirring up trouble to get the cops involved won't end well for you. As he spoke, he backed away, dragging Luhan's lackey toward the door. Luhan didn't look defeated at all. In fact, she seemed even more amused. Zhang Hao, I've got all the time in the world to play with you. Right at that moment, Luhan received a text message. Sister Lu, Zhang Hao sent this photo. He said he recorded the conversation in the room just now. If you don't want him to send this to the cops, don't mess with him or his friends, otherwise he's ready to go all out against you. Only then did Luhan completely lose it, absolutely furious. That cheap bastard, no wonder he was acting so cocky just now. Up on the top floor, there was two shadows were tracking Zhang Hao's every single move and made a quick phone call to report. President Nui, Zhang Hao is totally fine. Standing out in the hallway looking lost, ever since that day, Zhang Hao hadn't stopped stressing. He wondered if threatening Luhan 2 days ago actually worked. If that crazy chick loses her mind again, he'd have to figure out some other way. Right then, the other students started whispering. Yo, you heard the tea? Apparently Sister Lu got bullied. Yeah, I heard about that. Is this area about to get a new boss? I heard the new big shot is coming to Manhwa tonight. Why the sudden change in management? No heads up at all. Over on the side of the Huang Hong group, they claimed the bullying in this area was getting way too out of hand and didn't align with their corporate goals, so they put someone else in charge. Zhang Hao felt a bit uneasy. A new boss? Why does this Huang Hong group sound so familiar? It's like he'd heard it somewhere before. After racking his brain, Zhang Hao freaked out. Wait, what? Isn't that President Yi's company? But what does that President Yi have to do with Luhan? As soon as school let out, he rushed straight home. Zhang Tianqin had already whipped up a massive feast to treat him. Zhang Hao, you're back. Come eat. I cooked all of this today. Zhang Hao looked around the house. Are dad and stepmom not home? Why is it just you, Sister Zhang Tianqin? Both dad and mom have to work overtime today, so they won't be back tonight. Zhang Hao's face flushed red for some stupid reason. So that means tonight it's just me and Sister Zhang Tianqin alone in the house. A guy and a girl alone together. Seeing her little brother zoning out, Zhang Tianqin poked his forehead. What's going on in that head of yours? The boy jumped, coughing awkwardly to change the subject. Nothing, Sister Zhang Tianqin. Let's just eat. He said that while mentally slapping his own dirty mind. Zhang Hao, get a grip, bro. That's literally your sister right there. even if we aren't blood-related. The boy tried to shovel the food down as fast as possible to keep himself from getting distracted. He was about to clear the table, but Zhang Tianqin stopped him. Huh? How? Go back to your room and do your homework. Don't you have to live stream tonight anyway? I'll do the dishes. Do you really not need my help, sis? Zhang Tianqin walked over and grabbed her little brother's hand. Yeah, I'm good. I can't bear to see these pretty hands of yours getting all greasy. Zhang Hao blushed hard again, feeling totally embarrassed. He thought about how gorgeous and sweet Zhang Tianqin was. She was literally the perfect woman. Back in his original world, he had always dreamed of having a wife exactly like her. He felt a pinch of regret that Zhang Tianqin was actually his sister. Just like that, time flew from 7 to 9. His usual routine of live streaming for 2 hours was done. Right at that moment, Zhang Tianqin walked in. Zhang Hao, 2 hours have passed already. You should take a break. Yeah, I just ended the stream, sis. Wearing a super sexy camisole, his sister walked in and sat down gracefully on his bed, live streaming. Must be exhausting, huh? Come here, let sis give you a rub down. This boy is totally blushing but trying to play it cool. I'm fine, sis. You just finished the chores, so you should rest too. Zhang Tianqin pulls Zhang Hao's hand, pulling his face right into her chest and caressing him. Zhang Hao is so sweet, caring about me like this. Let's rest together, okay? Sis Zhang Tianqin, don't talk like that. We're family, so of course we have to look out for each other. Hearing this, Zhang Tianqin completely froze. Family? Suddenly, for some reason, the poor girl couldn't help but let the tears stream down her face. Zhang Hao totally panicked, having no clue what was going on. Sis, what's wrong? Why are you crying? He looked straight into his crying sister's eyes. Aren't you girls always saying you'd rather bleed than shed tears? Our boy was completely bewildered, thinking he hadn't said anything out of line. Suddenly, Zhang Tianqin forced a slight smile. I'm just so happy I'm crying tears of joy. Zhang Hao's family and being by your side. Zhang Hao finally got the memo. Was it because he mentioned the word family that sis Zhang Tianqin started crying? Honestly, getting isekai'd here gave me things I never had before. At least I have a family now, so dad doesn't have to be lonely all by himself anymore. As long as I'm in this world, I will definitely protect this family and bring happiness to everyone. Wearing a dead serious expression, Zhang Hao looked straight into his sister's eyes. Sis, we have a long way ahead of us, and our family will definitely always be this happy. With her heart fluttering, Zhang Tianqin managed to regain her composure. Usually, I'm not a crybaby, you know. Just now was an exception. Crying in front of you is so embarrassing. Our boy kept on saying emotional things. Sis Zhang Tianqin, thank you for being my family. Finally, they both lay down on the bed. Zhang Tianqin, are you sure we're sleeping together tonight? Yeah, mom and dad aren't home, so I'm worried Zhang Hao might be scared of ghosts. Seeing Zhang Tianqin tossing and turning, unable to sleep, Zhang Hao asked, do you want to talk about something? In reality, this dude was totally sneaking glances at her gorgeous body, screaming wow inside. Zhang Tianqin still had no idea what her brother was looking at, so she opened up and asked, I'm curious, what kind of girls does Zhang Hao like? Plus, I've always wanted to chat with you like this, and now is the perfect time. Her attractive chest getting closer and closer threw our boy into absolute chaos. He stammered out some answer, basically saying someone gentle, kind, and sweet. Oh, so Zhang Hao likes gentle girls. So, is there anyone like that at school? Our boy suddenly thought of Manhwa, but immediately brushed the thought away. Manhwa wasn't the clingy type. She was just adorably goofy. No one? Well, Zhang Hao is still in school and dating too early isn't a good idea. Since Zhang Hao is so handsome, I'm really worried. The moment he snuggled against her chest, his eyes got heavy and he drifted off to sleep. Out of nowhere, it was already morning. The kid jolted awake and looked at the pillow next to him. Didn't I sleep with sis Zhang Tianqin last night? Was it a dream? Sis, are you there? Calling out for sis Zhang Tianqin, he peeked outside but saw no one. Even opening her bedroom door revealed nothing. Today is the weekend, but she still had to head out. A lab. Spotting a bunch of books on the shelf, Zhang Hao couldn't keep his hands to himself. Guess grabbing a novel won't hurt, right? The stuff girls read in this world is basically what guys read in the real world. The strongest empress, the peerless goddess. And wait, what's this? This book is called My Cousin Sexy. Secret. He flips it open and damn, it's packed with spicy scenes detailing dialogues between him and sis Zhang Tianqin. Sis, can we really be together? For real? Of course nothing can stop us. Sis, please don't. Our boy instantly gets a massive nosebleed, freaking out when he realizes this is straight up 18+ stuff. But what shocks him even more is, does she actually have a crush on him? After overthinking for a bit, he puts the book back. No way, no way. Yesterday, she was literally crying, telling me we're just family. Suddenly, Zhang Hao gets a killer headache as weird memories and voices start flashing in his mind. Not again. What the hell is even going on? Zhang Hao ends his live stream. Alright guys, that's it for today's stream. Bye. But the chat is literally blowing up, saying that Wait, hold up. Why did our god end the stream so early? He's completely out of it today. Did something bad happen? Houchin sighed, dragging his mouse to click the confirm button to leave the streaming room. He was totally unfocused today. Zhang Hao couldn't stop picturing himself getting down and dirty with sis Qin. He kept overthinking, and in his head, it was all about that book of sis Qin's. She wouldn't be into her own little brother, right? Then his mind drifted back to his childhood memories, the image of a little gloomy glasses-wearing girl who was always ready to throw down and protect him whenever his classmates bullied him back then. Plus, there were those random, fleeting memories that kept trying to pop up, yet he couldn't piece any of it together. Hao-chen stared at his post-stream stats, feeling absolutely gutted. He felt like his daily streaming gig had clearly hit a dead end. It looked like his viewer count and hype had completely flatlined. When it rains, it pours. The more Zhang Hao thought about it, the more his face crumpled up. Now he looked like a shriveled prune. Making money from streaming was definitely no walk in the park. Just then, the system pinged. Beep, beep, beep. You have a new message. Please check your inbox. How? Chen was taken aback. Huh, a system notification? The message read, notification from the website, hello user, ID 4785537. Based on recent data, your popularity has plateaued. Your follower growth rate is slowing down. On our end, we've put together a few strategies to help boost your popularity. Please contact admin 01 of the streaming room to receive them. Zhang Hao clicked confirm and thought, is the app finally making its move? But I've got a bad gut feeling about this. The next evening, while Zhang Hao was chilling and browsing the web on his computer, he received the exact same notification as yesterday. He just ignored it and brushed it off. On the third day, even when Zhang Hao was taking a leak, the system still wouldn't quit spamming him with the same damn message. He cursed the system's entire family tree. What a massive pain in the ass. And yet, even at 2 a.m., Zhang Hao still received another system notification. He was seriously about to go insane. On top of that, clinging like a damn leech, exclusive manager 01 sent a DM. Hey Hao, did you get the site's notification yet? Why haven't you hit me up these past few days? Zhang Hao, under his nickname, the strongest man on earth, went totally feral and yelled back. Can you just back off already? I already told you I'm not interested. Manager 01 message back, begging. Oh, don't be like that. Hao, listen to me. I'm only looking out for you. Just think about it, Hao. Right now, your fans are totally bored of watching you play games. Look at the people sending you gifts. Aren't they all the ones who want you to do a face reveal, dance, sing, or cosplay? What they really want to see is exactly that. The strongest man on earth sent back a speechless emoji. When I signed the contract, I made it clear that unless I wanted to, I wouldn't stream any other kind of content. Even after getting rejected, Manager 01 kept pushing hard. Of course, I'm not forcing you or anything. I'm just throwing out suggestions here. I'll send over 3 options for you to look at. No need to rush into a decision, just sleep on it. The day after tomorrow, I'll be in your city for business, so let's meet up and talk. Behind his screen, the strongest man on earth, Zhang Hao, seemed a bit conflicted, but he still stood his ground. Even though my answer is still the same. I'm not doing any of that thirst trap stuff. Manager 01 was pretty pleased with how the persuasion went. Heh, then it's a deal. Zhang Hao let out a helpless sigh. He decided to look up one of those currently trending streams to see what the hype was about. But honestly, he wished he hadn't, because looking at it made Zhang Hao get goosebumps and break into a cold sweat. On the screen, a cute boy was acting all cutesy, throwing finger hearts and sweet-talking. Hey, big sisters, send me some hearts. The chat section exploded with endless compliments. Oh my god, he's so adorable. I absolutely love this. Our handsome god. Hey cutie, I want to have your babies. Moi, you're forever my god. Zhang Hao couldn't even last a minute before shutting down the screen, feeling like he was completely done with life. If he had to stream like that, he'd rather just stream his keyboard instead. Ugh, acting all fake and cutesy like that. So cringe. Still, Zhang Hao ended up clicking on the file sent by Manager 01 to see if there was any actual viable plan in there. After all, checking out what they had planned wouldn't hurt, right? Option 1, super hot booty shorts with a sexy dance. Zhang Hao's head was filled with question marks. He quickly scrolled past option 2, handsome god cosplaying as a female otaku from an anime. Man, he was practically speechless at this one. Option 3, handsome god wearing tight workout gear, dripping with sweat at the gym. Gritting his teeth in frustration, Zhang Hao slammed the file shut. I knew it, of course. I shouldn't have had any expectations. 3 days later, on a beautiful sunny day, Zhang Hao asked Lin Yulong to go to a cafe together to meet up and talk with exclusive manager 01. The two stood outside the cafe. Long said, Zhang Hao, since the streaming platform thinks so highly of you, the admin is actually coming all the way here to meet and talk to you? Zhang Hao pushed the door open and walked in. I have no clue, but she said she wanted me here anyway. Let's go, let's head inside. Right as they sat down, Songqing handed over her business card to introduce herself. Hello Hao, I'm Songqing, your stream admin. You can call me Sister Song. Sister Song was a gorgeous and sharp woman with a highly professional work ethic. Zhang Hao introduced her. This is my friend, he came along with me. After the introductions, he cut straight to the chase. I already looked through those 3 options, and honestly, I'm not interested. Songqing analyzed, I watch your stream every day, so I know exactly what your personality is like. We can skip the first 2 options, but I really think you should give the last one a shot. I feel like it could actually have some surprisingly good results. Zhang Hao seriously questioned, oh, and how's that? Songqing, who was drinking water, slammed her cup down hard, leaned over to Zhang Hao, and started feeling up his firm chest. Startled, Zhang Hao cried out, Sister Song, what are you doing? Long, who was sitting right next to him, was so shocked by Sister Song's sudden move that his eyes went wide and his jaw literally dropped. Paying no attention to the two of them, she continued, these chest lines of yours, you must be working out, right? If you don't want to show your face, I think you could just wear a mask and stream your workouts. No more beating around the bush. We've got actual proof that this physique of yours is highly convincing. This way, we can stand out from those streamers who only get by on their looks. You can get your workout in while streaming at the same time, which is actually a pretty sweet deal. Songqing tried her best to persuade him. Long seemed to find it reasonable as well, saying, Zhang Hao, I think she actually makes a lot of sense. Zhang Hao thought about it. If it was just wearing a mask while working out, without doing any shameless thirst traps, it wasn't impossible to agree to. Plus, if it could boost his stream's performance and inspire other guys to hit the gym and reclaim their masculine pride, that would actually be awesome. It seemed like this will totally change how girls view guys in this world. So Zhang Hao makes a bold move. All right, starting tomorrow, I'll go live 3 days a week to do a 30-minute workout stream while wearing a mask. Back at Zhang Hao's place, his dad hears about this decision and instantly loses his mind, screaming in a rage. Showing your face and exposing your flat chest like that? Absolutely not. No way. Hearing his son's plan, Zhang Hao's dad is so pissed, he practically turns into a different person. He locks him in a chokehold like a helpless chicken, ready to roast him alive. So you think you're all grown up and independent now, huh? Letting you stream games was already me being super chill and generous. Now you want to do workout streams? Have you seen how tight those sports outfits look? No way. Zhang Hao panics and yells back, Dad, come on! My workout gear is super modest. Besides, aren't you always worried about me being too handsome and getting taken advantage of? If I build a strong, jacked body, won't that literally solve the problem? Right then, Zhang Tianqin rushes in to de-escalate. Uncle, please chill. I think Zhang Hao actually has a point. Why don't we let him give it a shot? I'll be right there to watch over him. If anything goes wrong, I'll tell him to cut the stream immediately. Zhang Tianqin confidently throws her arm around Zhang Hao's shoulder, assuring his dad. Left with no choice, his dad sighs in defeat. Sigh, you always spoil him. This kid is nothing but a headache. Feeling super grateful, Zhang Hao turns to Zhang Tianqin. Sis Zhang Tianqin, thanks for saving my life back there. Otherwise, Dad and I would have had a literal war. Zhang Tianqin winks at him playfully. Don't even mention it. But for real, I'm seriously going to watch you. Some of those comments on your stream are getting way out of line, and I'm not vibing with that. That evening, when Zhang Hao starts his live stream, what's up everyone? Today we've got a special workout stream for you guys. Since you all kept begging me to show my face, I'm finally giving in today. Now for beginners, building up cardiovascular and respiratory health with some cardio is super crucial. I'd highly recommend starting with jogging. Obviously warm up your joints first to avoid any injuries. I already did my warm-ups before going live, so let's get straight into it. Over at the Strongest Man on Earth stream room, more than 6 million viewers are tuned in. The chat is absolutely exploding. Zhang Hao is doing a workout stream. He's showing his face. Well, with a mask, but still. A mask god, let's go. I'm still waiting for the full face reveal, but our god is serving pure energy, not like those other cringy streamers who just shake their hips and wink. This is so satisfying to watch. Working out doesn't just keep you hot. It also builds up that stamina in bed, if you know what I mean. Hey streamer, show us those legs. Zhang Hao happily jogs while chatting. Looks like a ton of people are joining. Guys, let's focus on the actual workout, okay? Meanwhile, Mai, who's in the middle of a delivery, is glued to her screen. With a totally whipped expression, she drools. Zhang Hao is literally so cute. Even an old grandma is totally simping over Zhang Hao's stream, making her husband next to her super salty. Are you seriously still watching him? Let's get a divorce. Watching the stream, Songqing sees the crazy engagement and says smugly, I knew it. A streamer like Zhang Hao is a one-of-a-kind gem on Douyin. After Zhang Hao runs for a bit, the chat starts throwing massive gifts to hype him up. God, our boy's value is skyrocketing. You can hang in there for 15 more minutes. I'll drop a rocket. Last time I watched another streamer, he tapped out after like 5 minutes. If our guy can run for 10 minutes, I'll gift a meteor shower. Damn, these high rollers are flexing. Broke squad like me can only spam free rice balls. Let's go, God. Keep pushing. Take all my rice balls. While the whales are making bets, I'm just here drooling over how hot and sweaty our God looks. Zhang Hao thinks to himself, 15 minutes is all it takes. Let me show you what a real man from my previous world is made of. 30 minutes later, the chat is flooded with hype. Holy crap, he's been running for 20 minutes straight and isn't even winded. This boy is built different. Rest up, King. Compared to other guys, his stamina is actually insane. Way beyond my expectations. Who knew this cutie wasn't just a pretty face, but a total gym beast? He's so handsome, our God is literally the GOAT. Meanwhile, Zhang Tianqin is reading the chat, and her face is getting darker by the second. Zhang Hao's workout stream is drawing in massive crowds. I'm so jealous. What should I do? I need to chill. I can't act like a spoiled kid anymore, or else Zhang Hao will just push me away. Feeling satisfied with his workout, Zhang Hao wraps it up and says goodbye. To his viewers, all right, that's a wrap on our first workout stream. If you guys are following my routine, just make sure to go step by step, and you'll be fine. I'm gonna go take a shower, then we'll stream some games later. Thanks for all the gifts, guys. Zhang Tianqin grabs a towel and walks over. You did great, Zhang Hao. You must be exhausted. This workout stream is way too intense. How about you do this less often? I'm seriously worried about you. She gently wipes his sweat as she speaks, her voice dripping with concern. Blushing a bit, Zhang Hao replies, It's all good, sis Zhang Tianqin. I work out all the time anyway. This light cardio is literally nothing to me. Taking advantage of the moment, she sneaks a playful smack on his butt and teases, All right, go get showered before you catch a cold. The second sis Zhang Tianqin steps out, Zhang Hao is left in a daze. Wait, did sis Zhang Tianqin just low-key grope me? No, what am I even thinking? She's always been so nice to me. That was definitely just my imagination. Zhang Hao stands there absolutely frozen, completely lost in thought. Later that night, Jiang Tianqin sneaks into Zhang Hao's room. Seeing him fast asleep, she creeps. She couldn't help but wonder what would have happened if they had never been torn apart. A childhood memory of them flashed back. Back then, Zhang Hao was still just an adorable little kid, and she had walked up to give him a flower. That was how their friendship started. Whenever Zhang Hao got bullied, she was always there to protect him, giving them the best childhood memories together. Tianqin gently called out Zhang Hao's name and leaned in to give him a soft, sweet kiss on the lips. Even though he was fast asleep, Zhang Hao seemed restless and mumbled in his dream, go away. Qin just quietly watched him sleep. Meanwhile, Zhang Hao was having a dream about his childhood. Back in school, Zhang Hao was a total loner with zero friends, always standing by himself in some corner, staring up at the sky. Suddenly, a little girl walked up to him and said, "No one wants to play with you? Then let's play together." With a super friendly face, she approached him and held out her hand to introduce herself. That girl was even ready to throw hands with anyone who dared to mess with Zhang Hao. Seeing how insanely fierce she was, Zhang Hao burst into tears. "You look so scary. I'm terrified." Sob, sob, sob. Furious, Jiang Tianqin grabbed Zhang Hao by the collar and lifted him up. "Didn't we promise we're always going to be together, so don't you dare be scared. Come home with me." His big sister approached him with a creepy, gloomy look, totally threatening him. Early next morning, Zhang Hao woke up feeling like he just went through a crazy long dream. "Ugh, my head hurts. Did I dream about something last night? Whatever, who cares? Today is Monday, gotta get to school. Better get up fast, otherwise I'm gonna be late." Zhang Hao was still half asleep when he heard a soft noise. Wait, what? Why is there a girl's voice? He turned to his side and absolutely freaked out. "Holy crap, what is going on? Why is Sis Kinkin on my bed?" Hearing him stir, Zhang Kinkin sleepily rubbed her eyes. "Good morning, Hao Hao. Time for school already?" Hao Hao shyly mumbled back, "Good morning, Sis Qingqin. But why on earth are you sleeping in my bed?" Kinkin sat up, stretched her arms, and said, "I came in last night to see if you kicked your blanket off. But you looked so cute sleeping, Hao Hao, that I just couldn't help myself." Zhang Hao got super awkward and quickly tried to change the subject. Sis Kinkin, I gotta go brush my teeth now, or I'll be super late for school." Zhang Kinkin cheerfully replied, "Okay, no rush. Just wait until I buy a new ride, then I can drive you to school every day." On his way to school, Zhang Hao was walking while watching some martial arts videos. Manhwa walked up from behind and said, "Hey Zhang Hao, I know how to do that too." Confused, Zhang Hao turned around, saw Manhwa, and asked, "You actually know how to do this? Since when did you learn it?" Yuehua replied, "I've been learning since I was a kid. I even know how to box." Hao Hao asked, "Yuehua, are you really into this stuff? Like guns, boxing, and all that?" Yuehua explained, "Yeah, my grandma was in the military, and I want to join too so I can protect my family and our country. I've been training hard since I was little, so I'll definitely make it in the future." Zhang Hao clapped his hands as an idea popped up. "Oh right, Yuehua, why don't you teach me some boxing moves? It's still pretty early, so we can head to that abandoned warehouse behind the stadium." Yuehua seemed to recall something and asked, "Just the two of us? If so, I'm down." Zhang Hao gave an awkward laugh, wondering if there was some misunderstanding here. Her words felt a bit loaded. Once they got to the warehouse, Zhang Hao said, "Throw a punch first. Let me see how your boxing actually looks." Yuehua agreed, stepping right into her stance with some seriously professional-looking moves. She asked, "Zhang Hao, does this count as connecting?" "Connecting?" Zhang Hao got into his own stance. "Sure, connecting. I guess you could say that." Yuehua said, "All right," and suddenly sped up, rushing straight at Zhang Hao and tackling him to the ground with a loud thud. Her speed was insane, instantly tackling him down. Zhang Hao couldn't even react to her lightning-fast speed before Yuehua was already straddling him. "You lost!" Yuehua said, sitting right on top of Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao raised his hands in defeat. Okay, I give up." Yuehua then asked with a mysterious look, "So do I get a reward now?" Zhang Hao was clueless. A reward? Before Hao Hao could even process what was happening, Yuehua pinned him down and gently nibbled on his earlobe. Zhang Hao blushed red, letting out a soft gasp. Yuehua gently blew into Zhang Hao's ear, instantly triggering a physical reaction. "Oh no, not this reaction. You see, in this world, a guy's body is extremely sensitive, and Zhang Hao's ears are his absolute weakest spot." Yuehua shyly asked, "Do you like it, Zhang Hao?" Inside, Zhang Hao was screaming, "Holy crap, who could possibly handle this? Why is Yuehua suddenly being so bold? This is so embarrassing, I'm literally gonna die." Covering his face, Zhang Hao thought, "Like it? Like hell I do." Yet deep down, he actually did enjoy it a little. Okay, maybe a lot. Suppressing his wild thoughts, Zhang Hao said, "Yuehua, let's get off each other first. In so many ways, this position is really not okay. Why did you suddenly do that? Did someone teach you this stuff?" Yuehua shook her head and mumbled, "No one taught me. I learned it myself. Huang Yuanyuan sent me a ton of videos." Zhang Hao's mind instantly went to some very dirty places. There's no way the videos Huang Yuanyuan sent are, "Hey, show me those videos." Yuehua honestly handed her phone over to Zhang Hao. Yuanyuan said this is all the good stuff. She watches them all the time. I saw the guys and girls in them connecting with each other exactly like this. On the screen, a guy and a girl were passionately making out. Zhang Hao rolled his eyes in pure exasperation, thinking, does Huang Yuanyuan seriously watch this trash every single day? What a total creep. Seeing Zhang Hao's angry face, Yuehua immediately looked guilty and quickly asked, "Zhang Hao, did I do something wrong?" Zhang Hao tried to explain while comforting her, guys and girls don't connect like that. Wait, no, I mean we can't just do that in normal life. We definitely can't do that. Don't listen to Huang Yuanyuan ever again. If you come across anything weird like this, just ask me first, okay? Yuehua naively asked, then when can we connect like that? I want to do what we just did. What is that even called? Zhang Hao patiently replied, what it's called doesn't matter. But classmates, or normal friends can absolutely never do things like that. You've got to remember, only people in a special relationship can. Don't go kissing me out of nowhere, and never do it with anyone else either. Come on, we need to get back to class. Zhang Hao pulled Yuehua by the hand, heading back to the classroom. Yuehua still kept trying to ask, so can we be in a special relationship then? Zhang Hao had absolutely no idea how to explain it so her dense brain would understand. He asked back, do you even know what a special relationship is? Yuehua shook her head, making him facepalm. Fine, we'll talk once you actually figure it out. Yuehua agreed, The next day, out in the hallway, Zhang Hao and Aaron were chatting away. How I bought that thing yesterday. Out of nowhere, Yuehua popped out from behind the door and asked Zhang Hao if they could connect now. Both Zhang Hao and Aaron jumped out of their skins and screamed, hell no. During PE class, just as Zhang Hao was grabbing the basketballs, Yuehua literally popped out of the ball cart and asked if they could connect now. Utterly defeated, Zhang Hao said, no! Even when Zhang Hao was on duty cleaning the windows, Yuehua stuck her head in from outside and asked, Zhang Hao, can we do it now? Zhang Hao's eyes nearly popped out of his skull. No way. We're on the 3rd floor. How? Did you even climb up here? At the end of the day, Aaron curiously asked, Haha, seriously, what kind of connecting is Yuehua talking about? Why has she been acting like a total stalker ninja today? Zhang Hao was too exhausted to even explain, plus he definitely didn't want to bring up yesterday's embarrassing disaster, don't ask. Looking down from the balcony, Liu Feng saw them and thought with pure jealousy, Yuehua's family is filthy rich and she normally doesn't talk to anyone. How does this pathetic loser, Zhang Hao, act like such a manipulative green tea jerk? Then Liu Feng spotted Zhang Hao talking to another gorgeous girl, totally catching him off guard. Huh? As Zhang Hao and his crew were walking, an elegant-looking girl walked up to greet them. Hello, Zhang Hao. Surprised, Zhang Hao replied, hi, who are you? Looking down from above, Liu Feng watched Zhang Hao chat with the pretty girl and follow her. Liu Feng smirked, totally smug. He snapped a quick picture of Zhang Hao, already cooking up a wicked plan. So that's how it is. Oh, Zhang Hao, you really are nothing but a dirty town bicycle. I finally caught you slipping, you clown. Meanwhile, Zhang Hao and the secretary from the director's office of Fuang Hong Group went to a quiet spot. He spoke up first. You sure didn't treat me this nicely last time. I almost didn't recognize you. Spill it. What do you want? The girl apologized sincerely, saying, I'm really sorry about my attitude last time. Aside from apologizing, I came here because there's another matter, and that is Wei Nan really wants to see you again. Zhang Hao shut her down coldly. There's literally no reason for us to meet. No matter how many times, my answer is no. Stop wasting our time. The secretary looked super awkward and said, Zhang Hao, please, I'm just following orders. If I don't complete this task, my boss will make my life a living hell. Can't we just make a deal? Call her using this phone of mine. Hao sighed. This Wei Nan was a real piece of work. He couldn't even beat her in a fight last time. He gave in. Fine, call her. I'll make things clear right now. Zhang Hao took the call and said, Yeah, it's me, Zhang Hao. Your secretary tracked me down saying you want to meet again. President, Wei, my mind is made up. Nothing's changed. I know your time is precious, so stop wasting it on me. But Wei replied, Zhang Hao, you want to become strong like a girl, don't you? That hit way too close to home, leaving him totally speechless. Before he could even say a word, she kept going. I've seen plenty of guys who hate being looked down on as weak. I saw right through you during our fight. I don't only manage celebrities, Zhang Hao. I'll give you some time to think it over. Give me an answer when you're ready. Without waiting for him to reply, she just hung up. Zhang Hao stood there stunned. Man, this woman really knew how to press his buttons. Avoiding her forever wasn't going to work. He might as well just meet up. Meanwhile, at Wei Nan's office, she was looking out the window at the city skyline. Hate being seen as a weak man, huh? Seemed to recall some old memory. On her desk sat a photo of her standing close to some guy. The next morning at the school gates, Zhang Tianqin pulled up to drop Zhang Hao off in a flashy luxury car, making everyone's heads turn. Oh my god, look at that sick ride. Who is getting dropped off? I'm so jealous. Jealous of what? He's probably just a sugar baby getting pampered by some rich mommy. Zhang Hao stepped out, the blazing sun shining down, making him squint. It was way too bright. Tianqin rolled down the window and called out, Zhang Hao. He walked over. What is it, sis? She gently fixed his messy hair. Your hair's all tangled up, Zhang Hao. All right, get going. I'll watch you walk in before I head off. Zhang Hao smiled. Okay, thanks, waving goodbye. He couldn't help but feel like she was getting way too touchy-feely lately. If this kept up, he wouldn't be able to handle it. During lunch break, Zhang Hao could feel dirty looks and judgment from literally everyone he passed, along with non-stop whispering. Hey, stop staring, Zhang Hao's coming. Where? No way, I would have never guessed he's that kind of guy. So many girls thought he was some kind of perfect prince. What a joke! Look at this school forum post. It says he's getting sponsored by not just one, but several sugar mommies. Haha, their fangirl hearts are totally shattered right now. The top post on the school forum read, Y'all better open your eyes and look closely. Your precious little god is actually a dirty town bicycle. The comment section was absolutely toxic, calling him a shameless loser. Never seen such a fake innocent act in my life. Pure as a white lotus, my foot. No matter how hot you are, you're still just a sellout getting paid by some thick-skinned rich old lady. How much for one night? I'm waiting. Lu Feng smirked, totally thrilled. Everyone finally sees his true colors now. Facing all this fake news, on the school forum and the whispers around, Yilong asked him if he noticed anything weird. Zhang Hao nodded. Yeah, I've noticed. It's been like this since yesterday. Everyone's literally treating us like the plague. Yilong wondered what the hell was going on. In class, the class president stood up and yelled, "Pass up your homework." Anyone else? He walked over to Zhang Hao's desk and tapped on it. Oh wow, looks like our pretty boy didn't hand in his homework. Too busy serving clients all night to do your homework? Well, it makes sense. When you're that some rich lady's always down to sponsor you, so college doesn't even matter, right? Zhang Hao slammed his homework down. If you're jealous of my looks, just say it. Stop being a passive-aggressive loser. The class president snapped back. Me? Jealous? Don't make me laugh. You're out here getting sponsored by sugar mommies every night and acting like you're clean. If I were you, I'd be too embarrassed to even show my face at school. Zhang Hao gasped. Sponsored? Yilong stood up yelling, what kind of BS are you spitting? You're literally framing Zhang Hao. The class president scoffed. Framing him? Have you been living under a rock? Check the school forum. The post is literally viral. Zhang Hao's been hooking up with multiple chicks right at the school gate. They even got pics. Yilong yelled, fine, I'll look. You think I'm scared of you? He pulled out his phone and saw the photo of Zhang Hao and his sister Tianqin standing outside. Yilong panicked. Zhang Hao, they're seriously calling you a town bicycle. But this is obviously just your sister, right? Zhang Hao's face went dark, cursing under his breath. What the actual hell? A town bicycle? He was losing his mind. I don't care what those posts say, you guys are straight up lying. Just then, the homeroom teacher walked in. Is Zhang Hao here? Come with me to the office. Once they got there, she asked, Zhang Hao, are you aware of what's being said about you on the school forum? Zhang Hao nodded honestly. I just found out. She sighed. This is reflecting really poorly on our school. Zhang Hao, I hope you can turn your life around before it's too late. You can't handle these kinds of women in today's society. Zhang Hao groaned, totally exhausted. Hold on, teacher, there's nothing to turn back from. That's not even a thing. I'm not some sugar baby. The person who dropped me off is my sister. The other woman is just someone I've met a few times. She only wanted to discuss some business. If you don't believe me, I can call my sister right now to come over. Besides, that forum post is a total setup, and this behavior is seriously messed up. I hope you'll look into who did this. I'll just wait here, okay? My sister will be here in a flash. Right on cue, his sister Tianqin also just arrived. Hello, teacher. I'm Zhang Hao's older sister. Seeing Zhang Tianqin arrive, the teacher immediately explained the whole story from start to finish. Hello, here's how it went. Outside the door, Zhang Hao's squad was busy eavesdropping. Yo, you hear anything? What are they saying in there? Yeah. Who's that hot sister who just walked in? She's gorgeous. Like crazy pretty. Bro, are you blind? That's the girl in the photo who dropped Zhang Hao off at school. Oh, I heard it. That's Zhang Hao's sister. Oh my god, so the post on the school forum was just straight up lies? Forum was just straight up trash? So lame. Zhang Tianqin said guiltily, I'm so sorry, Zhang Hao. I got you misunderstood by your classmates. Should I help you explain to your friends? Zhang Hao smiled and said, it's totally fine, sis Zhang Tianqin. I can handle this myself. You should head back to work. Don't let this hold you up. Truong? Hao had just stepped into the classroom when Huang Yuanyuan rushed over. Zhang Hao, my handsome god. I knew you weren't that kind of guy. As soon as you left, Not Long went to sniff out info for you. He texted me saying Lu Feng was behind this. Zhang Hao looked over at Not Long's seat and asked, did he go all by himself? Why isn't he back yet? Meanwhile, in the boys' restroom, a sign hung outside the door, temporarily out of service. Nat Long was locked inside, completely drenched from head to toe, shivering as he held his phone, terrified and crying. Sob, why is there no signal in here? No one even uses this bathroom. Am I going to be trapped here forever? It's so cold. Lu Feng and his goons are absolute trash. Just wait till I get out. I'm telling the teacher on them. Sob, as he spoke, tears kept streaming down his face. Nat Long tried placing a call, praying under his breath. Please go through. Please. On the other side, Zhang Hao was asking around for any news about Not Long, but everyone just shook their heads, not knowing anything. Nuet Hoa didn't sit idle either, searching all over campus for clues. Vian took it a step further, crawling into the bushes to look, totally weirding out the students passing by, who saw her. When Zhang Wet Hoa and Vian finally grouped up, he anxiously asked, did you guys find anything? Did anyone see him? Vian, with leaves stuck all over her hair, shook her head no. That's when Wet Hoa raised her hand and said, I got something, Zhang Hao. A kid from class 3 said they saw him in the restroom behind the sports field. Lu Feng and a few other guys were with him. Hearing this, Zhang Hao gritted his teeth in pure rage. Lu Feng again? Is that clown out of his mind? He told the girls, let's head to the sports field and check. Meanwhile, he thought to himself, Lu Feng always loved messing with me, but Not Long is going to be okay, right? Outside the restroom, a desperate cry for help echoed. Hey, is anyone out there? Enyon? Nat Long was still desperately banging on the door, shouting, can someone please open this door? Suddenly, a voice called out from the other side. Along, are you in there? Did someone lock you inside the restroom? Hat Long froze for a second, and then, completely relieved, he burst into tears. Sob, how? You're finally here. I thought I'd be trapped here forever. Lu Fong and his goons are absolute trash. I'm so telling the teacher on them. Sob. From the outside, Zhang Hao called out, Ah Long, stand back. I'm letting Nuet Ho kick the door down. Nuet Ho was already in position. With a loud crash, the door cracked open as Nuet Ho delivered a devastatingly powerful kick, her eyes practically glowing red. Zhang Hao stood on the side, jaw completely dropped. He looked down at the shattered pieces of the door and muttered to himself, okay, that's insane. Not Long's eyes were wide as saucers, shrinking into the corner and staring at Nuet Hoa like she was some kind of monster. Zhang Hao stepped inside, putting a hand on Not Long's shoulder. What happened, bro? Did Lu Fong's crew lock you in here? Still completely shaken up, Not Long started tearing up again as he explained, they didn't just lock me in, they poured milk all over me too, sob. We have to tell the teacher, we have to. Zhang Hao's face darkened as he replied, forget the teacher for now. After class, I'm getting you payback. Cut to a narrow alley outside school where Nuet Hoa stood with a cold expression, holding Lu Fong down. Pinned to the ground, she was kneeling but still had the audacity to scream insults. Zhang Hao, what do you guys think you're doing? Not only are you trash, but now you're bullying classmates? You're gonna get it. I'll tell the teacher and get you expelled. Zhang Hao replied with a chilling tone, you should be worrying about yourself. My sister came to school today and cleared up the rumors on the forum. Plus, the classmate you bullied and locked in the restroom is standing right here. You probably didn't know there are security cameras behind the sports field, right? Now, I'm giving you two choices. One, you admit you posted those lies about me and apologize to Not Long on camera. I'll record it and hand it to the school. Two, tomorrow I go to the teacher to pull the security footage and things will get way uglier for you. Make your choice. Hearing this, absolute panic washed over Lu Fong's face, cold sweat dripping down her face. She gritted her teeth, desperately calculating her options. If I just admit it now, maybe the teacher will take it easy on me because of my attitude. But if they investigate and catch me anyway, I'm done. Clenching her fists against the dirt right in front of his shoes, she gave in. Fine, I'll apologize. Just record the video. Also so, Zhang Hao cut her off before she could finish. Leaning down with a terrifying cold gaze, he whispered, if you ever cross me again, I will end you. Lu Fong shrieked in absolute terror. Once they finished dealing with Lu Fong, they let her go. Nat Long, still anxious, asked, Zhang Hao, is Lu Fong really going to back down? What if she comes back to cause trouble for us later? Zhang Hao smiled to reassure him, she won't dare. She's a senior in grade 12. If I hand this video to the principal, she's looking at a massive suspension at least. If she tries anything else and I catch her, it'll ruin her academic record for good. And follow her forever. With that settled, he looked at his friends and said, it's getting late, let's head home. By now, night had fallen over a quiet street, with street lights and building windows glowing in the dark. Zhang Hao and Nuet Hoa were walking home together when he suddenly remembered something. Oh right, Wei Nan. Zhang Hao turned to Nuet Hoa and asked, hey Nuet Hoa, have you ever heard of Wei Nan? Hearing his question, Nuet Hoa turned around and replied, yeah, I have. She's the current head of the Wei family, and she's incredibly capable. Zhang Hao couldn't help but ask out of curiosity, how does she compare to your family? Guiet Hoa casually answered, no idea, probably on the same level. Hearing that, Zhang Hao's jaw hit the floor, completely blown away by her casual answer. On the same level as your family? No cap? He thought about Wei Nan, calculating his next move. Looks like she's definitely a big deal. If I'm gonna meet her, might as well make it tomorrow. Meanwhile, outside Wei Nan's luxurious 3-story mansion sat a massive swimming pool. Right now, she was sitting in her office working away. After a while, she rubbed her temples in exhaustion. Glancing at her phone, she realized it had already been 3 days since their last call, yet he still hadn't reached out to protect each other. Meanwhile, Wei Nan stared up at the ceiling and groaned. Why on earth had she been constantly thinking about that brat lately? Suddenly, a knock at the door rang out. Wei Nan called out, come in. Her secretary walked in and reported, Wei Nan, President Wang from Qingtian wants to meet you at the pavilion right now to discuss that plot of land in the West District. She put on a serious face and said, get the car ready. Meanwhile, Zhang Hao and Tianqin were heading somewhere. He looked up and completely blanked out, asking, Sister Qin, are we really having late-night snacks at such a fancy place? He was totally dazed when he saw a female staff member standing outside with an insanely curvy body. She was seriously stacked. Tianqin gently explained, since you had a rough day at school today, Zhang Hao, I brought you here for a special treat to cheer you up. Touched, Zhang Hao replied, thanks so much, Sister Qin. Looking at her, he couldn't help but think, Sister Qin is so incredibly sweet. Tianqin got a bit shy under his gaze, so she turned around and teased, no need to be so formal, Zhang Hao, let's go. Inside, the place was packed and buzzing with people, all laughing and chatting away. But as they turned a corner, Zhang Hao froze, spotting a familiar figure. He looked back, trying to process it, and thought, wait, did I just see Wei Nan? Their table was soon loaded with a ton of mouth-watering dishes, crabs, fish, and dumplings. Tianqin rested her chin on her hand, smiling as she said, Zhang Hao, just order whatever else you want, okay? Grinning, Zhang Hao pointed at the cup of alcohol next to him and asked, Sister Qin, can I have a little drink? I'm an adult now. Secretly, he was thinking that he hadn't tasted alcohol since arriving in this world. With her cheeks slightly flushed, Tianqin just couldn't say no to her cute little brother, so she instantly agreed. Of course you can, you're an adult now. Mom and Dad aren't home tonight, so you could be a little rebellious. Let me pour it for you. She then picked up the bottle and filled his cup. Zhang Hao wasted no time, raising it and downing the whole thing in one shot. He let out a satisfied sigh. Man, it had been ages since he last drank. He remembered being a total beast at drinking in his past life. Images of him partying and drinking with his bros flashed through his mind. Lost in those memories, Zhang Hao closed his eyes and kept chugging down cup after cup. Tianqin rested her face in her hands, tilting her head as she scolded her funny little brother. Zhang Hao, you can't just drink like that. It's bad for your stomach. Eat something. Zhang Hao obediently stuffed his face while drinking. Tianqin smiled in satisfaction. A little while later, Zhang Hao was completely stuffed. He let out a loud burp, holding his glass with a totally blurry vision. Wait, why am I feeling dizzy? Tianqin asked with concern. Zhang Hao, are you drunk? Zhang Hao, with half-closed eyes, rubbed his head and mumbled. I'm fine, Sister Chin. Guess I just had a bit too much. I'll be right back. Gotta hit the restroom. He stood up and stumbled his way toward the restroom, leaning against the walls. He grumbled to himself, seriously, knocked out after just one cup? My tolerance used to be way better than this. Too dazed, notice he stumbled straight into the ladies' room. He rushed to splash some cold water on his face to sober up. As he lifted his head and let out a sigh, he noticed someone standing right next to him. He turned to greet them with a casual "hey there," but instantly broke into a cold sweat when he realized who it was. The two stared at each other in utter confusion. A second later, Zhang Hao lost his mind and let out a scream so loud his tongue almost flew out. Holy crap! What the hell are you doing in the men's room? Wei Nan calmly replied, this is the girls' bathroom. Zhang Hao froze in sheer panic. Wait, what? Just then voices echoed from outside the door. Someone was coming in. Haha. I'm telling you, I just saw this super hot guy out there. Let's go try to chat him up in a bit. Oh, definitely. It was two girls walking in, chatting and giggling. With those two walking in and a few others stepping out of the stalls, Zhang Hao went into absolute panic mode. How on earth did he end up in the ladies' room? This stupid alcohol was a total disaster. He felt like a helpless little lamb surrounded by hungry wolves. Locked inside one of the stalls through the gap under the door, a pair of sneakers and a pair of high heels could be seen facing each other. Inside, Wei Nan said with a straight face, I get that you're trying to hide, but why the hell am I hiding with you? Zhang Hao and Wei Nan were squeezed tight, face to face, trying to escape the disaster. He thought to himself in despair, damn, I accidentally dragged her into this mess too. He scrambled for an excuse. I drank a bit too much and my brain glitched out. Hearing this, Wei Nan let out a soft chuckle. She grabbed his hands and pinned him against the stall door, making a loud thud. Outside by the sinks, a long-haired girl turned around in shock and joked, geez, is someone blowing up the toilet in there? What's with that huge noise? The purple-haired girl next to her, Hong Chen, made a sketchy hand gesture as she replied, come on, it's a bathroom, you know how it is. Feeling suddenly trapped, Zhang Hao panicked and whispered, are you freaking crazy? Wei Nan leaned in close to his ear and teased, don't get it? The one who should be scared is you, a helpless little boy who can't even defend himself. He repeated those words in his head. A helpless little boy? She stared down at him with eyes as deep as a dark ocean and demanded, why didn't you call me? Because of their height difference, Zhang Hao's eyes landed right on her cleavage, making him blush like crazy. He quickly looked away and muttered, I was literally planning to meet you tomorrow to clear things up. How was I supposed to know we'd bump into each other tonight? Wei Nan grabbed his chin and said with a dangerous smirk, well, I've changed my mind. I don't need you to sign with Feng Hong anymore. Just become my man. He found it hilarious, grabbed her wrist and shot back. Are you suffering from some cheesy dominant CEO syndrome? We've literally only met twice, you know? To be honest, that person from last time has vanished. Wei Nan replied with a calm face. Are you talking about Liu Xin? She got mixed up in some illegal deals and was locked up by my people. Hearing this, he asked in surprise, what does she have to do with you? Since she broke the law, why didn't you guys hand her over to the police? Wei Nan exclaimed, men really love overthinking stuff. Grabbed by the arm by Wei Nan, he said in annoyance, say whatever you want, but there's no one around now, so let me go. A man like you is too cunning. I need to hear your answer today, she replied. Zhang Hao shot back, my answer, then he used his other hand to tickle her under her armpit, catching her completely off guard. She blushed, grit her teeth, and pulled her arm back to hold her shirt down. What do you think you're doing? Her eyes suddenly flashed. Meanwhile, Zhang Hao had already bolted out the door, completely ignoring her. Running for his life, he thought, nailed it. He grinned, totally pleased with his trick. Turns out even the cold CEO is ticklish, but honestly, touching Wei Nan didn't feel bad at all. Stumbling out of the bathroom, he was already walking like a total zombie. Zhang Tianqin came over, asking in worry, what took you so long, Zhang Hao? Are you feeling sick? Shaking all over, he still managed to reply, I'm fine, sis King Qin. I think I'm just a bit drunk. Then Zhang Hao covered his mouth like he was about to throw up. By now, his head had collapsed right onto Zhang Tianqin's chest while she gently said, all right, be a good boy, let's go home and get some rest. A little while later, he opened his eyes and looked up at the clock. It was already past 11 p.m. Zhang Tianqin walked in carrying a tray with some hangover soup, calling out, Zhang Hao, drink some hangover soup. Zhang Hao was sprawling flat on the bed, mumbling to himself, I can still drink. I don't want to sit at the kids' table. Zhang Tianqin set down the tray with a bowl of hangover soup and a glass of orange juice next to him. Then she stepped up closer, gazing at him and thinking happily to herself, drunk Zhang Hao is just too cute. Suddenly, the look in her eyes turned incredibly tender. Just one kiss, only one. We're gonna end up together sooner or later anyway. Zhang Tianqin leaned down to kiss the unconscious Zhang Hao, their hands tightly intertwined. Zhang Tianqin leaned in, gently caressing Zhang Hao's cheek before kissing his neck. She kept kissing him passionately for quite some time when Zhang Hao suddenly opened his eyes, dazed and thinking he was dreaming. He saw Zhang Tianqin licking her lips, looking down at him with a passionate face. Right on top of him, Zhang Hao wrapped above. Her smoking hot silhouette came into view as she softly called out Zhang Hao. The devil inside Zhang Hao woke up right then, smirking deviously and whispering, with a babe lying right in your arms. What's wrong with getting a little naughty? The angel version of Zhang Hao, despite his blushing face and racing heart, tried his best to fight it. No way, Sister Chin Chin is like a real sister to me, and she's always treated me so well. I can't do something like that. But the devil wouldn't let him off the hook, whispering, dude, this is just a dream. Literally nobody will ever know. It's totally fine. Zhang Hao was struggling so hard he was sweating bullets. No way, absolutely not. Still, he kept hovering over Chin Chin for so long that she actually started getting a little expectant. But in the end, Zhang Hao only gave her a gentle kiss on her forehead. Then he collapsed back onto the bed, closed his eyes, and muttered, even if it's just a dream, a real man doesn't take advantage of someone like that. Chin Chin stared at him blankly and whispered, Zhang Hao, are you asleep already? She gently stroked his hair, looking down at him with pure affection. By now, Zhang Hao had drifted into a deep sleep, and she softly pulled the blanket over him. Suddenly, Zhang Hao's phone started buzzing. The screen showed an incoming call from Zhao Ying. Chin Chin reached out to grab it, swiped to answer, and pressed the phone to her ear. Immediately, an anxious voice blurted out from the other end. Hey, Zhang Hao, you finally picked up. You've been acting so distant at school lately. Do you think I'm super annoying or something? I really truly like you. Chin Chin cut her off cold. This is Zhang Hao's older sister. You're Zhao Ying, right? Zhao Ying was taken aback for a second before stammering, hello sister. I'm Zhao Ying, a friend of Zhang Hao's. Without giving her a chance to say another word, Chin Chin delivered a chilling warning. I know you've been chasing Zhang Hao for 2 years. Coincidentally, I have a few words for you too. I will never approve of this. Zhang Hao is not going to date anyone while he's still in high school, so I suggest you drop it and stop clinging to him. Bye now. Saying that, her eyes turned cold and dangerous, and she immediately hung up the phone. Chin Chin stared down at the fast-asleep Zhang Hao, a wave of sadness washing over her as she thought, Zhang Hao, when will you finally belong to only me? Then leaning down to plant a soft kiss on his forehead, she whispered, it's okay, this time I'll definitely learn to control myself step by step. Early the next morning, when the sun was already high up, the blinding sunlight piercing through Zhang Hao's window finally woke him up. Right then, he noticed a ton of marks in his neck that Zhang Tianqin had left the night before. Zhang Hao dragged himself up, looking completely dazed. What the hell happened last night? Did I seriously get wasted? He was totally speechless at himself. How could I get so trashed? Is this body seriously this weak? He rushed into the bathroom and stood in front of the sink. Last night, I was having dinner with Sis Chin Chin, and I think I had some crazy dream too. But the second he looked in the mirror, he completely lost it. Staring at those dark purple bruises, he couldn't help but swear, what the actual hell is this? He closely examined the marks. Suddenly, Zhang Tianqin walked in and called out, Zhang Hao, you're awake? He turned around and replied, yeah, but his mind was racing. Wait, could that dream last night be real? Sis Chin Chin Zhang Chin stepped in, playing dumb. Oh? Zhang Hao, are you seriously allergic to alcohol? Hearing her say that, he was completely caught off guard. He turned to look at her, asking blankly, an alcohol allergy. But inside he was like, what the heck? Isn't this clearly a hickey? Zhang Tianqin stepped closer to him, examining him up close, and said, let me see if it's bad. Your Sis Chin Chin is a doctor, remember? Embarrassed, he turned his head away. A Sis Chin Chin. After checking him over, she claimed it was just an alcohol allergy. Luckily, it's nothing serious, just looks a bit dramatic. Just be careful when you go to school, Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao, who had been single his whole life, scratched his chin and asked suspiciously, is this really just an allergy? Zhang Tianqin gently replied, hey, this is my field of expertise. Now go brush your teeth and wash your face, then come down for breakfast or you'll be late for school. But he couldn't help but sigh in doubt. Even if Sis Chin Chin says it's an allergy, something feels super off. Meanwhile, outside, the sky was crystal clear and migratory birds were flying across the sky. The bright sunlight made the trees look vibrant and green. In front of the school gates, students were bustling around. Zhang Hao and Yilong were walking down the street together. Yilong called out, hey bro, Hao, he muttered. Yeah? Yilong stared at him like he was some kind of alien and asked, why the hell are you wearing a turtleneck today? Aren't you roasting? By now, Zhang Hao was already melting from the heat, sweating buckets. Keeping a straight face, he replied, real men don't care about the heat. But inside, he was screaming, damn it, I'm only doing this to hide these freaking neck marks. Suddenly, a hand snatched Zhang Hao by his collar as a voice barked, stop right there. A group of 3 students from another class blocked their path. The guy holding his collar snarled, you're Zhang Hao, right? Let me warn you, stay the hell away from Zhao Ying. She belongs to our boss, young Master Lin. Zhang Hao's expression instantly darkened. He glared down at the guy's hand and muttered coldly, let go of me. The guy smirked with a punchable face, acting like he didn't hear a word, and sneered, huh? What did you say? Zhang Hao's eyes went cold. He grabbed the guy's wrist and effortlessly slammed him over his shoulder. The guy crashed hard onto the concrete, writhing in pain, his arm twisted at a nasty angle. Shaking all over, he whimpered, "Young Master Lin, help me! His strength, it's like a freaking monster's!" A smirk appeared on someone's face as they spoke. "No wonder Zhao Ying is so head over heels for you." Then he's scratching the back of his neck, trying to look friendly as he introduces himself. "The name's Lan Zhongzhong, nice to meet ya." He makes a whole scene even though literally nobody asked. Nat Long then leans in and whispers to Zhang Hao, "Bro Hao, this Trung guy is the basketball captain in Triu Ding's class." Hearing that, he stuffs one hand in his pocket, strutting right past them and says, Yeah, hey there. Look, I'm in no mood to bicker with you. Keep a leash on your little lackeys, and if you care so much about Triu Ding, go find her yourself. If you're useless, don't go riding on other people's coattails." Lan Zhongzhong flashes a sly smirk and fires back, "Oh, is that so? Guess I just got schooled. The road ahead is long, school star Zhang Hao." After walking a bit, Zhang Hao and his buddy bump into a pair of long legs and white socks. Nguyen Hua, who had been standing there watching the whole thing, asks Zhang Hao, "That guy who was acting tough at the school gate just now, I can help you beat him up." Zhang Hao's face twists as he thinks, "Yeah, like I'd ever dare let you. You're literally the girl who can break a door with a single kick." Then he walks over, pats her shoulder and declines, "No need. Nguyen Hua, just keep teaching me how to box. Besides, a real man always needs to level up his own skills." Nguyen Hua, totally obedient, just nods and says, Nat Long, hearing this bizarre news, pokes his head out to ask, "Wait, what boxing practice?" "Zhang Hao, what are you and Nguyen Hua doing after school anyway?" Zhang Hao excitedly ruffles Nat Long's hair and says, "Come train boxing with us after school today. A guy can't be walking around with weak-ass limbs, right?" Hearing this, Nat Long laughs awkwardly and replies, I'm just a fragile, gentle little guy." Zhang Hao throws his arm around Nat Long's neck, continuing to coax him. "How can a real man hide behind a girl? If it hurts, just say so." Nat Long whines, "Zhang Hao, go easy on me. Forget boxing, but if it's sports like swimming, I'm totally down." At Wei Nan's private pool, she is taking a swim after an exhausting day of work. After finishing her laps, she grabs the handrail to step out of the pool. Wearing a sleek black swimsuit, her dripping gorgeous body looks like a masterpiece sculpted under the sunlight. She steps up and takes a towel from her maid. Drying her hair, Wei Nan thinks in irritation, "Ugh, that brat Zhang Hao is seriously getting on my nerves. Every time I close my eyes, he's all I can think about." Memories of that day when Zhang Hao tickled her flash in her head. Her eyes narrow as she mutters, "Absolutely not." She then turns to instruct her maid. Meanwhile, back at the warehouse, Zhang Hao, Not Long, and Nguyen Hua are inside. Zhang Hao excitedly cracks his knuckles and says, "Let's do some strength training today. My stamina is still too weak. I need to get an 8-pack and get my strength back fast." As he imagines this, a super buff version of himself pops up in his head. Hearing him, Niet-O leans forward and asks, "Zhang Hao, do you mean abs?" As she speaks, she lifts her shirt, revealing a gorgeous, toned set of abs that any girl would kill for. Seeing this, Zhang Hao quickly covers his face in embarrassment. But not really. His eyes are totally peeking through the gaps in his fingers. "Hold up, Nguyen Hua, this is definitely not okay." I didn't see anything, okay? But wait, do you seriously have real abs?" Immediately, though, he steps closer, reaching out to feel her abs. "You look so slender, Nguyen Hua. I didn't expect your abs to be this shredded," he says, feeling them. "Wow, I am so jealous." Nguyen Hua blushes a bit and looks away, while Zhang Hao innocently continues, "I want to build my body like this too. It's probably going to take quite a while." Suddenly, Not Long approaches them with a giant magnifying glass, squinting as he says, "You two are acting highly suspicious. You're literally groping her, and she isn't even resisting." This call-out makes both of them freeze up instantly. Zhang Hao turns to Nguyen Hua and asks, Why didn't you stop me?" She just looks at him blankly and replies, "If you want to see, I'll let you see." Seeing this, Not Long leans close to Zhang Hao's ear and whispers, "Zhang Hao, she is acting way too weird. She literally does whatever you say. Why don't you test her and tell her to do something?" He realizes Not Long is right, thinking, "Now that I think about it, she really has never said no to me. Let me test this out." With a dark, serious face, he holds his hand out to Nguyen Hua and says, "How much cash do you have on you right now? Give it to me." Not Long watches this unfold, completely stunned, his jaw literally dropping to the floor. "Holy crap, that's incredibly bold. Can you really just demand cash like that?" Nguyen Hua, meanwhile, digs into her pockets, searches around for a bit, and pulls out 2 handfuls of cash. Something gold and shiny even drops onto the floor with a metallic clink. She calmly replies, "I only have this much on me today. The rest of my money is in my phone. My payment password is..." Before Nguyen Hua can even finish, Not Long rushes over and covers her mouth, completely helpless. "Zhang Hao, okay, that's enough testing. We don't need her password, and we don't want her cash either." If anyone sees this, they're going to totally misunderstand. They'll think it's some shady transaction or extortion. Zhang Hao is also totally speechless. He asks, "Man Nguyen Hua, why do you do literally whatever I tell you to do?" Nguyen honestly replies, "We are friends. Friends don't say no." Hearing her answer, Zhang Hao is taken aback. Because of her family background, she barely had any friends, which must have completely warped her social boundaries. He recalls how Nguyen Hua once told him, "This is what I cherish the most." And her butler's words, "Friends can give each other gifts. I want to be friends with you for the rest of my life." Nguyen Hua had also hugged him once and said sadly, "I want us to be together for the rest of our lives, never parting." He reflects on this for a moment, then speaks up to correct her mindset. "Nguyen Hua, friendship doesn't work like that. Friends are equals. From now on, you have to use your own judgment. Stand your ground and never do things you don't want to do. Hearing this, Nwet Hoa purses her lips without making a sound, then returns to her usual obedient self, replying, "Oh, okay." Zhang Hao helplessly rubs his temples, wondering if she actually listened to a word he said. Later, outside the school warehouse, a voice says, "Let's call it a day. We'll pick this back up after school tomorrow." By now, night has fallen. Zhang Hao is walking down a deserted alley all by himself, whistling as he goes. Man, today is a good day. That workout was so refreshing. He has no idea that right around the corner ahead, a few guys with their faces completely covered are waiting for him. As he walks, he suddenly freezes, sensing that something is off. Everything here is way too quiet tonight. He thinks anxiously, why do I suddenly have this really bad feeling? He decides to turn around and take a different route. But suddenly a little girl appears out of nowhere and pokes his arm, calling out, "Excuse me, mister?" She holds out a piece of candy with both hands, smiling brightly as she asks, "Would you like some candy?" Taken aback, Zhang Hao kneels down and asks, "Hey there, why are you out here all by yourself so late?" The little girl looks up innocently and replies, "We are doing a volunteer activity to bring warmth to strangers. My teacher told me to hand out all this candy, or else I won't get my little merit flower." As she speaks, she peers down at the small bag she's wearing. Zhang Hao chuckles awkwardly and he thought to himself, "Man, kids these days are built different, still grinding this late." He then reached out to take the candy and said, "Sure, let me eat this, and then I'll take you home. It's way too late to be out here, it's not safe." The little girl replied, "Thank you, big brother." Once he got the candy, he popped it straight into his mouth. But after chewing it for a bit, Zhang Hao felt something was off. Huh? Why does my throat taste like smoke? Suddenly, his surroundings blurred and then, boom, everything exploded. That whole sequence repeated a few times. More. A moment later, Zhang Hao snapped awake, letting out a sharp gasp. Right then, a guy with curly brown hair and dark sunglasses leaned over and asked, "Oh, you're awake?" Beside him was that little girl from earlier. But now she was wearing a sharp suit with a cigarette dangling from her mouth, while Zhang Hao was tightly bound, hands and feet, to the bed. Surrounding him were people in black suits looking like straight-up mobsters. He shrieked in absolute terror, feeling like his soul was about to leave his body. What the hell is going on? He immediately started struggling with all his might, thrashing his arms and legs to break free from the chains, but it was useless. Looking like he's about to be ripped to absolute shreds, his face is completely twisted. Who am I? Where the hell am I? Then he glances over at the dudes in black suits and badass sunglasses, absolutely terrified of what they're going to do to him. With so many buff girls around, are they seriously trying to end me here? The petite girl who's smoking turned around to report to someone. "Boss Wei, the kid's awake." Recognizing her, Zhang Hao screams out, "So it's you. Did you seriously tie me up?" The person sitting at the desk is none other than Wei Nan. She's leaning on her desk, staring right down at him. Zhang Hao keeps screaming, "This is literally illegal, you know." Then he shifts his glare to the short girl to interrogate her. And another thing, why is an elementary school kid smoking? The girl takes the cigarette out of her mouth, blows out a cloud of smoke, and replies deadpan, "Listen, kid, this lady is 30 years old. I just look a bit young, that's all." This is absolutely wild. He literally can't believe his ears. Suddenly, Wei Nan speaks up, "All right, all of you get out." The crew wearing black suits and shades reply in unison, "Yes, boss." Then she looks down to get back to work, not forgetting to throw in a warning, "Hey boy, sit tight and behave. Don't annoy me while I'm trying to work." Zhang Hao finds this hilarious, lifts his head, and mocks her. "You don't want me to annoy you, yet you tied me up? Hey, are you suffering from some kind of overbearing CEO syndrome or something?" Wei Nan stops her pen, stands up, and walks over to the bed. Looking down at Zhang Hao, she says, "Last time you dared to run away like that, and now you're talking back to me with that mouth. Disobedient over and over again. Do you really think I won't do anything to you?" As she speaks, she reaches her hand down low, making a gesture that is definitely hard to describe. He helplessly thinks, did she seriously tie me up just for this? Then he seriously fires back, "I don't get what you mean about being your man. In reality, you don't actually have any interest in me at all, do you?" This question leaves her completely silent. Zhang Hao continues, "You don't know a single thing about me, and you don't even care to find out, right?" Wei Nan, president of the Hongfeng Group, current head of the Wei family. "In the past, your family was heavily involved in illegal business. But after you took charge, you didn't just go legit. You also merged all the businesses to form the massive Hongfeng Group we see today. Your business covers various sectors, all of which are top tier in the entire country. I won't even bring up the bloodbath you had to go through to get here. People in this world literally worship you like a national goddess. A big shot like you could actually just randomly fall for me. Do you seriously think I'd buy that?" Right now, her expression is darkening, but he keeps rambling on. "And why do you keep insisting on dragging me in to be one of your artists? Is your company seriously that desperate for talent? Honestly, I have absolutely no idea what you're plotting. And I don't even want to know. I just want a peaceful life completely cut off from you. So please, do me a favor and let me go." "Thanks." Saying that, he violently yanks on the chains. Wei Nan furrows her brows and says, "As I thought, you're definitely not Zhang Hao." She strokes her chin, smiling at him as she speaks. With a sudden shock echoing in his ears, Zhang Hao's jaw drops in utter panic. "Huh?" Then she continues, "Oh wait, actually, you probably haven't been Zhang Hao since that very day." He is completely stunned by those words. By this point, Zhang Hao is already broken free from the chains. Rubbing his sore, bound wrists, he asks with a grim expression, "What do you mean by that? If I'm not Zhang Hao, then who else could it be?" Wei Nan said as she kicked back in her chair. The change is just way too massive, so I did some digging on you. She picked up a cigarette, shot him a look, and said, do you even know what you were like before, school heartthrob Zhang Hao? You grew up in a single-parent home, with your dad busting his back to raise you all on his own. He bit his lip, starting to sweat. She kept laying it all bare. Taught to be a traditional stand-up guy by your dad. At school, with those pretty boy looks and decent grades, you became the ultimate target for tons of girls. Everyone around you literally described you as gentle, cute, and a total sweetheart. Zhang Hao felt like clutching his chest and coughing up blood just hearing that. Wei Nan popped the cigarette into her mouth and muttered, but the guy standing here right now, calling you a macho alpha, is probably a better fit, don't you think? You're clearly two completely different people, just wearing the same face of Zhang Hao. He panicked internally, thinking, damn it, I was too careless. I can't believe I got called out like this. He looked down at his hands, thinking back. Because of that damn blood moon, I got transmigrated here out of nowhere. I've just been trying to survive, adapt to this crazy world with absolutely zero time to look up the previous owner of this body. He frowned, clenching his fists. But seriously, just based on some background info, how could she be so sure I'm not the real Zhang Hao? Wei Nan glanced over at him and kept talking. Plus, there's another thing. When I showed up right in front of you, you didn't even blink. He practically fell out of his seat in shock, asking with absolute disbelief, huh? Why the hell would I get hyped up? Just because you're famous? She kept her cool and replied, nope, because you used to be my biggest brainless simp. Zhang Hao gasped in sheer horror. Wait, what? Sweating buckets, his mind started racing. No way. Please tell me she's joking. Wei Nan tapped her cigarette into the ashtray and continued, you literally declared your undying love for me all over social media. If you don't believe me, see for yourself. Zhang Hao's world went completely dark. He snatched his phone out of his pocket and started scrolling through his own profile. 4 months ago. Been staying up so late lately, my face is breaking out. Not long's new bag is so gorgeous, I totally have to buy one next time. Also, I'm too scared to walk home alone lately. He quickly scrolled to a post from 8 months ago. Got confessed to again. Rejecting people is so exhausting. Dad works so hard all by himself, I will. Suddenly, Zhang Hao's eyes widened in pure panic. A post from 1 year ago read, woke up at 5 to watch the sunrise, but it rained again. Ugh, why on earth is there someone? A perfect girl like Wei Nan? To that one guy on my feed, I seriously want to trash talk you, you know? Stop bad-mouthing Wei Nan. Wei Nan is so gorgeous. She's definitely a good person. Her past life in the underworld has nothing to do with her. Are you guys all freaking dumbasses? If she were a bad person, then how could she be in the special forces? Anyone down to trade Wei Nan's pics? These status updates about Wei Nan popping up right before Zhang Hao's eyes made him feel like his eyes were about to rot. I gotta grind and study hard to be a guy worthy of Wei Nan. Wei Nan's man has to absolutely ace this exam. Worried sick that Wei Nan will fall for someone else, so sad. After scrolling through these cringeworthy posts for a bit, he was sweating bullets, thinking, I've seen some of this before, but I never expected this body actually posted every single day. It's way too much. I gave up after looking back 3 months. Who knew this kind of stuff goes back a whole year? Wei Nan sat down right next to him and spoke up. Seems like you have absolutely no memory of simping for me all this time. Then she crossed her arms, smirked and teased, don't tell me you've got amnesia or some multiple personality disorder. Honestly, people with split personalities do undergo a massive shift in personality, letting each persona show a totally different identity. But humans are creatures that actually have to learn things. You don't just suddenly gain skills you shouldn't have just because your personality swapped. These words made Zhang Hao break into a cold sweat. You're a game streamer, and in just a short span of over 1 month, you cracked the top 100. Specifically, you're ranked 96th with the username The Strongest Man on Earth and a score of 32.7. Your gaming history shows you've never even touched this game before. And a guy who's never been in a fight in his life somehow escaped a gang of thugs, which even a typical high school girl couldn't pull off. That's why I'm dead sure you don't have split personalities. Your soul got swapped. Her intense gaze locked onto him as she made her deduction. Right then, Zhang Hao burst out laughing. Ha, you're seriously losing it. What normal person would even think that? But deep down, he felt a bit relieved when a sudden thought hit him. Unless, he turned to face her and shot back, so even if my soul did get soul swapping, what's your game? He thinks she's just like me. Meanwhile, Wei Nan wears a super calculating smile. In the last chapter, Zhang Hao turned to ask Wei Nam, let's say I did swap souls. What do you want? He asked coldly. Now you're finally getting to the point. My team is currently researching a blood moon, phenomenon that only happens once in 100 years. Hearing blood moon, he instantly panics, with the blood moon god flashing in his mind. She stands up again and says, based on our previous investigation, on you, your sudden personality change happened just a few days after the blood moon appeared. I have a feeling you're closely linked to this blood moon phenomenon. Completely baffled, Zhang Hao asks how she can be so sure. Wei Nan puts her hands on her hips, looks down at him, and replies, well, if you're willing to cooperate with our investigation, I'll tell you why. He goes silent for a moment, then scratches his cheek, looking hesitant. About this? Seeing this, Wei Nan immediately flashes a playful smirk and winks to reassure him. No need to be so tense. I totally guarantee your safety. It's not like we're going to slice you up for some crazy experiments or anything. Honestly, hearing that only makes him more terrified. She goes on to say that there's a newly drafted contract on the headboard, detailing the cooperation and all the sweet perks he'll get. Take it home and read it carefully. The terms will definitely blow you away. Hearing her words, Zhang Hao turns his head to look at the document on the side table. Then he brings up his doubts about this blood moon research. Is anyone else researching this besides you? Wei Nan replies, as far as I know, just me. Zhang Hao grabs the contract and says, got it. He then stands up and heads for the door. I'll read it when I get home. But inside, he's thinking, wow, I didn't expect anyone in this world to actually know about the blood moon. But I still have no clue what this blood moon quest is all about. Is it too risky to just jump into a partnership? Oh well, it's not like I have any other clues anyway. No need to rush. Things will work themselves out. Let's just take it step by step. He lifts the contract to wave goodbye, saying, if there's nothing else, I'll head out. It's getting super late and my family is probably looking for me. Wei Nan smirks and replies, I hope you won't make me wait too long for your answer this time. Oh, and one more thing. Hearing one more thing instantly makes Zhang Hao panic. Suddenly, he's grabbed by the back of the neck and slammed against the door, one arm pinned behind his back. Terrified, he stammers, what do you think you're doing? Wei Nan presses herself close, squeezes his chin and says, this is payback for sneaking up on me last time. Her sudden move makes him cry out, wait, what? Then, she raises a hand. A terrified Zhang Hao quickly turns around to stop her. Whoa, let's talk this out. Just don't do this. But it's too late. From inside Wei Nan's house, loud smack, smack, smack sounds echo so loudly. You could probably hear them from outside. Zhang Hao can only scream, ah, ouch. A little while later, he is desperately rubbing his swollen butt. Stupid, overbearing, female CEO. It hurts so bad that tears actually well up in his eyes. Gritting his teeth in anger, he walks away, rubbing his butt with tears streaming down his face in pure frustration. I can't believe I just got pinned down and spanked by a woman. I am definitely remembering this humiliation. For now, I gotta get home fast. His phone has been ringing off the hook. Right now, the lights are still on at Zhang Hao's house. He steps inside and says, I'm back, but stops mid-sentence. He sees Zhang Tianqin putting on her shoes. She looks up in surprise and calls out, Zhang Hao. Confused, he asks, Sister Qianqin, were you planning to go out? Instantly, she lunges forward, crying out, Zhang Hao, startling him. Zhang Tianqin throws her arms around Zhang Hao, sobbing with worry. You're finally back. I was so incredibly worried about you. He gasps, Sister Qianqin. Locked in her tight embrace, he thinks to himself, was Sister Qianqin actually going out to search for me? Thank goodness I got back in time. He speaks up first, I'm so sorry, Sister Qianqin, for making you worry. Where are Dad and Stepmom? It takes a moment before Zhang Tianqin lets go of him and answers, Dad and Mom went to their room. Zhang Hao, where did you go? Why are you back so late? Zhang Hao scratches his head, laughs awkwardly, and says, oh, I just went for a walk and forgot to check the time. Sister Qianqin, let me take a shower first. Sweated a ton from all that walking. Saying this, he forces a smile and tries to slip past her. Suddenly, Zhang Qin grabs his hand. Hold on, Zhang Hao. In a dark, low voice, she asks, Zhang Hao, were you out with a girl just now? Her eyes suddenly look super dangerous. You smell like perfume, 45. Zhang Hao lifts his arm to sniff it, replies, no way, I was alone. Why would there be girl's perfume on me? Frowning, he thinks to himself, holy crap, is Wei Nan's perfume really that strong? Feeling guilty, he points to himself and quickly makes up a story on the spot. I must have rubbed against someone while waiting in a super crowded ice cream line. Hearing this, Zhang Tianqin gets real serious, steps closer and strokes Zhang Hao's face. You need to be more careful from now on. Don't let other people take advantage of you. Dazed, he mumbles back, okay. Then her cheerful mood instantly returns. She spins him around and says, go take your shower and leave your clothes out so I can wash them for you. Still bewildered, Zhang Hao replies, thanks, Sister Qianqin. Meanwhile, a hand knocks on a door, knock, knock, knock. Wei Nan's secretary walks in and says, Wei Nan. She replies, yeah, you're here. She hands her a dossier on someone and says, dig deeper into this person. The secretary replies, understood, Wei Nan, and takes the file. After looking at it for a moment, the secretary asks in surprise, Zhang Tianqin, Zhang Hao's stepsister? With a dark expression, Wei Nan replies, exactly. Investigate everything she's been up to lately. I can't shake the feeling that her becoming Zhang Hao's stepsister is just too much of a coincidence. Meanwhile, Zhang Tianqin is absolutely fuming, holding Zhang Hao's school uniform over a burning fire pit. Gritting her teeth, she mutters, Zhang Hao doesn't need anything that smells like another girl. A moment later, Zhang Hao finishes his shower. Drying his hair with a towel, he calls out, Sister Qianqin, I'm done. Suddenly, he freezes when he catches sight of something and is totally stunned. Oh my. Zhang Tianqin is rummaging through the fridge, showing off her super gorgeous figure. She turns her head and asks, all done? What do you want to drink, Zhang Hao? Already blushing hard, Zhang Hao's milk is fine. Inside, he can't help but admire her. Damn, Sister Qianqin's body is amazing. Handing him a bottle of milk, Tian Qin says, come on, go to your room and I'll dry your hair. Not objecting, Zhang Hao replies, okay. Now inside his room, Zhang Hao sits there grinning, like a total idiot, thinking, I get it, but why do we have to come into Sister Qianqin's room? Meanwhile, Zhang Tianqin is happily blow-drying his hair. Suddenly, he spots something on her phone and tells her, Sister Qianqin, you've got a text. On her screen, a message pops up from a contact named My Sorrowful Dream that no one cares about. The profile picture is some guy with purple hair wearing an off-the-shoulder shirt trying to look super hot. Right below his picture is a confession text reading, Senior Zhang Tianqin, I fell for you the moment I saw you. Can you give me a chance? I'm totally ready to give you my first time. Looking at the picture, Zhang Hao couldn't help but swear out loud. What the actual hell? He gritted his teeth in anger. Is this some naked psycho? He thought about calling the cops, then turned around and told Zhang Tianqin, I'm so sorry, Zhang Tianqin. I didn't mean to look. She just calmly kept blow-drying his hair and said, It's fine, just tell him I already have a boyfriend. Zhang Hao, looking absolutely pissed, muttered while clicking the mouse. Yeah, Zhang Tianqin. Don't even bother with losers like him. Sending a picture like that out of nowhere? Total creep. Seeing how worked up he was, Zhang Tianqin couldn't help but smile. She leaned down, wrapping her arms around Zhang Hao from behind and whispered, This is so sweet. It's nice to see you care about me so much, Zhang Hao. I'd never say yes to someone like him. She then headed toward the bathroom and added, I'm going to take a shower. Do me a favor and block him. Then go ahead and shut down the computer, okay? He replied, Got it. Zhang Hao clicked the mouse, muttering, Block, block, and blocked. Suddenly his eyes caught something on her screen. He gasped, Huh? Angel Zhang Hao? Hey guys, let's go. He thought in disbelief, wait, I actually have my own custom folder in Zhang Tianqin's close friends list. And she named it that? No way. Just then, he noticed a book on her shelf and pulled it out. The title read, The Seductive Cousin's Secret. A spicy cover art showed two people staring passionately at each other. Zhang Tianqin, Zhang Hao clutched his head, running his fingers through his hair, completely frozen like stone. No, no, no! What the heck am I thinking? This is Zhang Tianqin we're talking about. Instantly, a little devil popped up in his head, warning, This is a recipe for disaster. But the little angel, eyes already turned into giant hearts, was super hyped, saying, Come on, she's not even your biological sister. Who wouldn't fall for a goddess like her? The devil scowled and snapped. But she's always treated you like a little brother. And yet you want to hit on her? You're trash. The angel held its cheeks, saying confidently, Maybe Zhang Tianqin actually likes you too? She treats you incredibly well. And you guys are living under the same roof. Zhang Hao, looking like a total zombie, collapsed face first onto the desk. Shoot, I can't keep my cool. I'm way too hyped about that custom folder. Am I seriously craving some forbidden romance drama? Flash forward to the next day. It was a beautiful afternoon during recess. Zhang Hao was sitting on an outdoor bench, all by himself, staring up at the sky with a deep, thoughtful look. He couldn't stop thinking about that day when he ended up pinned right on top of Zhang Tianqin, their voices calling out, Zhang Tianqin, Zhang Hao. Then she had smiled up at him, teasingly asking, Do you like playing like this, Zhang Hao? He frowned as he pondered. Thinking back on it now, it seemed like Zhang Tianqin didn't really resist when things got a bit heated. Suddenly a voice called out, snapping him out of his thoughts. Zhang Hao scowled and asked coldly, Why the hell are you here? Zhang Hao leaned back against the bench, giving Lan Zhongzhong a deadpan look. Seeing his rival's annoying, smug face with arms crossed, Zhang Hao let out an annoyed sigh. Lan Zhongzhong smirked and said, Hey Zhang Hao, I heard you're live streaming on Apu now. Tonight, I want to go head-to-head with you, to see whose stream gets more hype and who pulls in more super yachts. Zhang Hao quietly let him finish rambling, then tilted his head to the side and muttered, Not interested. Lam Trung. Trung immediately tried to bait him. What, are you scared? Hearing such a childish taunt, Zhang Hao lazily scratched his ear and fired back, Man, does your class barely give you any homework? Is that why your walnut brain can only think about me all day? If you love looking for trouble so much, I can arrange for you to wear a red armband and stand at the school gate to catch dress code violators. He narrowed his eyes, sending a chilling glare. I'm not jobless like you. Sure enough, Trung instantly took the bait, gritting his teeth and stammering, You! But Zhang Hao wasn't done yet. He pointed over his shoulder and added, If you've got a stutter, go get it checked out. The clinic is right over there. Lan Zhongzhong stomped his feet in a rage, throwing a total tantrum like a spoiled brat. Zhang Hao, don't get cocky. No matter what you say now, you're going down tonight. Suddenly, Not Long popped out of nowhere and yelled, Oh, it is on. Big Bro Hao isn't scared of you. His stream's popularity is miles ahead of yours. Lan Zhongzhong stormed off, pointing a finger back at them. Fine, Zhang Hao, just you wait until tonight. Wait, what? Zhang Hao called out, completely dumbfounded. Not Long just grinned smugly, giving him a confident fist pump. Go get him, Big Bro Hao. You've got this in the bag. Zhang Hao, on the other hand, had a face full of confusion. That night, with the moon high and his room brightly lit, Zhang Hao sat in front of his streaming setup. What was different tonight was that he wasn't wearing his mask. He just felt too hot, plus he decided to stream anonymously tonight. In his mind, he scoffed at the whole thing. A gifting battle? How childish. As time ticked by, the kill announcements kept popping up on screen. Double kill, then quadra kill, and finally victory. Zhang Hao's KDA was through the roof. He easily snatched the MVP with 16 kills, 7 assists, and only 2 deaths. He smirked at the screen. They couldn't even touch me today. The chat immediately went wild. Holy crap, our god is insane. I'm totally dropping a yacht for this match. I just screenshotted his face, keeping this forever. Honestly, I could stare at his face all day and never get tired of it. He took a deep breath, but then a look of shock hit his face. A massive system notification popped up, making everything else irrelevant. Someone named W had gifted yachts, 999 of them. Zhang Hao was so shocked he spat out a curse. Holy shit, is this actually Wei-Nun? Meanwhile, on a luxurious yacht, a girl with an absolute bombshell body, perfectly curvy in all the right places, was lounging in a bikini that left little to the imagination. That girl was indeed Wei-Nun. Zhang Hao's expression darkened as he realized she's pressuring me to sign that deal. He recalled the terms of that shady contract. The research participant had to put all studies on hold, move out of their home, and relocate to a designated facility. His hand clenched the paper tightly as he read further. All external partnerships must be terminated. Any breach of contract fees will be covered by Party A room and board provided. Monthly salary of 30,000 yuan. Zhang Hao slammed the papers onto the desk, yelling, "This is a straight-up slave contract." Sitting in front of his monitor, he kept thinking. He still had no clue what this Blood Moon mission actually was, so it seemed pretty dumb to lock himself down to a sinking ship. First, I've got to figure out what this Blood Moon quest is all about. As for Wei Nan, I'll find a way to reject her for now, and I'll refund her the money for those yachts later. Thanks to those 999 yachts, Zhang Hao's stream instantly shot to #1, leaving second and third place in the dust. Meanwhile, at Lan Zhongzhang's downtown apartment, he was wearing cat ears and a skinny girl's outfit. Clutching his stomach, he whines softly into his mic. "Oh, my tummy suddenly hurts so bad. Sorry guys, I think I have to call it a night. Thanks for the yachts, my sweet sponsors. Moi moi!" He grabbed his mouse and shut down the stream, his face becoming completely rabid, cursing like crazy in his head. That hypocritical piece of trash, Zhang Hao. He's clearly leeching off some sugar mommy while acting all pure and innocent. I'm definitely gonna tear his fake face off. Episode 17, Lan Zhong made a call to someone and said, "Yo, sis Mac." He let out a sinister grin, his face looking totally twisted. "I need you to do me a favor. As for the cash, don't worry, it's gonna be a fat stack." At this moment, his head was filled with only one thought. "Zhang Hao, I am absolutely gonna ruin your life." Great, another brain dead loser looking for trouble with the main character. Meanwhile, the air was fresh, and the peaceful sunlight shone down on Zhang Hao as he strolled down the street. He glanced over at a flower shop by the roadside, scratching his neck as he thought of Zhang Tianqin. Sis Zhang Tianqin said she wanted to buy some lilies. Little did he know, two girls were secretly watching him from a distance. One whispered into the other's ear, "Sismac, that's Zhang Hao. Lan Zhongzhong wants us to teach that guy a lesson." The one called Sismac sneered, "Doesn't look half bad." She stared at Zhang Hao's back, and he started looking weirdly familiar. Her eyes narrowed. Wait a sec, why does he look so familiar? Suddenly, it hit her like a bolt of lightning. Holy crap, it's him. She instantly panicked and blurted out to the girl next to her, "Hurry, call President Yu right now." "Yes, ma'am." Meanwhile, at a towering and luxurious FH group building, a female secretary walked in and reported, "President Ngui, I have something to report regarding Zhang Hao." President Ngui was a gorgeous girl with curled eyelashes, slender eyebrows, rosy lips, and a beauty mark right by her eye. Taking off her glasses, she said, "Spill." The secretary quickly reported, "One of my subordinates just reported that a streamer on Do named Lan Zhongzhong seems to have a beef with Zhang Hao. He asked her to help get some leaked nudes of Zhang Hao, but knowing Zhang Hao is your man, they didn't dare do it, so his plan totally flopped. The badass boss Nui handled it coldly. Got it. Tell Do to terminate their contract with Lam. Trung Trung. Handle the rest however you want. Now get out." Man, wouldn't it be nice to be taken care of by Boss Nui? Cut to Zhang Hao's place, where he was carrying a vase, thinking, how much do that many yachts even cost? The app takes a 50% cut, so how am I going to pay Wei Nan back? Just then his phone started ringing. Ring, ring, ring. Zhang Hao picked up. "Hello?" The voice on the other end went straight to the point. "It's Wei Nan." Before he could say anything, Sis Zhang Tianqin appeared right behind him. "Who is that?" "Zhang Hao?" Zhang Hao jumped like a cat that got its tail stepped on. Forcing a fake smile, he quickly hit the mute button. "Oh, it's nothing, Sis Zhang Tian, just an insurance salesman." He thought anxiously, "Why does it feel like I just stepped into a giant heap of trouble?" On the other end, President Ngui, who had just been abruptly hung up on, was absolutely furious, veins popping on her face and neck. She roared in anger, "Damn it, get the car ready!" Meanwhile, Zhang Hao was sitting alone in his room, thinking that hanging up like that was pretty rude. Maybe he should negotiate a bit about returning the yacht money to her. Suddenly, his phone lit up, displaying President Ngui's name. Oh, she's calling back. But the moment he muttered a hello, the boss lady's fierce aura completely shut him down. "Get out here or I'll send over a dozen people to drag you out of your house." Furious, he shouted back into the phone. "Just because you're some dominant boss lady doesn't mean you can just break into people's homes. Who do you think you are? You arrogant jerk?" The immediate response was a deafening blast of car horns outside. Zhang Hao froze as he looked out the window, his face turning pale. Holy crap, a whole row of luxury cars lined up outside nearly scared the soul out of his body. Zhang Hao screamed into the phone, "Are you seriously here? I'm calling the cops." But President wasn't about to back down so easily. She mocked, "Go ahead and try. Let's see if parking by the roadside is illegal." This time, Zhang Hao was completely silenced, with nothing left to say. He sighed in defeat. "Fine, you win. Tell them to drive away. I'm coming out." Zhang Hao rushed down to the living room and said, "Zhang Tianqin, Sis Zhang Tianqin, I'm just going to run to the convenience store to grab some stuff." "Oh, want me to go with you?" Zhang Hao quickly replied. "No need, Sis Zhang Tianqin. I can go by myself. I'll be right back." Zhang Hao shoved his hands in his pockets, stepped outside, and spoke into the phone. "I'm out. Hanging up now." President Nui cut in. "Hold on. Who else did you piss off besides me?" The dominant, gorgeous boss lady wearing stockings and sitting with her legs crossed spoke with a cold yet caring tone. "Someone is tailing you. Please choke me with those thighs, sis." Episode 18. Wei Nan guided Zhang Hao through the phone, telling him to keep walking forward. Zhang Hao followed her directions until he spotted a black car by the side of the road. 30 meters ahead of the car on your right in that dark corner. He might be armed. By now, cold sweat was trickling down his forehead. Zhang Hao felt a bit hesitant. Hey sis, is this actually safe? It's so dangerous out here. A regular high school kid like me is totally gonna get ambushed. Maybe I should just go back. Wei Nan, sitting in her car, replied, aren't you worried it'll be even more dangerous if they keep lurking around your house? I'm here right now. You go bait him, and I'll help you take him down. Fine, Zhang Hao agreed. My gorgeous waifu president gently reminded him, keep your distance from him. Stay right there. Don't move. Wait for me to get there. Wei Nan then told her secretary as she got ready to step out, tell our men nearby to surround the area. Don't let him escape. President, Nui, are you going yourself? The secretary gasped in panic. Wei Nan turned back her gaze razor sharp. Got a problem with that? No, ma'am. Zhang Hao whispered into the phone. Hey, sis. Hurry up. It looks like they can't wait any longer. A dark figure emerged from a distant alley. Judging by the silhouette, it was a girl wearing a gray hoodie. Filthy scumbag. Die, she muttered creepily. Zhang Hao kept his cool and asked, who's there? This psycho seems totally out of her mind. Suddenly, she shrieked like a maniac. Die, and lunged forward at insane speed. Damn, the mysterious figure threw a hook from right to left, but Zhang Hao easily dodged it. This girl was no amateur. She kept throwing punches left and right, but none of them could land a hit on him. Zhang Hao suddenly leapt backward, distancing himself. The girl snapped, damn it, you're just like a cockroach. Zhang Hao didn't answer, thinking to himself, her attack power is insane, but she doesn't seem that fast. In that case, the mysterious girl raised her fist and charged at him again. Die, you filthy scumbag! His eyes widened. This was his chance. Once again, Zhang Hao easily dodged to the side and tripped her. She immediately lost her balance and pitched forward. What? She slammed hard onto the ground with a loud thud, and Zhang Hao pinned her down by her back. Pinning her to the ground, he said, behave yourself, don't move. Who are you? Why did you attack me? The other person spat back, it's all your fault. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have ended up like this. For a second, Zhang Hao couldn't put a face to the voice. It was so confusing, he demanded, take off that mask, and let's talk. She reached for a mask, but suddenly threw a brutal elbow backwards, spinning around. Get off me! Zhang Hao was knocked back onto the ground. Damn, her strength. Damn, that's some serious force. The stranger's eyes sharpen. I want her to scream while I slaughter you. A knife suddenly flashes in their hand. A knife? Okay, this is definitely no joke now. The look on Zhang Hao's face goes pale. A murderer. Just as the knife was inches away, out of nowhere, a fist slams right into the mystery attacker's left cheek. The badass female CEO appears just in time, landing a heavy blow that sends the girl stumbling, luckily knocking the knife out of her hand. The mystery person's mask flies off, mouth bleeding. Wei Nan just saved Zhang Hao's life. Standing in front of the psycho who dared to hurt Zhang Hao, CEO Niu says coldly, I thought you'd flee the province, but I didn't expect you'd still have the nerve to come here and mess with him. By now, Zhang Hao finally recognizes her and blurts out, so it was you, Lu Han. Yep, the one trying to murder Zhang Hao is indeed Lu Han. One side of her face is totally swollen from that punch. Zhang Hao can't believe his eyes and questions her. Look, I only turned down your offer to be my sugar mommy. That's not enough to want me dead. Lu Han's eyes bulge with pure hatred. If you hadn't seduced Wei Nan, there's no way she would have locked me up. Typical. Once a guy sees cash, no matter how handsome he is, he turns into a. Zhang Hao loses his temper and snaps. What the actual fuck? You're the ones who's. Enough, Wei Nan barks. The gorgeous CEO speaks up for Zhang Hao. Locking you up had absolutely nothing to do with him. You brought this on yourself for going too far. As she speaks, Wei Nan pulls out a hair tie, looking incredibly sleek and sexy. You and your goons used Huang Hong's name to bully the weak, running around collecting protection money everywhere, and even forcing male students to serve you. You seriously violated the rules I set down. I have zero tolerance for trash like you. Yungli's sharp words are absolute. You are definitely getting dealt with by me. By now, the gorgeous CEO has finished tying up her hair. Lu Han instantly loses her mind and screams, what does a silver spoon princess like you know anyway? I don't accept this. Screaming in rage, she loses all control and charges forward with a clenched fist. Nam's eyes turn sharp. She calmly says, maybe I don't, but whatever your excuse is. Lu Han's fist is caught in an iron grip by Wei Nan, completely shutting down her attack, just like how she is totally cornered by Wei Nan. It can never justify your actions. Lu Han's face breaks into a cold sweat, her excuse to bully others completely shattered. By now, a fist is right in front of Lu Han's face. Massive uppercut hits her so hard it brings tears to her eyes, leaving her face totally distorted. Knockout. Wei Nan wins, sending Lu Han packing. She lies there on the ground in total defeat. Zhang Hao stands nearby, face completely pale. He's low-key terrified, thinking, holy shit, did Wei Nan pull her punches that much when we fought? A while later, the cops arrive and take Lu Han away. Guess she'll be cooling her heels in a cell for a while. Standing next to Wei Nan, Zhang Hao breathes a sigh of relief. Finally, it's over. Sorry for the trouble, but could you drive me home now? It's super late. My sister's gonna worry. Wei Nan doesn't answer and just asks, did you forget what I came here for? Zhang Hao blankly replies, oh yeah, why did you come find me anyway? Seeing Wei Nan's expression change, he quickly says, is it about that contract from last time? Wei Nan doesn't beat around the bush and gets straight to the point. The contract is one thing, but I mainly came to warn you that someone is trying to take secret nude photos of you. Zhang Hao is completely baffled. Huh? Who would be that weird? The badass CEO then shifts the topic. That's not the point. The point is, before I could even say a word, you hung up on me. Do you seriously hate talking to me that much? Zhang Hao looks at her, immediately picking up on her mood. He bows 90 degrees and says sincerely, I apologize, which catches the badass CEO totally off guard. He continues, hanging up on you was completely my bad. I'm really sorry. Wei Nan's cheeks turn slightly pink, her mood instantly softening. She asks, so, are you willing to take your punishment? Yes, please punish me, mommy. Okay, that's just what I would say. But Zhang Hao actually asks in surprise, huh, what punishment? Wei Nan steps closer, gently stroking his cheek. Since she's taller than him, she has to lean down. It's this. As the words leave her mouth, she suddenly locks lips with Zhang Hao. The gorgeous CEO's eyes flutter half closed, looking totally satisfied. Man, I'm so jealous, level 50! Zhang Hao's heart is pounding, his mind completely in disarray. What is happening? Am I getting force-kissed? What should I do now? I need to push her off. Zhang Hao seems super flustered, but her scent is so sweet and she's so soft. Damn, I want to try too. Besides, Wei Nan is an absolute goddess. Not only is she gorgeous, but she's also got a massive personality. After all, he's just a normal guy. Since she's throwing herself at him, his hands are already sliding down. Just then, Zhang Tianqin's image flashes in his mind. Zhang Hao quickly pushes Wei Nan's shoulders away. Wiping his mouth, he awkwardly asks, Xiongui, do you have some kind of weird habit or something? Why do you keep acting like a total creep toward a high schooler like me over and over? That was my first kiss. The way Wei Nan wipes her lips seriously makes her look like a total thug. Oh, so now you remember you're a high schooler? She teases. But in her head, she's thinking, wait, so that was actually his first kiss? Zhang Hao shyly says, that's not the point. Tonight you helped me, but you also stole my first kiss, so let's call it even. Also, about live stream donations last night. That was you, right? I'll pay you back. Give me your account number. Wei Nan puts her hands on her hips, radiating pure rich girl energy. It's just pocket change. Who do you think I, Wei Nan, am? But what do you mean by that? Trying to cut ties with me? So you don't plan on signing that contract either? Caught red-handed. Zhang Hao replies, I can't sign that contract right now. Wei Nan's face immediately darkens. She only says 2 words, give me a reason. For now, he can't really explain it to her yet. Zhang Hao avoids her gaze, quickly turning around with his hands stuffed in his pockets, getting ready to leave. You must be tired today, go get some rest. Wei Nan doesn't reply or say a word. Watching the teen walk away, she thinks to herself, Zhang Hao, there is nothing that I, Wei Nan, cannot do. Back at Zhang Hao's place, the second he gets home, he flops straight onto his bed, his mind a complete mess. Just now, while he was with Wei Nan's sister Zhang Tianqin suddenly popped into his head. Do I seriously have those kinds of feelings for sister Zhang Tianqin? He immediately slaps his own cheeks hard, trying to wake himself up. Zhang Hao, what the hell are you thinking? Snap out of it. She's your sister. Forget it. Stop letting your mind wander. You have school tomorrow. The high school is loud and bustling, with students chatting and walking around under a peaceful blue sky. Hey, Tunyet Hoa! A shout from afar immediately grabs the attention of the white-haired, red-eyed girl with an adorable face. The one calling out is Zhang Hao, saying, Good morning, Tunyet Hoa. Tunyet Hoa softly replies, Good morning, Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao feels a bit energized, thinking to himself, after spending a day with that domineering CEO, hanging out with little sister Nuet Hoa is seriously with black tights, long, slim, and seriously sexy. Pretty sure this is the first time I've ever seen Nuet Hoa rock black tights. She used to always wear white ones. Nuet Hoa tilted her head slightly and called Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao quickly scrambled to save face, blabbering, Oh, right, I got a gift for you. He pulled out a keychain shaped like an AK-47 rifle and said, Thanks for teaching me martial arts. It really came in handy back at your place. Didn't you say you liked this gun? I saw this keychain while walking down the street, so I just grabbed it right away to give to you today. Nuet Hoa held it up to take a look, then squeezed it tight in her hand, her lips curling into a smile. Thanks, Hao, I'll cherish this gift, she said, looking super sincere. Zhang Hao scratched his head, feeling a bit proud of himself. Haha, as long as you like it. Speaking of which, he suddenly remembered something. Nuet Hoa only changed her tights, so why does she feel so different? In the end, it's still just tights. Right after Nuet put away the AK-47 keychain, she noticed something off. She looked up, then followed Zhang Hao's gaze down to her own legs. Zhang Hao Yetwa called out again. Huh? Trung! Hao flinched, totally guilty. Nuet Hoa shyly pressed her legs together, covering herself with her hands, and asked, Is there something wrong with my legs? Well, yes, but actually no. During the lunch break, Trung, Hao, and Nuet Hoa were hanging out in the same room. Noticing something, Zhang Hao asked, Why do you keep staring at your own thighs? Seeing Trung, Hao asking that, she looked at him and casually replied, Because you've been staring at my thighs a lot today. She continued, Does Zhang Hao like my thighs? Totally caught off guard. Zhang Hao coughed awkwardly, trying to hide his face with his hand as he asked, Oh, was it that obvious? Zhang Hao stole a glance at her and admitted to himself, her thighs really were. Of Nuet Hoa's is so damn pretty. Hearing this, she flashed her thigh and was like, Zhang Hao, you can touch it, you know? Zhang Hao's eyes went wide, his pupils literally shrinking in pure shock. His mouth hung open, unable to process what he just heard. Wait, you're telling me to touch it? Nuet Hoa acted like it was no big deal and said, Yeah, ever since I got to know you and had someone to eat with, I've been so happy. Seeing no response from Zhang Hao, she put on a sad face, leaned in close, and asked, Don't you want to? He was still lagging, his brain still loading, so he could only mutter, But inside, his mind was screaming, An innocent girl like this is literally asking me to touch her thigh. There's no way I can refuse this, right? His face was totally screaming dirty thoughts, though he tried to play it cool, but he quickly calmed down thinking, wait, just touching her thigh feels a bit creepy. He put down his food box and said, tell you what, if I ask you to sit on my lap right now, would you do it? He spread his legs wide. Nuit Hoa put her food down, stood up, and said no. Then, without wasting a single second, she sat straight down on his lap and asked, is this fine? This swift sequence of moves totally caught him off guard, making him unable to believe his eyes. How can you be so obedient? Nuit Hoa is seriously a treasure that needs to be protected in this female. That man, if I had a sweet, obedient little sister like you, that'd be so dope. Don't you find this whole thing low-key weird? Nuit Hoa just tapped her chin, acting like she was actually thinking about it, and muttered, maybe a little. But then, she put her hand right on his shoulder, closed the gap, and said, but honestly, this is super cozy. No one's ever held me like this before. Hearing her say that, Zhang Hao felt a little tug in his chest. Man, Nuit Hoa was seriously starved for affection, probably because of her messed up family. Right then, Zhang Hao suddenly noticed the bracelet she was wearing and blurted out, wait, isn't that the keychain I gave you? Hearing him mention it, she glanced down at her wrist. As he asked out of curiosity, why'd you hang it on your bracelet like that? Nuit Ho's cheeks flushed a soft pink as she mumbled, to be honest, this is the first time I've ever gotten a gift from a friend. I just wanted to keep it close to me all the time. Hearing it straight from her lips, his jaw practically dropped. He double-checked to be sure. Your first gift ever? Like, seriously? Nobody's ever given you a present before? She looked down, her eyes clouding over with sadness as she whispered, yeah, my old friends only demanded money from me. They never gave me anything. Cutting right through her depressing memories, he reached over to pat her head, saying, those jerks weren't real friends. Just forget about them. I assume Huang Yuanwan isn't hitting you up for cash, right? Staring at her, he boiled with rage inside, thinking, those bastards are seriously too much, picking on someone as pure and innocent as Nuit Hoa. She just gave a calm shake of her head and denied it, no way. Actually, Vian gave me a bunch of weird books and movies, but I remembered what you said and didn't watch any of that sketchy stuff. His face went totally blank. He glanced away, cursing Vian in his head. Damn, Hoang Vian. Vian is still a total creep. He pulled her into a warm hug and said, this keychain belongs on a backpack, babe. Hanging it on your wrist is a bit weird. Let me buy you something else that actually belongs on a bracelet. Snuggling happily into his chest, she smiled up at him. For real? He gave an instant, firm nod, reassuring her. For real? Now finish your lunch. We've got class in a bit. She gave a soft nod, and just like that, the scene shifts to the front of his classroom. He was sitting at his desk, spaced out and looking around, when he picked up his notebook and noticed some sketchy-looking thing tucked inside. Without thinking, he grabbed it, but another hand suddenly snatched the shady object right out of his grip. The class president's loud mouth flew wide open as he shrieked, oh my god, Zhang Hao, why on earth would you bring this trash to school? That is so messed up. He sat there utterly shell-shocked, having absolutely no clue what the actual hell was going on, his lips twitching in disbelief. 52. The green-haired class president pointed a shaky finger straight at him and yelled, Zhang Hao, you've completely trashed our school's moral standards. First you make all the girls claw each other's eyes out trying to chase you, and now this? You're honestly disgusting. Some nearby bros immediately started whispering and stirring up drama. A black-haired dude sneered, yo, you see that? Zhang Hao actually brought that dirty stuff to class. His bestie right next to him piped up, for real, man. He acts all innocent, but deep down, he's just a piece of shit trash bag who acts like everyone's little wife. Hearing those idiots running their mouths, the girls immediately snapped back. Excuse me, what did you just say? Zhang Hao would never do that. A blue-haired girl nearby also jumped in to defend him. We don't even know what's going on yet. The class prez shouldn't be making wild accusations like that. It's totally out of line. His face darkened with pure rage as he muttered a quiet curse under his breath. He was absolutely speechless. He never in a million years thought he'd see the day where a bunch of dudes surrounded him, calling him trash. Standing up with a totally savage look on his face, he dumped a massive pile of love letters from his desk right in front of the class president to shut him up. Take a good look, geniuses. Every single thing in my desk was stuffed in there by other people. He raised his hand, pointing a sharp finger directly at the scandalous item in the class president's grip, exuding pure confidence as he barked, and that trashy thing is no exception. Don't you dare think you can just pin everything on me, and don't even think about using this as an excuse to start drama with me. Or else. Hearing this, the class president's head, sweating bullets and totally shut up. He kept going, throwing in a cold-blooded glare and threatening to snap their arms like, don't blame me if I shove that thing right down your throat. Seeing that, they dodging the question and walking away like that, and they call her the school beauty? So fierce. Seeing his frustrated face, Min Yuehua walked over to ask him, Zhang Hao, are you okay? You seem upset. Lin Yulong looked annoyed as he blurted out, Zhang Hao, what kind of sick pervert put this trash in your desk drawer? The purple-haired girl who had defended him earlier also quickly chimed in, Zhang Hao, don't let it get to you. We believe you. He put his hand on his head and said wearily, it's fine. It's not a big deal. Over in a dark corner, some shady dude was eavesdropping on their conversation. The next morning, he arrived at school only to find more suspicious stuff under his desk. Startled, he gasped, this again? Is it never going to end? He quickly grabbed the shady goods and threw them straight into the trash. But the nightmare was far from over. On the second day, those items appeared again. Furious, he slammed them into the bin. By the third day, he was so pissed off that he kicked the damn trash can right over. His voice echoed all over the school. Every single day, is your family wholesaling this crap? During gym class, Lin Yilong stretched his waist and asked him, Zhang Hao, for the past 2 days, I've heard some guys gossiping about you. They say you bring that stuff to school every day. Who the hell is trying to set you up? With an indifferent face, he replied, who knows? I find it in my desk every single morning. It's been 4 or 5 days now. Whoever's trying to frame me is spending a lot of cash on this. Lin Yilong asked in a panic, so what do we do now, Zhang Hao? Staring ahead with a cold expression, he said, don't sweat it. I have my own way to handle this guy. In a bit, I'll ask little Yuehua for some help. Min Yuehua happily approached him and asked, Zhang Hao, were you looking for me? He leaned close to her ear and whispered, here's the deal. After hearing his story, she calmly agreed. Sure, I'll have my butler come over later. We can set it up after school. Time flew by, and the classrooms eventually fell dark and silent. Yilong wiped his forehead tiredly and said, this time we're definitely catching that creep. The next morning, a certain dude crept into their classroom wearing a dark yellow hoodie, stealthily reaching out to grab something. Suddenly, a beeping sound echoed from out of nowhere, sending him into a total panic as he looked around frantically. Oh my god, their eyes locked! He gasped when he saw him holding a phone that was making the beeping sound. The guy grimaced, gritting his teeth as he shivered. Smirking with a pile of contraband in his other hand, he said, 8 days already. You're really dedicated, huh? Preparing these toys for me every day must have cost a fortune. Don't let them go to waste. The pile was thrown straight at him. He shouted, keep them for yourself. Episode 53, shaking. He clutched the items, veins popping on his hands as he spat. How did you find out? He casually replied, just a high-tech anti-theft system, that's all. He then waved open the door and smirked. See ya in the principal's office. The guy screamed in rage, don't let him get away. Oh my god, a pack of street punks in ripped jeans and trashy outfits rushed out. He turned around, saw them, and said, calling in backup, are we? He looked cool on the outside, but inside his head he was like, oh crap, these guys actually look like they can fight. The guy glared at him, pointed directly, and ordered, drag him into the restroom first. Those punks rushed at him like throwing darts. Just like that, 1 punch, 2 punches came flying his way, but he quickly dodged them. But when you're outnumbered, you're bound to get hit eventually. One of them flew in from out of nowhere and kicked him, sending him flying. From a distance, Min Yuehua saw him and screamed his name, Zhang Hao. The gray-haired girl was startled by this. Seeing him getting beaten up like that, her face twisted in rage as she screamed, you bastards! Another chick saw her getting angry, her mouth twitching as she sneered, mind your own business! Back to him, the blonde guy rushed forward. He was totally distracted, looking over at Yuehua, but there was no way she was going to just stand there and watch him get beaten. She charged from a distance like a hurricane, and then the inevitable happened. She kicked him so hard his nosebleed went flying, and he slid across the ground for several meters. She stepped up to the guy and stomped right on his face. She glared back with a cold, devastating look, her foot repeatedly grinding into his face. The girl behind her, seeing the absolute demon in her, shook with pure terror. Before she knew it, Yuehua's hands were already around her neck. The girl choked out in terror, cough, cough. I give up. But did Yuehua care about her begging? Hell no, she just calmly stepped closer, raised her fist to the girl's face, and muttered, I'll beat you to death. Just as she was about to pulverize her prey, Zhang Hao's voice cut through her rage. Yuehua, stop. He kept trying to stop her. Yuehua, stop hitting her. I'm fine. If you keep going, this is going to get really bad. Before she could even lower her hands, a teacher suddenly rushed in and screamed at them. Zhang Hao, Min Yuehua, what do you think you're doing? Stop this instant. He leaned in and whispered in Yuehua's ear, it's the teacher. And then what was bound to happen, happened. The school speakers immediately blared. Announcement. Student Lin Zhangzhang from class 11-4 brought unauthorized items into school with the intent to frame student Zhang Hao from class 11-3. The evidence is solid. He will receive a public reprimand. Student Min Yuehua from class 11-3 engaged in a physical fight with peers on school grounds. Since this is her first offense, she will only receive a disciplinary warning. He and Yilong stood by the window looking down, their faces filled with worry. Lin Yilong quickly spoke up. Zhang Hao, Yuehua is going to be okay, right? I heard 2 people from the other class were sent to the hospital. Looking worried, he replied, I don't know. I have a bad feeling about this. He looked at her and thought, Yuehua's family is super strict. If they take her home like this, nothing bad will happen, right? He kept staring in her direction, lost in anxious thoughts. Episode 54. The sky suddenly poured and he had to run empty-handed through the heavy rain. When he got home, his dad quickly brought out a towel and asked anxiously, Zhang Hao, you're back? You didn't bring an umbrella. Why didn't you call me? Aren't you afraid of catching a cold? He hurriedly took the pure white towel from his dad's hands and said, Dad, I'm fine. I'll head up to my room first. He just ran straight up to his room, completely ignoring his dad's gaze. Looking at his son's suspicious behavior, the dad thought, what is that kid in such a rush for? The moment he got to his room, he quickly pulled out his phone in a panic and muttered, No, I need to call Yuehua right now. The phone began to ring. On Yuehua's end, the second she saw his call, she answered it immediately. But all he could hear from her side was a shaky tone as she called his name, Zhang Hao. Worried, he asked Yuehua, what's wrong? He thought to himself, is she crying? He panicked and asked, "What's wrong? Why are you crying?" Sobbing in fear, she whispered to him, "It's so dark here. Where are you?" His face showed pure anxiety for her, while asking he couldn't help but think, wasn't she taken back home? Huddled in a corner of that pitch-black room, she poured her heart out to him. "My mom locked me in a dark room." He blurted out in pure shock, "A confinement room?" She started sobbing as she spilled the beans. "Every time I mess up, my mom locks me in a confinement room to reflect. I have to stay there for 2 days before I can get out. It's so dark in there, seriously dark. I'm so scared." Zhang Hao quickly tried to calm Yuhua's nerves. "Hey, let me talk to you, okay? What do you want to talk about?" she asked, all timid and shy. "Anything," she added. "Zhang Hao, can you please not hang up the phone tonight? Okay?" The pitter-patter of the rain blended right into their conversation. He replied in a heartbeat, "Sure, tomorrow's the weekend anyway, so how about I tell you about the novel I'm writing?" But right as he was speaking, he suddenly let out a massive sneeze. Rubbing his nose, he quickly told her, "Listen, in a bit, if you don't hear any sound from my side, it means I've fallen asleep. If you don't want to hang up, just set the phone aside. I'm starting now." And just like that, he began sharing his novel. "My novel is called A World of Real Men. Men in that world are all tough, strong, and have six-pack abs. All the heavy lifting is done by men. Dangerous jobs like being a cop are also mostly handled by men." He quickly moved on to introducing the characters in his story. "My male lead is a reincarnated cultivator. He's the strongest man alive, carrying the heavy burden of saving the collapsing world, leveling up along the way by slaying monsters and meeting tons of cute, gorgeous, and sweet girls. They all totally adore him for his powers. And of course, since he's super handsome, tons of girls chase after him. Just like my male lead, which is the total opposite of our world." She giggled happily, rubbing her eyes as she said, "Zhang Hao, your novel is cool, but it's totally unrealistic. Men are way too weak to carry any weight. Women are the strong ones, so women protecting men and saving the world is how it actually works." Hearing her take, his lips curved into a slight smirk. Yeah, this world was totally different. Hearing his slightly melancholy voice through the phone, she instantly panicked and said, "But I still think your world sounds super interesting. You're a great writer. I'll definitely read it. Can I send gifts for your novel? I see readers donating tons of gifts all the time. I can do that for you too, as long as it makes you happy." He gazed out the window and replied, "If you want to support, just leaving some comments is more than enough to make me happy." He then added, "Are you still scared now? How about you tell me about the things you like to do every day?" She quickly replied, no longer terrified like before. "Usually, I love watching action movies and also..." And just like that, the two chatted up a storm until the rain completely stopped. The next morning, he woke up feeling totally drained, muttering, "My head hurts so bad." Subconsciously feeling a towel on his forehead, he opened his eyes. And boom, right in front of his face was Sister Chin Chin. She smiled and said, "I was going to wake you up for breakfast, but I realized you have a fever. Quick, take some medicine." With a weak, shaky voice, he said, "I feel like I've got zero energy left." He thought to himself, seriously? Just a little rain and I'm already wiped out? This body of mine is way too weak. She smiled and said, "Is that so?" Suddenly, she leaned in closer, making his face flush bright red. She held the pill near her lips, bringing her face inches away from his. Panicking, his mind raced, feeding me with her mouth? His face burned red hot as Chin Chin slowly leaned closer. But the absolute plot twist here was it was all just his wild imagination. He closed his eyes and embarrassedly blurted out on the bed, "No, we can't! We're siblings!" Chin Chin had a total WTF look on her face. Feeling completely helpless, she asked, "Zhang Hao, what is up with you? Aren't you out of strength? I'm just helping you sit up." He snapped out of it in shock. "Huh?" In his head, he panicked. "Wait, was I just daydreaming? How could I imagine that right in front of her?" He quickly stuttered a reply. Then, "Sorry to bother you, Sister Chin Chin." She gently helped him sit up while his mind was on overdrive with just 3 words. "This is so embarrassing." He took his medicine with a bright red face. Meanwhile, Chin Chin was also lost in thought. Zhang Hao seemed to flinch away from me just now. Did he realize something? Blushing slightly, she turned to him and said, "Oh, right. Zhang Hao, eat up this porridge while it's still nice and hot." He looked at her, utterly lost in thought. Do other guys' sisters actually care for them this much? Especially since we aren't even blood related. With a shy lowered head, he asked, "Sister Chin Chin, why are you so nice to me? It feels way sweeter than how a normal sister would treat her brother." She froze for a second, then smiled and spoke casually, "Of course, because my Zhang Hao deserves it. As long as you're down, I'm ready to take care of you for the rest of my life." Now open wide, just like that, spoonful after spoonful of porridge went into his mouth. His face flushed red hot as he thought, okay, that's definitely taboo for siblings to say. It sounds like a straight-up proposal. Shyly, he said, "Sister Chin Chin, let me hold it myself." But then he started overthinking again. Sister Chin Chin seems totally chill, though. Am I just overthinking this? Maybe she's just a massive bro-con. After finishing the bowl, he said, "Sister Chin Chin, you should head to work. Don't worry about me, I'll be fine after a quick nap." She quickly cut him off. "Since my Zhang Hao is sick, I'm totally not in the mood to work. Go get some rest, I'll stay right here with you." Peeking at her with one eye half open, he thought, even though something feels off, having Sister Chin Chin right by my side always makes me feel so safe. But honestly, who could sleep like this? Yet just 5 minutes later, he was fast asleep. Looking at his sleeping face, she fell deep into thought. Zhang Hao is really asleep. Back then, this would have been totally impossible. "Zhang Hao, I really want to let you know, but you'd hate me, wouldn't you? The scene shifts to a dark, moody room where Wei Nan is sitting in a totally seductive pose. His name escapes her lips, Zhang Hao. Memories of the past flash through her mind, making her blush as she quickly covers her face. To think I actually forced a kiss on him just because he looks so cute and submissive. That confidence and pride radiating from him. He's truly the most unique guy I've ever met. She smoothly places a cigarette in her mouth. As she takes a drag, she suddenly blushes. Wait a second. Wei Nan, do you actually have a crush on him? In the dead of night, while Zhang Hao was fast asleep in his cozy bed, the phone resting right next to him suddenly started vibrating like crazy. Zhang Hao wished he could just smash this annoying phone for ruining his sleep. On top of that, feeling sick made him feel so miserable that even lifting his arm to reach the phone felt like a massive chore. After struggling to grab it, he rasped into the receiver. But despite answering, there was no response from the other end. With a massive question mark practically stamped on his face, Zhang Hao had to speak up first. Who is this? It's the middle of the night. If you're not going to talk, I'm hanging up. Waiting until just as he was about to hang up, the person on the other end seemed totally freaked out by what they heard. After a long beep, they finally spoke up. It's me, Wei Nan. Zhang Hao looked absolutely exhausted, eyes half dead and totally spaced out. Dude was clearly dying for a deep, peaceful sleep with absolutely nobody bothering him. Getting dragged out of bed in the middle of the night put him in a crappy mood. But since the caller wasn't someone he could easily mess with, he had to reply, half-jokingly. Hanging up on her would be a death wish. What's up, Wei Nan? Is someone trying to mess with me again? He was seriously hoping she actually had some super important news. Otherwise, unless she was literally bedridden, he was seriously going to lose his mind on her. But instead of that, she just casually dropped, I can't sleep. That stupid line made Zhang Hao, whose eyes were already dark as a panda's from sleep deprivation, freeze for 5 seconds. He quickly pulled his phone away to check the screen, and it was exactly 2:10 in the morning. Dude, he was absolutely fuming right now. But at the end of the day, he still didn't dare to do a damn thing. Otherwise, Wei Nan could easily turn him into a corpse by tomorrow. All he could do was sit up and chant like a monk. Find your zen, find your zen. Listen, big sister, look at the time. It is 2 a.m. Calling to annoy a high school kid? What, do you want me to read you a bedtime story, or should I sing No One in This World is Better Than Dad? Wait, Nan was way too used to being a domineering female CEO, so even though she was the one calling in the middle of the night, she still expected him to watch his mouth. Watch your tone when you talk to me. Zhang Hao was desperately trying to keep his cool. Seriously, classic boss lady move, waking me up at midnight and still demanding respect. Wei Nan, on the other hand, was just trying to find a random topic to keep the conversation going. Did you learn your martial arts from that girl Manhwa? But that question totally crossed the line for Zhang Hao. Instantly, his eyes turned dead cold and his voice went sharp. Are you stalking me again? She didn't answer right away, just calmly took a drag from her cigarette and blew out a thick cloud of hazy white smoke, filling the dark room with a strong scent of tobacco. Shrouded in the shadows and smoke, her face completely hidden, she finally spoke. Manhua, her skills are pretty mediocre, to be honest. For a split second, the usually cold and arrogant eyes of this boss lady showed a flicker of vulnerability, but it vanished as quickly as it appeared. Why don't you come work for me? I have a professional training team. Your foundation is solid, and with some hard work, you could easily become a world-class bodyguard, swimming in cash and respect. Hearing this pitch from Wei Nan made Zhang Hao totally speechless. First, she wants him to be some famous star, now she's trying to recruit him as a freaking bodyguard? Talk about a major downgrade. But what Zhang Hao didn't realize was that Wei Nan was just using this dumb excuse to talk to him late at night. Zhang Hao shut her down cold, not interested. Don't try to brainwash me, I just want you to keep your distance. Yuhua and I just fool around with training after class. Don't call me again unless it's an emergency, or I'm changing my number. Wei Nan, still convinced that Zhang Hao had a crush on her, assumed he was only acting tough because someone else was right there with him. Hold on, you're not with someone else right now, are you? Zhang Hao was literally dying to sleep, so he had zero energy to deal with her crap. He muttered BS and hung up on her. Wei Nan was left staring at her cold screen, listening to the dial tone. Usually she was the one dumping others, but today she finally got a taste of her own medicine. Staring at the blank black screen felt totally weird and unreal to her, so she just threw her arm over her forehead to cope. Just casual training, my ass. After a long night, the sun finally came up, bright and clear with fluffy white clouds and birds chirping. Zhang Hao woke up after his interrupted sleep and put on the jacket that Zhang Tianqin had so thoughtfully left out for him, along with a text that read, "Put on a jacket if you're getting up to pee." After throwing it on, he sat back on the bed to read the note she left on the desk, thinking, this jacket must be from Sis Tianqin because she was worried I'd catch a cold. She seriously treats me like a baby sometimes. Right after reading it, a knock sounded at the door. Zhang Tianqin gently peeked in, asking all sweet and caring, "Zhang Hao, you up? Awesome, come help me pick an outfit." She was always super sweet to him. She literally treated him like her actual baby brother and was totally chill about asking for his opinion. She didn't hesitate at all before asking, "Zhang Hao, which ones do you want me to wear?" while holding up 2 seriously skimpy outfits. Zhang Hao practically had a nosebleed looking at his stepsister's insane body. "Sis, are you really going to show off your underwear like that?" If I didn't have insane self-control, I would have died from blood loss by now. But since it was way too hot, he had to suppress his inner panic. letting out a couple of fake coughs to play it cool and hide his real thoughts, randomly pointing to one of them. That one. Zhang Tianqin happily skipped off with the clothes, her voice totally dripping with affection for the brother she adored like her own blood. All right, whatever Zhang Hao says. But right when she turned around to leave, Zhang Hao's sharp eyes caught something on her tiny waist. There was actually a huge tattoo half hidden by her dress straps. Wait, sis Tianqin has a tattoo? His eyes went wide with shock. His sweet, gentle stepsister, who was always so soft and loving, actually had a massive tattoo? Since he was still feeling super groggy and hadn't fully recovered from his sickness yet, Zhang Hao skipped school today. He was currently chilling at the table, enjoying a delicious breakfast whipped up by his stepsister, Zhang Tianqin. She, on the other hand, was all packed and dressed up, ready to head over to the research lab. She gave Zhang Hao one last caring look. Zhang Hao, I need to run to the lab. Be a good boy and get some rest at home, okay? Zhang Hao played the good little brother, waving back. Got it, sis. Stay safe out there. Once Zhang Tianqin left the house, he went right back to enjoying his chill morning, stuffing his face with a mountain of mini steamed buns while contemplating life. Yeah, this world is pretty sweet, but I still miss my family and friends from back home. I need to stack some serious cash to figure out a way back. I've already tried writing novels and live streaming. Is there any other quick way to make dough? Then a light bulb suddenly went off in his head. His eyes lit up and he stopped mid-bite, screaming in pure excitement. Oh, duh! How did I completely forget about this? Back when I did that good deed and reported Lu Xin, didn't they say I could get a $50,000 reward? Today is the perfect day to go. Claim it. Zhang Hao pumped his fist, eyes practically turning into dollar signs as he stood straight up, cleared the table, and ran out the door. Not long after, he arrived at the police station, eager to bag that massive reward. Hey there, last time I reported Lu Xin, you guys said I could claim a $50,000 reward. I was in a rush back then, went home, so I couldn't make it. Can I still pick it up now? The female officer was super chill and welcomed him. Oh, you're that handsome guy's nephew, right? I remember you now, but life isn't a dream. While Zhang Hao was fantasizing about bagging 50,000 yuan, the female officer's rejection slapped Zhang Hao right out of his dream. But you're still a high school student, right? Looks like you can't get this cash today. You've got to do some paperwork. If it's fast, it'll probably take about a month to finish. Zhang Hao still didn't give up, handing over his ID card with both hands to prove he was of age and explained, "But I'm already of age, can't you just give me the cash directly?" The female officer helplessly explained, waving her hand to show her hands were tied. "Sorry, this is the request of the reward provider. I'm just following the rules." Now Zhang Hao was dumbfounded again. Getting a big sum of money was seriously so hard. Seriously, we're all human. Do we have to make things this hard for each other? So you guys aren't the ones paying this money. Can you tell me who is, or should I call them and talk directly? The female officer kept refusing. To protect privacy, I can't reveal CEO Ni's identity to you. You can go straight to the Huang group to find her. Left with no choice, Zhang Hao gave up, thanked her, and left. Thanks, ma'am. At the office of the CEO of Huang Media Group, Wei Nan was casually leaning back in her chair listening to the female officer's report over the phone. CEO Zhang Hao came to collect the money and wanted cash directly. I told him to go straight to you. Wei Nan gave a half-hearted reply and hung up. Yeah, I got it. Then she just sat there dazed, staring at her phone screen and muttering to herself. Hanging up on me last night, and now you're actively coming to find me. But wait, Zhang Hao was actually looking for her for the money, so how did it turn into looking for her? Truly the mind of a domineering CEO in love. Their logic is just on another level. Meanwhile, Zhang Hao had arrived at the entrance of Huang Group. With his striking, unique platinum hair, it wasn't hard for him to stand out in the crowd. Plus, he had that pretty boy face that was totally the older girl's type. So the moment Zhang Hao stepped inside, quite a few eyes locked onto him. However, Zhang Hao was still hesitating. It's not like he'd lose his mind and act without thinking just because of money. Saying such harsh words last night and then coming to ask for cash today was super awkward, but in the end, he brushed it off and walked straight inside. He had never stepped foot in this massive building before and had no clue where Wei Nan's office was, so when he ran into a female employee, he asked very politely, "Hi, excuse me, how do I get to the top floor? I'm here to see a relative." Just then, the elevator stopped and opened. The girl's cheeks flushed red. Seeing such a cute pretty boy here for the first time, her attitude became way warmer. Blocking the elevator door with her left hand, she invited Zhang Hao in, chatting him up eagerly while her heart was doing wild backflips inside her chest and she had to hold it together. Oh my god, is this what falling in love feels like? I seriously dig this little bro. Are you here to see your dad? What's his name? Maybe? He's my manager. Zhang Hao explained, my dad isn't a manager, you probably don't know him. The girl enthusiastically replied, ah, right, I don't know everyone in the company anyway. Then she kept digging, you're still in middle school, right, little bro? What school do you go to? She actually cornered Zhang Hao against the back wall of the elevator, bluntly teasing, with looks like this, you must be the school heartthrob, huh? Trapped in a corner, Zhang Hao silently prayed, it's not that extreme. The elevator's chime cut off their conversation. Ding! Zhang Hao hurriedly got ready to leave. We're at the top floor. I'm here. No need to show me the way, thanks, sis. The female employee was still totally smitten, panicked at the thought of letting him go, and quickly grabbed Zhang Hao's hand just as he was about to walk out, desperately confessing her feelings. Little bro, I really like you. She turned him around to Confess, you probably don't believe in love at first sight, right? Honestly, neither did I, but the moment I saw you, I did. Her face looked exactly like a teenage girl experiencing her very first crush. Hanging out with a handsome guy for just a few minutes, her eyes lit up and she was already talking about dating. Sis, you're seriously freaking Zhang Hao out. With no response from Zhang Hao, she pushed her luck even further. I feel like I can never love another man. Again, can you give me a chance? But before she could even finish her sentence, the elevator doors slid open to reveal the female archdemon standing right at the entrance, her hand furiously slamming the open button to keep the doors from closing. Witnessing this scene made her absolutely boil with rage. The employee froze up, finally feeling the dread and stopping. The company's female archdemon was actually standing there, watching this entire cringe flirt fest play out. Zhang Hao and the girl inside the elevator were sweating bullets, feeling like death was knocking at the door. But he had no idea how terrifying Wei Nan actually was at the company, so his face remained pretty chill, just slightly surprised. Meanwhile, the girl's face turned completely pale, her mouth stammering hopelessly as she couldn't even form a sentence. CCO Zhang Hao, who had been facing the girl with his back to the elevator doors, had no idea who had just opened them. Hearing her, he muttered in confusion, "Wei Nan?" The female archdemon Wei Nan furrowed her brows, her eyes bloodshot as she spat out, "Get lost, don't bother coming back. Ever again. You dare touch my man? No way in hell." Suddenly hit with massive regret and desperate not to lose her precious job, the girl immediately dropped to her knees. She didn't even care what she did wrong, she just had to kneel first. Seong-hui, what did I do wrong? Standing nearby, Zhang Hao felt like Wei Nan was overreacting and she was being way too harsh on the girl. It's not like she caused any loss or damage to the company or did anything related to company business, so why go so far as to fire her? She didn't do anything wrong, did she? On what grounds are you suddenly firing her out of nowhere like this? Meanwhile, the girl knelt submissively beside them, her face crumpled up and tears pooling in her eyes, ready to fall. Wei Nan remained cold as ever, with a blank expression and a flat, indifferent voice. Are you trying to plead for her? Still clueless about her mistake, the girl hurriedly tried to explain herself, looking absolutely pathetic. Seong-hui, I work super hard and have never made a mistake. Please don't fire me. I swear I won't strike up. Random conversations ever again. Zhang Hao ignored her words and used both hands to help the girl stand up first. Stand up first. Didn't you girls say that? Is a girl's pride worth so little? If you can't work here, just find another job. Why beg like this? The secretary nervously replied, No, if people out there know I was fired by CEO Wei, no one will ever hire me again. Zhang Hao wasn't from their circle, so he didn't know how massive Wei Nan's influence actually was. He'd never thought of Wei Nan as some high and mighty figure, just a successful businesswoman in this specific field. Hearing this, he was slightly taken aback. Wait, what? Ignoring the secretary, Wei Nan grabbed Zhang Hao by the arm and dragged him straight into her office. Get over here! Being dragged around in broad daylight like this naturally pissed Zhang Hao off. What's your deal? Are you having another one of your delusional, overbearing CEO episodes? The second they got inside, Wei Nan cornered him, pinning him against the wall to block any escape. She gritted her teeth, trying to hold back her rage, and hissed, You dare flirt with someone else right in front of me? But honestly, this girl was so weird. They weren't even dating, so why was she forbidding him from flirting? If you haven't given me a title yet, don't act like you own me. Zhang Hao was completely speechless. He was totally done with her. We are literally nothing, so why is she being so controlling? Besides, it's not like he was even flirting. Zhang Hao felt incredibly annoyed. Which of your eyes saw me flirting with her? Your third eye? I was just telling her to stand up. He slapped away her hand, which was currently taking advantage of him, and stepped out of her interrogation zone, calmly adding, Besides, she was just giving me directions. You firing her out of nowhere is completely unfair, isn't it? Wei Nan asked back in disbelief. What? She was just giving you directions. Zhang Hao was so exhausted by this woman. They clearly weren't in a relationship, and he didn't need to report every single person he met or talked to. Yet, Wei Nan still wanted to control him, keeping him from interacting with other women. He casually walked over to the sofa, sat down, and said, You're sticking your nose where it doesn't belong. Whatever we talked about has nothing to do with you. Wei Nan was used to controlling others, but Zhang Hao refused to let her run his life. Naturally, she was seething inside, completely lost for words. You? But as a businesswoman, she had dealt with plenty of uncooperative situations before. They weren't all the same, but they shared one thing in common, the other party refusing to submit. She knew she couldn't just force people all the time. When it came to Zhang Hao, she decided not to push it. Crossing her arms, she sat on the edge of her desk. You really know how to get under my skin, don't you? Zhang Hao was surprised. Since when did Wei Nan get this bold? Why does she act exactly like some cringe, overbearing CEO from a cheap romance novel? His eyes accidentally drifted and got caught checking her out. He thought to himself, damn, her body is absolutely fire. Her personality was trash, but her body was top tier. Clearly, she worked out a lot. But for a violent chick like her, isn't she worried about flashing someone when she's fighting? Wei Nan noticed his expression and gaze, realizing he was staring right at her. A second later, Zhang Hao looked up and realized how bad this was. Wei Nan, who was ignoring him just a moment ago, was now staring directly into his eyes, like a sharp blade piercing right through him. Seeing through his reaction, Wei Nan let out a sharp sigh. If you want to protect her so badly, let's play a little game. Zhang Hao thought he was caught, But hearing this little but actually not so little proposal from her, he was totally stunned, his face going completely blank. Wei Nan pulled a cigarette from her pocket and smugly laid down the challenge. I'll toss this cigarette. I'll use my left hand, you use your right. If you can catch it before me, I'll let her keep her job at the corporation. Instantly locking in, Zhang Hao confidently accepted. Deal. He coolly rolled up his sleeves and flexed his biceps a bit, completely unaware that this was just a little trap she set. My raw strength is no match for her, but my reaction speed is top-notch. But Wei Nan didn't expect him to roll up his sleeves, revealing forearms that were fairer than any girl's. See, in this world, a guy rolling up his sleeves was like a girl wearing a miniskirt and showing off her thighs. A guy's arms or a girl's thighs were not things you just casually flaunted, no matter how good they looked. Experiencing this rare, absolute treat for the first time, Wei Nan was momentarily stunned. Catching her off guard, she accidentally let go of the cigarette. Zhang Hao gasped in shock. Crap, you didn't even say start! He lunged forward instantly, aiming to snatch the falling cigarette, absolutely determined not to let the secretary get fired. Only then did Wei Nan realize she'd dropped it. Her eyes snapped open and she dove for it too, her left hand stretching out like a tight guitar string. Unlucky for her, Zhang Hao was one step faster and snatched the cigarette. Having saved the secretary's job, he cheered in pure excitement. I won! But Wei Nan had thrown her weight too hard, balancing on only one leg. Her other foot didn't hit the ground in time, causing her to crash into him. This was Zhang Hao's first time having physical contact with a girl. He completely froze for 5 seconds, too shocked to even move or react. Taking advantage of the situation, Wei Nan lingered on top of him for a moment before slowly propping herself up on the sofa armrest. With a satisfied smirk, she stood up and whispered right into his ear, "Not bad, you won." Then she leaned even closer, murmuring, "I lost." Zhang Hao finally realized was her actual goal just to take advantage of him. But he quickly shook the thought off. Whatever, not like I'm losing anything. His mischievous hand instinctively slid onto her smooth, pale thigh. Wei Nan gasped as a sudden strange warmth shot through her. She jumped back, immediately snapping at him. You shameless pervert. You rolled up your sleeves and now you're touching my leg? Where are your manners? Zhang Hao blinked, totally dazed before firing back. Huh? You literally just took advantage of me, and I can't even fight back? Then it hit him. He'd almost forgotten that in this world, a guy rolling up his sleeves was the equivalent of a girl exposing her thighs. Seeing that Wei Nan wasn't backing down, he had to give in. Fine, my bad. But I got the cigarette, so I won. You can't fire her. Also, could you get off me first? If you keep doing this, I'm gonna start thinking you actually like me. Without holding back, Wei Nan bluntly admitted her feelings. Whether I like you or not, I don't know. But you are definitely the most attractive guy I've ever met. I've never met a guy like you. You're independent, strong-willed, brave, responsible, and your skills ain't half bad either. Getting hyped like that made Zhang Hao's face turn red as a beet. He tried to act all humble and play it off. Yo, no need to gush over me like that. Honestly, it'd be way more practical if you just handed over my 50,000 yuan right now. But right at this critical moment, Wei Nan made an excuse to slide out. I gotta use the restroom real quick. Be right back. That left Zhang Hao alone in the room, muttering to himself. Who knows what he was plotting, but he had this massive, smug grin plastered all over his face. Man, this whole setup felt like someone losing their nerve right before a massive boss fight and needing a nervous pee. While Zhang Hao was totally lost in his own head, his phone on the table suddenly went off, buzzing like crazy. He scrambled to pick it up. Yo, Sister Qianqian? On the other end of the line, Zhang Qianqian's gentle voice came through. Hey, did my little house skip out on resting at home again? I tried calling the house, but nobody picked up. Zhang Hao immediately put on his good boy voice and played along. Oh, actually, it's because Lin Yulong got stuck on his homework and kept begging me to come over and tutor him. I'm on my way back right now, so don't worry, sis. Zhang Qianqian, being the sweet, caring older sister she is, gently reminded her. Stepbrother. All right, you're still sick, so get home ASAP. I'm hanging out with some friends today, so I'll be back a bit late. Watch your step on the road, okay? Got it? Before she could even hang up the call, Jiaoui walked up to her. Hey, Qianqian, why aren't you inside singing yet? Qianqian calmly replied, Oh, I'm just on the phone. She grabbed her phone and opened the door to head back inside. Let's go in together. As they walked, Jiaoui noticed the tattoo on her back. Wait, what's that tattoo? On your back? It looks so sick. Qianqian paused mid-step, hesitating. Back in the room, Zhang Hao stared at his phone screen, showing a very familiar name. He muttered to himself, looks like things are fine on Sister Qianqian's end. He didn't really know what was going on over there. He just barely caught a snippet of their convo. He thought he heard someone asking about her tattoo. Shrugging it off, his eyes drifted over to the clean ashtray on the coffee table. He was still holding the cigarette Wei Nan had left behind. He grabbed a lighter, lit it up, and took a drag. Damn, this cigarette actually tastes pretty decent. I'd expect nothing less from a badass CEO. As the cigarette burned down, Zhang Hao leaned forward to flick the ash into the tray, but his eyes locked onto the gorgeous girl standing right in front of him. Seeing Wei Nan like this for the first time was a total game changer. When she wasn't acting like some dominant CEO, she was honestly a certified baddie, easily on par with Sister Qianqian. She had already ditched her blazer, leaving only a thin shirt with a single button holding it together. Second, beneath it, you could see her dark bra, and she had swapped her skirt for a black one. Even those black tights from earlier were gone, exposing her flawless, pale legs. Little beads of sweat glistened on her skin, making it look like she had just survived some intense, heated battle. Even in this relaxed state, Wei Nan was still a total hothead. The moment she realized Zhang Hao was holding her half-smoked cigarette, her face instantly soured and she went full-on serious mode. "What's a kid like you doing smoking?" Zhang Hao just shrugged it off, totally unfazed. "Ugh, here she goes again with the control issues," he muttered, putting the cigarette out in the ashtray. "I just lit it to get a sniff. But seriously, why did you change your clothes just to use the bathroom?" A massive cheeky grin spread across Zhang Hao's face. He couldn't resist throwing in a little jab. "Did you do something spicy in there or what?" But Wei Nan didn't even bother denying it. "I'm a normal woman, you know. So don't go throwing yourself at me from now on. I might not be able to resist you." Zhang Hao was completely stunned. This was the same Wei Nan who usually guarded her reputation like a hawk, yet today she didn't even push back. Wait, she's not denying it? Unless she actually— his brain finally put two and two together, and he almost got a massive nosebleed. What a freaking deviant CEO, he thought. He cleared his throat a few times to compose himself and got back to business. "Whatever, say what you want. I only came here today to collect my 50,000 yuan. Just give it to me already so you can stop saying I'm trying to seduce you." Wei Nan, however, decided this was the perfect time to settle all her scores with him, old and new. "As for your 50,000 yuan, I don't think I need to pay you anymore. The market price for that special cigarette you just smoked is 60,000 yuan. If anything, you owe me 10,000 yuan. This was a massive curveball that Zhang Hao absolutely did not see coming. He completely lost his cool, forgot all about respect, and just snapped. "Are you freaking kidding me? You're telling me a single cigarette costs 60,000 yuan. Are you seriously trying to scam a student right now?" Wei Nan just gave him a smug "I know everything" look and waved her hand, telling him to look it up if he didn't believe her. Zhang Hao was absolutely shook. "Why didn't you say that in the first place? There's no way a crappy little cigarette costs 60,000 yuan. I dragged myself all the way here, almost got taken advantage of, and now I'm ending up 10,000 yuan in debt?" Seeing him lose his mind like this made Wei Nan burst out laughing. She looked incredibly amused, not like a cold creditor at all. Zhang Hao was fuming, completely losing his temper. "Are you messing with me?" Wei Nan just casually slid a paper box onto the table and explained calmly, "The price of the cigarette is real, but making you pay for it was a joke." Answering his earlier question about the cash, "Your 50,000 yuan is right in here." Zhang Hao snatched up the box, quickly counted the cash, and gripped the box tightly in his hands. "Well, your attitude is total garbage, but at least you're a woman of your word." "Thanks," he muttered. Then he decided to own up to his own slip-up. "Look, what I did earlier probably wasn't cool either. So I guess I deserve getting squeezed by you. Let's just say we're even now, and from here on out, we should probably stop seeing each other. That way, your productivity can go back to 100%. Win-win, right? Everybody's happy." Wei Nan just crossed her arms and sat back in her office chair, making absolutely no move to leave. Zhang Hao turned around to leave, waving his hand over his shoulder. "I'm heading out, no need to see me off. Oh, and dry your hair, I just got over being sick, so don't catch whatever I had." While waiting for the elevator to go up, Zhang Hao stood there lost in thought. Those overbearing CEOs in novels are always super possessive. Keeping in touch with this woman is definitely a bad idea. If Wei Nan actually catches feelings for me, yikes, just thinking about it gives me the creeps. The wide empty hallway felt insanely hollow, casting a lonely vibe over everything. Inside her office, Wei Nan lit up another cigarette, taking a drag as she pondered. "Wipe the slate clean as if you're going to be mine." Meanwhile, back at the Zhang family estate, Zhang Qianqin and Jia Hui had already returned. They were huddled together, flipping through an old photo album from Zhang Hao's childhood. Jia Hui was practically bursting with curiosity. "No wonder you rushed straight home after work instead of hanging out with us. Turns out you've got a total hottie stashed away here. Come on, spill. Who is he?" Zhang Qianqin looked up with a proud grin, her eyes glued to the pages. "He's my stepbrother, but we've known each other since we were kids." Her fingers pointed to all the goofy pictures of Zhang Hao growing up, from when he was just a tiny tot celebrating his birthday with a giant cake, to when he was a bit older playing at the beach, all the way up to his school days. Looking at the adorable photos, Jiahui couldn't help but gush, "Oh my gosh, he's so precious. You've got so many pictures of him growing up, literally from day one. Like a total growth diary." Zhang Tianxin looked down, lost in her thoughts. "Duh, this is my precious little Zhang Hao we're talking about. There are going to be way more pics in the future. Plus, I won't even have to take sneak peeks anymore. We're officially family now, so I can take photos of him right in the open." Just as the two of them were totally absorbed in the photos, footsteps echoed outside. They both whipped their heads toward the door at the same time, only to spot a familiar figure. "Zhang Tianqin, didn't you say you'd be back super late today? Why are you back so early? Oh, do we have a guest? Hi, are you Zhang Tianqin's friend? What are you guys looking at anyway?" Zhang Tianqin's face instantly went dark. Her secret of so many years was literally on the verge of getting busted. Oh crap, she couldn't let Zhang Hao see this. Before Jia Hu could even finish her sentence, ouch! Her waist got a brutal pinch from Zhang Tianqin, making her squirm in pain. Ow! Along with a death glare from her bestie, while Zhang Hao just stood there with 3 massive question marks floating over his head. "What's going on?" Zhang Tianqin let out a few dry coughs, stuttering a bit as she spoke. "Nothing. My friend from the research lab and I are just reviewing some research papers, right?" Meanwhile, behind her back, she was frantically waving gesturing for Jai Hu to hide the album. Jai Hu got the hint and totally played along. Oh, right, we're totally studying. But man, this studious little brother of yours sure is eager to learn. But Zhang Hao was still curious and pointed his left hand behind Jai Yu. Oh, really? What kind of papers are they? I saw a super thick folder back there. Zhang Tianqin rushed over to him so fast her feet literally tripped over each other. Zhang Hao! She lost her balance and tumbled forward. Luckily, Zhang Hao was quick enough to catch her, otherwise she would have face-planted hard on the floor. Even so, she still tried to act cool and comforted him. I'm fine. Totally fine. But wait, Zhang Hao, didn't you say you were going to stay home and rest? Why did you go out? Her face was literally covered in worry. What if his illness got worse after going out? If that happened, this sister's heart would literally break. She really had to keep this precious baby brother of hers safe and sound. Zhang Hao thought to himself, no way in hell can I tell her I went to see that domineering CEO. So he had to make up some random excuse to put her mind at ease. Haha, I was just super bored at home, so I went out for a little walk. Zhang Tianqin was absolutely obsessed with her little brother and instantly started squeezing his cheeks in adoration. Zhang Hao, do you seriously not realize how insanely handsome you are? There are so many dangerous women out there. What if you get targeted? Zhang Hao rubbed his poor, squished cheek that was literally deformed from her pinch and reassured her, I can protect myself, Zhang Tianqin. With that, he swiftly bolted upstairs before his loving older sister could deform his face for a second time. Says Jai Hu, I won't interrupt your study session anymore. I'm gonna head back to my room and rest. Before they could even reply, Zhang Hao had already vanished into thin air. He was probably so spooked by Zhang Tianqin's cheek squeezing that he literally ran for his life. But Jai Hu couldn't help but feel a bit curious about why her best friend felt the need to hide that photo album from Zhang Hao. Hey, what was that all about? Why were you hiding that album from your little bro? Is he not allowed to see it? Zhang Tianqin turned around and said coldly, mind your own business, glaring at her friend with eyes sharper than a knife. And don't you dare put any of your twisted ideas into his head or we are seriously done as friends. Hearing that, Jai Hu immediately chickened out. She had no choice but to compromise with her bestie's weird demand to save their precious friendship. Geez, is it really that big of a deal? All right, I'll stop asking, geez. Up in his room, Zhang Hao had nothing to do, so his mind started to wander. Man, why is it that every time I run into Weinan, I end up feeling so exhausted? His gaze wandered to the view outside, looking through the transparent glass window with curiosity. Who's that? Down near the entrance of the opposite building, there was actually a man lurking in the shadows, quietly keeping watch. It was hard to tell if he was staring at their house or somewhere else, but he was wearing a windbreaker and long black pants with a wide-brimmed hat on his head, looking exactly like those stalkers from TV shows. His posture seemed super unnatural, and there was something seriously sketchy about him. Zhang Hao had no clue who the guy was. Am I being targeted by some random creep? But that was a guy, yet he couldn't help but worry that the guy had tracked him down just because he wanted to get with him. Gross, I definitely don't swing both ways. His eyes filled with pure exhaustion, totally sick of this crap. Ultimately, out of sheer worry, he decided he should tell Zhang Tianqin. Maybe I should let Zhang Tianqin know. Dad and Aunt Trong are away on a business trip anyway. A real man keeps his word. So Zhang Hao immediately pulled the curtain shut and headed downstairs. But as he went to talk to her, he witnessed a hilariously cold farewell between the two besties. Zhang Tianqin was telling Jai Hu, let's hang out next time when we're free. I'm not going to walk you out, so make sure to lock the door behind you. Her bestie had heard her nagging so many times she was totally used to it and just waved her hand. Yeah, I got it. I'll lock up on my way out. Zhang Hao politely waited until Jai Hu had completely left before speaking with his sister. Zhang Tianqin is sis Jai Hui leaving already. He had literally only changed his shirt and stood upstairs for a brief moment. How did she leave so fast? Zhang Tianqin answered his question. She has other stuff to do. By the way, Zhang Hao, why aren't you resting? Zhang Hao reported in a serious tone. I was just upstairs and I saw some guy acting super sketchy outside our house. I have no idea what he's up to. Zhang Tianqin, you've got to be extra careful when you go out to work these days. Zhang Tianqin completely treated him like her precious little baby brother, affectionately patting his head. Oh, Zhang Hao actually knows how to worry about me now. I'm so touched. This warm vibe was a total contrast to other step siblings who usually hate each other's guts. Zhang Tianqin looked at her brother with eyes full of unmatched, doting tenderness. But, Zhang Hao, you don't need to worry. That guy outside is actually just a suitor of mine. You've actually met him before, you know? However, with Zhang Hao's limited memory, he couldn't recall who the guy was at all. Huh? Really? How come I don't remember him at all? The siblings sat back down on the sofa and Zhang Tianqin continued, talking about the guy. He was the one who had chatted with her and sent those photos that night. Zhang Hao finally remembered who it was, and his face instantly darkened. He looked completely disgusted. Holy crap, is it that ugly stalker creep? He immediately felt that pursuing someone all the way to their house like this was not safe at all. Zhang Tianqin, is this guy literally a stalker freak? This is super dangerous. This was no small issue. Mentally, Zhang Hao might be mature, but physically, he was still no match for a fully grown man. Not to mention, currently only the two of them were home. If something bad really went down, they'd have absolutely no one to call for help. This whole situation had been giving Zhang Tianqin a massive headache for the longest time, and it was still dragging on. There's literally nothing I can do about it. I'm worried to death right now. Zhang Hao felt like he was completely useless right now. Just lounging around doing nothing all day wasn't. Promptly asked, "Is there anything I can do to help you, sis Zhang Tianqin?" Hearing this, Zhang Tianqin's heart practically did a happy dance. Snatching the chance to get cozy with him, she cooed, "Well, Zhang Hao, let me lean on you like this for a bit. I'm so exhausted." At first, Zhang Hao was totally chill, but once boundaries between guys and girls were crossed, he instantly froze up. Sis Zhang Tianqin really treated him like gender boundaries didn't even exist. Zhang Tianqin peeked at Zhang Hao's reaction, her hand gently tracing his jawline. How, what's wrong? The next second, she leaned her gorgeous, cute face right into his, turning Zhang Hao's face bright red like a ripe tomato in an instant. Sweat started beating up on his forehead. "Wow, you're blushing so hard." Zhang Hao let out a dry cough, pulling away from her touch. I think I don't need to take another day off. I can go back to school tomorrow." Zhang Tianqin half-teasingly replied, "Zhang Hao, are you in such a rush to get back to school because you have a girlfriend there or something?" Her cutie face got closer and closer to his, leaving him completely breathless with tension. "Oh man, I'm dead." Zhang Hao waved his hands frantically. "No way, how is that even possible? I'm not into puppy love at school," sis Zhang Tianqin. Turns out, Zhang Tianqin was overthinking it. This kid definitely wasn't playing the field like she thought. The older sister felt a massive weight lift off her shoulders. She wrapped her arms snugly around Zhang Hao's neck, whispering, "Well, that's a relief then. Zhang Hao, you're not lying to me, right? Having a handsome little brother like Zhang Hao is honestly a blessed headache." Zhang Tianqin pulled Zhang Hao back just enough to lock eyes, whispering with absolute affection, "I seriously just want to keep you by my side forever." Zhang Hao blinked in surprise. "What did you just say, sis Zhang Tianqin?" Zhang Tianqin didn't repeat herself, only giving his shoulder a gentle pat. "Oh, nothing. If you really want to go to school, I'll drive you tomorrow." In the blink of an eye, the next morning arrived. A luxurious white Lamborghini pulled up and parked temporarily right in front of the school gate. Today was Zhang Hao's first day back at school. Zhang Tianqin had personally driven him, and she made sure to give him a strict warning. "Stay inside the classroom today, okay? Your cold isn't fully gone yet. Don't go running around in the cold wind. You hear me?" Today, Zhang Hao was super obedient. "I got it, sis Zhang Tianqin." As Zhang Tianqin drove out of sight, Zhang Hao turned and headed up to the classroom. The hallways were pretty dead. Since homeroom hadn't started yet, there were barely any students around. But the moment he stepped into the classroom, Not Long enthusiastically ran up to greet him. Zhang Hao totally clueless blinked. "Yo, what's up?" Not Long leaned in, ready to spill some high school tea. "Zhang Hao, you were out of school for 2 days, so you probably missed it, but I think Wet Hua is being totally shunned by everyone. Remember how Lan Zhongzhong targeted you? And how those guys who got beat up ended up in the hospital? Now everyone thinks Nuet Hoa is some loose cannon who'll beat people up for no reason, so they're keeping their distance." Hearing this so late, Zhang Hao couldn't help but kick himself. "Sigh, this is on me. I need to go see her." As soon as recess hit, Zhang Hao rushed over to classroom 11-3 to find Man Wet Hoa. "Morning, Wet Hoa." Wet Hoa didn't act awkward at all, greeting him with her usual sweet casual vibe. "Morning, Zhang Hao." Zhang Hao pulled up an empty chair next to her, sitting down face to face. "I'm really sorry about last time. I totally dragged you into my mess. Next time we run into trouble, let's learn our lesson and pull our punches a bit." Man Wet Hoa's eyes flickered with a hint of sadness, looking down. Zhang Hao, who genuinely saw her as a close friend, gently patted her head. "You're so sweet and obedient, why on earth would I be scared of you?" Nuet Hoa let out a soft sigh of relief. "That's a relief then. I'm so glad. As long as you stay by my side, nothing else matters." While everyone else shunned her like she was some freak or toxic air in a crowded city, Zhang Hao was the only one who didn't. From start to finish, he treated her like a real human being. He ignored all the nasty rumors and kept talking to her. Hard times really reveal a person's true colors. He couldn't hang out for long before the class bell rang loudly. "Ring, ring, ring!" Students outside were yelling at each other to get inside. Zhang Hao quickly stood up to head back to his own class. "I'll head back first. Let's eat lunch together later." Manuet Hoa nodded in agreement. A bunch of students in the hallway watched Zhang Hao step out of her classroom, their faces filled with curiosity and confusion. Soon, they started whispering useless gossip behind his back. Even though Wet Hoa is a violent freak everyone avoids, being friends with Zhang Hao is like playing with fire. Two gossipy girls whispered and giggled, making a scene in the corner. "Honestly, if I could get a hot guy's attention, I wouldn't give a damn about being isolated. Too bad I don't stand a chance, sigh." Time flew by, and in a flash, it was already 12 in the afternoon. By then, Wet Hua and Zhang Hao were having lunch together in a quiet, secluded corner. Zhang Hao was busy scarfing down a massive steamed bun from his lunchbox. "I'm starving to death." Beside him, Wet Hua slowly opened a vibrant, beautifully packed lunchbox. Compared to Zhang Hao's lunch, it was night and day. Inside were crispy fried shrimp, egg salad, and some traditional Japanese bento dishes. It was a perfectly balanced meal for a high schooler, packed with enough energy to last all day. She slid the delicious-looking box toward him, offering to share. "Zhang Hao, do you want some of mine?" It was Zhang Hao's first time seeing a high school lunch looking like a 5-star restaurant meal. His mouth was practically watering, and he almost needed a bucket to catch his drool. "Whoa, your family is amazing, making you such a gourmet lunch every single day." He quickly reached out with his bare hand to grab a piece of fried shrimp. But Nuet Hoa stopped him, saying, Zhang Hao, your hand. Zhang Hao blinked at her blankly. Huh? What about my hand? Hua, without a single care in the world, went straight to the point. Can I touch your hand? Zhang Hao was so shocked he dropped the shrimp right back down. In this world, wasn't a guy's hand basically equivalent to a girl's thigh? If anyone saw Hua doing this, wouldn't they think she was being a total creep? After a moment, he asked, Who taught you to say that? Hua put on an innocent, clueless face, twiddling her fingers. No one taught me. I've just been staring at it, so I really wanted to touch it. Hearing this, Zhang Hao froze, completely speechless. His face was a literal picture of awkward silence, but then he willingly stretched his hand out to her. I mean, it's not a big deal, but thank God you only said this to me. If you said this to Hot Long, he'd probably scream and call you a total pervert. Zhang Hao's eyes showed genuine worry for her. Plus, since Hua was cool with letting him touch her thigh last time, it was only fair. Hua slowly reached out, gently feeling his warm palm. With the two of them alone in the room, holding hands like this, the atmosphere definitely felt a little intimate. She then straight up brought up what had been bugging her. Actually, I don't get it. The girls in class keep saying that since I've never kissed anyone, never even held a boy's hand, they told me I was wasting this pretty face and called me a clueless loser who'd never get a chance in my life. Her face was just filled with sheer frustration, the kind that makes you just want to wrap her up and protect her. Zhang Hao, why do they make fun of someone just because they've never kissed a guy? The deep, hidden feelings she'd kept bottled up inside for so long were finally laid bare, pouring her heart out to the only person she actually trusted. Zhang Hao didn't think it was that big of a deal, but seeing how much it messed with a high schooler's head, he decided to break it down for her. Some people think that hooking up early makes them somehow superior or way more mature, so they start looking down on everyone else. But honestly, they're just feeding their own massive egos, so you don't need to give a crap about what they say. Hua's eyes were still welling up with tears, but her grandma always said a girl should never let anyone look down on her. But after letting it all out, Hua suddenly got all tongue-tied and embarrassed, avoiding Zhang Hao's gaze entirely. Zhang Hao, can I kiss you for a bit? Hearing this, he completely lost it. Stared at her. Today, before he could even gather his thoughts, little Hua looked up with those sparkling shy eyes and asked him again, Is it really a no? Hua looked just like a cute puppy begging for attention, staring up with those hopeful eyes that left him totally speechless and unable to say no. Then, Zhang Hao sheepishly scratched his head and looked away as he mumbled a reply to her. I mean, sure, why not? But then he quickly added, if a little kiss makes you stop obsessing over what those guys said. He paused. Then with a gentle smile and slightly flushed cheeks, he said, I promise I don't really mind. Inside, though, he started questioning himself. Hua was so sweet. If it was just a quick kiss, who could actually be heartless enough to turn her down? Hearing this, she quickly blushed hard, lowering her head as she stammered, Then I want a kiss. Next to her, he softly agreed, Then Hua looked up, and he was reaching his hand out toward her, which startled her. Zhang Hao leaned in close, completely catching Hua off guard. With both of their faces turning bright red, she stared with wide, surprised eyes, asking Zhang Hao, You, while he gently whispered to her, Let me take the lead for your first time. They locked eyes, and then he narrowed his eyes slightly to instruct her. If you're embarrassed, you can close your eyes. Hearing his advice, Hua's eyes grew even redder as she stared at him, unable to believe her ears. Next, he leaned in closer to her, placing his hand on her cheek. Hua shut her eyes tight, waiting with a racing heart. Finally, their lips met, and they officially shared a kiss. Hua got totally lost in the kiss with him, unable to pull away. Hua actually got so bold that she lunged forward, grabbed Zhang Hao's arm tightly, and gave him a surprise kiss. Zhang Hao also couldn't have expected this move from Hua. Normally, this girl was super shy and wouldn't dare do anything, but today she actually had the guts to pull off something this wild. Like this. The room fell dead silent, making the wild thumping of their hearts sound even louder. Thump, thump. Hua felt every bit of the sweet flavor she had never tasted before, thinking to herself, Is this what kissing feels like? My heart is beating so fast. Zhang Hao, suddenly caught off guard, couldn't even react. Zhang Hao stared blankly at her, a few cold sweat drops unconsciously rolling down. While their faces were still super close, the sound of clicking footsteps came from outside. Fearing a misunderstanding, Zhang Hao immediately pulled away, leaving Hua with a totally confused face, a wave of disappointment washing over her, deep down inside. But Hua had already planned ahead and was fully prepared. I locked the door. The two people outside couldn't open it and couldn't help but wonder, Why is it locked? It was open when I came yesterday. The person next to them casually explained to brush it off. I heard a lot of people like to mess around in this music room. Let's just go somewhere else. Inside the room, Zhang Hao finally breathed a sigh of relief, forcing a smile. That was a close call. He almost got misunderstood. Thanks, lucky you were here. But he wasn't going to hold the kiss against Hua. Alright, now that you've kissed a guy, you won't be looked down on anymore, and you can understand what they're talking about. Hua gave in, a satisfied little smile playing on her lips. Zhang Hao still... Before he could even pull his hand back, her other hand snatched it, holding it super tight, and she just blurted it out. But Zhang Hao, my heart was literally beating out of my chest just now. Am I sick or something? On the outside, Zhang Hao tried to play it cool, but inside his head was screaming, "Help! Nuet Hoa is so freaking pure, it makes me feel like I'm totally taking advantage of her." In the end, he forced himself to stay calm and patted his innocent little friend's head. Nah, that's just a dopamine rush being released. Everyone gets hyped when they watch a movie. But deep down, he was desperately trying to convince himself that there was no way Nuet Hoa actually liked him, right? But then again, this girl Minuet Hoa was just way too clueless, dropping the most ridiculous question ever. "Oh, so that's how it is. Can we kiss more often then? I really like that feeling." My heart goes crazy fast and it feels so soft and cozy. That threw Zhang Hao off so hard he literally jumped. He ended up slipping right off his high stool. Yet Nuet Hoa, sitting right next to him, had absolutely no clue how wild her words sounded. She just stared blankly at her friend's hilarious reaction. Zhang Hao's cheeks flushed red hot like he had a fever, a thin layer of sweat breaking out on his forehead as he tried to lay down some facts. "No way, absolutely not. Kissing is strictly for couples. Even though I don't mind, you can't go around asking other people stuff like that, alright?" Minuet Ho's face fell a bit, clearly bummed out about not getting her way, but she didn't push it. "Yeah, I get it." Zhang Hao decided to let it slide. "Alright, I'll teach you about this stuff slowly later on. Now hurry up and eat." The school day flew by, and before they knew it, night had fallen. A massive, bright full moon hung high in the dark sky. Inside the luxury villa of Minuet Hoa, she was lounging on her massive bed, scrolling through her tablet and muttering to herself, "Which one should I watch?" Plot twist. What popped up on her screen was actually a spicy video site. Honestly, Minuet Hoa had known about these sites for a while, but in her naive mind, she thought they were just regular romance movies. She even picked a few clips and started judging their bodies. Huang Yuanyuan said this is the latest release. And this person's body is insanely hot. That one is, I forgot. Let's just watch this. Not even 3 minutes in, the spacious bedroom was completely filled with wild, steamy moaning sounds blasting non-stop from the screen. Minuet Hoa was actually watching this, but she felt absolutely nothing and didn't even realize what kind of wild stuff she had stumbled upon. What kind of perverted stuff is this anyway? She's actually comparing it to when she kissed Zhang Hao this morning. Her heart rate didn't even go up, and there was absolutely no warm, fuzzy feeling. Her face, our little cutie, is totally confused again. "Why is it like this?" Zhang Hao said. Huang Yuanyuan gets all excited, and her heart starts racing when she watches this stuff. "But for me, that only happens when I'm kissing Zhang Hao." Feeling totally let down, her two hands drop the tablet, and with the other hand, she grabs her phone from the desk, sitting down on the bed staring blankly at it. Zhang Hao did say he'd teach her slowly, so it should be fine to call him now, right? Meanwhile, Zhang Hao's getting ready to shower. His hair is all messy and bedheaded with a towel slung over his left shoulder. Just as he's about to hop in the shower, he hears his phone on the desk buzzing like crazy. The screen showing the name Yuehua, he quickly picks up. Yuehua's eyes are full of hope, thinking there must be some urgent reason to call him this late at night. Minuet Hoa answered, "Hey, Zhang Hao." He gently asked what was up, but his mind was totally stuck on that surprise kiss from this morning. Crap, just thinking about what happened today felt so surreal. Nuet Hoa spoke up, sounding a bit pouted. "Just now, I watched that video Huang Yuanyuan sent me earlier, but my heart didn't go crazy at all." "Zhang Hao, did I totally miss the point or something?" Zhang Hao nearly jumped out of his skin and screamed into the phone. "You watched the video Huang Yuanyuan sent?" Inside his head, his brain was literally short-circuiting. Why the heck did Huang Yuanyuan do that? She's supposed to be this innocent, clueless girl. How could she be watching such sketchy stuff? Finally, his face went dark as the reality of the situation hit him. "Oh, so she's asking me straight up because she literally has zero clue about this stuff?" Meanwhile, Nuet Hoa sat there hugging her knees anxiously on the bed. "Zhang Hao, is it weird for me to ask you this? If you hate it, I won't bring it up again." Zhang Hao replied as he walked into the house. "Shower. Look, curiosity is cool and all, so I don't really mind. I'm totally down to answer you. Just don't go asking other guys about this kind of stuff, alright? This stuff. Give me a sec, let me jump in the shower first, then we can talk." Over on the other end, Nuet Hoa instantly bolted upright. "I want to shower too, Zhang Hao. Hey, while we're in the shower, can we, not hang up and keep talking?" Zhang Hao kept the phone to his ear, struggling to pull off his shirt. "Wait, you seriously want to talk while taking a shower?" His eyes drifted down to his abs, which weren't even that defined yet, thinking to himself, "Ugh, my abs are barely showing. Working out is so damn hard." Meanwhile, Nuet Hoa sat herself down on the toilet lid on her end and replied, "Yeah!" Zhang Hao didn't shut her down. "Fine, if you want to talk, that's cool. Just put your phone somewhere safe, don't get it wet." Nuet Hoa cheered super loudly, like a kid getting free candy. "Alright, putting the phone on the towel rack, and done. Zhang Hao, I'm stripping now." On the other end of the line, Zhang Hao felt totally speechless. You really don't need to narrate that part. The sound of running water was super soothing, honestly so therapeutic. While scrubbing her body, Nuet Hoa asked, "Zhang Hao, I'm washing my hair. What about you?" He replied casually, "I'm showering too. Oh, by the way, your bangs are getting pretty long. You want to trim them a bit?" Although he acted totally fine on the outside, he couldn't help but feel super awkward. Calling someone while taking a shower is just next level weird. Right then, outside the bathroom, Truong Tien Cam walked up, probably bringing some clean towels for her brother. Staring at the door and hearing the muffled chatting coming from inside, she couldn't help but let her mind wander. her face showing a mix of worry and anxiety while holding a stack of towels. Is Zhang Hao seriously talking to someone? And while showering too? No way, does he have a girlfriend at school already? She tried to shake it off, setting the big towel down and quietly shutting the door as she left, but she couldn't let it go. Should I do something about this? Zhang Tianqin went back to her brother's room, flopped onto his bed, and started scrolling through her phone. She texted Not Long, her brother's school buddy, to get the scoop. Long, you're Zhang Hao's best friend, right? Quick question, does our Zhang Hao have a lot of people crushing on him at school? Nat Long shot back a reply instantly. Sister, Zhang Tianqin, with Zhang Hao looking that good. Everyone at school is literally obsessed with him. She kept digging, asking, so does he have a girlfriend yet? Do those girls cling to him all the time? Our dad is super worried he might get corrupted. Nat Long patiently texted back, nah, Sister Zhang Tianqin, rest assured, I won't let Zhang Hao get corrupted by anyone. For her text, Zhang Tianqin politely sent her thanks. Thanks for looking out for him then. Nat Long stared blankly at her phone screen, then tossed it onto her bed, plotting her next move. Meanwhile, Zhang Tianqin smiled. Zhang Hao still doesn't have a girlfriend, so I still have a chance. Slipping her feet out of her fluffy slippers, she curled up under the warm, thick blanket. Up in Zhang Hao's room, he had finished his shower, drying his hair with one hand while holding his phone with the other. All right, I'm done showering. I gotta go now. I'll look up some proper sex ed stuff online later and send it to you, so make sure you study up. Hanging up now. He felt a bit more relieved, thinking it's much better to have her read actual sex ed than watch whatever sketchy adult videos Huang Yuanyuan showed her. He opened the bathroom door to head back to his room, but the second he opened it, he spotted a weird lump curled up under his blanket. Huh? He wanted to pull the blanket back to see what the heck it was. It was empty just a second ago, and now there was this massive lump. Turns out it was his stepsister, Sis Zhang Tianqin. Zhang Tianqin was lounging sideways on the bed, wearing nothing but a super short, breezy nightgown and paper-thin sheer black tights. She whimpered weakly. Zhang Hao, I'm so hot, Zhang Hao gasped. Lying on his bed like that was way too provocative. Sis Zhang Tianqin, why are you lying on my bed? His face was a total picture of panic, like he was going through a major mental shock. Zhang Tianqin struggled to sit up and explained, I wanted to ask you to watch a movie together, but I got tired of waiting and dozed off. So I fell asleep. Zhang Hao forced an awkward laugh, scratching his neck to play it cool. Well, please wait a sec, sis. Let me look something up on my phone real quick. His hands were shaking as he tried to search seriously on his phone. In reality, he just wanted to make a sneaky move. With Sis Zhang Tianqin sitting right in front of him like this, looking up sex tips at a time like this was way too risky. Whatever, I'll just send Wet Ho a few quick paragraphs and explain later. Once he sent it to her, he let out a massive sigh of relief. Fortunately, thank God he didn't get caught, or his strict stepsister would have absolutely skinned him alive. With that sorted, Zhang Hao went right back to being a good little brother. Sis Zhang Tianqin, what movie do you want to watch? Zhang Tianqin also played the part of a sweet sister who dotes on her brother to the max. I haven't really decided yet. Why don't you choose, Zhang Hao? I actually want to watch a horror movie. For him, this wasn't a problem at all, so he quickly agreed. Zhang Tianqin then suggested, I'm a bit sweaty, so I'll take a shower first. Go wait in the living room, Zhang Hao. And you can turn off the lights too. Her eyes were pure, unadulterated temptation, so mesmerizing. Zhang Hao shuffled downstairs, his mind racing as he walked. Back in the day, when a guy and a girl watched a horror movie, the girl would hide in the guy's arms if she got scared. But in this world, it's the exact opposite. Am I seriously going to have to hide in Sis Zhang Tianqin's arms later? A few minutes later, I was already chilling on the giant sofa. Honestly, I ain't even scared of this crap, but I have no idea if the rules in this world actually force you to play along. It's not like the guys in this world who are born weak as hell. Suddenly, Zhang Hao imagined himself snuggling into his stepsister's chest, whining about being scared. Talk about cringe. It literally gave him the chills. Yeah, forget that. While he was spacing out, Zhang Tianqin finished her shower. She walked out wearing nothing but an oversized white shirt, not even stockings. Now that's what you call a thirst trap, and her voice was pure magic. She cooed, Zhang Hao picked a movie yet? Zhang Hao was totally shook by this bold-ass outfit. Yeah, I'm done picking, he muttered, thinking to himself that maybe Sis Zhang Tianqin thought lounging around like this at home was totally fine. But honestly, he needed a horror movie right now to cool his jets. Who on earth could resist this? Sitting opposite him, Zhang Tianqin, with her drop-dead gorgeous face, teased him. Why is Zhang Hao's face so red, huh? Zhang Hao's face flushed bright red the second he saw Zhang Tianqin in that white shirt, which barely covered her massive assets. He quickly looked away and stammered, It's nothing, Sis Zhang Tianqin, I'm just feeling a bit hot. He sat down on the sofa, grabbed the remote to quickly change the subject, telling her to hurry up and start the movie. Zhang Hao was sweating bullets. If she got any closer, he literally wouldn't be able to control himself. Who could handle a body that's smoking hot? While Zhang Hao was busy searching for a movie, Zhang Tianqin just stared at him with a smirk. Then she looked away, thinking she should play the long game and not scare Zhang Hao off. After all, once the movie started, if Zhang Hao got scared, he'd crawl right to her anyway. All the lights in the house were switched off, making it pitch black. The two of them sat watching a creepy-ass horror movie. Damn, the ghost in this flick was actually pretty freaky. But Zhang Hao was chill as a cucumber, not showing a single hint of fear. Oh man, since the gender roles in this horror movie were reversed, he didn't feel scared at all. Suddenly, Zhang Tianqin let out a sharp shriek. In a split second, she lunged at Zhang Hao, grabbing his arm with a terrified, trembling face. Zhang Hao chuckled and asked, "Are you scared, sis Zhang Tianqin?" She played the victim, looking up with teary eyes and asking, "Does Zhang Hao think I'm totally useless? A guy like you isn't even flinching, yet I'm scared out of my mind." She was kicking herself for picking a horror movie. Like, what kind of guy would dig a cowardly girl like this? But then she tried to play it cool, thinking, no way, being scared of ghosts is totally normal. Zhang Hao wrapped his arm around Zhang Tianqin's shoulders, patting her to comfort her. "Sis Zhang Tianqin, don't sweat it. I really don't mind." She put her hand on her chest to calm her racing heart. If Zhang Hao doesn't mind, then I'm relieved. Right now, she was absolutely thrilled. It was super rare for Zhang Hao to make a move like this. Her eyes narrowed, plotting her next move. It was so rare for Zhang Hao to be so proactive that this was definitely a blessing in disguise. Meanwhile, Zhang Hao blushed like crazy. Even though sis Zhang Tianqin leaning on his shoulder made his heart race, he knew he shouldn't have any dirty thoughts about his stepsister. His hand was resting right on Zhang Tianqin's shoulder, dangerously close to her massive chest, making him even more stressed out. Suddenly, a system notification popped up. "Your dad will be here in 5 seconds to beat your ass." Zhang Hao's face went pale as he trembled and muttered, no way, Dad is going to literally kill me." Hearing his quiet mumbling, Zhang Tianqin asked, "What are you whispering about, Zhang Hao?" Zhang Hao awkwardly scratched his head and said, "Oh, it's nothing." There was absolutely no way he could let her find out about this. The horror movie finally wrapped up, and by then it was past 12 o'clock. Once the movie ended, Zhang Hao stood up and said, "Sis Zhang Tianqin, it's getting late and the movie's over. Let's go back to our rooms and hit the sack." Zhang Tianqin immediately grabbed Zhang Hao's hand, nodding with a soft smile. "Yeah, let's head upstairs." Zhang Hao assumed she was still terrified, so he smirked. It felt like this was the first time sis Zhang Tianqin had acted like this, and it actually made him feel like a real man for once. The whole house was pitch black, with only a warm yellow light glowing from one small room. Holding Zhang Tianqin's hand, Zhang Hao walked upstairs. When they got to his room, he opened the door and stepped inside. But when he looked back, he saw Zhang Tianqin still standing there instead of heading to her own room. Stunned, he asked, "Sis Zhang Tianqin, why aren't you going back to your room?" Blushing hard, she shyly murmured, "Well, Zhang Hao, can I crash in your room tonight?" Zhang Hao figured sis Zhang Tianqin was probably just so spooked by the movie that she was terrified of sleeping alone. But seriously, seeing Zhang Tianqin in that tight shirt was an absolute thirst trap. Zhang Hao's anxiety shot through the roof. Sharing a bed and a pillow with sis Zhang Tianqin meant he probably wouldn't get a wink of sleep tonight. Looking all fragile and pathetic, Zhang Tianqin asked, "Zhang Hao, you don't want me here?" Awkwardly scratching his head, he stammered, "No, that's not it. If you're cool with it, sis Zhang Tianqin, then I'm cool with it too." Since his absolute goddess of a stepsister had put it like that, as a guy, there was no way he could turn down a girl looking so helpless. That night, there was no moon and no stars in sight, making the outside pitch black. The two of them lay in bed under the covers. Zhang Tianqin whispered, "Zhang Hao, honestly, I'm usually not scared of anything. But earlier I saw this creepy shadow outside the window, which freaked me out. So I just panicked and jumped into your arms." Zhang Hao chuckled and told her she didn't need to explain. "We're family. You can be totally honest with me. No matter what, I'd never judge you." Hearing this, Zhang Tianqin seemed deeply touched by Zhang Hao's words, softly whispering, "Zhang Hao." She instantly lunged forward and threw her arms around him. "Zhang Hao, you're literally the best." Being this close, Zhang Hao could clearly feel her warm breath tickling his neck. Zhang Hao lay there stiff as a board, not daring to move an inch. "Man, I'm gonna lose my mind. How am I supposed to hold back here?" Early the next morning, as the sunlight streamed through the window, Zhang Tianqin woke up and stretched. Man, cuddling Zhang Hao to sleep is pure bliss. Honestly, if I could have kissed him last night, it would have been perfect. She turned to Zhang Hao and cooed, "Good morning, Zhang Hao." But she froze when she saw Zhang Hao looking completely drained, pale, with his eyes wide open, lying stiff as a rock. Panicking, she asked, "What's wrong? Are you feeling sick? Let me check you out." Man, if she kept looking, things were going to get even worse. Zhang Hao sat up quickly and said, "I'm totally fine, sis Zhang Tianqin." Yeah, right, totally fine meant he had actually pulled an all-nighter, being hugged like a teddy bear while she kept rubbing her massive rack against his face. Like, what normal guy could actually sleep through that? Zhang Tianqin, however, assumed it was all because of the horror movie keeping him up. She gently caressed his cheek and said, "All right, no more horror movies for us from now on, my poor baby bro. Let me make you some egg pancakes to make it up to you, okay?" Well, that actually sounded like a plan. He definitely needed some compensation. He literally did absolutely nothing, yet he felt like his body had been completely squeezed dry. Exhausted. Zhang Hao began to doubt himself. Was he seriously this weak? Man, if only there was something he could do to make this better. Just as he woke up to do his morning routine and was brushing his teeth, the phone started buzzing. Lin Yilong had actually turned Hao's photos into memes and sent them to him. One was of his puffed-out cheeks with the caption, "Babe is mad, stop eating. Already." Then there was another one showing his emotionless, handsome face with the caption, "The handsome god is mad, come coax me." And to top it off, a shot from behind highlighting his plump buns. Lin Yilong texted, "Zhang Hao, check out these memes I made of you. I can't believe they actually blew up online. I'm so embarrassed." Reading this message, Zhang Hao wanted to literally explode. He screamed, "What the hell? Babe, your ass!" Pacing back and forth anxiously, he thought, no way. Why on earth did bro Long do this crap? I gotta teach him a lesson and get my manly dignity back. He went downstairs to call for Sister Zhang Tianqian, and there he saw Truong Tian, Cam sitting on the sofa in a skin-tight, smoking hot outfit. Seeing Zhang Hao come down, she asked, Zhang Hao off to school? Stay safe out there. Truong Hao smiled, replying like a good boy, yes, Sister Zhang Tianqian. Suddenly, he was surprised to notice she was staring at something on her tablet. Curious, Zhang Hao asked, oh, Sister Zhang Tianqian, what are you looking at? She blushed and said, ah, you caught me. I was just texting a friend and somehow I got a meme of you. She handed the tablet to Zhang Hao, showing a message sent at 6:17 in the morning with that cute cheek-puffing meme captioned, baby is mad. Embarrassed, he scratched his cheek. This is all because Yulong got too much free time and nothing better to do. Sister Zhang Tianqian, please don't use it. Zhang Tianqian giggled, all right, I won't use it. But then her voice turned serious and possessive. Our Zhang Hao's cuteness should only belong to me. Zhang Hao didn't catch that clearly, so he asked in confusion, what did you say, Sister Zhang Tianqian? On her face, her expression went blank for a split second, but she quickly snapped back with a smile, saying it was nothing and telling him to hurry to school, or Dad would scold him for being late. When Zhang Hao arrived at school, the girls around him were staring and whispering, hey, isn't that guy the meme you use? Holy crap, really? Am I seeing the real dude? Are we seriously this lucky? Zhang Hao groaned inwardly. What a disaster. Once that stupid meme Lin Yulong made got out, I instantly became a celebrity. His classmates even came right up to ask him, Zhang Hao, is this meme really you? It is way too cute. Yo, it's totally our Zhang Hao. With looks like this, he's definitely going to be a massive star. Hey, sign an autograph for me, will you? Spooked, Zhang Hao bolted. No, that's not me. I'm going to be late. Gotta go, Zhang Hao grumbled. What a pain. Who knew that trashy meme would go viral so fast? I can't take being harassed every single day. The second he reached the classroom, he slammed the door open and roared, Lin Yulong! Pointing straight at his face, he demanded, get your butt over here! Lin Yulong knew he was pissed, yet he still teased. Zhang Hao, do you want me to cook up some more memes for you? I've got plenty of pics left. Zhang Hao's temper flared, blood rushing straight to his brain. Zhang Hao yelled a warning, delete every single one of them. Do you hear me? A real man like me absolutely cannot allow photos like that to exist. If I catch you with them again, I'm snapping those lipsticks of yours in half. Suddenly, a soft female voice called out, Zhang Hao. Wet Hoa asked him, are you upset? Zhang Hao quickly replied, no, it's nothing, just a minor thing. Wait, Wet Hoa, did you cut your hair short? Stroking a few strands of her bangs, she replied, yeah, you said my bangs were too long, so I cut them. He smiled and praised her. It looks great. See? Wet Hoa, being so sweet and obedient, instantly cheered him up. Stepping closer, she whispered, Zhang Hao, at lunchtime, let me take you to my secret base. I just found it, and it always puts me in a good mood. When lunch break came inside an old classroom, Zhang Hao and Wet Hoa were hiding under a desk, their faces completely flushed, listening to the moans coming from outside. Baby, I love you to death. Ugh, you're so bad. Underneath the desk, Zhang Hao just wanted to curse. What the actual hell was going on? The two of them had walked right into a couple sneaking into the old classroom to get busy. Hey, didn't you say we were only gonna kiss? Why are your hands wandering? Stop it. Zhang Hao rubbed his forehead in sheer frustration. He had only followed Wet Hoa to her secret spot to avoid getting harassed. How did they end up watching an 18-plus show? Wet Hoa called out in a tiny voice. Zhang Hao instantly covered her mouth. Shh, don't make a sound. Blushing, Wet Hoa began to tremble all over. Zhang Hao immediately noticed something was off. He freaked out internally. What the? Is Wet Hoa actually licking my hand? After hearing what she had to say, it felt like a bolt of lightning hit Zhang Hao, and he snatched his hand back. Due to her physical condition, she went completely numb. Zhang Hao whispered to Wet Hoa, whose face was bright red as she sat next to him. She shyly replied, Zhang Hao, I want it too. Our male lead completely froze right then and there. Before he could even respond, she pounced on him. As their lips locked, Zhang Hao thought, man, it really seems like Wet Hoa wants to get close to me. We're the same age, and she's so sweet and cute. Half closing his eyes, with his hormones taking over, he made a decision. Maybe he should just try dating her. He reached out, planning to wrap his arms around her and pull her close, thinking, if I do this, sis probably won't treat me like that anymore. Suddenly, a muffled whimper snapped him out of his thoughts. Wet Hoa suddenly pushed him away, gasping for air. Her face was flushed red. Since it was her first kiss, she had literally forgotten to breathe. She tilted her head back, gulping down air and making heavy panting sounds that would make anyone blush just hearing it. Zhang Hao said in worry, you gotta breathe while kissing. Don't hold your breath like that. Shyly covering her mouth, she giggled and said, I know. Now I'll breathe next time. Inside his head, Zhang Hao gasped, next time? Wait, that sounds kinda off. We'll talk about next time later. They're gone. Let's get out of here. We need to head back to class anyway. The two of them walked down the school's long hallway in silence. Zhang Hao reached out and held her small, soft hand tightly. Neither of them said a word. But our main guy was still internally debating whether he should actually date Wet Hoa. He pictured the seductive sister Zhang Tianqian and the adorable Wet Hoa. He cried a little on the inside, thinking, ugh, I seriously can't choose. Seeing him like this, Wet Hoa had no idea what was going through his head. Meanwhile, at the skyscraper, housing the headquarters of the Fuang Hong Company, an authoritative voice boomed, no way. Without our backing, how could he have blown up overnight? The secretary explained, President Ngui, seriously, we didn't do anything. He isn't even signed with us. Why would we waste our resources to promote him? Honestly, with Zhang Hao's killer looks and humble vibes, once his clips hit the internet, there was no way he wasn't going viral. Before this, when he went shopping at the candid pic of Zhang Hao at McDonald's, snapped by some random passerby, has officially blown up on the hot search. The long-haired brunette couldn't help but gush. No wonder I fell for him. That's my man, all right. Wei Nan looked deep in thought, said, but I don't want his photos plastered all over the internet. If this trend keeps blowing up, I'm worried it's going to ruin his daily life. Find a way to take it down right now, she ordered. The secretary, sweating bullets, tried to explain. But Wei Nan, it has already gone viral. There's no telling how many people have already saved Zhang Hao's photos. On top of that, his middle school pictures just got dug up. We can take down the posts, but we can't delete the copies in the hands of those netizens. Wei Nan instantly shot her a death glare. Shaking like a leaf, the secretary squeaked, Yes, Wei Nan, I'll get right on it. If I stay here any longer, I'm gonna end up dead. Wei Nan picked up her phone and opened the WBO app. An account named Humanity's Finest Eye Candy had just posted with the hashtag Humanity's Finest Eye Candy. It featured 3 photos of Zhang Hao drinking water, riding a bike, and playing basketball. The post already had 300 likes, nearly 651 comments, and 372 shares. Down in the comment section, a user named Echoing Trumpet asked if this cute little brother was a newbie. The reply below by I Sim for All Hottie said he was way more handsome than those hyped up once-in-a-millennium pretty boys. Then user N eagerly chimed in, Wait, isn't he still a minor? Death penalty, let's go. Getting 3 years in jail is a win, but even getting the death penalty is totally worth it. Another account named Hello Shipper Day commented, Holy crap, this is literally my junior from my old school. If I stare at this photo in the dead of night, Wei Nan flew into a raging fury. Gnashing her teeth, she spat, My man. How dare these pieces of trash even dream about him? Looking at the 3 photos on WBO, she comforted herself. Well, thank goodness these are all from back then. If my guess about his past is true, then the person in these pictures isn't really Zhang Hao. With a brooding look, Wei Nan affirmed that the current version of him is the one who truly captivates her, the one who is the real him. Suddenly, a mountain-high stack of paperwork caught her eye, practically waving at her. Getting a massive headache, Wei Nan sighed. My head is filled with Zhang Hao all day, and I haven't even touched a single piece of paper. Her eyes softened with affection. She thought, You really are the bane of my existence. Why won't you just behave and surrender to me? Looking at her sexy body in the mirror, she declared, If you keep resisting me like this, you're going to make me lose control and force you to submit. Suddenly, she touched her soft, smooth lips, her eyes momentarily spacing out. She turned toward the door and declared with absolute determination, No one else can even dream of having you. You can only be my man. Zhang Hao was strolling down a familiar path in his neighborhood when he suddenly spotted a very familiar car parked near his front door. Confused, he muttered, What's that car doing there? The window rolled down to reveal Wei Nan's face. Zhang Hao immediately yelled, Hey, what the hell are you doing here? Walking over, he said coldly. I'm pretty sure I told you last time that we are completely done. If we don't have to meet, then don't. She didn't argue. The male lead demanded, What's the meaning of this now? Going back on your word just like that. Wei Nan avoided his gaze and replied, I wanted to keep our agreement too. But what can I do if I just can't control myself? Speechless, Zhang Hao felt a sudden urge to punch her. He snapped, A big shot CEO who's busy all day like you, and even a professionally trained former soldier, is now telling me you can't control yourself over a little thing like this? She glanced at him, annoyed, and said, Your photos are plastered all over the internet. It's hard not to see them. Besides, those girls actually had the nerve to say those damn things online. Wei Nan reached out and grabbed Zhang Hao's tie, adding, And another thing. With their faces inches apart, she threatened, Is the man I have my eyes on someone they think they can just touch? A serious look crossed the male lead's face. Frowning slightly, he glanced at his house nearby and thought, If we get into an argument, this chick will go wild. If she makes a scene, it's going to seriously annoy Sis King Kin. Zhang Hao said, Wei Nan, let go of me first. How about this? Open the car door, let me get in, and then we'll talk. Once inside, he closed his eyes, crossed his arms, and asked, Did I not make myself clear enough? Fine, let me spell it out for you one more time. The person I like is a girl who occasionally acts cute, is obedient and sweet, not some control freak who forces her way whenever we disagree. He cast a disgusted look at the woman next to him, thinking that being with Wei Nan meant having to obey her every command, like being some kept man. Wei Nan snorted and burst into laughter, pulling a lighter from her suit jacket. She remarked, So you actually like girls who are submissive and easily bossed around. She lit a cigarette, blew a puff of smoke, and turned to look straight at him, asking, Or is that just how girls are in that other world of yours? Zhang Hao immediately shot her a burning glare. Listen here, you stubborn woman, he replied. You don't need to probe me. That other world is just a figment of your imagination. I've never admitted to anything. All you need to know is that the person I like is definitely not your type, and that's that. Flicking her cigarette ash, Wei Nan asked in confusion, How can those incompetent girls even compare to me? Money, status, none of these are an issue. You just need to stay home, behave, and be my man. Whatever you want, I'll give it to you. What's so bad about that? The male lead thought to himself, to just eat and chill all day actually sounds pretty sweet. Reciting a calming mantra 1,000 times in his head, Zhang Hao cleared his throat and replied, You need to calm down, I get how you feel. People falling in love for the first time are always like this, thinking it has to be that one person. I suggest you go get out more, he continued. Go meet some other guys and you'll realize I'm actually super boring. Losing her patience, Wei Nan pinched his mouth shut, a sudden surge of murderous intent filling the air. Glaring straight at him, she asked, how do you know so much about this? I knew it, you already have someone you like. Who is she? Min Tianshu's granddaughter, Min Yuhua. As far as I know, she isn't exactly the type of woman you're talking about either. Annoyed, Zhang Hao grabbed her hand and warned, don't you dare drag Yuhua into this. Oh, Wei Nan interrupted in a fit of jealousy. Yuhua, huh? Calling her so intimately? He angrily exploded. Damn it, what the hell is wrong with you? Can you just cut it out? It's just a name, it has absolutely nothing to do with you, and yet you still get this pissed off over it? Fine, how about I call you Nam from now on, okay? Or Little Nam or Baby Nam, take your pick. Wei Nan, who had been completely bristling with rage, suddenly calmed down. Blushing, she turned her face away and stammered. Enough already. Zhang Hao thought to himself, holy crap, is she actually blushing just over a nickname? Face palming, he explained. It's just a normal way friends talk to each other. Don't take it seriously. But if you stop clinging to me, I wouldn't mind being friends. He figured he'd use this stalling tactic for now, so she doesn't keep snooping into his identity. Wei Nan remained silent, lost in thought. Zhang Hao said, all right, I'm heading off first. You hurry up and go home for dinner. The car still sat quietly in front of the MC's gate. Seeing it completely still, he thought that talking to Wei Nan was like talking to a brick wall. Is she really going to cling to me every single day from now on? Suddenly, a guy wearing a cap walked toward Zhang Hao and spoke up. Hey there, little bro, I'm a friend of Zhang Qianqin. He let out a surprised, huh? The guy pulled off his hood, revealing a head of purple hair, and said, could you do me a solid and give this gift to your sister Qianqin? The MC thought this guy looked super familiar, and suddenly he remembered a creepy, stalkerish photo from before. He yelled, so it's you? Zhang Hao blurted out, so you're the one, the guy responded. Huh? Our boy snapped. I know you've been spamming Sister Qianqin with those trashy, gross photos. The MC warned him, I'm Qianqin's little brother. Her business is my business. If I ever catch you around here again, I'm calling the cops on you for sexual harassment. Having said that, he coldly told him to get the hell out. The guy was so pissed he started stuttering. What? He muttered to himself. Just some wet behind-the-ears high school brat. What's he acting so smug for? I'll make damn sure Qianqin falls for me. Zhang Hao opened the door and walked into the house, saying, I'm home. Qianqin happily replied, Zhang Hao, you're back. She said, Mom and Dad aren't coming home for dinner tonight, and I was way too lazy to cook, so I just grabbed some McDonald's. Let's have some fast food, okay? Zhang Hao said, sure, works for me. Qianqin popped a French fry into her mouth and took a bite. She said, honestly, fast food once in a while is pretty good. Zhang Hao replied awkwardly, yeah, totally. He thought to himself, man, I can't take this. The super stack girl in front of him was putting her thumb to her lips, and she keeps casually flirting with me like this. I really don't know how much longer I can hold back. The girl across from him suddenly let out a soft sigh. He asked out of concern, Sis Zhang Tianqin, what's wrong? Looking at her face, he continued, is something bothering you? Zhang Tianqin replied, Zhang Hao, you're just too popular. Now you've even become an online celebrity. Today at McDonald's, there were so many people staring at your photos. Honestly, I'm a little jealous. Half flattered and half shocked, he replied, Sis Zhang Tianqin, stop teasing me. I don't even want to be an online celebrity. Zhang Tianqin agreed, yeah, being an online celebrity isn't all that great. Nowadays, so many people on the internet will do anything to get famous, wearing revealing clothes and showing off their hands or butts. Our Zhang Hao can't be like that. If anyone is going to look at you, it should only be me. Hearing this, Zhang Hao instantly choked. What kind of terrifying wording was that? Zhang Tianqin quickly added, I'm just teasing you. Look how scared you are. Quick, drink some water to wash it down, she thought. Hao was already super popular at school, and now he's suddenly become an online celebrity. She couldn't help but worry about how many people would fall head over heels for his looks. From now on, his pursuers would only multiply. Zhang Tianqin resolved that she was out of time. She had to make her move. That night, she knocked on his room door. Zhang Tianqin asked Zhang Hao, can I come in? He replied, sure. Seeing Zhang Hao coding, she asked, can I work in here with you, Zhang Hao? Will it bother you? He started to say, of course not. But before he could even finish his sentence, the girl standing before him completely took him by surprise. He thought, whoa, sis Zhang Tianqin's vibe today feels like a gentle older sister. Zhang Hao thought, what a feast for the eyes. He then said out loud, of course not. You won't bother me at all, says Zhang Tianqin. She happily replied, in that case, awesome. I love staying with Zhang Hao. That way, even when I'm dealing with annoying work, I'm still super happy. He's like, same here. Suddenly, Zhang Tianqin remembers something. Zhang Hao, I got something I need you to hold on to for me. Zhang Tianqin hands over an envelope. This is my pay for just one day, 3,000 yuan. I've been blowing way too much cash lately and wasting money. Our boy is shook. She makes 3,000 yuan in just one day at the hospital? Damn, that is so unfair. Why did he work his ass off in his past life doing crazy 007 shifts just to earn a tiny fraction of what Zhang Tianqin makes? She covers her mouth with the envelope, teasingly saying, even though I'm still just a student, to actually get to assist a chief surgeon and perform a minor surgery today, 3,000 yuan isn't even that much. Truong Cam is secretly planning things out. She needs to make Zhang Hao realize how amazing she is before other girls start crowding around him. She's definitely not your average med student. Our MC is completely stunned and blunts out. 3,000 yuan a day isn't much, Zhang Tianqin replies. Ordinary students don't have the skills or qualifications to assist, but I'm pretty special. Call it a bit of natural talent. She proudly brags that she got into university with the top score in the entire country and has been doing research projects with her advisor for ages, even getting a special pass to start clinical research early. Even a 26 or 27-year-old cardiothoracic surgery PhD graduate with 3 years of clinical internship might not get to be the lead surgeon by age 30. Zhang Tianqin smiles. Even though I'm not the lead surgeon yet, my performance on the operating table is basically a natural miracle. Right now, I'm kind of a big deal, and all the top hospitals are literally fighting over this medical genius. Zhang Hao says, "You're so amazing, Zhang Tianqin. I wish I could make that much money in the future. That way, we could take some pressure off Dad and Aunt Chuang, and they wouldn't have to work overtime anymore." She suddenly hugs Zhang Hao tight and says, "Why is my Zhang Hao so sweet and thoughtful? Actually, they aren't working overtime lately. They just took on a new project. Mom just called me and said they might have to go on a business trip for a while." He double-checks. "Wait, both of them? A business trip?" Zhang Tianqin replies, "Yep. Exactly." Our MC is screaming inside. "Wait, does this mean it's just going to be me and Zhang Tianqin alone together for a long time? Is this some undercover cohabitation? Mom, Dad, I owe you big time." At the sink, Zhang Hao is panicking. Why aren't they back yet? With cotton stuffed up his nose and his face bright red, he's like, how is a high-energy guy like him supposed to survive living day and night with Zhang Tianqin? Pulling the cotton out of his nose, he mutters to himself, "Don't look, don't stare, keep it together." Instantly, cherry syrup shoots out of his nostrils like a geyser. Looking at the girl in her pajamas sitting on the bed, Zhang Hao gasps, "Zhang Tianqin, why did you change your clothes?" While he desperately plugs his nose to stop the crimson juice from flowing, Zhang Tianqin replies, "I changed into my pajamas so I can go straight to sleep after I finish working." She smiles and asks, "What's wrong, Zhang Hao?" He stammered, "Nothing. You go ahead with your work, Zhang Tianqin." Zhang Hao steals a glance at her working. He thinks to himself, even though they've lived together for so long, he still never gets tired of looking at her. Suddenly, she catches him staring. He quickly looks away in embarrassment. Realizing what's up, Zhang Tianqin smiles playfully. She stretches and rubs her shoulders, saying, "Sigh, staring at this computer is making my shoulders so sore." Zhang Tianqin winks and asks, "Zhang Hao, could you come over and give me a little massage?" The MC is totally shook and asks again, "A massage? Seriously? Like, are his hands really going to slide all over her smooth, pale back?" Blushing like crazy, the male lead hears her let out a soft, satisfied moan. That feels so good." Too much. He stood there in silence, completely speechless. She spoke up, "I'm free this weekend, so how about I take you out for some fun, Zhang Hao?" Startled, Zhang Hao stammered, "Yeah, sure. Any time works for me, Sis Kinkin." He thought to himself, wait, have I ever actually hung out with Sis Kinkin one-on-one before? She happily continued, "Awesome, then we need to make some super detailed plans. After all, this is the first time I'm going on a date with Zhang Hao." Hearing this, Zhang Hao thought to himself, a date? Wait, is Sis Kinkin actually serious about this? Like, is she seriously trying to cross that line with her own little brother? On the wall, the clock already struck 11. Zhang Hao quickly reminded her, it is already 11 o'clock. Sis Qingqin, we should probably head to sleep. Sitting up, she said with a trace of regret, "Time flies so fast. Is it already 11 o'clock? Saying goodbye to her little brother, Kinkin said, "I will head back to my room now." He replied, "Okay, good. Night." Kinkin replied, "Good night." She happily thought to herself that although she couldn't do more intimate things right now, at least like this, she wouldn't be hated by Hao. This time I won't let anything happen between Zhang Hao and me again. Once she left, he let out a huge sigh of relief. Zhang Hao excitedly thought, going out with Sis Qingqin this weekend is actually something I'm really looking forward to. Suddenly, his phone rang. Looking at the caller ID, he sighed helplessly, "Ugh, not this again." As soon as Zhang Hao picked up, he immediately blurted out, "Look, big sis, stop doing this. You're being way too obsessed. If you can't find a man, I can literally hook you up with one." On the other end, Wei Nan replied, "I hate men. Not just anyone can be my boyfriend." Wei Nan then seriously stated, "I only want you. Talk to me right now." Zhang Hao questioned, "Oh, you hate men, yet you're clinging to me?" Staring at the red wine swirling in her glass, Wei Nan stubbornly replied, "Since I grew up, my life has been flooded with all kinds of simp-like men." Thinking back to her childhood, she continued with disgust, and countless other guys who, for fame and profit, used casting couches and shady rules just to get promoted, letting my mother play with them as she pleased. Since I was a kid, I've absolutely detested those sissy men. Suddenly, Wei Nan's voice softened, "But you're different, Zhang Hao." Gazing at the moon, she opened up. "When I was little, I worked my butt off every single day. Aside from my time in the military, the rest of my time was entirely dedicated to work. That's why I don't understand men, don't know how to chase them, and don't know how to make you happy." She said seriously, "But whatever you want, I will absolutely satisfy you. Even if you want a star, it's fine. Our Feng Hong group has invested a massive amount of money in rocket research, so helping you pluck a star from the sky isn't impossible." Quite confused, Zhang Hao asked back, "Why the heck would I want a star? Are you pulling my leg or what? For example, what if I want you to stop clinging to me every single day?" The voice on the other end immediately shut him down. "No, I tried that and it's impossible. Pick something else." Speechless, he replied, fine, now I want to sleep. You should go to sleep too. I'm hanging up. Flop. Zhang Hao threw himself onto the bed, sighing that Wei Nan must have had absolutely no childhood. She only studied hard when she was a kid, which is actually pretty sad. Closing his eyes, he decided not to fight with her today. Our male lead then drifted off to sleep, and in a dark space, a voice echoed, do you have a wife yet? A silver-haired child replied, no, not yet. A little girl wearing glasses excitedly chimed in, well now, you do. From now on, I am your wife, and you're not allowed to look at anyone else. Meanwhile, at Kangzhuang School, where Zhang Hao studied, a bustling new day had begun. He cheerfully sent a text, Sis Chinkin, I've arrived at school, don't worry, okay? He wondered why lately, ever since he went viral online, Sis Chin Chin seemed to be getting more and more anxious about him, to the point she wished she could personally pick him up after school. Yuehua walked up from behind and said, Zhang Hao. Good morning, he replied. Good morning. Yuehua, why are you so late today? She honestly answered, because I kept thinking about kissing you, so I couldn't sleep. Zhang Hao immediately panicked and cut her off. Whoa, stop right there. He pulled her close and whispered, that's a secret. We can only talk about it when we're alone. She obediently nodded. Her finger gently brushed against his hand. Yuehua softly called out, Zhang Hao. Holding his hand, she whispered, now it's just the two of us. I want to kiss. Zhang Hao stood there, frozen, blunting out, huh? What the actual hell? Suddenly a breeze blew past, making the leaves rustle softly. He thought, this is crazy. Looking at his girlfriend's blushing face, our male lead felt incredibly awkward. In the end, he decided to pull his hand away, saying, that time was just an accident. Feeling embarrassed as hell, he said, Yuehua, kissing is something only intimate couples do. We can't just do that at school. She naively replied, then after school, you can come over to my house. That way we can kiss, right? Zhang Hao dodged the question, let's not talk about this anymore. Class is about to start, so be good, okay? She replied with disappointment. Okay, a wave of guilt washed over him. He thought, is she really that disappointed just because we didn't kiss? Zhang Hao, aka our resident playboy, thought, but my view on chastity is nothing like the guys in this world. If we kiss too much, I might lose control, and once I slip up, everything will go down the drain. Looking up at the blue sky, our male lead screamed in his mind, I freaking hate you. Damn heavens. Finally, lunch break at school arrived. Zhang Hao invited Yilong. Let's head to the cafeteria. Yilong gave him an oki sign. Just as they stepped out of the classroom, a loud voice cried out, Male God! A horde of fangirls had ambushed the hallway, screaming at the top of their lungs. Male God, please sign this for me. Male God, are you going to become an idol? I want to join your harem, Male God. Here is a photo album I took for you, Male God. Zhang Hao, surrounded by the crowd of fanatical girls, stood frozen, thinking, what the hell is going on? Weren't there just a few memes? Wasn't everything perfectly fine yesterday? Screams kept echoing all around. Male God, as hearts flew everywhere. Holding his phone, Yilong excitedly said, whoa, Zhang Hao, you're seriously about to become a star. He handed his phone to Zhang Hao, saying, look, someone compiled all your photos from the internet into a video. Right now, that video is going absolutely viral online. Everyone is calling you the beautiful boy that only appears once every 70,000 years. In the video, Zhang Hao was smiling, looking totally lost in thought, surrounded by a pink, dreamy background. At this point, Zhang Hao seriously wanted to cough up blood. Suddenly, a creepy, lustful face appeared behind him as a pair of hands reached out and grabbed our male lead's butt. Terrified, he thought, oh shit, who the hell just touched me? A sudden agonizing shriek rang out, ah, my hand! Yuehua, with a terrifying expression, was tightly gripping a short-haired girl's hand, saying, Zhang Hao doesn't like that. You can't touch him. Screams of absolute pain echoed, instantly shutting up the rest of the girls. Our male lead quickly intervened. Okay, Yuehua, it's fine. Let her go quickly, she replied, but suddenly the hall monitor appeared and roared, what on earth are you kids doing? Disperse right now. Aren't you going to eat? Why are you crowding around here? Do you not want to eat lunch? If you keep standing here, follow me to the dean's office. The crowd cried out, the big demon. He's coming, run! Then they scattered in all directions like a swarm of angry hornets. Seeing this, the class rep nudged him and said, hey, Trung Chung, in that crowd just now, there was this who used to suck up to you and follow you around like a lost puppy. She watched your live streams every single day, but now she's simping over Zhang Hao. Trung Chung scoffed, acting like he couldn't care less. Whatever, he replied dismissively. Besides his face, what's so great about Zhang Hao anyway? Can he sing, dance, or even rap? He probably doesn't even know how to shoot a target, right? He snorted, muttering, his whole hype is just because he's a pretty boy with zero talent. I don't give a damn about him. Suddenly, a bunch of students rushed over right in front of the two of them, yelling, holy crap, there's a literal fleet of supercars parked outside the school. I was totally shocked when I saw it. Why the hell are they parked at our school gate? Is some rich heiress coming to pick up her boyfriend or something? Trung Chung's face instantly soured. The other students kept gossiping. I bet they're here for Zhang Hao. He's incredibly famous right now. It has to be him. Let's go check it out. The class president noticed his friend next to him was literally trembling with rage and anxiously called out, Trung Chung? He bit his lip hard, trying to force back his tears. In his head, he chanted like a mantra, I'm not jealous. I'm not jealous. But sure enough, right outside the school gates, a fleet of ultra-luxury cars was lined up perfectly, worth tens of millions of dollars. Behind the tinted glass of the most expensive ride, you could faintly make out President Wei, wearing dark sunglasses with her arms crossed, waiting for her prey. Zhang Hao suddenly felt a cold shiver run straight down his spine. The students at the gate wouldn't stop buzzing with excitement at the sight of the massive luxury convoy. He and his group of friends looked over too. Not Long was totally hyped, nudging him. Zhang Hao, look, there's a crazy lineup of supercars outside. I've never seen anything like this before. It's so sick. His eyes were practically shining. Zhang Hao just calmly glanced at the crowd outside the gate and said flatly, "What's the big deal? Let's just grab some food while we can. In a minute, we're gonna get mobbed again." He looked completely exhausted while Not Long stood beside him, staring at him with absolute worship in his eyes. Zhang Hao let out a heavy sigh, mentally groaning, "Damn it, how the hell did I end up becoming some viral internet celebrity?" Then he thought back, in my past life I used to look down on pretty boys. I seriously don't get myself. He stood there with his arms crossed next to Not Long and Manhwa, when suddenly the phone in his pocket buzzed, catching both Zhang Hao and Manhwa's attention. He pulled out his phone and a very familiar name popped up on the screen, Wei Nan. Taking his sweet time, Zhang answered with an annoyed groan. "Look, big sister, I'm literally at school. Is it really necessary to stalk me like this?" His face was a picture of sheer exasperation. On the other end of the line, Wei Nan replied bluntly, "Get out here, I'm taking you to lunch." Zhang Hao finally connected the dots. Looking toward the massive convoy outside, he asked, "Wait, those cars out there are yours?" "Yeah, no way, I'm not coming out, I'm eating with my friends." He shut her down instantly. Sitting in the back seat, Wei Nan slipped off her sunglasses, peering toward the schoolyard and smirked. "I knew you'd say that. No worries, I have a backup plan." Toying with her glasses, she dropped a bombshell. Hearing her mysterious words, Zhang Hao completely froze, asking blankly, "Wait, what?" Wei Nan stepped out of her luxury ride with a playful smirk, glancing inside the gates, while her assistant stood by. As she stepped forward, the crowd of students couldn't resist crowding around to see what was going on. Wei Nan snapped her fingers, and right on cue, she gave the order. A group of bodyguards, carrying all kinds of gourmet dishes, marched out. Standing outside the gate with her food-bearing entourage, she declared, "If you don't want to come out and eat," she cut him off, her face full of sheer determination, "then I'll just bring lunch into the school to find you." Hearing this, Zhang Hao's brain short-circuited. He panicked so hard his face completely contorted. "Are you freaking kidding me?" He clutched his phone, yelling desperately, "Wait, stop right there, Manhwa." Hua, standing next to him, stared at his hilariously twisted expression and asked in confusion, "Zhang Hao, who on earth are you calling?" Hearing her, he turned to her, flashing an extremely awkward smile. "Guyet Hua, I've got some urgent stuff to take care of." Before they could even react, he bolted, leaving Not Long and Manhwa totally in the dark, staring after him in shock. He yelled back, "Not Long, go grab lunch with Nuet Ho first." He sprinted toward the gate without even waiting for them to reply. Manhwa Hoa watched him run off, her eyes full of curiosity. She opened her mouth to say something, but then lowered her head, looking a bit downcast, and decided to drop it. Meanwhile, Wei Nan spotted him and glanced over. Right there in the middle of the crowd, Zhang Hao was frantically pointing at his phone, his mouth desperately mouthing the words, "Answer! Answer your phone!" while the other students were too busy filming everything on their phones. Amused, she let out a soft laugh and reached her hand out, quietly instructing her assistant, "Phone." The girl got the message immediately and handed it over, as Wei Nan kept her eyes locked on him with a knowing smile. The second she answered, she teased, "So how is it? Do you like it?" Zhang Hao snapped, yelling into the phone, "Like your head. Are all rich CEOs like you just used to throwing their weight around? If I actually like this showy garbage, why the hell would I keep rejecting you?" He fired back, keeping his eyes locked on her through the crowd, where the other students were still gossiping up a storm. On the other end of the line, Wei Nan rolled her eyes and looked away, murmuring, "Don't you guys love showing off? I figured you'd be into this." Hearing that, he completely lost his cool and snapped, "Whatever, I'm coming out. Just tell him to get these cars out of here and meet me at the side gate." Then, Zhang Hao made sure to add, "And remember, keep it on the down low. If I hear a single rumor about the two of us, you are never seeing me again." He hung up right in her face, leaving Wei Nan standing there dumbfounded, completely speechless. But then she lowered her phone, put her hands on her hips, and burst into a highly amused chuckle. When this little guy throws a tantrum, he's honestly pretty cute. She closed her eyes with a smile, waving her hand to her crew, ordering them to pack up the food and clear out. They quickly fell in line, responding with a serious, "Yes, President Ngui." Soon the school gate went back to its quiet state. Wei Nan, now wearing a hat and sunglasses, leaned against the brick wall next to the gate, waiting for Zhang Hao. Before long, he walked up and called out, "Hey!" Snapping out of her thoughts, Wei Nan turned to look at him. Zhang Hao tilted his head, looking at her with a sigh. "Are you seriously that desperate to have lunch with me today?" he had to ask. Hearing his question, she looked up and replied softly, "Yes." Zhang Hao stared at her and threw down an ultimatum, "Fine. If you're that dead set on eating with me, we're doing it my way." Wei Nan closed her eyes with a faint smile, nodding. "Deal." Since she agreed so easily, Zhang Hao didn't waste any time and gestured, "Follow me then." The two of them walked away from the school. They stopped right in front of a tiny run-down local diner. He stood there with his hands on his hips, looking at it, while Wei Nan stood beside him, completely bewildered. "Wait, you actually want to eat here? Really?" She stood outside, peering in with an obvious look of disgust. "A restaurant swarming with flies? Seeing that, he just shrugged it off, acting completely nonchalant. Looking at her, smirking as he teased, "Yep, this is literally my favorite spot." Then he threw in a little jab. "But hey, for a high and mighty CEO like you, if you can't stomach it, maybe you should just go home." Wei Nan looked at the sketchy-looking shop, pouted, and rolled her eyes at his childishness. Crossing her arms, she started sizing the place up. Meanwhile, Zhang Hao was absolutely losing his mind. With a forced, sneaky smirk, he screamed on the inside, "Please, just hate me already." At that dingy little diner, Wei Nan cautiously pushed the curtain aside and stepped inside, while Zhang Hao walked in ahead of her with pure confidence. Right in front of them was a messy pile of dirty dishes. Seeing the chaotic mess inside, she was completely speechless, frozen in shock. Her face darkened as she asked him in disbelief, "You eat here?" Meanwhile, he just stood there with his arms crossed, whistling and pretending to be deaf. Then she pulled out a black card and dropped a classic boss babe line, "I want to buy out this entire place." Hearing this, Zhang Hao choked on his own spit, spraying it out like a fountain in utter shock. Then he threw his hand up to stop her, yelling, "Whoa, hold on a second!" He cleared his throat and gave Wei Nan a wink, explaining, "Look, I know you're loaded, but poor folks like us eat like this all the time." He then added to push her away, "If you're going to use your money here, then don't even think about eating with me." Hearing his threat, she just closed her eyes, tilted her head, and sighed. Ugh, men are so high maintenance. Right after, Zhang Hao quickly called out to order auntie. One bowl of beef noodles with an extra egg. They sat down at the table where the chopsticks were neatly placed. Wei Nan held the menu in her hand. As the owner stood before them waiting, Wei Nan asked with a skeptical look, "A bowl that costs just a dozen yuan, is this stuff even edible?" Seeing her hesitate, Zhang Hao snapped back, "Duh, I've been eating this for years and I'm not dead yet, am I?" Hearing them doubt her food, the owner glared at them with attitude and snapped, "Is the other one ordering or what? If not, don't waste my business hours." Seeing her annoyed face, Zhang Hao quickly smiled, pointed to the menu, and said gently, "Of course we are, just make hers the same as mine." Wei Nan glanced at the owner and added, "Wear gloves, keep it clean, and make sure the ingredients are fresh." Hearing her sassy, irritating demands, the owner scowled and cracked her knuckles, glaring at her angrily. "Hey, are you trying to?" But she stopped mid-sentence as Wei Nan whipped out a few red bills, making her freeze instantly. Her attitude did a complete 180 as she bowed like a martial artist, promising with a straight face, "Yes, ma'am, please take a seat, I'll put on some gloves right away." The owner turned around to Cook, humming happily and murmuring, "Haha, score! Hit the jackpot!" Zhang Hao couldn't help but sigh in his head. Man, this lady has absolutely zero backbone. Seeing him staring at the owner, Wei Nan, who was sitting next to him, pinched his cheek and chided, "The one you should be looking at is me, not her." At that, he flinched, finding her face way too close to his. Zhang Hao quickly pulled back, rubbing his pinched cheek as he grumbled awkwardly, "You're even getting jealous of the owner? Seriously, you're too much." Then Wei Nan took off her hat, glanced around and asked, "Did you really eat like this back in the day?" Zhang Hao looked at her, shrugging it off. "Yeah, is it really that weird?" Resting his chin on his hand, he went on to explain further, "Regular folks like us eat this cheap stuff all the time. Sure, it's not the cleanest, but it's not like we get sick from it." He didn't forget to add, "This is just my life. You see it, right? You clearly don't belong here. It must feel awful sitting in a place like this, huh?" Zhang Hao seriously drew the line with her. "And besides, I'm not Cinderfella, so I suggest you don't come looking for me anymore." Hearing this, Wei Nan was completely speechless and just looked down without saying a word. The owner, now fully geared up in clean kitchen attire, walked out with a big grin, carrying the bowls. "Here are your noodles, dear guests." Then she placed the steaming bowls of noodles on the table. Wei Nan stared at the noodles in front of her, falling silent. Next, she gently touched the rim of the bowl and murmured, "I used to eat stuff like this back when I was in the military. Honestly, I've had way worse than this," she added. Suddenly, Wei Nan's eyes narrowed as her voice grew softer. She paused. Then she spoke up again, "I just feel bad for you." Hearing those words, Zhang Hao gasped in shock, completely caught off guard. She continued, "I don't want you eating this kind of stuff. It's dirty and has zero nutritional value." At this, Zhang Hao turned to look at her in utter disbelief. Wei Nan rested her chin in her hand and picked up her chopsticks. Zhang Hao collected himself, let out a deep sigh, and thought to himself, "Since when did this overbearing CEO suddenly learn to care about me like this?" Out loud, he mumbled, "Whatever, do what you want." But then Wei Nan couldn't help but ask, "Why are you so good at kissing? Have you kissed someone else before?" Hearing this, Zhang Hao choked on his food, his eyes turning red as he froze. Feeling totally embarrassed and flustered, Zhang Hao stammered, "Hey sis, is it really appropriate to bring this up while we're eating? I just watch movies and practiced, okay?" Wei Nan took a bite of her noodles and said slowly, "You better not let me find out you're getting close with any other woman," she threatened. Then, with a sharp look in her eyes, she added, "Otherwise, I really don't know what I'll do." She continued eating her noodles. "Hao! Hey Hao! Earth to Hao! What are you thinking about?" A hand waved right in front of his face. Not long, leaning back on the bed, said, "You were totally spaced out just now. I was asking you if this lipstick shade looks good on me, but you weren't even listening." Zhang Hao groaned in annoyance. "Honestly, I can't tell the difference between these shades at all. Why do you always drag me over here for this? I think I'm gonna head home." Not Long immediately clung to his arm, whining cutely, "No, don't go yet. I still want to show you the real face of Lam Lin." Zhang Hao, who had looked completely uninterested and was about to leave, froze when he heard Lam Ling's name. Wait, what? He thought back to the girl who had hugged him the other day, cutely whining, Oppa, did you forget me? Her eyes were glistening like she was about to cry. Zhang Hao wondered in his head, Lam Ling? Two sketchy shadows peered into Lam Ling's room, watching her happily drawing inside while licking their lips in excitement. Sneaking a peek, Zhang Hao looked in, totally confused. Long, what on earth are we even doing? Not Long gave him a deadpan look and replied, just wait and see. Right after, Long slammed the door open and burst inside, shouting with a dark expression, Lam Ling, what are you drawing? Zhang Hao stood behind him, completely embarrassed and speechless. Lam Ling, startled by their sudden intrusion, screamed in terror, what are you doing? Her face went completely pale. A moment later, all three of them were sitting on the floor. Lam Ling was kneeling, looking super awkward, while Zhang Hao held her sketchbook in his hands. His face gradually turned pitch black, completely speechless. The girl was trembling, not daring to look him in the eye, filled with sinful, the untold story between me and Zhang Hao. Inside those drawings, the little girl looked at Zhang Hao, who was butt-naked under the sheets, and spoke comfortingly, don't worry, Zhang Hao, just leave it to me. I'll be super gentle. Meanwhile, he trembled delicately, touching his lips, and whispered, please, Lin Lin, be gentle with me. Then Lin Lin licked her lips with excitement, grinning mischievously. Don't worry, my little darling. Next, he squeezed his eyes shut while she brought her face closer to his. Right after that, Zhang Hao covered his mouth, his face turning red with a hurt look. No, we can't do this. Yilong won't approve of it. After that, Lin Lin aggressively yelled, I don't care. She grabbed his face, tears welling up in her eyes as she glared and declared, Zhang Hao, today, you will be mine. The real-life Zhang Hao, his worldview completely shattered, screamed in his head, is she seriously using me to fantasize about this kinky stuff? Next, he regained his composure, held up the notebook in front of her, and asked, Lin Lin, what are these? Before he could even finish, she immediately denied everything. I didn't draw any of this. Her face flushed red with panic. Lin Lin cried out to defend herself. A friend, yes, a friend of mine forced me to look at it. Zhang Hao saw right through her and was speechless. She cried until snot and tears ran down her face, trembling as she said, Zhang Hao, you have to believe me. Boo-hoo! She raised her hands and added, I didn't even dare to look at a single page. How could I read a comic with you as the male lead getting ravished like that? As soon as she finished, he quickly placed his hands on her shoulders and let out a heavy sigh. Then with a dark, threatening smile, he countered, never read it, yet you know exactly what's inside. Realizing she was busted, Lin Lin felt extremely guilty. Zhang Hao turned on the computer on the desk, pointed at the screen and asked her, then what is this? Next, he opened a hidden folder and commented, so young, yet instead of studying, you hid this so well. It's full of movies. Yilong saw this and expressed his absolute shock. 5 gigabytes, huh? Lin Lin jumped up, completely losing her cool, screaming in her mind, Zhang Hao, how are you so good at this? How did I hide it so well, and yet a guy like you still managed to find it? Seeing her questioning him, Zhang Hao cleared his throat and gave a forced laugh. Haha, let's just say you're still way too naive. As your brother's best friend, it's my job to straighten out a crooked sprout like you, he declared. Then Zhang Hao handed down his punishment. This and all of this are getting confiscated. Lin Lin cried out in deep pain, sobbing, but received no mercy. Afterward, he gently patted her head and lectured her seriously. Lin Lin, these things are for adults only. You're only 10 years old, so you need to study hard. Got it. Sniffling, she looked at him and said, Zhang Hao, you like a cute, innocent little Lin Lin who gets good grades, right? Then how about we make a deal? If I break my bad habits and boost my grades, you have to grant me one wish. Zhang Hao took his hand off her hair as she stopped crying and asked excitedly, really, Zhang Hao? Seeing the hopeful look on her face, he gave a strained laugh and confirmed, of course it's real. Lin Lin looked at him eagerly and declared, fine. Even though being cute and innocent sounds like I'm being micromanaged by a dad to win you over, Zhang Hao, keeping your promise isn't impossible. Zhang Hao let out another awkward laugh and frowned, thinking to himself, why does this feel so wrong? Suddenly his phone rang. Zhang Hao picked it up and answered, hello, Sister Qingqin. From the other end of the line, a voice replied, Zhang Hao, are you still at your friend's house? I'm heading home soon. Do you want me to pick you up? She asked. His older sister, Zhang Tianqin, smiled in her lap as she listened to him. No need, Sister Qingqin. I can make my own way back. Hearing this, she answered softly, okay, then head home early. Make sure to stay safe, okay? Jiahui, standing next to her, smiled and teased, who are you calling now, Tianqin? She looked over at her. Zhang Tianqin didn't answer. She just turned around and took off her lab coat, causing Jiahui to panic and yell, huh? Where are you running off to? Then she stepped up behind Zhang Tianqin and whispered, don't leave yet. Are you busy this weekend? She kept folding her coat and smiled softly. Her friend added, let's go to a bar. I heard there are tons of handsome guys there. Hearing this, Zhang Tianqin smiled softly with anticipation. I already have a handsome guy. We're meeting this Saturday at Wandi Square. At those words, Jiahui's jaw dropped and she screamed, what? For real? Then she demanded, who is it? Who is it? Tell me already. You're no fun keeping your target a secret from me. Zhang Tianqin gave a gentle, indulgent smile and replied, I'll tell you once things are official. Seeing her reaction, Jiahui hugged her from behind, reached her hands around to her front, her face a bit flushed as she giggled. Haha, nice. Here, let me give you a little secret weapon. The older sister glanced down. Next, Zhang Tianqin's face turned beet red as she yelled, hey! The other girl pulled her hands back, stuck her tongue out and winked. Remember to play it safe, okay? She watched her friend run off, with flushed cheeks and pursed lips as Jia Hui waved goodbye. I'm out of here, have fun! Outside, a man holding a stack of documents was eavesdropping on them. Inside, Zhang Tianqin put her hands on her hips, watching Jia Hui leave as she sighed to herself, oh gosh, that girl. Meanwhile, the man outside grew pale, his eyes wide in disbelief as he screamed in his head. A private date, playing it safe? Zhang Tianqin's perfect image in his heart completely shattered as he cried out, why? Why won't you look at me? He blamed her, then screamed again in his head. Wandi Square! At Zhang Hao's house, night had already fallen. Zhang Tianqin walked inside with her coat in hand and called out softly, Zhang Hao, I'm home. Seeing how quiet the entire house was, she wondered, huh, he's not around? Then she thought to herself, if it's this late, Zhang Hao must be live streaming, right? Inside his room, Zhang Hao stared blankly at the screen and screamed in his head, no way. In the chat, they're all buzzing about, wait, doesn't anyone realize the streamer looks exactly like that once in 70,000 years legendary male god? The Imperial Garden Potato account chimed in. Now that you mention it, I see it too. I just compared them, and their hairstyles are identical. An account named Dumpling's Mom asked in doubt, really? Is the male god actually that 70,000-year handsome guy? The Fifi account asserted, I compared them too. He looks exactly like Zhang Hao. Is it really you? Is it you? Is it you? Is it you? Another account named Ben Yi screamed in excitement, get a little closer and I'll melt. One more look and I'm going to explode. Seeing their comments, Zhang Hao cried out, in his head with absolute dread, did they seriously recognize me? He forced a grimace and tried to explain to them, I'm not him, I really aren't, don't talk nonsense. If I looked at with a face this handsome, why on earth do I even need to stream games? He asked himself on Zhang Hao's discussion board under the handle The Strongest Man on Earth, with over 9,990,000 plus likes, ranking number 1 with a popularity score of over 700,000 plus. Non-stop messages were flooding across the screen of the gaming god who only appears once every 70,000 years. Turns out this legendary hunk is a literal gaming god. Getting matched in the same game as the handsome God Mim is like a dream. God Mim is live. Take off your mask, we all know it's you. A relentless stream of other comments kept rolling in, one after another, constantly filling the screen. Take off your mask, handsome. We know it's you. Take off your mask, we know it's you. This massive wave of spam flooding the screen made even Zhang Hao flinch, grimacing in sheer embarrassment. Suddenly, a hand reached out and shut down the PC. He looked over in shock and blurted out, Sis Kin? She leaned down, her face turning dead serious as she told him, stop streaming and sit up straight. The next morning, Zhang Hao was walking through the campus with his hands shoved in his pockets. He was lost in his thoughts, his face completely expressionless. Sis Kinkin's reaction last night made him pause, remembering how tightly she had grabbed his wrist. Zhang Hao had looked at her in confusion back then, stammering out, Sis Kink? She had desperately urged him, stop streaming. Zhang Qinchin's face was filled with fear and anxiety as she cried out, they've recognized you. If you keep streaming, everyone will find out who you are. She pointed at herself and practically begged him, I don't want you getting famous. Just stay home with me. I'll take care of you, okay? Hearing this, Zhang Hao was stunned, looking at his sister in utter confusion. Tears welled up in her eyes as she cried out in deep anxiety. I'm terrified someone will steal you away. Out of all those fans, there's bound to be someone way better than me. You'll definitely forget all about your sister. Zhang Hao stepped closer, grabbed her shoulders, leaned in, and reassured her with gentle concern. Sis Kinkin, don't think like that. Streaming is just a temporary job. Then he added, at the end of the day, strangers are just strangers. But you're my family. How could I ever forget you? Zhang Tianqin silently listened to him. She lowered her eyes, still uneasy, and mumbled, but, snapping back to reality, Zhang Hao looked up and sighed, thinking to himself, lately, Sis Kinkin has been getting way too sensitive. It's like she wants to monitor my every move. Then he wondered in confusion, does she really just want to control her little brother, or is there another reason? As Zhang Hao kept walking, his phone rang and he looked at it. He unlocked the screen and checked his streaming account, his eyes widening in shock as he gasped, is this actually the prophet from last night's stream? Zhang Hao made a goofy, shocked face at his phone, thinking, I didn't sell anything or ask for gifts, yet people still threw money at me. Then he calculated, I can make 33,000 yuan a night. At this rate, that's 100,000 yuan a month, or 1,200,000 yuan a year. The sun shone through the trees as Zhang Hao screamed in excitement. Whoa, is this the power of an online celebrity? But then he gave it another thought, but this isn't what I originally planned. Back at school, students were bustling around campus. Zhang Hao froze dead in his tracks for 5 seconds, screaming inside, what the hell is this? Right in front of him, a crowd of students held up banners reading, we will always love and support Zhang Hao, chanting his name, and cheering so passionately that Zhang Hao stood there completely speechless. Yilong waved at him, grinning as he asked, excitedly, Zhang Hao, did you hear? Then answered his own question, you have your own official fan club now. Hearing this, he slapped his forehead in sheer frustration, screaming inside, are you guys seriously this bored? Don't you have enough homework? 2 girls from the student council rushed toward him, giggling happily. Zhang Hao, look, we joined too. Yeah, we'll support you forever, Zhang Hao. Seeing them rush at him so enthusiastically, he stepped back, awkwardly waving his hands. A group of guys standing nearby watched the crowd chanting his name and gossiped. He was already popular, but now that he's an online celebrity, he'll probably be even more popular. Another guy chimed in, honestly, I think Zhang Hao only has his face going for him. I don't get why those girls call him a god. The class president stood nearby, holding his phone, with a sinister, smug grin on his face as he stared at his screen, thinking, he should know that online fame comes fast, but it dies just as fast. In the boys' locker room, with the door shut tight, Zhang Hao took off his shirt and opened his locker. Right next to him, the class president also opened his locker, slyly holding up his phone to sneak a photo with a smug grin. He hid his phone among his clothes, aiming only the camera lens outside. Suddenly, Yilong ran in, cheering, "Whoa, Zhang Hao," and accidentally bumped into the class president. Yilong chirped like a little bird. "Hey, looks like you've got some muscle now. Is training with Yehua really that effective?" He looked at his curious best friend, while the class president was already glaring at them in fury, muttering, "Are you blind or what?" He had a wide, wicked grin, squinting his eyes as he held his phone. Yilong and Zhang Hao simultaneously looked back at the sound of a thud. The class president, face turning pale, quickly bent down to pick up his phone, screaming in his mind, "Damn it," he cursed. His pale face was dripping with sweat as he frantically looked around. The other two were still talking non-stop. Seeing this, the class president lowered his head and sighed in relief, thinking, thank goodness they didn't notice. Suddenly, Zhang Hao smirked. The class president looked at his screen, only to see someone's leg, thinking in frustration, "Tesk, I missed the shot." Then he wondered suspiciously, did Lam Yilong do that on purpose? Suddenly, two figures appeared behind him, one with a murderous look and a grin that sent shivers down the class president's spine. He glanced, clutching his phone tightly. Yilong and Zhang Hao cornered him, while he cowered against his open locker, nervously clutching his phone and stammering, "Nothing's going on!" Zhang Hao punched the wall right next to his head with immense force, scaring the class president out of his wits, his face turning pale as he stared at him in terror. Zhang Hao flashed a seemingly friendly grin and asked, "It's still early, what's the rush? Let's have a chat." He cut him off, and hearing this, the class president was sweating bullets, staring wide-eyed in pure terror. He snatched the phone right out of his hands and asked in a low voice, "What kind of dirty little secret are you hiding? In here anyway?" Seeing him bypass his lock screen, the class rep panicked and shrieked in desperation, "Zhang Hao, what do you think you're doing?" Meanwhile, Not Long couldn't help but get curious too. He leaned in to look, then glanced at Zhang Hao with a sarcastic smirk. "Wow, is our class rep actually a member of my fan club? Why'd you take such a sneaky little pic anyway?" He calmly exposed the guy. Then he unbuttoned his top shirt collar, flipped the phone to the back-facing camera, pointed it straight at his own face, smiled and said, "Here, take as many pictures as you want." Seeing how chill he was, the class rep got even more flustered. His face went pale and he waved his hands wildly, stammering, "Are you out of your mind?" Zhang Hao's expression turned ice cold. He glared at the class rep and threatened him. "I'm literally letting you take a photo right now and you won't. Fine, then delete this damn picture." The class rep, knowing he was beaten, nervously stammered in compliance. Fine, I'll delete it." He then scrambled out of the locker room in a panic, cursing him out as a total freak as he fled. Watching him run off, Not Long looked at him, totally baffled, and asked, "Geez, what is wrong with that guy? He took a sneaky photo of you. Does he want to post it online to trash your reputation?" Zhang Hao just crossed his arms, closed his eyes, and calmly replied, "Please, that pathetic little trick of his is nothing. To be honest, I couldn't care less about being snapped secretly." Not Long stared at him, completely shocked. Deep down, Zhang Hao thought to himself, if he hadn't transmigrated to this world, forget about that guy. Even he himself would be actively posting thirst traps online to flex his newly built muscles. Man, what a total waste of such killer abs. He sighed, then frowned, his expression turning serious as he thought, but since he keeps targeting me over and over, I absolutely can't let people walk all over me like some weakling. Zhang Hao vowed to himself. He quietly tailed the class rep. "I need to get some dirt on this guy," he thought, just so he won't try any more funny business in the future. Ahead of him, the class rep was staring his phone, muttering with pure hatred, "That freak Zhang Hao is driving me insane. I'm not letting this go." Zhang Hao kept tailing him, planning to settle things like real men, but before he could even take action, a mysterious hand suddenly reached out and dragged the class rep away. Zhang Hao chased after them in shock. "A kidnapping?" he gasped, but froze when he recognized the thugs. "Wait, what are you guys doing? Did Wei Nan send you?" Wei Nan's lackey casually replied, "We don't know anything about that. Just pretend you didn't see a thing, kid." With that, they drove off, leaving him standing there in utter shock. Why did they grab the class rep? Does Wei Nan seriously have spies at school? Is she trying to make me owe her a favor or something? Man, what is up with that woman? Meanwhile, at FH Group, Wei Nan received an angry call from Zhang Hao. "Did you seriously just kidnap my class rep?" Wei Nan didn't even bother explaining. "How did you know it was me?" Zhang Hao was utterly speechless. Because your goons literally snatched him right in front of my face. Why did you take him anyway? Don't tell me you did this to get back at him for me." She nonchalantly shrugged over the phone. "Is there a problem with that? If he dares to mess with you, he has to pay the price. Don't worry about it anymore. I'll take care of everything. He won't dare to bother you again." "Spies at school, really? I told you, stay out of my business. I can handle my own stuff." Nam coldly replied, "I just wanted to check up on you at school. I don't care how you used to handle things. From now on, you just need to feel safe, knowing you're the man standing behind Wei Nan. This isn't your concern." Zhang Hao was seriously getting sick of this overbearing CEO attitude of hers. He slammed his phone down in frustration. Man behind her? What a joke, Zhang Hao muttered, utterly annoyed. Talking to Wei Nan is impossible, but is this kidnapping actually going to be fine? The class rep isn't going to end up dead tomorrow, right? Luckily, when he got to school the next day, he saw the class rep was still completely in one piece. The only thing was, as soon as he spotted him, he backed away at the speed of light and respectfully ushered him into the classroom. Zhang Hao thought, what on earth did Wei Nan do to this guy yesterday to make him act so submissive all of a sudden? Inside the clubroom, only Hao Nam and Nguyet Hoa were there. Noticing his slightly off expression, Nguyet Hoa couldn't help but ask, you look kinda down. He let out a sigh. I'm okay, just got a lot on my mind. It was a real headache. Nguyet Hoa studied his face for a moment, seemed to think of something, and suddenly walked right up to him. Zhang Hao blinked, confused. Nguyet Hoa gently massaged the bridge of his nose. Does that feel any better? You did this for me back at the amusement park, and it felt really nice. Zhang Hao chuckled. You actually still remember that? Thanks. Nguyet Hoa, I feel a lot better now. Zhang Hao, she hesitated, then suddenly sat right on his lap. Zhang Hao gasped, wait, what's wrong? Nguyet Hoa blushed deeply and replied, I want a hug. When I hug you, I feel happy, and kissing you makes me happy too. I want you to be happy too. The way Nguyet Hoa looked right now was honestly a total cheat code. Zhang Hao thanked the girl. Nguyet Hoa softly rested her head against his chest. Even though he'd hugged Zhang Tianqin and Wei Nan before, he felt the most at peace when holding Nguyet Hoa. Sure, Zhang Tianqin was gorgeous, but she was his stepsister, so he didn't dare let his mind wander. And Wei Nan, her possessiveness was downright terrifying. He was terrified of getting too close to her because things would definitely spiral out of control. It seemed being with Nguyet Hoa was the most peaceful option. Holding a soft, sweet-smelling girl and soaking in this rare warmth felt amazing. But the peaceful vibe instantly shattered when Zhang Hao realized she had somehow slipped her hand right under his shirt. Nguyet Hoa panted, practically begging him for a kiss. Zhang Hao hurriedly grabbed both her wrists. Whoa, Nguyet Hoa, calm down. Don't do anything crazy. He really didn't want to do anything too wild while they were at school, but Nguyet Hoa was totally out of control. Calm down, how can I? Zhang Hao quickly pushed her back. Look, why don't you try reciting the 3-character classic? Or maybe the Diamond Sutra? Nguyet Hoa shook her head. I don't know those. Zhang Hao cupped her face. Just take a deep breath first. Look, I'm telling you again. Those spicy movies Huang Yuanyuan gave you are only for actual couples. You should watch some sweet high school dramas instead. Once you actually understand what love is, and you're absolutely sure you want to date me, then we can talk. Nguyet Hoa stared blankly and replied, okay, but then she tilted her head. Zhang Hao, what is love? Zhuang Hao gave a slightly awkward explanation. Well, love is when you really care about someone, you want to be with them for the rest of your life, and you're willing to do anything for them. Watching her smile brighten up from the bottom of her heart. Seeing her completely innocent, clueless face, Zhang Hao worried if his explanation was just too complicated for Nguyet Hoa. Basically, it means you feel totally comfortable and can just be yourself around them. You're completely safe showing your flaws and weaknesses without worrying about a thing. Worry. They'll just look down on you and mess with you. So do you actually feel that way about me? I hope if we ever date, it's because of real love, not just straight up lust. Zhang Hao laid his heart out, but Nguyet Hoa just stood there completely frozen. Zhang Hao could only give a weak laugh, telling her it was totally fine if she didn't get it right now. No big deal. Maybe if you watch more of those high school romance movies, you'll finally get it. Come on, let's head back to class. He thought to himself, man, I guess I really do see Nguyet Hoa as a friend. I just can't bring myself to hurt her. I can't believe I actually held back and took the time to explain all this to her. Pat on the back for me. Just as they were about to leave, his phone suddenly started buzzing. It was Brother Long calling. Brother Long's voice boomed from the other end. How, are you out eating with Nguyet Hoa again? Lately, you guys are always glued to each other. Huang Yuanyuan has been showing her a ton of that kind of stuff. She didn't do anything weird to you, did she? You've got to protect yourself. Well, in these situations, us guys always end up getting the short end of the stick. Zhang Hao just chuckled. Don't worry about it. Then he suddenly remembered that crazy, jealous, petty guy Wei Nan also has his spies around the school. To stay safe, Zhang Hao knew he needed to be careful and keep some distance from Nguyet Hoa for now. It seemed like they had been acting way too close at school. Once they got outside, Zhang Hao distanced himself from Nguyet Hoa, using the excuse of buying a bottle of water. Nguyet Hoa tried to call him back, but he had already bolted. She felt a bit bummed out. I mean, they always used to walk together. That night, while Zhang Hao was doing his usual live stream, Zhang Tianqin suddenly walked in and grabbed the mic. My baby needs to rest now, we'll stream again next time. Seeing a woman suddenly pop up, the fans went wild, threatening to unfollow. Zhang Hao looked at his sister and said, Sister, Zhang Tianqin, I'm not even tired yet. Zhang Tianqin explained, streaming games takes a massive toll on your brain. You have to rest properly, okay? She told him to lie down so she could give him a massage. Resting his head on sis Zhang Tianqin's lap, Zhang Hao couldn't help but think how incredibly amazing she was at taking care of him. Truong Tian, Cam said, I know there are a lot of creeps with bad intentions in that stream. It's better if you stream less from now on, Zhang Hao. And another thing, no matter how much gifts they throw at you to get you to show your 4 measurements, you are absolutely not allowed to do it. Got it. Zhang Hao was confused. Wait, 4 measurements? Isn't it usually just 3? She even giggled. How do you not even know what the 4 measurements are, Zhang Hao? You're so innocent. How can I ever leave you alone? Since we have time today, let me measure them for you. Zhang Hao blushed hard. Chest, waist, hips. What on earth is the 4th one? His face was burning up. She was way too close, and she smelled so good. Zhang Tianqin kept leaning close and slowly pulled his shirt up. Zhang Tianqin was shocked to find out her little brother actually had abs, and she playfully poked at each muscle. Man, I'm kind of jealous of your body. Every time she touched him, Zhang Hao flinched. His flustered reaction only made Zhang Tianqin even more excited. Zhang Hao panicked when he saw Zhang Tianqin about to pull his pants down. Zhang Tianqin reassured him, Zhang Hao, don't be shy, this is also part of the 4 measurements. Besides, I'm a doctor. In this world, is a guy's 4th measurement seriously the size of his junk? Zhang Hao shyly asked. Sis Zhang Tianqin, do you really want to see it? A heavy silence fell over them. Zhang Tianqin got all flustered, laughing awkwardly as she explained, I was just teasing you. How could a guy just show off that private area to anyone? From now on, Zhang Hao, you've got to protect yourself, okay? Get some rest, I'm heading back to my room. Zhang Hao wished her a good night. Zhang Tianqin stepped out of the room, her heart pounding with fear. She had almost lost control of herself just now and done something totally out of line. Meanwhile, Zhang Hao stared at the door, wondering to himself, wait, was sis Zhang Tianqin actually embarrassed just now? That's actually pretty cute. When the weekend rolled around, Zhang Hao let out a massive yawn as he greeted sister Zhang Tianqin. She was in the middle of making breakfast, and seeing him up, she called him over to eat. Since today was their date, Zhang Tianqin wanted to go back to her room to get ready. Zhang Hao was totally thrown off. A date? Isn't that a bit too easy for people to take the wrong way? He quickly snapped himself out of it right away. Don't get weird thoughts. I'm just hanging out with Zhang Tianqin in a bit. If I keep having these strange thoughts, things are going to get super awkward. Half an hour later, Zhang Tianqin finally finished getting ready. She was wearing a white top with a short skirt and thigh-high black socks. She looked absolutely breathtaking. Zhang Hao thought to himself, sis Zhang Tianqin is seriously prettier than any of those famous online influencers. He stammered, you look really pretty. Hearing that, Zhang Tianqin was super pleased. Zhang Hao also wanted to go change to match her style. The two of them finally made it to Vantage Plaza. The place was absolutely packed with people, and Zhang Hao couldn't help but stare in awe at how insanely busy it was. Suddenly, his eyes locked onto someone sitting at a nearby cafe, acting extremely shady. It wasn't just him either. Zhang Tianqin had spotted them too. Looks like our movements have been leaked to a stalker. I bet we're going to be followed all day long today. Zhang Hao asked, confused. Is that person in the black cap some guy chasing after you? Zhang Tianqin confirmed he'd been stalking her for ages, completely obsessed with becoming her boyfriend. What a massive headache. Zhang Hao wanted to call the cops. Someone harassing her like that couldn't just be ignored. But Zhang Tianqin quickly stopped him. Zhang Hao, don't do that. We're research colleagues, and I really don't want to make things super awkward between us. Zhang Hao, could you do me a huge favor? Hao obviously agreed. Just say the word sis. If it's something I can do, I'm in. Zhang Tianqin replied, I need him to completely give up on me today, so can you please pretend to be my boyfriend today, Zhang Hao? Zhang Tian pleaded with him. If they didn't crush his hopes today, she had no idea how much longer he would keep clinging to her. To her surprise, Zhang Hao agreed without a second thought. Sure, I can do that as long as you don't mind, sis Zhang Tianqin. Zhang Tianqin was shocked that her little brother accepted the offer so easily. That's amazing. She couldn't hide the pure joy on her face. Thank you so much, Zhang Hao. Come on, let me take you somewhere fun. The two of them headed inside the entertainment complex. Zhang Tianqin brought him there because she'd heard guys absolutely love this kind of stuff. She pointed at a claw machine and said, let's grab a few plushies for our Zhang Hao today. Zhang Hao could only laugh sheepishly. He walked over and watched her intently as she tried her luck at the claw machine. Afterward, they sweetly fed each other ice cream. Not only that, but they kept playing around and taking all sorts of photos together until late afternoon. Zhang Tianqin said excitedly, this is so much fun. Are you tired, Zhang Hao? Let's go over there and rest for a bit. As they were walking, Zhang Hao suddenly called out, wait, Zhang Tianqin, Cam. Before Zhang Tianqin could even register what was happening, Zhang Hao grabbed her hand. Blushing, she stammered, Zhang Hao, what are you? Zhang Hao secretly glanced back toward nearby building. That creep still hasn't cleared out. Since we're faking being a couple, I think we gotta act way more lovey-dovey. But damn, this sicko has some serious persistence, still tailing us after we've been out for so long. Trung Kum agreed. He and she had worked at the research institute for years, so he knew her social circle pretty well. Zhang Hao wondered, so you mean he still doesn't buy that we're dating, and that's why he's keeping tabs on us? Trung Kum agreed, probably. Right then, she suddenly shrieked, oh crap, I think he's coming over here. Before Zhang Hao could even process what was happening, he was forcefully kissed by Trung Kum. His entire body flushed red-hot, his face burning like wine, his mind completely blank. The stalker was utterly shook by the sight. He clutched his face, tears welling up. How dare they kiss in public like that? Absolutely shameless. He screamed at the top of his lungs and ran off crying. Trung Kum saw everything. You really didn't disappoint me. She had noticed this creep a long time ago. That was why yesterday she purposely blabbed about the time and place so he would overhear and show up early. She didn't forget to smirk, thinking, don't you dare forget this. Back to reality, the two of them finally pulled away from the passionate kiss. Trung Kum played dumb. I'm so sorry I kissed you without even asking. Did I scare you? Zhang Hao could only force a smile. It's fine. He turned around to check if the creep was still lurking around. Kum smiled back. Looks like he's gone. Watching Trung Hao's expression, a spark of hope ignited in her heart. I'm not dreaming, right? It seems Hao isn't mad at all. Just a bit embarrassed. Just now he didn't push me away and he didn't even scold me afterward. Does this mean Hao doesn't actually mind getting physical with me? Trung Kum continued to act frantic and kept apologizing. I'm so sorry, Hao. I just wanted to put on a show, but things got so tense earlier that I panicked and totally crossed the line. You can hit me, yell at me, or punish me however you want, as long as you aren't mad and don't freeze me out. Zhang Hao replied flustered. Sis, come. I'm not mad at all. But deep down, he still felt a bit conflicted. Even if we aren't blood siblings, isn't this going way too far? Zhang Hao wanted to say something like, but then he let it go. Whatever, as long as it helps her get rid of that annoying stalker, it's fine. Trung Kum was thrilled. Really? As long as you don't mind Hao. Honestly, you don't need to stress over the sibling thing. We don't share any blood anyway. Plus, maybe you didn't know this, but abroad, this really popular guy often gets close with his younger sister. It's just a sign of a great relationship. Our bond is so tight, so kissing really isn't a big deal. Besides, you actually liked kissing me just now, didn't you, Hao? Hao was startled, wondering why Sis Kum was suddenly asking him such a serious question. As a normal guy, of course I didn't hate the kiss, but looking at Zhang Tianqin's face just now, I have a bad feeling. If I tell her the truth, things between us will definitely take a big step forward. Honestly, I do have feelings for Zhang Tianqin, but I don't want to ruin the happy family of four we have right now. Zhang Hao thought it over carefully before replying. Look, I didn't hate kissing you, but we're family now. You're my older sister, so we probably shouldn't do stuff like that randomly. Zhang Tianqin froze. Her mind completely ignored everything else and hyper-focused on one thing. Didn't hate it. Zhang Hao really didn't hate it. That means he definitely has feelings for me. I mean, what guy wouldn't mind kissing a girl unless he actually liked her? Zhang Tianqin boldly leaned in closer to make her move. But today, we're not siblings, we're dating, so let's just pretend to be a couple for today. Besides, that creepy stalker won't back off that easily. Come on, let me treat you to some awesome food. As for us being siblings, well, we can slowly turn that into something else. Of course, she only dared to say that last part in her head. A little way off, two thugs noticed them flirting in public and immediately got annoyed. Yo, see that couple over there? The chick looks like she's loaded, and the guy's pretty cute. Let's go shake them down for some cash. I lost all my money gambling yesterday, and I'm completely broke right now. Time to rip them off. The two swaggered over and yelled, "Hey, you two! I've been watching you guys make out here for ages. It's highly offensive to single guys like us. Pay up for the mental damage." Zhang Tianqin's eyes instantly went cold. Get lost. She slowly slipped her hand into her skirt pocket, but the thug just kept talking trash. Who the hell are you telling to get lost? Do you even know who I am? You dare bark at me? If you don't pay up for our emotional distress today, you're not going anywhere. Zhang Tianqin thought to herself, I have my pocket knife on me. If they try anything, I can easily dodge and disarm them. But Zhang Hao is right here. If a fight breaks out, these thugs might end up hurting him. Deciding to play it safe, Zhang Tianqin pulled out some spare change and threw it at them. You useless bums. If you want to beg, just say so. Take the cash and scram. But the greedy thugs scoffed at the small amount. What is this pocket change? If you don't give us 2,000 yuan, you're not leaving this spot. He smirked to himself, thinking, this chick is definitely loaded. I need to squeeze her for more. He kept threatening, if you don't want to pay up, don't blame us for getting rough. And if your pretty boy's face gets totally trashed in the process, well, you were warned. Right then, Zhang Hao suddenly spoke up. If you want to fight, then bring it. Why are you barking so much? What, you scared? Zhang Tianqin gasped, completely shocked by his sudden change in attitude. The two thugs stood there, dumbfounded. You brat, do you have any idea who you're talking to, Tian? Qin quickly warned him. Zhang Hao, run! But her jaw dropped when she saw Zhang Hao launch a fierce, precise kick right at them. He smirked mockingly. Well, you still want to go? Terrified, the two thugs immediately scrambled and ran for their lives. Zhang Hao turned back to Zhang Tianqin with a bright grin. See, Sister Zhang Tianqin, I told you I could handle them. Zhang Tianqin was shaking. Since when did you get so strong? I swear your personality used to be totally different. Ever since they were kids, Zhang Tianqin had always stuck to Zhang Hao like glue. Little Zhang Tianqin used to hold little Zhang Hao's hand tightly. Even when Zhang Hao told her he never wanted to see her again, she only stopped showing up in front of him. Instead, she just watched him from the shadows. Back then, she would always sneakily follow him around from a distance. The moment Zhang Hao got a chat account, she immediately added him using a fake profile. She worked so hard to become his online big sister whom he trusted with everything. Back then, his messages were endless, mostly talking about random daily stuff. His tests, his favorite movies, and even girls confessing to him at school. But Zhang Tianqin couldn't help but wonder why lately Zhang Hao had suddenly become so distant online. Glancing over at him drinking water, she grew suspicious. Ever since their parents got remarried, and he started writing his web novel, he stopped sharing things with her. He barely texted, never sent cute emojis, and even secretly learned Muay Thai. Zhang Tianqin sat on the sofa with her legs crossed, muttering to herself, is it just because he's growing up? Or did something happen to him? Just as Zhang Hao was walking in, he caught a whisper of her voice and asked, What? Sister Zhang Tianqin, what are you talking about? Zhang Tianqin immediately tried to play it cool. Oh, nothing. You must be tired today, Zhang Hao. Go take a shower and get some rest. Zhang Hao obediently replied, okay. As soon as he was in the bathroom, Zhang Tianqin stealthily opened his bedroom door, looking around to make sure the coast was clear. She slipped inside, sat in front of his computer, grabbed the mouse, and started clicking away. Her eyes widened as she moved the cursor over to a text file titled A Real Woman in a Patriarchal World. Finding this, she was utterly shocked, whispering to herself, Zhang Hao is actually writing a novel. Meanwhile, in the bathroom, Zhang Hao was enjoying a hot shower. As the soap bubbled up like fluffy white clouds, he sighed in relief. Ah, nothing beats a hot shower after a crazy day, so refreshing. Then suddenly remembering something, he looked up and gasped, oh crap, I need to upload a new chapter tonight. I haven't updated in 2 or 3 days. Meanwhile, Zhang Tianqin was glued to the computer screen, scrolling down continuously. She couldn't believe her eyes. Why on earth is Zhang Hao writing a story like this? Having finished his shower, Zhang Hao walked back to his room feeling refreshed. He reached out, turned the doorknob, and walked inside. Everything looked exactly the same as before. Zhang Tianqin had perfectly covered her tracks. Zhang Hao sat down in his chair, stretching out his arms and cracking his knuckles. All right, time to get some writing done. But as he unlocked his PC, he paused, feeling a bit suspicious. Wait, did I leave this file open? I don't remember doing that. Whatever, it's fine. Just then, Zhang Tianqin knocked on the door, holding a warm glass of milk. Zhang Hao, drink this before you start writing. She walked over and stood right next to him. So what are you writing, Zhang Hao? Can I read it? Zhang Hao awkwardly scratched his head and said, oh, it's nothing, Sister Zhang Tianqin. I'm just messing around. He secretly thought to himself, I must have made her suspicious with how I acted today. The world building in this novel is too specific. It's definitely better if I don't let her read it. Zhang Tianqin gave him a knowing look and teased, is Zhang Hao writing something that his big sister isn't allowed to see? Hearing that, Zhang Hao flinched. I blush hard. Zhang Tianqin's face has this kind of wicked smirk on it. She smiles playfully and says, no way, babe. She reaches out, gently cupping Zhang Hao's cheek and says, lately, Hao has been acting pretty weird. She continues, not only did you start learning Muay Thai, but today you actually threw yourself in front of me. She looks at him with this creepy stare and says, you've changed so much compared to before, Zhang Hao. It's actually making me worry about you. Hearing this, Zhang Hao thinks to himself, yep, Sis Tianqin is totally onto me. Then a sudden chill runs down his spine as he notices something off. Thinking, wait a sec, why did she say I've changed so much compared to before? Zhang Hao wonders, did Sis Tianqin know the old me that well? Stuttering, he asks, Sis Tianqin, we only became step-siblings recently, right? What do you mean by compared to before? Like, did we know each other before? Tianqin completely freezes, totally caught off guard by how fast Zhang Hao connected the dots. She lowers her head and goes dead silent. After a long pause, she says, Zhang Hao, actually, we've known each other since we were kids. In sheer disbelief, Zhang Hao blurted out, wait, since we were kids? In his head, he's panicking. What the hell? Why is there absolutely zero trace of this in the original owner's memories? Tianqin explains, when we were little, we went to the same kindergarten. Looking incredibly worried, she asks, Zhang Hao, do you really not remember anything? Do you not even remember me? Panicking, Zhang Hao quickly bullshits and excuse. Haha, yeah, it's been so long, I seriously have zero memory of it. But in his head, he flashes back to their very first meeting when Tianqin lunged at him and smothered his face in her cleavage, asking, Zhang Hao, do you remember Big Sis? Remembering that now, it all clicks. No wonder the first time they met, she acted like they were childhood friends. They must have been super close back then, considering how clingy Sis Tianqin is. Looking at her sitting there all quiet now, he thinks, is she down because she thinks I forgot about her? But it's not like I can tell her I transmigrated into this body because of the blood moon or anything. Sweating bullets, Zhang Hao decides he's just got to play dumb to get through this since he doesn't want to hurt her feelings. So, Zhang Hao continues his BS. Actually, Sis Tianqin, sometimes I dream about this little girl who used to get into fights. Her eyes were so terrifying that it kind of traumatized me. Tianqin flinches. Zhang Hao keeps going, plus, with all the punks trying to mess with me at school lately, it made me realize I need to get stronger so I can protect myself. That's why I've been working out and learning Muay Thai. Grabbing Tianqin's hand, Zhang Hao says, and today, when I fought those thugs, the only reason I dared to step up was because you were right there beside me. More importantly, I knew. He presses her hand against his cheek and says, you'd never let anything happen to me, right, sis? Blushing hard, Tianqin calls out his name, Zhang Hao. In a flustered rush, she blurts out, of course. I'd never let anything bad happen to my Zhang Hao. With that, she pulls his face straight back into her chest. Blushing, Zhang Hao thinks, damn, playing the weak card totally worked. Meanwhile, Tianqin thinks to herself, looks like Zhang Hao still hasn't remembered his childhood. One thing's for sure, he was so terrified of me back then that he blocked it out. But she stays positive. That's fine, I'll definitely make it up to him. She speaks up, you know, Zhang Hao, you totally scared me to death today. You need to be punished. Gulping, Zhang Hao stammers, punishment? Like what? Tianqin's hand starts sliding down his back, as she says, obviously by tickling you. The one thing you hate the most. And with that, her fingers start wiggling, tickling him mercilessly. Zhang Hao can't stop laughing, screaming, ha ha, Sis Tianqin, stop, he begs. I'm sorry, ha ha ha, stop tickling me, ha ha ha. After a while, they're both exhausted. and collapse on the bed panting like crazy. Tianqin tells him, don't ever scare me like that again, got it? Zhang Hao pants out, I got it, says Tianqin. She goes quiet, her eyes locking onto the sweat dripping down his neck. Brushing her hair back, she sits up and says, Zhang Hao, remember what we agreed on today? To be lovers for one day. She continues, the day isn't over yet, so right now we're not siblings, we're lovers. Blushing furiously, Zhang Hao thinks, wait, does she mean? He tries to protest, but sis Tianqin, no one is watching us anymore. We don't really need to pretend anymore, do we? But Tianqin says it's fine. Zhang Hao, just for today. Besides, we've already kissed once before, so another little kiss wouldn't hurt, right? Flustered, Zhang Hao stammers, thinking to himself, oh man, here comes the drama. The exact thing I tried to avoid is happening. Sis Tianqin doesn't just see me as family. She leans in close, whispering Zhang Hao as their lips draw nearer. Suddenly, a voice shouts from downstairs, we're home. Tianqin, Zhang Hao, are you kids upstairs? Both of them jump in shock. Tianqin calls back, but Mom, you said you guys wouldn't be back until the day after tomorrow. Zhang Hao panics, oh crap, Dad is back from his business trip too. Tianqin quickly whispers, Zhang Hao, stay in your room, I'll go out. Zhang Hao quickly stops her, wait, sis Tianqin. Your face is super red right now, you should head to your room first. She nods, good point. Tell Mom I'm feeling dizzy and resting, okay? Zhang Hao thinks, damn, she was really about to kiss me. Holy crap, what am I supposed to do? Flashback to when he was a kid, his mother abandoned him, her silver-haired figure walking away coldly, leaving Zhang Hao and his dad standing frozen in the dark. After that, his dad threw himself into work, leaving no time for him, so he had to send him to kindergarten. Back then, Tianqin was staring into a corner, where a little kid stood quietly. Little Zhang Hao stared back, wondering, who's that girl? This tiny girl wearing a blue dress, a short bob with straight bangs, and wearing huge, oversized glasses. Zhang Hao walked over to talk to her. Hey, you're always playing alone. Did you just get here too? Shyly asked if she wanted to play together. Reaching his hand out, he said, I'm Zhang Hao, I'm 5 years old. Little Tianqin didn't say a word, her eyes narrowing coldly. She completely ignored him, walking right past him. As she walked out the door, Zhang Hao stood there, totally awkward and confused. Back in the present, a sunny day, Tianqin sits at her desk, head resting on her arms, thinking, wow, I can't believe things went so smoothly. Giddy like a schoolgirl, she sweetly thinks, I hugged and kissed him, and he didn't even push me away. Does that mean he likes me too? Giggling, she's over the moon, thinking, Zhang Hao, I love you so much. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhang Hao lies on his bed, realizing, yep, there's no doubt about it. Sis Tianqin definitely has feelings for me. Remembering her face leaning so close to his, he thought to himself, man, if Dad hadn't busted in out of nowhere, we totally would have ridden. Zhang Hao thought blushingly. Honestly, Sis Tianqin is so great, always looking out for me and being super sweet. She's amazing in both the living room and the kitchen. I actually have feelings for her too. Every time I'm around her, I blush like crazy and my heart races. Then Zhang Hao thought, wait a sec, if that's true, aren't we totally on the same wavelength? Zhang Hao kicked off his blanket, boldly realizing that in the past he'd only dream of dating a goddess like her. But that spark died out almost instantly. He thought, but what will Dad and my stepmom think about this? He'd have to find a way to test the waters with his dad later. The next morning, the family of 4 sat around the dining table. Zhang Yan said, it's been ages since we all had a meal together like this. Then she asked Zhang Tianqin, Tianqin, when we weren't home, did you take good care of Zhang Hao? Zhang Tianqin smiled and replied, of course, Mom. She added that Zhang Hao is actually all grown up now, and sometimes he's the one taking care of her instead. Hearing this, Zhang Hao shyly said, no, that's not true. Haha. Zhang Hao left the dining table saying, I'm done eating, Dad, Mom. Today I'm going to a friend's place to hang out, so I won't be back for lunch. Zhang Tianqin said, it's great that you're making friends, Zhang Hao. Want me to drive you there? Zhang Hao declined. No need, sis. Dad, stepmom, sis Qingqin, I'm heading out. Zhang Hao's dad turned to Zhang Tianqin. Tianqin seems to be in a really good mood today. Zhang Tianqin smiled and replied, yes, I've got some good news. Meanwhile, Zhang Hao was walking down the street, feeling pretty good. He thought to himself, this time, sis Qingqin didn't nag me about going out alone. Suddenly, someone called out to him. It was Manhwa wearing a pure white crop top and tight shorts, along with white thigh-high socks highlighting her long, slender legs. She waved friendly and said, I came to pick you up. Zhang Hao walked over and said, Yuehua, why are you here? Weren't we supposed to meet at your place? Manhua said, because I missed you, so I wanted to see you as soon as possible. She hesitated and asked, Is that not okay? Zhang Hao couldn't help but smile, fondly frustrated by this girl. He reached out, patted her head, and said, of course it's okay. Let's go. Manhua happily murmured, They arrived at a massive, luxurious Western-style villa with pristine white walls. The two stood before the long staircase leading upstairs. Zhang Hao thought, no matter how many times I see it, Yuehua's house is just mind-blowing. Manhua walked ahead, leading the way, and said, my parents aren't home today, so it's just the two of us. She asked Zhang Hao, what do you want to play? We can do anything today. Zhang Hao thought to himself, Yuehua always phrases things in a way that's so easy to misunderstand. Sunlight streamed into the spacious room. Zhang Hao stood at the edge, saying in disbelief, Yuehua, your house actually has its own private pool? Manhua replied, yeah. Zhang Hao thought, well, in a huge mansion, a pool is pretty much a given. Manhua added, I originally wanted to show you my armory, but the housekeeper said guys might not like that, so she suggested this instead. suggested this. Zhang Hao was startled, thinking, an armory. It's probably just a model gun collection like last time, right? He said awkwardly, but I didn't bring any swimwear. Min Yuehua wasn't worried at all. No worries, the butler got everything ready for us. Zhang Hao then said, well, in that case, Yuehua, let's have a swimming race. What do you say? Min Yuehua agreed, sure, what's the challenge? Zhang Hao said, it's simple, a one-way freestyle sprint to see who's faster. Min Yuehua said, okay, let's go change first. Zhang Hao was incredibly awkward, thinking to himself, I'm facing a serious dilemma because of my habits from my original world. Back home, I'd usually just throw on some swim trunks and call it a day, but here that's probably a no-go. I'll definitely be labeled an exhibitionist. In his mind, Zhang Hao imagined walking out dressed like that and Min Yuehua blushing, saying, oh, I didn't expect you to have such a great body. Zhang Hao realized he absolutely had to wear this world's version of a swimsuit. But laid out in front of him were three extremely sketchy options, basically women's swimwear from his old world. Zhang Hao felt like having a total breakdown, saying, is there any swimsuit here that's actually wearable? Holding up a blue swimsuit that looked like it was made for a kid. Zhang Hao swore he wouldn't be caught dead wearing it outside. Exhausted, he held his head, thinking, I don't even have the energy to complain. This is the first time I've wanted to go back to my old world so badly. Suddenly looking over to the side, Zhang Hao gasped. In his line of sight, a relatively normal-looking swimsuit appeared. Hao said, this one seems okay. He walked over, picked it up to inspect, and said, yeah, it looks safe enough. But then something black fell out of it. It was a thin, dark piece of fabric with elastic loops at both ends. Zhang Hao looked down, pinched it with 2 fingers, and wondered, what on earth is this? Looks like a girl's underwear? Zhang Hao got a bad feeling, thinking, why did this fall out of this swimsuit? This is super sketchy. Zhang Hao sighed. Having no other choice, Zhang Hao muttered, whatever, I'm just wearing this. A moment later, Zhang Hao stepped out in a skin-tight swimsuit. He uncomfortably tugged at the neck to loosen it, complaining, man, this is pretty tight. Min Yuehua walked out and spotted him. She came over and said, Zhang Hao, your swimsuit looks so good. Zhang Hao replied, thanks, yours looks awesome too. Min Yuehua was wearing a floral swimsuit that went slightly past her hips, and she smiled back. Yep, Zhang Hao said. Let's not waste any time and get this race started. Let's see what you got, Yuehua. Min Yuehua nodded. Okay, Zhang Hao said, the rules are simple. Whoever swims to the other side first wins. The loser has to treat the winner to lunch for 1 whole week. What do you think? Min Yuehua agreed. Deal. The two of them stood on the starting blocks. The referee called out, on your marks. The referee yelled, go! And both of them immediately dove into the pool. Zhang Hao plunged into the deep blue water, extending his body and swimming with quick, clean strokes. Just as Zhang Hao popped his head up for air, the referee panicked and yelled, oh no! The referee shouted, miss! Zhang Hao stopped to look back, only to see bubbles rising from the water. The referee on the deck screamed, Mr. Zhang Hao, the young lady is drowning. Zhang Hao was scared out of his mind, his mouth agape as he yelled, wait, what? Min Yuehua slowly opened her eyes, instinctively coughing uncontrollably to clear the water from her lungs. Zhang Hao asked worriedly, Yuehua, are you okay? Min Yuehua weakly replied, cough, cough, I'm fine. Zhang Hao thought to himself, no way, Yuehua has such a massive pool at home, yet she doesn't even know how to swim? Zhang Hao said, Yuehua, if you can't swim, you should have just told me. We could have just called off the race. That was seriously dangerous. Min Yuehua murmured dejectedly, I've seen other people swim before, so I figured it wouldn't be that hard. Hao was totally speechless. He flicked Min Yuehua's forehead and said, are you dumb or what? To himself, Zhang Hao thought this went way past simple words. The girl completely lacked basic common sense. Yuehua stammered, I'm sorry, Zhang Hao, She cut herself off, totally startled. The referee suddenly panicked and yelled, oh my gosh, Mr. Zhang Hao, your clothes, look at your clothes. Yuehua completely short-circuited, only able to stammer, Zhang Hao's clothes got soaked and turned totally see-through, clinging tight to his body and showing off his shredded muscles. But the guy was still clueless, muttering, my clothes? In confusion as he looked down. On the side, Yuehua got a massive nosebleed and fell flat on her back, making the panicked referee scream, my lady! A bit later, Yuehua was holding a white towel over her nose. Zhang Hao, now sitting next to her in a brown bathrobe, asked, you okay? Yuehua, still blushing like crazy, mumbled, yeah. Zhang Hao looked up at the sky, thinking to himself, so that outfit really is what guys in this world wear to keep from exposing themselves. Yuehua stood up and said, Zhang Hao, my place has a bunch of other cool spots to check out. She started counting on her fingers, listing all the fun things they could do. We've got a home theater, a game room, a rose garden, and I can even take you to my secret hideout. Zhang Hao quickly cut in. No rush, you should get some rest first. Yuehua looked a bit downcast and said, but it's so rare for you to come over. I just wanted to make sure you have a good time. Zhang Hao fell silent, lost in thought. He turned to her and asked, hey, Yuehua, is something bothering you? Honestly, you've been acting pretty weird today. Yuehua's hands trembled as she clenched them tightly. She finally confessed, lately you haven't been eating lunch with me, and we don't even walk home together after school. I kept thinking, did I do something wrong to make you mad? Zhang Hao waved his hand and said, no way, Yuehua, you're totally overthinking this. But in his head, he was thinking, isn't it because Wei Nan has spies all over school? If he said anything, it looked like he was letting her threats get to him. He remembered what Wei Nan had warned him, don't let me catch you getting close to any other girl. Zhang Hao thought, knowing how psycho and controlling Wei Nan is, she'd definitely pull some crazy stunt on Yuehua. He told her, you did nothing wrong. The issue is on my end. I've got some annoying stuff to deal with lately, but once I sort it out, we can go back to how things used to be. Yohua looked up in shock and asked, is someone causing you trouble? Can I help? We can handle it together like we used to. Zhang Hao flatly shut her down. No need, he said. At the end of the day, this is my mess. I don't want to drag you and Brother Long into it. You should hang out more with Brother Long and Huang Yuanyuan. Yohua felt totally hurt. Zhang Hao, is it because I'm useless to you? She pleaded. I'll do whatever you want me to do. I swear I won't get in your way. Please don't push me away as long as we can stay together. Zhang Hao coldly cut her off. I'm sorry. Yohua's eyes widened in shock. This time I really don't want to drag you guys into my mess. He gave her a gentle smile. Thanks for caring about me. And I'm sorry for blowing you off lately. Just trust me, once I sort this out, we can all hang out just like before. But Yuehua wasn't having it. With tears welling up in her eyes, she cried, I don't want to be away from you. I want to be by your side forever. Zhang Hao froze, completely caught off guard by her outburst. He looked away, too guilty to meet her eyes. I'm sorry. Yuehua went silent, then finally turned around to leave. I'm going to my room to change, she mumbled. Zhang Hao watched her walk away without saying a word. He sat there staring blankly, completely unaware that the butler was quietly approaching. He let out a heavy sigh in frustration. Whoosh! Seeing this, the butler spoke up, Mr. Zhang Hao. He snapped out of it, looking up blankly. The butler asked point blank, did our young lady cause you more trouble? He didn't really know how to explain, so he hesitated. Hey, Uncle Butler. The butler looked a bit embarrassed and said, I apologize, I ended up overhearing you guys talking. Sometimes our lady can be a bit selfish. Zhang Hao awkwardly scratched his head. It's fine, it's not her fault. With a gloomy look on his face, he forced out, for some reasons, I'm keeping my distance from her on purpose. His voice went low. Yuehua is pretty introverted. Usually, I'm the one who reached out to her first, so it's no wonder she feels so insecure right now. A look of guilt flashed in his eyes. It's my fault for not thinking things through and ignoring her feelings. He couldn't help but remember the last time she got locked in that dark room because of him, feeling incredibly guilty. Even if I have to hurt Yuehua's feelings now, there's no way I'm letting her get dragged into Wei Nan's drama. The butler smiled warmly. The young lady really treasures you. He started reminiscing about how excited his little lady used to get. Every single time she came home, she couldn't stop talking about you. Having lunch with you, working out, studying together. She was so incredibly happy. I was honestly shocked back then because after serving her for so many years, I'd rarely ever seen her smile. The butler's eyes grew somber and he lowered his voice. If you suddenly push her away like this, I think even a girl as naive as her will definitely notice. His voice carried a trace of heartache. Being shut out by a friend is probably the last thing she ever wanted to experience. Zhang Hao listened in silence, his brow furrowing with sadness. The butler suddenly asked, Mr. Zhang Hao, did our lady ever tell you about the time she got blackmailed by her classmates? He was caught off guard. Stroking his chin like some old-timer, he started racking his brain. Pretty soon, he remembered Yuehua saying, yeah, my old friends only wanted my money. He snapped his fingers. Oh yeah, I think she did mention something like that. Then he asked with a puzzled look, but she didn't give me any details. Does this have to do with her past? The butler gave a soft sigh. Yes, it does. His voice grew distant because of her wealthy background and her quiet nature. Some kids in her class took advantage of her. They blackmailed her, claiming they were just hanging out. But since she didn't know any better, she actually thought this was how normal people made friends, so she never turned them down. But what's even sadder is that as things went on, her being so cooperative made her the perfect target of bullying for almost the entire class. The Min family had absolutely no clue until one day she came home covered in bruises. Back then, the butler freaked out the second he saw her. My lady! But Yuehua in her naive way just kept dead silent. Min Tianshu's face darkened instantly as he asked in a freezing voice, What the hell happened? Before she could even open her mouth, the lady growled and snapped, making little Manhwa Hoa completely freeze up in terror. She stuttered out, It was my classmates. The of Thinthu instantly turned dark as a demon. I can't believe this crap. Furious, she stormed straight to the school herself, dragging those trashy parents and their kids in for a massive face-off, forcing them to beg Manhwa Hoa for forgiveness before she'd let them off the hook. The butler couldn't help but sigh, thinking how lucky it was that the madam stepped in to get payback for the young lady. But because of that savage move, she became the school's biggest freak show. Everyone was terrified of her, leaving her totally isolated. Reaching this part of the story, the butler gave him an awkward look. Now that she finally managed to make some actual friends, she was probably just terrified of losing you guys. That's why she totally lost her cool earlier. Suddenly, the old man bowed deeply, his voice filled with worry, saying, I'm so sorry for dumping this drama on you. Please forgive her. I hope you can understand. Zhang Hao quickly waved his hands. No, it's totally fine. I don't blame Hoa at all. He sighed, feeling heavy-hearted. Honestly, hearing this just makes me worry about her way more. He felt a sudden pang of guilt. He really needed to go talk things out with her. This girl was just too insecure. No time to waste. He quickly apologized to the butler. Sorry, excuse me for a second, but I've got to go talk to Manhwa Hoa right now. Hearing this, the butler nodded. She's probably in her room. I'll have a maid show you the way. He quickly replied, thanks, I appreciate it. A moment later, a maid bowed respectfully. Master Zhang Hao, right this way, please. She stepped aside to let him pass. As soon as he walked in, there she was. the girl he was looking for, Manhwa. She had already changed into a gorgeous flowing dress. She was standing all by herself in front of a massive floor-to-ceiling window, staring out at the sky. She looked so incredibly lonely. Joining her by the window, Zhang Hao looked out at the sky with her. Manhwa said in a soft, melancholic voice, "I used to love standing here, just staring out at the sky ahead. I knew my dad's plane would fly right past here whenever he went on business trips. So I just waited and waited. I kept thinking that once his plane flew by, he'd finally come back to me." Hearing her heartbreaking words, Zhang Hao felt a sharp pang of sympathy. He said softly, "The butler just told me about what happened back at your old school and how everyone totally iced you out." He gave her a warm, reassuring look. "I get why you're so scared of being abandoned, but seriously, don't worry. We are best friends. I'm not going anywhere." She pressed her hand against the cold glass, her voice laced with deep sorrow. "I know." Her eyes looked completely crushed. "But Trung, how you're mixed up in some seriously dangerous stuff, right? That's why you can't hang out with us anymore." Zhang Hao sighed, totally speechless. "Yeah, I guess you could say that." She turned around to face him and insisted, "I want to help you. I don't care if I get dragged into your mess. I'm not going to sit around doing nothing and regret it later." Memories flashed back to when she was just a little girl holding out a cute hair tie to a classmate, saying, "Hey, this is for you." The other girl looked stunned. "Wait, really? For me?" She nodded. "Yeah, you're not like the rest of them. You actually want to be my friend, so I want you to have this." But out of nowhere, a bunch of mean kids showed up smirking. "Yo, Manhwa! Are you trying to buy friends again? Where's our cut for today?" Later, when they all got dragged to the principal's office and their parents were called in, the sweet girl who accepted Manhwa's gift was sobbing, scared out of her mind. A booming voice scolded them. "Are you kids seriously stealing and starting street fights?" The parents of those little punks quickly made excuses. "I'm so sorry, we've been too soft on them. But look, my kid only snatched the stuff. He didn't actually hit anyone." Manhwa looked desperately at the harsh-looking woman next to her and whimpered, "Mom, that's not what happened." But her cold-hearted mother just glared at her with disgust. Manhwa started shaking, tears spilling over, and she just couldn't hold back the sobbing anymore. Shaking off those awful memories, she looked back at Zhang Hao, who was still listening quietly to her tragic past, and whispered, "Zhang Hao, you're the best friend I've ever had." Locking her teary eyes onto his, she said with absolute conviction, "If it's for you, I'd get locked up in a dark room 1,000,000 times over and I wouldn't care." Zhang Hao was completely blown away by her words. Staring into her eyes, he never imagined she could be this incredibly fierce and fiercely loyal. He gave a soft nod and whispered, "Yeah, I get it." He slapped her shoulder playfully to lighten the mood, grinning. "Man, you've got some real guts, you know that?" She blinked, totally confused by his reaction. "Guts?" Zhang Hao sighed, rubbing the back of his neck. "Look, little Manhwa, this mess is way too big for you to handle. At school, we really need to keep our distance. And I don't mean just you, but also Huang Vian and the rest of the gang." Her heart sank as she looked at him, whispering, "Zhang Hao," but then his voice suddenly bounced back, full of energy. "But hey, to make it up to you, if you ever want, I can come over and hang out with you all the time." He figured that way she wouldn't have to feel so lonely anymore. Manhwa's eyes widened in utter disbelief at his sudden sweetness. Hesitant and a bit self-conscious, she asked, "But if I keep asking you to come over, won't you think I'm being super clingy and annoying?" He gave her a warm, goofy grin. "No way. Inviting your friends over to hang out is totally normal. Why would I mind? Besides," he added, his eyes lighting up with pure excitement, "your house is literally like an amusement park. You've got an entire arcade in here, and look at that massive swimming pool. It's practically a crime not to use it. How about I teach you how to swim, and in return, you can teach me how to box? We can even crash your private movie theater and invite Nutlong over too." He was totally rambling on with excitement when she suddenly stepped close. Without warning, Manhwa threw her arms around Zhang Hao, catching him completely off guard. He just stood there, totally frozen, having no clue where to put his hands. Clinging to him, she whispered softly, right into his ear, "Thank you." Back when she was little, Manhwa used to follow a blonde girl around, chatting about literally everything just to get her to like her. "My house has a movie theater, an arcade, and even a crazy weapons room. I can even show you my top-secret hideout." But the blonde girl just rolled her eyes and totally ignored her. No thanks." It was Zhang Hao who finally reached out and dragged her out of that dark, lonely pit. He had walked right up to her with a warm smile and asked, "Hey, want to talk? If you do, let's be friends. I've got your back." She had happily grabbed his hand, and now they were hugging, and she could finally tell him, "Zhang Hao, thank you for everything you've done." Her face turned bright red, and with tears welling up in her eyes, she whispered, "I like you so much." That night, a bright full moon hung high in the sky. But in the distance, thick black smoke began to rise, billowing into the air. A creepy rustling noise echoed. Out of the dark smoke, Guinam stumbled out, her body covered in horrifying bloody gashes. Her face was a total mess, smeared with soot, grime, and nasty scratches. Staring down at her blood-soaked hands, she let out a whimpering cry, squeezing her eyes shut in pure agony. Her arms collapsed uselessly onto the dirt, completely out of strength, as a steady stream of tears ran down her face and wouldn't stop. Suddenly, Guinam bolted awake from her long nightmare, gasping and collapsing back onto her pillow with a painful groan. Ugh! She dragged herself up, wearing nothing but her underwear, and snapped at the person standing right in front of her. What time is it? The brunette girl with glasses nervously adjusted them and replied, Boss Ngui, it's already past 11 o'clock. You've been having terrible nightmares lately. Should I call your private doctor to get checked out? Wei Nan wiped the sweat from her forehead and said she was fine. She asked how the moon research was going. The brunette wearing glasses awkwardly replied that there was no progress whatsoever. Wei Nan swung her legs out of bed and said, Yeah, I get it. Back to work. She stood up and slipped on a white shirt. She struggled to button up her cuffs by herself. Suddenly, her eyes locked onto the phone on the desk. She wondered, what's that brat up to right now? Meanwhile, Nuet Hoe was holding Zhang Hao's hand, saying gently, Being with you makes me so happy. She blushed and added, I want to be your friend forever, never to be parted. Zhang Hao was shocked and awkward. What's with this friends forever thing? But he still agreed anyway. She shyly looked down, letting out a soft hum, then suddenly called his name sweetly. Zhang Hao, I want to get married. This time Zhang Hao completely lost his cool. He grabbed her shoulders, shaking her back and forth. Hold on, Wet Hoa. Where on earth did you learn all this? She hesitated, saying she didn't know either. She just really wanted it. Zhang Hao broke into a cold sweat and scratched his cheek. Doing this at your place, if someone saw us, it'd look really bad. Suddenly, his phone started ringing loudly, startling him. This was the perfect excuse to bail. He hurriedly ran to another spot to pick up. It was Wei Nan calling. Hearing her voice, Zhang Hao was caught completely off guard. Wei Nan? He coldly asked what she wanted. Her voice softened as she asked where he was. He kept his blunt, grumpy tone. At a friend's place, what's it to you? Just spit it out. His words stung Wei Nan. She squeezed her eyes shut, feeling a sharp pang in her heart. Steeling herself, she calmly said, I'd like to invite you over to my place. He flat out rejected her. No way, I'm busy right now. Got zero free time. Wei Nan leaned back in her chair, totally relaxed, and said, Fine then, I'll just go visit your parents first. I happen to have some gifts for them anyway. You go ahead and stay busy. Zhang Hao's eyes went wide. He heard this and he yelled out in a panic. Wei Nan, I'm warning you, don't push it! He was absolutely furious. This chick actually dared to threaten him? On the other hand, Wei Nan remained completely calm, her tone teasing. Oh really? Then get your butt out of that mansion. I'm waiting for you at the gate. She dropped that line and hung up, giving him absolutely no chance to talk back. Just then, the butler walked in and called out to Zhang Hao. He looked worried as he said, Sir, there's a group of people outside saying they're here to take you home. Take me home? Zhang Hao was bewildered. Right outside Nuet Ha's luxury mansion, a bunch of guys in suits and sunglasses stood there looking dead serious, waiting for Zhang Hao. The sight of them made him break into a cold sweat. Wei Nan and Nuet Hua were giving each other major side-eye. Zhang Hao was shaking. How did things even get to this point? Nuet Hua suddenly turned to Zhang Hao and said, Don't be scared of her. She pointed to herself and declared, I'll protect you. That alone was enough to stun Zhang Hao. But then a cold laugh from Wei Nan made him even more terrified. Smirking, she scoffed, Protect him? She didn't hold back as she snapped. Listen here, kid from the Min family. Don't think you can just spout nonsense just because your family has cash. Zhang Hao was stuck in a super awkward spot, shaking and sweating bullets. The two girls kept glaring at each other so hard their eyes could pop out. Wet Hoa called Wei Nan a wicked woman, saying she wouldn't play nice anymore. Zhang Hao raised his sweaty hands. Stop them. Whoa, 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 stop! He was terrified that if they kept this up, they'd end up throwing hands. He had to step in to break it up. Wei Nan, do you still want me to come with you or what? Let's just talk calmly, no need to be so tense. Then he turned to reassuring Wet Hoa. She just needs me for a quick thing. Plus, I actually have some things to discuss with her too. It's fine, you can stop here. Don't worry about me, just head back inside. But Nuet Ho stubbornly refused, catching Zhang Hao off guard. She clenched her fists so hard they shook with anger. No way. She clearly doesn't seem like a good person. I can't just let her take you. Zhang Hao yelled in frustration. Hey, uncle, help me talk some sense into her. But the butler looked furious as he spoke up. These rude lowlifes dare to block the Min family's gates and try to snatch our young lady's guest? Zhang Hao was shocked. He thought the butler would back him up and stop the catfight. Instead, he totally took Nuet Hoa's side. Wei Nan's face twisted in annoyance. She was completely out of patience with this clown show. She turned around and said coldly, He's my boyfriend. Since when is his business any of your concern? She then instantly issued a direct order. Zhang Hao, get in the car. He yelled back, frantically denying it. Hey, stop making stuff up. Since when was I your boyfriend? He was so mad he was stuttering. And also, don't use. Before he could even finish his sentence, he was cut off. Nuet Hoa stepped in front of him, shielding him, and shouted, Zhang Hao is not your boyfriend, and he's not your servant either. You have no right to order him around. Wei Nan, completely out of patience, grit her teeth and growled out every single word. I'm saying this one last time, get in the car. Her voice carried heavy weight. Zhang Hao was stunned, but before he could even process it, a gust of wind brushed past him. Wet Ho lunged forward, trying to grab Wei Nan, yelling, Stop bullying Zhang Hao! He frantically shrieked to stop her. Nuet Ho, don't! Wei Nan's face remained stone cold, as if she was already all too familiar with Nuet Ho's fighting style. She easily caught Nuet Ho's wrist. Nuet Hoa found herself completely on the defensive, despite throwing the first punch, and instantly started panicking. Wei Nan raised her leg, preparing to unleash a kick. She didn't actually mean to hurt Nuet Hoa, just warning her, so Nuet Hoa managed to dodge it easily. But immediately, Nuet Ho lunged right back to retaliate. Zhang Hao quickly grabbed her to pull her back. That's enough, Nguyen Ho, stop it right now! Wei Nan just stood there, tall and imposing in her high heels. The butler and servants rushed over to shield Nguyen Ho and Zhang Hao. She actually made a move. My lady, Master Zhang Hao, get back! Wei Nan's face was completely emotionless. She thought to herself, you little Min family brat, I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of Min Tianfu. Cut to the car. Zhang Hao rested his chin on his hand, looking at her, and snapped, so what did you need me for anyway? He looked bored out of his mind at her as she drove, while she said coldly, shut up, I'll tell you when we get home. He laughed mockingly, wow, you're really something, starting a fight right outside my friend's house. Wei Nan glared at him with murder in her eyes. Why don't you mention that she threw the first punch? He stubbornly shot back. You brought a whole squad to block the gates and acted all tough. Didn't you practically beg for a fight? Can't you do something about that nasty temper of yours, he grumbled. Honestly, I don't get how someone with your attitude became the president. Did you use the back door or something? He continued. And another thing, if you keep picking fights like that, you're going to end up on the front page headlines will literally be about a famous violent female CEO blocking someone's door just to pick a fight with a woman. Wei Nan was so pissed her veins were popping, but he didn't stop running his mouth, saying, if the neighbors hadn't almost called the cops, who knows what kind of crazy disaster would have happened. Wei Nan was so mad she lost her cool and barked, if you hadn't gone out playing around with some other girl, why on earth would I get so mad and lose control like an idiot? Huh? He was also super ticked off, pointing at himself. What are you saying? Why is this on me? She gritted her teeth and spilled her true feelings. I actually really care about you. Every time it's about you, I completely lose my cool and my professional CEO vibe. It's so annoying. He felt a bit guilty and flustered. Hey, back off a bit. I'm not like those other guys you used to hang around with. My taste is way different. You're definitely not my type. She felt insulted that he never bothered to get to know her but was now making up lies to her face. What did you say about other guys? I've never even had a single man before. Okay, he was totally dumbfounded by her words, eyes wide open and mouth twitching. Disbelief. Couldn't believe it and asked her again. You've seriously never had a boyfriend before? She closed her eyes and snapped back. You got a problem with that? He was baffled, thinking to himself while looking at his reflection in the car mirror. What the hell? She's got huge assets, fair skin, and she's filthy rich, yet she's still single? Oh my god, I thought she had a whole line of simps begging to kiss her feet, and that she was just playing with me. Is she actually serious about this? Then he turned to look at her. Feeling his perverted gaze, she got a bit embarrassed. But let's be real. His assessment of her was spot on. He rested his chin on his hand. This is bad. The more serious she is, the more I need to cut ties with her. A massive, towering skyscraper appeared against the clear blue sky, and the car pulled up to a high-rise penthouse. He and Wei Nan were sitting opposite each other on the sofa. Right now, he was trying to keep his distance to avoid getting any more entangled with her. She spoke up to break the ice. Zhang Hao, what's the deal with you and that girl from the Man family? He replied seriously, we're just normal friends. Out with it, you threatened me to come here. So what do you want? She said, when did I ever threaten you? As she spoke, she slid closer to where he sat, showing off her pale legs and sexy black thigh-high socks and her massive assets. He asked her, going after my parents isn't a threat? She smirked and got up close and personal. I came straight to your door to propose to you. Is that a threat? He felt like the room went pitch black as he gasped in pure shock. What the hell are you talking about? Propose? Don't be ridiculous. Did I even say yes? She shot back. You're refusing? She twirled a lock of her hair, oozing confidence. Besides me, who else is even worthy of having you? Her smoking hot body was a total eye candy for the readers. Wei Nan said, if I really wanted to threaten you, I could have used your family from the start to force you to be my obedient little boy toy in bed. Right, baby? He gave a bitter laugh. Then a thought popped into his head. If she really went after his family, he literally would have no way to say no. Still, he played dumb, trying to manipulate her into changing her mind. Seo Nyi, we are just not meant to be. There are so many talented, handsome guys out there. Why are you clinging to a useless nobody like me and won't let go? Think about it. Do we even match? To be honest, I'm really not into strong-willed women like you. She remained stubborn and calmly said, you only live once, so in this life, whatever I want, I will get by any means necessary. Her eyes locked onto him, and she let out an oh. Well, maybe some people do get a second life, but that's none of my business. Under her sharp, piercing gaze, he felt a shiver run down his spine. He turned around. I have no idea what useless nonsense you're spouting. Whatever, I'm leaving. With that, he stood straight up while she sat there in her micro-mini skirt, legs crossed, staring at him. Just as he stood up, Wei Nan grabbed his wrist. Hold on. He turned back, annoyed, saying, hey, I told you to stop. Who said you could leave? She suddenly hugged him tight from behind, pinning his arms so he couldn't even move. He was completely trapped under her overwhelming dominance and froze for a second. She whispered in his ear under the red moon, I've researched this for a long time. Are you really interested? She gently bit his earlobe, making his face turn as red as a ripe tomato. He screamed in his head, what the absolute hell is this? He backed away to break free from her hug, holding his bitten ear with a flushed face. I don't care what you researched. Even if you researched the moon, you can't force me to submit to you. He backed up until he bumped into a table behind him and froze. A loud crash echoed behind him. He had knocked over a priceless plate, and he stood frozen to the spot. Nam walked over to the shattered plate and calmly said, that plate was actually my absolute favorite. He snapped his head around, looking like an innocent kid, asking, how much does this thing cost? She held up 2 fingers, making him gasp, 2 million yuan. She closed her eyes and shook her head. Nope. He went as pale as a dead man when Wei Nan said it was worth 200 million. He gasped. What? She sat back, legs crossed with a stern look. Pay up! Terrified, he stammered. Wait, this? Shrinking back, feeling like he was shriveling up as he screamed in despair. No way, absolutely no way, she sighed. You broke it, so you gotta pay for it. If you can't afford it, just become my man and we're even. He was now standing there like a soulless corpse. She crossed her arms. Got a problem with that? She smirked. Of course. I take some responsibility too. You only need to pay me 100 million. I'll give you 10 months to clear it. 10 million a month and your body belongs to me. Try to bargain and don't blame me for getting nasty. His soul drifted even further away, completely shell-shocked. Either 100 million or 10 million a month. He realized that even if he couldn't pay it back, looking at her long legs, actually it wouldn't be so bad. Wei Nan was top tier. Selling his body wasn't the worst option. Suddenly a pink-haired girl popped up in his mind, whispering, "Are you sure about that?" Then she poked his forehead, making it glow. Snapping back to reality, he was dripping with sweat and shivering, touching his forehead. He then resolutely declared, "Fine, 100 million it is." She tried to hold back her drool, thinking, as expected of my man, so decisive. He pointed at her. A real man's got to stand on his own 2 feet. How could I ever submit to a woman? Wei Nan was left speechless with ... all over her head. Submit to what now? He thought to himself with tears welling up in his eyes. Forget about relying on a sugar mommy. I need to find a way to make this cash. The sky began to turn. Night fell, and a crescent moon hung over the house. Zhang Hao just got home and wondered to himself why is Sis-chin standing outside. Seeing him return, she beamed a bright smile at him. Waiting for you, you cute little dummy. With one hand holding his bags, he sheepishly scratched his head with the other. Honestly, you didn't have to go out of your way to wait for me. Sis-chin replied, if I don't see you as soon as possible, I can't rest easy, you know. Then she shifted her gaze to the bag in his hand. Oh, by the way, what are you carrying? Zhang Hao? He grinned, his voice oozing a forced vibe that smelled like wealth. Oh, nothing much. A friend just gave me a broken antique bowl. The sound of their chatter echoed in the night sky. Oh, since when did my Zhang Hao start researching antiques? If you like them, I'll buy some for you next time. Sis-chin, please don't just throw your money around, he thought to himself. Right now, watching anyone spend money makes my heart bleed. He coughed a few times as an excuse to ask her. But anyway, Sis-chin, how much money have you actually saved up by now? Sis-chin smiled as she stood in her high heels. Not that much, probably 3 or 4 million. I don't really remember. She turned to look at him. How weird. Why is Zhang Hao suddenly asking about my account balance? She puffed out her chest and teased. Are you having some financial trouble? Do you want to take charge of my bank account? She rattled on. For so long that he just stood there blankly for a few seconds. Then she turned away. All right, let me go to my room and get it for you. Suddenly, he grabbed her wrist and said, Sis-chin, wait. I was just asking out of curiosity. I just wanted to remind you not to waste your money in the future. It's not like I'm going to audit your bank account all the time. He was totally exhausted and sighed inwardly at her. Sis-chin's savings are literally pocket change compared to that 100 million. Whatever, forget it. He let out a sigh while the innocent Sis-chin thought to herself, huh? Zhang Hao cares about me this much? I'm so happy. Let's go. Then he said, Sis-chin, my live stream session is about to start. I'm heading back to my room first. Sis-chin replied, sure, go ahead. Walking back to his room, he started plotting his future. Right now, the fastest way to rake in the cash is definitely live streaming. With that, he got straight to work. Slipping on his mask, his fingers clacked rapidly on the keyboard. His thoughts kept racing, but the daily earnings right now aren't half bad. Maybe I should shake things up with some fresh live stream content. Wearing his black mask, his eyes were glued to the computer screen as he brainstormed. Suddenly, a spark ignited in his head. Hey, why not ask my manager Song Ching for some suggestions? Right then, a chat window popped up showing his manager Song Ching. He quickly typed and sent a message. Hey, do you have any new ideas for today's stream? Instantly, a flood of fan comments started rolling in. I'm here, my God. My God, I've been waiting for you since morning. Tons of other viewers were hyping up his return in the chat. In his live room, a user named Mo joined the stream. What's our God streaming today? Are we gaming or doing workouts? Seeing that question, he fell into deep thought. Honestly, I haven't figured it out yet. Let me see. But then, a specific chat message caught his eye. If you take off your mask, I'll drop 10 super yachts. No cap. If I'm bluffing, I'll bark like a dog. Seeing this, he was speechless. Can people really be this crazy? He wondered. He pondered whether he should actually take it off. His hand reached up, almost touching the black mask. If all it takes is removing my mask. Suddenly, a DM from a friend popped up, startling him. It was Song Ching who chatted, Zhang Hao, don't take it off yet. The timing isn't right. Wait until you become a super popular streamer, and then do a face reveal. The impact will be way bigger. When that time comes, we can sync it with my promo event. Trending streamer turns out to be a once in 70,000 years handsome guy. Once that goes viral, your fame will shoot through the roof. He stared at the message and started typing. It felt like a wake-up call. Yeah, you're right, he muttered. He then addressed the stream. Sorry, my babes. No face reveal tonight. He smiled with crinkled eyes. But if you guys hype things up and get this stream onto the front page, I'll show you my real face. Resting his chin on his hand, he asked his fans, I don't really feel like gaming or working out today. We can stream something else. What do you guys want to see? The moment he finished speaking, the chat exploded with messages. Dance Gokuraku Jodo. Hey, handsome. Girls don't like gaming. Play Duck Hunt. Can you shake your booty, baby bro? Show us some leg or maybe sing a song. He sighed. No way I'm shaking my booty. I don't have sheer black gloves and we'll try Duck Hunt next time. He paused. Wait, can singing really boost my stream's popularity that fast? Alright, tonight, I'll sing a few songs for you guys. He thought to himself, as long as I don't sing that cringe learn to meow song, like let's meow 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 meow, any other decent song should be fine. Having decided, he grabbed the mic next to his desk and thought, I might not be a professional singer, but in my past life I was a total karaoke king. As the soft intro music began to play, the room suddenly went wild. Everyone was completely blown away by his vocals. He sang so beautifully that someone gifted him 12 flowers, then another 4. Soon a barrage of flowers flooded the screen, making him think, damn, this is actually working. The feedback is insane. Ding! Suddenly someone dropped a luxury yacht on his screen, smelling heavily of rich flexing. Dazzled by the flashiness, a user commented, streamer, sing 18 touches and I'll drop 10 yachts right now. He stood there like a complete idiot, wondering to himself, what the hell is 18 touches? Suddenly, it clicked. Staring at his screen in shock, his face turned bright red as he coughed uncontrollably. No way that gets past. Censorship. The mods will ban me in a second. Please don't troll me, big bosses. I can't sing 18 touches for you, but how about I sing a special rendition of Baby instead? And thank you so much for the yacht. He thought, well, if you want to make bank, you gotta swallow your pride and hustle. Clearing his throat, he picked up the mic. He let loose his angelic voice. My sweet little baby, let me bring you some sweetness so you can sleep tight tonight. Behind a screen somewhere, a busty girl blushed furiously with pure joy, totally swooning over his vocals. Oh my god, he's so gentle. I'm definitely sending 5 more yachts. Glancing at his monitor, he saw the big boss had indeed dropped another 5 yachts. He quickly said, thank you so much, boss, for gifting me 5 more yachts. The chat went wild as everyone started demanding special attention. If I give 5 yachts, can I pick the song too? Forget it, I'll just get a VIP membership. Later, just make sure to read out my ID. More and more viewers flooded into his live room. He was utterly shocked. Seriously? I just picked a random song and the gifts are literally raining down. He happily replied to his chat, alright, today, if any of you bosses gift me more than 3 yachts, I'll do my best to take your requests. Don't rush. It was already 11 o'clock at night. He was wrapping up his stream and waved goodbye. Peace out, everyone. Thanks for the support from all the high rollers who ordered songs today. That's a wrap. Song requests might become a regular daily thing from now on. If tomorrow, you guys still want this, make sure to show up early. My night stream time is limited, so I'm shutting it down. Good night, everyone. He ended the stream and scratched his head. If I wasn't worried about making my parents and sister upset, I would have seriously streamed all night. He mumbled as he tiredly pulled off his black face mask. Right now, he was looking at today's stream revenue. The singing income today was way higher than gaming or working out, leaving him with 50,000 yuan after the platform split. He sighed, feeling the heavy pressure of money leaning back in his chair, but it still wasn't enough. He needed 10 million yuan a month. Just as he was lying down, his phone started ringing off the hook. The caller was Wei Nan, his eyes as dark as a panda's. He asked, why are you calling? To nag me for the money? Wei Nan's voice came through strong on the other end, saying, suddenly I wanted to see my little fox. Right now, take a selfie and send it over. He literally shook with anger at her words. What the hell? Who are you calling a little fox, huh? Wei Nan said, come on, be a good boy and cooperate. He picked his nose, helplessly baring his teeth as she continued, are you trying to piss me off again? Don't forget I gave you a discount. You only have to pay me 100 million yuan. He replied, fine, you want a photo, right? Realizing this was a sweet deal to chip away at his debt, he said, 5 million yuan per photo. I'll give you 30 seconds to think about it. On the other end of the line, her face flushed red, drooling at his offer, but she still had to play hard to get. Cough, cough, you won't sell your body, but you'll sell photos instead. On his end, he snapped, are you buying or not? Otherwise, I'm hanging up. She slammed the table, her face still bright red, and countered, 1 million yuan for 1 photo. Send me a selfie right now and I'll deduct 1 million yuan for you. He yelled in pure joy, deal, wait for me a sec. He grinned like a maniac, thinking he should cut down as much debt as possible. The photo he took was incredibly trollish, one eye shut, sticking out his tongue, and using his middle finger to pull down his lower eyelid. He felt like this photo was a bad idea. Then he tapped on his phone, thinking, maybe I should ask Nuet Hoa, and hit send. He thought to himself that he needed to pay off the first month's installment first, then use this time to build up his popularity. By then, whether he did a face reveal stream or took on brand deals, his profits would skyrocket. Seeing that Nuet Hoa was taking too long to reply, he thought he might have scared her off, so he texted again. Guyet Hoa, don't be scared. I'm not a scammer, I just wanted to ask if you could lend me a few million yuan? She texted back, sure. He typed back, wait, you actually have that much money? Don't worry, I'll definitely pay you back. If you don't have it, that's fine, I was just asking. She said, give me a second. Nuet Hoa opened her cash drawer but realized she didn't have enough. Seeing this, she turned to ask her butler, where's my card? I need a few million. Hearing such a huge number, the butler was shocked. A few million? He forced a smile and replied, I am deep sorry, young lady, but madam doesn't want you to pick up wasteful spending habits. You can only withdraw 100,000 yuan at a time. But if you really need it, you can call Her wearing a short nightgown, she said, then call mom for me. Zhang Hao is waiting. He asked in shock, wait, Zhang Hao? So he asked. You for a few million? Hoa said. Yeah, he needs to borrow some money for something. The old butler's eyes filled with suspicion and disapproval, a row of dots appearing over his head. Then he complied. Understood, young lady. Please wait a moment. He thought to himself if Madam knew the young lady was casually lending millions to a classmate, she would definitely blow a fuse and scold her. He could only pretend to make the call to trick the young lady. Late at night, under a full moon, a magnificent mansion stood. The butler went up to inform Nuwa, young lady, Madam said you can't lend that much money to someone you just met. At most, you can only lend him a few tens of thousand yuan. Nuet Hoa's eyes sank as she puffed out her cheeks, thinking how stingy that was, and uttered an "oh." She texted him, Zhang Hao, my mom said no. I can only give you 50,000 yuan in cash. That's all. He replied, no worries, it's fine. I was just asking anyway. He sprawled out on his bed, completely out of options. Then, pulling a long face, he thought, it's only fair to pay back what you owe. After all. Then he screamed in agony, but making 10 million yuan a month is insanely hard. Morning came and his house basked in the sunlight. On his desk was a notebook with a pen. On the page, he had written, goal 10 million yuan a month. First, find someone to borrow from. Second, no selling my body. Third, singing on stream. But the first two items were already crossed out, and he added a fourth point. Send selfies to Weinan minus 1 million yuan. He woke up looking like a complete mess, dark circles under his eyes. Net worth, negative 100 million yuan. Streaming 50,000 yuan. Photo sales, 1 million yuan. He sighed tiredly. Today is another day to grind myself to the bone just to pay off this debt. He picked up his phone and said the past 2 days of singing streams did pretty well. Looks like viewers love a bit of novelty. I should call my manager to see if she has any other solid streaming proposals for me. He chuckled and dialed his manager. Hey, sister Song Song? On the other end, Song Fan was wearing a tight-fitting shirt that put her massive, round assets on display with a fan clipped right between them. She let out a playful giggle and said, well, I didn't expect our handsome male god to actually initiate a call to... He replied, yeah, I wanted to ask if you had any other cool ideas for my stream content. Obviously, acting cute or showing skin is off the table. She giggled and said, your singing streams have been super hot the last couple of days. If you want to do something new, I suggest you try out that newly released game. He said, hold on, let me boot up my PC first. Holding his phone while turning on his computer, he asked, what game is it? Can you send me a link? Beep beep. His phone chimed with a message notification from Song Thon. The message read, this game is called Poo. Playing 5 matches in a row without losing once is the challenge. It's pulling insane traffic right now. A lot of gaming streamers are jumping on this trend to chase clout. But FPS games might be a bit tough for guys, Zhang Hao said. All right, let me give it a shot and see if you can score me some sponsor deals or maybe get me featured on a corner of the homepage. She smiled, resting her chin on her hand. Your singing has boosted your popularity these past 2 days. If you stream this game tonight, I'll secure a homepage feature for you. In a cute chibi form, he said, I'm counting on you then. Tonight, before going live, I'll shoot you a message. I'm hanging up now. His sweat dropped when he realized how crazy popular and difficult the game was. He muttered, wait, isn't this just PUBG? I'm literally cracked at this game. Time flew and soon it was 8 p.m. sharp. He started his stream without turning on his face cam or wearing his mask, saying, what's up everyone? We're live. No singing today. I'm gonna play some games for you guys. The live chat instantly exploded. With energy, everyone spamming, let's go! And first, he said, am I clout chasing? You guys will see in a bit. I'm gonna skydive into a quiet harbor first and grab whatever loot I can find. In the stream chat, everyone was questioning what was so good at the empty docks to loot. They told the host not to wuss out on shooting and avoid hot drops. You're gonna get clapped early. The game just started, so can you toxic trolls just shut up and watch? Ah, my handsome god, keep playing. I'll drop you some gifts. Cutie, why no facecam today? At this moment, he had entered the game, embodying his character with a long rifle in hand. He cockily said, someone said I'm too chicken to pull the trigger? Watch me blast them right now. To see. Clutching his gun, his brown trench coat fluttered in the wind, looking insanely cool. His kill feed popped up, showing 17 eliminations with 13 players left alive, and he was the one who bagged most of them. The stream chat went absolutely wild. Damn, our streamer is cracked. This pretty boy is 5 times cooler. How many did he wipe after today? Is this our cutie's first time playing? This is insane, he thought to himself with pride. I played for a few hours this afternoon, so I've already got my groove back. Watch me dominate this match of PUBG. Gunshots rang out continuously. Bang, bang, boom. Right now, he was aiming at his target. A notification popped up. The strongest man on Earth wins the squad ranked match. Rank 1, 21 eliminations, show-off score of 98. He let out a pleased grunt, nicely played. This match was incredibly smooth. His viewer count climbed to 85,102, and then surged to 125,795 concurrent viewers, an absolutely mind-blowing number for him. The chat started flooding with messages. Came here from the homepage. I heard today is the streamer's first time playing, is that true? Came from next door. Is the streamer really a cute young guy? He's probably using a voice changer. No way a guy can win 3 rounds in a row like that, he's definitely using a voice changer. Some of his loyal fans immediately clapped back. What the hell are you even comparing? Before this, Our handsome god has done a face reveal with a mask before, and he's cracked at League of Legends, okay? Exactly. He even beat you god in a League of Legends solo match before. You homepage haters need to shut your trash mouths. Looking at those comments, blue veins popped on his forehead out of sheer annoyance. He thought, why does everyone doubt my gender every single time I start a new game? Seeing this, he fired back, I wasn't planning on turning on the camera today so I could just focus on the game. But since you guys are asking, I'm turning it on right now. Keep your eyes peeled and watch closely. He smoothly put on a black face mask. Once it was on, he said, today, I'll play a few matches to see how many wins I can pull off. I won't be checking the chat much later, so let me thank you guys in advance for the gifts. As he queued up for a new match, his older sister, who was sitting on the bed wearing a skimpy outfit, turned on her phone. She was shocked. Is Zhang Hao's stream popularity already this high? Already? She plotted a devious plan and smirked. Suddenly, a knock sounded at his door. Knock, knock. Focused on the game, he called out, come in! Come! Appeared in her revealing pajamas, smiling warmly. Are you hungry, Zhang Hao? I can whip up some noodles for you. He was startled by his stepsister's sudden appearance. She gently patted his head and said, once you finish the noodles, be a good boy and go to sleep, okay? It's getting late. Blushing, he mumbled an okay. The chat room went wild. Handsome god, don't end the stream early! Our pretty boy has such an absolute stunner of a sister, I'm falling in love. The host's sister is so distracting, tell her to wait. Whoa, look at her face! She definitely has a massive brother complex. I feel like her obsession with her brother is way off the charts. Is our streamer in some forbidden romance? With Kumkum's hand still caressing his head, he said with a sigh, what forbidden romance? Stop letting your imaginations run wild, guys. She smirked, letting out a hungry giggle. She boastfully said, so you guys also think we look perfect together, huh? As she spoke, she confidently showed off her assets and curvy body. Trungthian Kum draped her arm over Zhang Hao's shoulder, drawing out her words as she asked, what are you guys talking about? Forbidden love? Her fingers gently traced and toyed with his earlobe. She let out a low chuckle. Haha, how could that be? Saying that, she leaned down to look at him, her beautiful eyes filled with warmth and tenderness. Zhang Hao stared at her, completely dazed. Sis! Tian Kum suddenly took a few steps back and said caringly, all right, Zhang Hao, it's getting late. Get ready to wrap up the stream and get some rest. Then she gave him a playful wink, intentionally teasing him. I'll be waiting in bed for you. The moment those words left her mouth, the chat box exploded. Oh my god, in bed, in bed! In bed. Xiao Qingxin, is the host about to share a bed with his sister? Don't tell me they've already crossed the line into 18+ territory. La, are you guys really just siblings? You make me want to object to this marriage. Who's with me and who's against? Damn, they're a perfect match. It's not like a goblin like you get to say. Die. See, I told you? The host's sister has some hidden motives. Like Jade, streamer, sleep whenever you want, but play a few more matches tonight. This topic is way too spicy, Zhang Hao blushed. Furiously, coughing fitfully as he yelled, cough! The mods are active, guys. I don't want my stream getting banned. Glancing at the clock and seeing how late it was, he said, never mind, that's all for today. I'll be streaming at the usual time tomorrow. Good times, fly by so fast, see you guys next time. With that, he quickly shut down the stream. The screen immediately displayed, live stream ended. Stream duration, 3 hours and 17 minutes. Earnings, 220,000. Viewers, 570,000. New viewers, 120,000. Gifters, 11,000. Reading through the stats, he sighed in admiration. The homepage traffic was indeed impressive, but it still wasn't enough. Taking off his mask, he let out a tired old man sigh. Making money sure isn't easy. Suddenly, Thin Kum called out to him, Zhang Hao. He instinctively turned to look at her sis. What met his gaze was her sitting on the bed in a highly provocative and alluring posture. She enthusiastically said, you've been streaming and playing games for so long today, you must be exhausted, right? Come here. Zhang Hao felt a sudden surge of heat rush through his body. Completely clueless, he asked, sis, come? She let out a soft giggle and continued, let me give you a massage. Zhang Hao's brain instantly pictured her soft hands wandering all over his body. I didn't look closely while playing earlier, but is she really going to massage me dressed like that? Is sis Cum trying to find another excuse to make a move on me? Even though he was secretly thrilled, he played hard to get. Tactfully declining, he stuttered, sis Cum, we can't do this. I'd feel so bad keeping you busy like this. Her eyes warmed even more as she urged him. It's fine, I don't mind the trouble. Hurry up. It'll feel amazing. A few drops of sweat trickled down his skin as he answered in a deep voice, if you say so. His steps suddenly became rushed. He made up his mind like a soldier heading to the battlefield. What the hell was he hesitating for? Let's go. Thin Kum was briefly startled as he stopped right in front of her and muttered, then, I won't hold back anymore. Hearing this, she first widened her sparkling eyes at him, then smiled and softly replied, all right. Next, she suddenly reached out to wrap her arms around his neck, gently pulling him down as she whispered, lie down and relax. Zhang Hao, blushing like a deer caught in headlights, stared at her as her voice rang out again. Just leave everything to sis, okay? A moment later, Zhang Hao was lying face down on the bed with a dark expression, while Zhang Tianqin stood by the bedside, massaging his back while asking, how is it? Pretty relaxing, right? He felt a bit weirded out. Turns out it was actually just a legit massage. Seeing him stay quiet, she grinned and teased, Zhang Hao, just now, looking at your face. Were you thinking about something dirty? He quickly denied it. No, of course not. Sis Chin, you're overthinking it. It's autumn right now, Sis Chin. Chin, aren't you cold wearing that? She slid her hands skillfully across his back, asking with a deep, playful tone. Zhang Hao is all grown up now, caring about his big sis. But I'm used to wearing this at home. Does it bother you, Zhang Hao? He replied softly. I don't mind, but in his head he was screaming, I'm just worried one of these days I'll lose control and my gun will stand at attention. Not sure what she was thinking, but Zhang Tianqin's eyes suddenly dimmed. It's good that you don't mind, Zhang Hao. I was worried you'd think we're getting too close and feel uncomfortable about it. She hesitated before continuing. Actually, there's a reason why I'm like this. He couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. What reason? What's going on with you, sis? Chin. She bit her lower lip, remaining silent as her mind raced in an intense battle. Zhang Tianqin, a mistake is a mistake. But if you want to be by Zhang Hao's side, can you really run away from it forever? A moment later, she finally spoke up, having just one barrier left in her heart, but she still didn't know how to break it to Zhang Hao. She paused for a moment, feeling anxious about the outcome. If Zhang Hao doesn't like me and our relationship can't go any further, I still can't tell him. Thinking about this, she sighed sadly and said, when the time is right, I'll definitely tell you. Hearing this, he was surprised but decided not to pry. Huh, is it that serious? All right, then I'll wait. Zhang Tianqin secretly schemed that as long as her new plan went smoothly, her relationship with Zhang Hao would definitely take a step forward. The next morning, Zhang Hao's phone rang loudly, buzzing like crazy. He opened his sleepy eyes, grumbling groggily. Who is it? It's too early. Sitting up, he recalled what happened last night. Sis Qinchin's massage was so relaxing that he had fallen straight to sleep. Then he looked at his phone and gasped in shock. It's a text from Wei Nan. If you can't hold out any longer, you can submit to me anytime. Just be a good boy and become my man. He blurted out. And then he grabbed his head, weeping hysterically like a total loser. No, please, stop pressuring me. I literally want to die over this 100 million. At Alliston Academy, in the classroom hallway where only a few students were walking by, a ghost-like groaning voice suddenly echoed out. 100 million, 100 million, 100 million, 100 million. A female student heard this and was totally confused. What's wrong with the campus god? Zhang Hao slumped on his desk, his eyes completely lifeless as his mouth kept chanting like a magic spell. 100 million? 100 million, 100 million, 100 million. Suddenly a voice called out, snapping him out of it. Zhang Hao, turns out it was Min Yuehua. She greeted him, good morning. He also politely replied, good morning, Yuehua. Glancing at the heavy backpack on her shoulders, he asked curiously, Yuehua, why is your bag so massive today? She suddenly slammed the backpack onto the desk, opening it up to reveal glittering gold, silver, and diamonds inside. Zhang Hao, this is all for you. His eyes nearly popped out of his skull. Huh? She casually said, I don't know if this stuff is worth a few million, but my grandma said these things are super expensive. Then she held up a ring and added, and there's this ring too. Panicking, Zhang Hao grabbed Yuehua's hand. Feeling 70% helpless and 30% done, he cut her off. Hold on, my dear ancestor. He couldn't help but lecture her. You definitely snuck these out of your house without telling your family, didn't you? You can't do this. Quickly call your family butler to come to school and take all this back. Don't ever do this again. Poor Yuehua looked at him with puppy dog eyes. Are you mad? I just wanted to help you. He reached out and patted her head gently to comfort her. Of course not. I can't thank you enough. I just don't want you getting into trouble. Then a thought struck him, and he said, oh wait. He spoke softly. If you really want to help me, could you ask if your family knows any antique appraisers? Could you introduce me? Yuehua repeated thoughtfully, antique appraiser. A moment later, she patted her chest confidently and said, got it. Just wait for my news. A few days later, a cheerful voice echoed from an antique shop. Your taste is exactly like your mother's. Suddenly, a voice rang out, interrupting the conversation of the two women inside. Excuse me, Zhang Hao politely asked. May I ask if Yang Fan is here? The girl in red stared at him in awe. Did an angel just descend from heaven? The middle-aged woman replied, what is it? Hearing this, he got straight to the point. Auntie Yang, I'm Yuehua's friend. I was hoping you could help me appraise an antique bowl. She gave a warm, motherly smile. Yuehua's friend? Of course. No problem. Let me take a look. However, he suddenly looked hesitant and asked, maybe I'm making a mountain out of a molehill, but is there a private room? She was slightly taken aback, then hesitated. Muhong here is basically my apprentice, and she's also a rich heiress, so we can use the private room. The girl named Muhong smiled and suggested, it seems like a highly valuable antique. Let's head to the private room and check it out. Yang Fan agreed, pulling out a cigarette to light up as she said, all right, follow me. A moment later, looking at the colorful shattered pieces on the table, Yang Fan's jaw dropped. Isn't this the bowl used by Emperor Qianlong that was auctioned off for a staggering 200 million? How is this even possible? Shocked, she picked up a fragment, examining it meticulously. The patterns are so lifelike, the rim is full and round. It's the real deal. Zhang Hao's heart ached hearing this. It's real. I guess I really shouldn't have wished for it to be a fake. My precious money, Muhong calmly said. I was at that auction, too. I never expected the mysterious buyer to be such a handsome, rich young boy. Yang Fan sighed in pity beside them, such a waste of a heavenly treasure. Hearing Muhong's words, his lips twitched as he replied, actually, a newly rich friend of mine bought it. Anna Yang, do you think it can be repaired? She immediately said, of course it can. It'll just take some time. Plus, even if it's restored, its value won't be as high as before. Zhang Hao couldn't help but feel disappointed. I see. Mu Hong suddenly slid her business card over to him. Here's my card. I can guarantee the quality, so don't worry, little brother. Then she winked and suggested, I'm Mu Hong. Give me the honor of treating you to a meal, and we can take our time chatting. Yang Fan looked at her, totally speechless. Zhang Hao obediently took the card and said softly, then I'll be in your care, sis Mu. In his mind, he calculated that when the time came to sell this antique, he might actually need her help. That afternoon, underneath a massive skyscraper, Zhang Hao was mindlessly scrolling through his phone to kill time. Suddenly, he heard someone calling out, Hey, little brother Zhang Hao, Mu Hong wearing a low-cut top and sexy black stockings. She spoke up apologetically. Hey, sorry about that. Did I keep you waiting? Traffic was a total nightmare, so I got held up. He looked at her helplessly, realizing she actually went all the way back home just to put on makeup. He forced a smile and said, It's fine, I just got here too. She grinned happily. Haha, really? Let's go then. With that, she dragged him into a restaurant. The waitress had spotted them from a distance. She quickly stepped up and asked, Table for two? If you guys are a couple, there is a 50% discount today. After saying that, she even winked at Mak Hong. Mak Hong instantly started coughing awkwardly. Cough, cough, cough. Well, about that, he buried his face in his hands. Turns out these two girls had this planned all along. The nearby customers saw Zhang Hao and Mak Hong and immediately started whispering, Look over there, damn, that girl is so lucky. Her voice was loaded with pure envy. Getting to hang out with such a handsome hunk is a total jackpot. He could only shut his mouth in silence. What shocked him even more was that Mak Hong beside him was acting all smug, even letting out a creepy giggle. It totally drained his energy. In his mind, he was screaming, This is so embarrassing. How did he end up holding her arm like some kind of trophy boyfriend? But he had no choice since he was the one asking for her help. While Zhang Hao and Mak Hong weren't paying attention, suddenly, someone stood with hands in pockets, silently watching them from afar. It was a blonde girl, God knows what she was thinking, but her face was so dark and cold it was downright terrifying. A moment later, Zhang Hao and Mak Hong were led to a private room. As soon as they got inside, Mak Hong clasped her hands apologetically. I'm so sorry for putting you through that. She awkwardly made an excuse, saying they had to pretend to be a couple just to get the discount. Zhang Hao quickly waved his hands. Haha, it's no big deal, don't worry about it. Then he suddenly asked, Hey, how much do you think I can get if I auction off that repaired bowl? She quickly replied, At least a few million. Last time the price went that high only because someone was bidding against your friend. Before she could even finish, suddenly, a bunch of thugs kicked the door open and barged in. The leader was none other than the blonde girl from earlier. Mak Thon Van glared at Mak Hong and growled, Well, little sister, I heard you had a handsome guy here, yet you didn't even invite me. Where's your loyalty? Mak Hong snapped back to reality and jumped up. What the hell are you doing here? Than Van completely ignored her and stared straight at Zhang Hao, speaking in a sleazy tone. Oh, what a handsome student. Why have fun alone when we can all play together? Her words got trashier by the second. Hey, babe, how much is she paying you? I'll give you 3 times. No, 10 times that. How about hanging out with me every day from now on? Mak Hong suddenly snapped. Furious like a demon, she delivered a devastating punch right to her face. Keep your damn mouth clean. What the hell are you saying to my friend? Zhang Hao watched this unfold, his face darkening as he thought, Did I somehow unlock some cheat code that attracts everyone? Why is every girl I meet acting so thirsty around me? Having been punched, Mak Thon Van clutched her face and roared in anger. Damn it, a bastard like you dares to punch me? Beat this trash to death. Her lackeys immediately cracked their knuckles and smirked, saying, Sure thing, Sister Thon Van. Mak Hong's eyes widened as she watched them warily, followed by a series of loud bangs, smacks, and deafening thuds. Zhang Hao felt like he aged 10 years in a second, thinking, what the hell, why is everyone fighting? Just then, Mak Hong was pinned by 2 thugs, while another took the chance to punch her straight in the chest. She collapsed to the ground in pain, clutching her chest and coughing repeatedly. Cough, cough, cough. Thon Van clenched her fists and glared at her, cursing coldly. You absolute trash. Spending my family's money, using my family's money, and you dare to hit me? She suddenly shrieked, You must have a death wish. At the same time, she clenched her fist again, ready to deliver another blow to Mak Hong. Zhang Hao was shocked, thinking, Holy crap, are they sisters? Is she trying to beat her to death? I still need her to help me sell that bowl. With that thought, he quickly rushed forward, grabbing Thon Van's arm. Stop right there. She was secretly stunned by how strong this kid was, but she still threatened him boldly. Beat it, pretty boy. I'll deal with you in a second. He sighed quietly. Sigh, is that so? His eyes suddenly turned ice cold. He lowered his voice and said, Let's do this. Next, he delivered a swift, brutal punch right to her gut, whispering mockingly, Don't blink now, leaving her face turning completely pale in agony. Her lackeys were utterly flabbergasted. You kid, Sister Thon! Suddenly, a heavy kick landed right on a brown-haired girl's face, making her scream in pain. The blue-haired guy looked completely terrified, and in a split second, a ruthless kick slammed straight into his crotch. His eyes rolled back, with veins popping all over his face. He shrieked in excruciating pain. Ugh! In the blink of an eye, Thon Van's entire crew lay scattered on the ground. Mak Hong couldn't help but curse. Holy shit. Zhang Hao glared at her. What are you standing around for? Let's move. But she calmly replied, Go on ahead, kid. She has ties to the mob. Let me handle this. He thought about it for a second. True, this is her family's mess. I shouldn't get involved any further. So he turned to leave, leaving her with one last line. All right, if she sends guys to jump me, make sure to call the cops. After leaving the restaurant, Zhang Hao quickly hailed a cab. Sitting inside, he let out a tired sigh. Phew, finally away from that mess. In a corner completely hidden from his sight, a girl wearing a cap quietly watched the taxi he just got into. She wore a tight face mask, her eyes glaring like a predator hunting its prey. Pulling out her phone, she said, "Old Chuang, a super handsome student just got into your cab, right? The boss wants you to bring him over." Zhang Hao's mouth was taped shut, but he could faintly hear some voices. Nearby, "Take the cash. You didn't see a damn thing today." "Understood, understood. Can I leave now?" He slowly opened his eyes. Another sharp voice barked, "Scram!" just as he stared at the person in front of him. It was a woman with a scar running across her face, looking extremely vicious. With a cigarette in her mouth, she said in a low voice, "Money is awesome. This top-tier student is about to be ours to play with." The masked girl quickly chimed in, "Boss, let's jack up the price. A pretty boy like him is bound to make some rich heiress pay a massive fortune." The boss didn't bother answering her, but smirked at Zhang Hao instead. "I'm gonna rip this tape off. But don't you dare scream, sweetheart." With that, she ripped the tape off his mouth. He immediately demanded, "I'm just a student. I don't think I've pissed off any gang, have I?" She shrugged. "Just business. We take the cash and clean up people's messes." Her voice carried a hint of pity. "Such a pretty face. Too bad Mokthon Van is going to have her way with you soon." Hearing this, his face twitched. "Damn it, are they with Mokthon Van? Mok Hong is so useless. She literally said she would handle it." The boss stroked her chin thoughtfully. "Though if you be Tran Tandao's man and maybe we can work something out." Zhang Hao let out a provocative smirk. "Ha, but I prefer my women built. Why not untie me so we can go around and see?" Tandao's goons burst out laughing like they'd just heard the funniest joke. "Oh, look at it! This wild stallion. The deal's already done, yet you're still playing hard to get. Sis Thandao, go get him!" Thandao was getting totally fired up now. "Fine. I love breaking wild horses. Untie him." Meanwhile, in Wei Nan's office, a respectful voice chimed in. "Boss Ngi, our team is in position." The secretary added, "The operation is ready to go." Wei Nan calmly replied, "Perfect." Resting her chin on her hand, she instructed her subordinate, "Listen up. Unless it's the absolute last resort, don't interfere with anything." The secretary quickly replied, "Understood." Satisfied, Wei Nan ordered, "Move out." Back to Zhang Hao. Right now, he was standing face to face with Thandao. Her goons were surrounding them, eager to watch the show. He glanced around, sizing them up, definitely had the numbers. Then his sharp eyes spotted some weapons stashed in the corner. He quickly ran the numbers in his head. If he could grab one of those and exploit their total contempt for him, just because he's a guy, to catch them off guard, wiping them all out wouldn't be impossible. Thandao impatiently asked him, "Ready to get wild, babe? Sis is gonna make you feel real good in a second." Then she lunged at him like a frog snapping at a fly. "Here comes big sis, little boy." He broke into a cold sweat looking at her, but his reflexes were lightning fast. His body nimbly ducked low, making her lunge at thin air. Humph! In a split second, he bolted toward his target in the corner. Thandao didn't realize what he was up to and just laughed excitedly. "Hey, don't run!" But her lackeys gasped in panic. "Sis Dao, he's going for a weapon. Watch out!" Zhang Hao snatched up 2 clubs and hurled them straight at Thandao. Her eyes widened in a split second of panic, but she didn't become a gang leader for nothing. She quickly leaned back, letting the club graze past her hair. Just like that, she barely dodged the hit. Thandao let out a savage smirk. "You've got some tricks up your sleeve, wild stallion, but I don't give a damn." While she was busy running her mouth, he closed the distance with lightning speed, eyes burning with killer intent as he swung his club. The weapon crashed down with insane force. Thandao desperately crossed her arms to block it, her face twisting into a hideous grimace. As her arms shook, she shrieked in pain like a dying pig. "Arr!" Pissed off, she lashed out with a vicious kick. "Son of a bitch!" Zhang Hao instantly leaned back to avoid the blow, then leaped back a few meters. He grunted in frustration. "Damn it, I couldn't take her down in one hit." Thandao suddenly flexed her muscles, veins popping on her hands. "And here I thought you were just a pretty boy, but you've actually got some moves." She gritted her teeth, spitting out a threat. "Just submit and get over here. I don't want to damage the merchandise. The client won't be happy if you're bruised." He glared at her, cold as ice. "Let me go, or things get ugly." Thandao scoffed at his threat with a sneer. "Oh really? You think you can take on my entire gang by yourself?" Her goons immediately closed in, spoiling for a fight. Zhang Hao scanned the crowd surrounding him and cursed under his breath. "Damn it." He suddenly flipped them off, mocking them. "If you're gonna jump me, just do it already. Quit wasting your breath." Thandao's eyes flared with pure rage. "You've got some serious balls," she roared. "Get him!" Meanwhile, Mok Hong, looking absolutely battered, had her hands tied behind her back as she screamed, "Mokthon Van, I'm warning you, don't play games." He casually threw around an antique worth 200 million. "Do you honestly think he has no connections?" Thon Van scoffed. "Someone with actual clout would eat with a loser like you?" She then asked, "Is this the place?" A brown-haired girl replied, "Sis Dao said it was here." Hearing that, Thon Van threw a contemptuous look at Mok Hong. "I can't wait to rub this in your face." Excitedly pushing open the door, she gloated, "All that humiliation I endured." But then she froze dead in her tracks, her voice trailing off as the remaining words died in her throat. Zhang Hao, without even looking back, swung his club and slammed it into the brown-haired thug behind him, sending him flying backward. He lunged forward and delivered a devastating punch right to the face of a blonde guy in front. As Mokthon Van and her goons stepped inside, She froze at the doorway, utterly shell-shocked by what she saw. Mok Than Van and her subordinates' jaws hit the floor, their faces turning completely pale with sheer horror. They gasped in disbelief, staring at Zhang Hao holding the club, surrounded by a dozen thugs beaten to a pulp, groaning in heaps on the floor. Zhang Hao glanced at Mok Than Van, who was still paralyzed at the door, and smirked. Well, look who finally showed up. Before she could even register what was happening, the door behind her was kicked off its hinges, sending her henchmen crashing to the floor. One of them got hit so hard he bounced in the air before hitting the ground like a sack of potatoes. Staring at his motionless body, Mok Than Van slowly turned around, breaking into a cold sweat. Wei Nan stepped into the room, her voice dripping with ice. Mok Than Van, you've got some nerve tying up my man. She smirked, a chilling smile, staring down at Mok Than Van with eyes completely devoid of warmth. Mok Than Van's heart sank, cold sweat drenching her back. In a shaking voice, she stammered, Wei Nan, he's your man? So that 200 million antique. Before she could finish, Wei Nan cut her off. Exactly. That was mine. This time, Mok Than Van went completely numb. Oh god, I'm totally screwed. Wei Nan leaned in, her voice freezing as she asked, what happens to those who touch my people? Do you know what happens to them? Terrified, Mok Than Van threw herself to her knees, kowtowing repeatedly. Boss Ngui, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. I really had no clue. He was yours. If I had known, I wouldn't have dared even if I had 100 times the courage. Wei Nan turned her back, casting a cold glance at Mok Than Van groveling on the floor. Kidnapping? The future son-in-law of the Nui family, an apology is not going to cut it. Every single property under the Thonbank's territory, the Nui family will be taking all of them over. Mok Than Van shivered at every cold syllable. Doesn't your Mok family have 2 heirs? I think I'll just squeeze your family, strip away your status as the heir, and kick you out of the family entirely. Wei Nan offered a casual smile, speaking as if she were planning a trip rather than destroying a family. Or maybe sacrificing one heir to quell the Ngui family's wrath? I'm sure your family will make the right call. Mok Than Van gritted her teeth, tears of sheer frustration streaming down her face. No! No! Mok Than Van was boiling with rage, but regret was useless now. She spat, let that bastard Mok Hong inherit the family? You might as well just kill me! Zhang Hao watched with raised eyebrows, trying to piece together what was happening over there. He strained his ears to catch their conversation. Suddenly, Mok Than Van drew a knife from her coat. If I'm going down, I'm dragging you down with me. With a crazed look, she lunged forward, aiming directly for Wei Nan. But just as the blade was about to pierce Wei Nan, it suddenly stopped. Wei Nan barely had time to glance over. Turns out, some chick wearing a baseball cap had already grabbed Mu Qingwan's arm, locking her down. Without wasting a single beat, that chick punched the knife right out of Mu Qingwan's hand and slammed her straight to the dirt. Her face scraped against the ground, hurting like hell. Mu Hong stood, watching from afar, softly calling out Qingwan's name. The cap girl yanked Mu Qingwan's face up, and without showing an ounce of mercy, she straight up snapped her neck. Mu Wan went limp, dead on the spot. She just slumped onto the dirt floor, totally lifeless, leaving Mu Hong completely traumatized and Zhang Hao utterly stunned. Wei Nan walked over to Zhang Hao while the cap girl glanced around and smirked. Damn, didn't expect you to take on a whole pack of chicks all by yourself. Zhang Hao, his face covered in dirt, muttered, Okay, I take back what I said before. Guess she didn't just pull some strings to land this president's seat. Zhang Hao praised Wei Nan's slick moves, asking if she set all this up. Every word he spat was sharp. I was just a pawn for you to crush the Mu family, wasn't I? Push Mu Qingwan to her death just so you could swallow their whole power structure. Wei Nan scoffed, pissed off. You really think I'm that low? Zhang Hao stayed quiet, ignoring her. After a heavy pause, he muttered, Look, we barely know each other, all right? I don't know you like that, so how should I know what you're capable of? Wei Nan's face instantly went dark, her eyes flashing a dangerous red. Fine, great, we're not that close, huh? She let out a twisted, wicked grin. Well, looks like we need to get a whole lot closer. Zhang Hao started sweating bullets, raising his stick to shield himself. Yo, back off! Don't do anything crazy. I'm armed, all right? Wei Nan's face was deadpan, completely unbothered. And, without another word, she lunged straight at him, making him shiver in fear. Zhang Hao's heart dropped, screaming inside. Holy shit, I'm dead. He swung his stick, yelling, Don't push me. But she just raised her fist and slammed it down, snapping his stick clean in half. That insane blow made Zhang Hao break into a cold sweat. What the hell, is she even human? No way, she's definitely a freaking monster. Wei Nan gripped her smoking fist, her voice ice cold. Come with me. Zhang Hao shivered, quickly trying to calm her down. I never said I wouldn't go. Why'd you have to snap like that? Inside, he was sweating bullets. No way in hell could he take her in a fight, absolutely no chance. He had to find a way to slip away. I just got out of a brutal fight and I literally can't move. How about I grab a ride home tonight and we do this next time? Wei Nan stepped closer, saying, No need to walk, I've got you. She threw Zhang Hao over her shoulder like a sack of potatoes, making him lose his mind. Wei Nan, put me down, I can walk, damn it! She smacked his butt with a loud slap, telling him to behave. Chill out and stop squirming. She tossed him onto the chopper and took off, making sure to tell her bodyguards to sweep the area clean. Zhang Hao sat in the chopper, practically on the verge of tears. Getting carried off by a girl was peak embarrassment. Suddenly, he froze when he noticed a gaze from down below staring right at him. Mu Hong was still standing there, watching him get hauled away by Wei Nan onto the chopper. Her eyes were welling up, covered in bruises from the crazy brawl. He turned to Wei Nan and muttered, Yo, you just killed someone. Even for someone like you, that's not exactly easy to sweep under the rug, is it? Wei Nan asked with a straight face. You talking about Mu Qingvan? She threw the first punch. I was just acting in self-defense. Zhang Hao silently gave her a thumbs up, showing mad respect and giving her props. Wei Nan stared deep into his eyes. Then closing them, she casually muttered she had to go. Otherwise, if some random street comes sniffing around to mess with you, it'd be a total pain in the ass for me to clean up. At least after this, spoiled brats like her won't dare to screw with you again. She got serious again, adding, besides, it's not like it's her first time kidnapping high schoolers and ruining countless innocent guys. Honestly, she got what she deserved. Zhang Hao threw her a judging look and scoffed. Wow, look at you acting all high and mighty. Didn't you literally just kidnap me too? Wei Nan was so ticked off she almost lost it. She sighed helplessly. I called but you ignored me and then you just ghosted. So I had to use a slightly unique invitation method. Hearing that, Zhang Hao also felt completely speechless. Damn, you just took double standards to a whole new level. Wei Nan locked eyes with him, dead serious. Then let me ask you one thing, she said. To you, is Mu Qingvan a bad person? Zhang Hao was caught off guard and stammered. Huh? Why the hell are you asking that? Wei Nan pressed her massive chest right against Zhang Hao, demanding, just answer me, is she or not? Zhang Hao mumbled, well, yeah, I guess. Wei Nan leaned in closer, whispering another question. Then what about me? Am I a bad person to you? Zhang Hao flinched, totally panicking. Huh? Wei Nan kept staring at him, unblinking, holding her breath for his answer. Zhang Hao felt incredibly awkward, having no clue how to answer. Seriously, stop staring at me like that. His eyes darted around nervously as he stuttered, no, I guess not, Thinking she saved his ass a few times, maybe she didn't count as a bad guy, right? Wei Nan smirked with satisfaction. She grabbed his face, pulling him close to whisper in his ear. We both kidnapped you, so why am I any different? Zhang Hao trembled, totally speechless. Well, about that. Wei Nan bit his ear in response. Aren't you just playing double standards here? Zhang Hao cursed in frustration. Damn it. But before he could even finish his sentence, he was forcibly kissed by Wei Nan. She kissed him so deep, making him gasp for air. The aircraft was still hovering up in the sky. Wei Nan kicked off her shoes, tossing them on the floor. She was even starting to strip off her clothes. Zhang Hao freaked out and asked, Wei Nan, what the hell are you doing? She didn't answer, just told him to stay put and shut up. Trong. Hao screamed in fear, hey, stop right there! Suddenly, Wei Nan pounced right on top of Zhang Hao before he could even dodge. Leaning close to his ear, she said, I saved your ass so many times. Aren't you going to pay me back a little? Zhang Hao trembled and replied, I let you kiss me the whole way here. What more do you want? She bit his neck and said, not enough. Wei Nan pressed her crazy curvy body hard against Zhang Hao, leaving him absolutely no way to escape. Holy crap, I'm dead. Zhang Hao's face went pale as he broke into a cold sweat. She was kissing him so wild that he was losing his mind. Before he could even finish his thought, Wei Nan pinned his neck down to keep him still. Don't you dare move, she said, I want you. Zhang Hao shook like a leaf, begging her to stop. Wei Nan looked up from his abs, teasing, stop, then where exactly is your hand? Placed right now? Honestly, his hand was indeed resting right on Wei Nan's chest. Only then did he snap out of it, but it was already too late. Wei Nan smirked and said, your body's way more honest than that big mouth of yours. She bolted upright and demanded, date me, for real. Wei Nan locked eyes with him, dead serious, and said, even if on the surface, whether it's your soul or your body, I can satisfy you. Zhang Hao kept quiet, his face turning bright red, completely speechless. Hey lady, do you even know what you're saying? Don't use this way to test a man's patience. Wet Hua received a phone call, and the person on the other end said that Mok Hong had told her aunt that a bit later, Zhang Hao's younger brother was taken away by Wei Nan. She calmly replied, I got it, thanks Aunt Duong. She let the phone drop onto her lap, and then she stood up and quickly left. Uncle Butler, I need to head out for a bit. The butler asked worriedly, Miss, you're going out this late? She replied that she had to go right now to handle some business. After washing up, Zhang Hao was using a towel to wipe the dirt off his face while saying, to Wei Nan, if you want to date me, you have to do one thing for me right now. If you can do it, I might consider your offer. Wei Nan put her hands on her hips looking at him and said, oh yeah? What is it? Let's hear it. He smiled and said it was just a super simple thing. Zhang Hao patted his thigh, gesturing for her to sit right here. Wei Nan asked in surprise, what do you mean by that? He just said it straight, sit here, then lean on my shoulder and stay like that for 3 minutes. During that time, no matter what I do, you can't fight back. Wei Nan couldn't help but ask curiously, are you telling me to sit in your lap like a real man? What do you mean? What are you trying to pull? He just smiled and told her not to worry about it. What, can't even handle a tiny thing like this? And here you were, boasting that you could satisfy my every need. Hearing this, Wei Nan got totally triggered, her face turning dark with annoyance. Are you really looking down on me right now? She reached her hand out toward him, coldly calling him a total male fox. Scared out of his wits, Zhang Hao quickly yelled, hey, are you backing out because you can't do it? But her hand landed on his shoulder. She plopped her juicy butt right onto his thigh. Zhang Hao nervously cursed under his breath. Damn, she actually sat down. He was completely speechless. He thought that by telling her to act like a man, she'd definitely refuse. Wei Nan was already sweating bullets, but she still talked tough. It's only 3 minutes, no big deal. Zhang Hao was totally speechless. As expected of Boss Nui, the vibe was completely different from when Nuet Hua sat on him. She was insanely dominant. Suddenly, someone burst into the room without even knocking, yelling anxiously, Boss Nui, we have a problem. At the doorway, she froze, utterly stunned by the scene before her eyes. Wei Nan and Zhang Hao were in a super awkward position, staring right back at the door. The girl gasped, unable to find her words. "But boss, we—" Her eyes looked like they were about to pop out of her skull. Nam roared in anger. "Who gave you permission to barge in without knocking?" In the end, Wei Nan couldn't even last the 3 minutes. Furious, her face dark with rage, she stood before the girl who had just burst in. Terrified, the girl dropped to her knees, apologizing profusely, reminding her that she had once said she could barge straight in if it was an emergency. Hearing this, Zhang Hao silently figured that Wei Nan probably didn't have much of a personal life before. "I remember in my past life, my boss was also a total workaholic. It felt like you could see her grinding away in her office at literally any hour of the day." Rubbing her temples with a massive headache, Wei Nan sighed. "Fine, spit it out. What? So urgent?" The girl reported with a trembling voice. "The young lady of the Man family is here. She's making a huge scene at the entrance, demanding to see Master Zhang Hao." Wei Nan was totally shocked. "What? How on earth did she find this place?" Zhang Hao was just as shocked. "Guyet Hua is here?" But Wei Nan quickly regained her composure and said, "Does this even require my attention? Deal with it the way you're supposed to." The girl replied anxiously, "But she's the granddaughter of General Man, so we—" Wei Nan coldly cut her off, telling her to suspend her duties and go home to reflect on her actions. "You're no longer fit to be my secretary." Wei Nan made it crystal clear. "And don't forget, we're long discharged. We aren't under her command anymore." She then turned and glared at Zhang Hao, ordering, "You, follow me. If she wants to see you, I'll let her have her way." Zhang Hao was sweating bullets, thinking, "Oh crap, Nam looks pissed. If she clashes with Nuet Ho in a minute, things are going to get ugly." What a massive headache. Outside, Nuet Ho was throwing a fit, yelling, "You people better hand him over right now, or I'm calling the cops." She had brought a squad of bad-looking bodyguards wearing suits and dark sunglasses. The phone in her hand was already dialed to the police. If Wei Nan refused to let him go, she'd press call instantly. Just then, Zhang Hao's voice echoed from a distance, calling her name. As he approached, he asked, "Guyet Hua, what are you doing here?" Guyet Hua replied, "Aunt Duong told me you got kidnapped, so I came to bust you out." Zhang Hao felt like crying. "Man, she's the only one who actually cares about me. This is so touching." Wei Nan, however, retorted coldly, "Guyet Hua, if you hadn't nosied into this, he wouldn't have been snatched by thugs in the first place. You can't handle his business, so back off." Wei Nan emphasized every single word. "From now on, whether Zhang Hao wants to learn martial arts or anything else, he's learning it from me. You'd better keep your distance from him." Nuet Hua's face darkened, her eyes cast downward in disappointment. Zhang Hao quickly spoke up, telling Nuet Hua to just ignore her. He then glared at Wei Nan and said, "Look, big sis, turn off that death stare, I'm going home today." Suddenly, Nuet Hua pulled off her outer jacket, revealing her curvaceous figure underneath. She tossed her jacket aside, getting into a fighting stance, and called out to Wei Nan, "If you're a real woman, let's settle this one-on-one." Wei Nan clenched her hands into tight fists. "A duel? Fine by me. Let's finish the fight we started last time." Sparks practically flew as their eyes locked in a fierce glare. Zhang Hao let out a heavy sigh, feeling completely helpless. "Sigh, whatever. The more I try to stop them, the more hype they get." He pulled out his phone, turned around to leave, and yelled, "Have fun fighting. I'm calling an Uber and heading home." The two of them froze in shock. Then, Yet Hua quickly snatched up her jacket and bolted after him, shouting, "Zhang Hao, let me drive you home." But Wei Nan wasn't about to lose. She stepped up and fought back. "No way you're taking him. I'm the one who's driving." Zhang Hao had already booked his ride, and the app buzzed, notifying him that his driver was arriving. He turned around and sighed, looking at Wei Nan. "Look, big sis, there's no need. Your car is way too flashy. If my family spots me getting out of it, how am I even supposed to explain that?" He opened the car door, getting ready to step in, adding, "Besides, I don't want to waste the time of a busy boss like you. I need to get home and make some money." Nuet Hoa stuck her tongue out, mocking Wei Nan. Wei Nan stood there, completely dumbfounded. "That little brat," she muttered. Then she roared at her bodyguards, "Block that car right now." Zhang Hao and Nuet Ho both panicked hard. "What the hell, Wei Nan? What are you trying to do?" The driver gasped in shock as Wei Nan shoved a briefcase stuffed with cash into their hands. "What is this?" Wei Nan ignored the driver, sliding straight into freaking out. "Damn, Wei Nan, what the hell are you up to?" The driver was totally shocked when Wei Nan handed her a box stuffed with cash. Like this is Wei Nan literally sitting. She got into the driver's seat and said, "I just bought your car for 2 million yuan. Here's the deposit. My bodyguard will take you to get the rest." Making a profit worth several cars on a single deal, the woman obviously agreed instantly. Sure, absolutely." Wei Nan turned to look at Zhang Hao and said, "All right, is this car simple enough for you? I'd take you home. I keep my word." Zhang Hao was utterly helpless. He just couldn't believe this. Meanwhile, night had fallen at Zhang Hao's family house, where a pair of long, fair legs wrapped in black fishnets exuded pure allure and charm. A soft, gentle voice chimed in, "Zhang Hao, what are you looking at? Why so serious?" It was Zhang Tianqin. Wearing a short purple nightgown and holding her phone as she lay on the bed, she glanced down at Zhang Hao and asked, "How come you've been completely ignoring me since you got home?" Zhang Hao turned around, flustered, and stammered, "No, it's nothing, sis Chin Chin." Zhang Hao said, "I was just drafting some ideas." But his screen actually showed a chat with Wei Nan. She had texted, "Be good, stop thinking about making money, I'll take care of you." Zhang Hao politely replied, "Wei Nan, I'll pay back every single cent I owe you. Also, thanks for driving us home today." Looking at Wei Nan's message. Zhang Hao felt a mix of disgust and dread. Take care of me? Ugh, she's got a terminal case of overbearing CEO syndrome. Remembering what happened earlier, Wei Nan had leaned out of her car to call out to Zhang Hao on the sidewalk. All right, don't worry too much about the plate, Wei Nan had said generously. Just fix it and return it to me. Hearing that, Zhang Hao asked in disbelief, wait, I'm a bit confused. Do you mean you don't need the 100 million anymore? Wei Nan replied. Since I'm marrying a rebellious, troublemaking guy like you, I've already prepared myself to have everything in the house smashed by you. Hearing this, Zhang Hao's blood boiled and he gritted his teeth. Mary? Min Yuehua, sitting in the passenger seat, spoke up in disgust. Let me out of the car. But Wei Nan coldly rejected her, saying, your house isn't here. Wei Nan said, get off at the next bus stop. Zhang Hao stood there speechless as the car drove off. Looking back at their chat history, it felt like Wei Nan's messages were just coaxing a child throwing a tantrum. Suddenly, Min Yuehua texted him, I'm home. Zhang Hao paused, and then switched over to chat with her. She wrote, Zhang Hao, don't be afraid of Wei Nan. I'll beat her up for you. Followed by an emoji of a rabbit, raising its fist. Zhang Hao replied, yeah, Yuehua, don't worry about it anymore. Let's just stay away from her from now on. Still, thanks for always looking out for me. Next time, dinner's on me. Zhang Hao put his phone down and leaned back exhaustedly, thinking to himself, Sai, today was such a mess. Got kidnapped. Out of nowhere, got into a huge fight, and even passed up a chance to dodge my debt. Zhang Tianqin had appeared behind him at some point, placing her hands on his shoulders. She looked down and said, Zhang Hao, do you still have to live stream later? You look so tired. Let me give you a massage. Zhang Hao looked up and was greeted by the overwhelmingly generous view of her chest. Secretly loving it but playing shy, he stammered. Then thank you, sis Qin. Zhang Tianqin said dotingly. You seem really focused on making money lately, Zhang Hao. But a boy doesn't need to work himself to the bone. It breaks my heart to see you so worn out. She took the opportunity to let Zhang Hao feel her warmth. Feeling absolutely blissed out, Zhang Hao thought, sis Qin's massage is so professional. This is heaven. I don't want to move at all. Suddenly, Zhang Yan's voice called out, Tianqin, come to your room for a second. Startled, they both looked toward the door. Zhang Tianqin stopped her hands and called out, coming, Mom! She sighed, looks like I can't massage you anymore, Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao replied, it's fine, go ahead, sis. Zhang Tianqin opened the door, nervously calling out, Mom? Zhang Yan stood there holding a book, her entire body radiating a dark, deadly aura. She said, Zhang Tianqin, you'd better explain this to me. Zhang Yan furiously threw the book onto the bed and demanded, what on earth is this book? On the cover was an image of two women closely embracing with the words, Yuri hometown begins anew, forbidden love. Seeing this, Zhang Tianqin wanted to die of embarrassment and shrieked, ah! She quickly lunged forward, covering the pile of books with her body. Clumsily trying to cover it up, she stammered, This is my friend's book, Mom, don't get the wrong idea. Zhang Yan didn't buy it at all. She grimly asked, oh really? Then why is your friend's book in your room? Zhang Tianqin stuttered. Well, she thought it would be funny to prank me, so she secretly hid this kind of book in my room. Zhang Yan then asked her, why don't you get a boyfriend? Don't tell me. Zhang Tianqin quickly denied it. No, I'm not. I'm definitely not a lesbian. But just then, something slipped out from the book in her hands, and a clean pair of black lace panties fell to the floor with a soft thud. It was like a whole new world had opened up for Zhang Yan. Strange knowledge acquired, she asked. Women's underwear? This situation was totally screwed. Zhang Tianqin froze, completely out of excuses. She stammered. This is... Inside the room, her voice echoed, desperately trying to save a hopeless situation but only making it worse. Mom, please let me explain. Zhang Yan used her overflowing maternal love to give Zhang Tianqin a massive bump on her forehead. She said, save your breath, pointing her finger right at Zhang Tianqin's face. You'd better find a boyfriend soon, or I'll beat you to death. She slammed the bedroom door shut. Zhang Tianqin let out a sigh, but then a wicked smile crept onto her face. The plan is going perfectly, she whispered. She walked over to a teddy bear and picked it up by its ears. Time to add more fuel to the fire, she said. Once Mom's suspicions turned into absolute certainty, she brought the bear close to her face, sniffing it like a total creep, and mumbled, my love for Zhang Hao will never be exposed. Meanwhile, bright morning sunlight bathed the high-rise buildings. Zhang Hao was slumped in his chair like a dried shrimp, groaning, I'm so exhausted. The second he arrived at school, a mob chased after him. At the classroom entrance, 2 hall monitors stood guard, blocking the crowd outside the classroom. A chaotic roar echoed from outside. Zhang Hao, male god, our male god is in there. We want to see him. Staring at this ridiculous scene, Zhang Hao was utterly dumbfounded. What the actual hell is this? He muttered helplessly. Are these people out of their minds? One of the hall monitors turned around, flashed a thumbs up, and said, don't worry, male god. Our security team will protect you. Zhang Hao stared blankly, letting out a confused, huh? Just then, Lin Yilong walked up and said, Bro Hao, you're finally at school. Zhang Hao said speechlessly, what do you mean finally? Didn't I just take 1 day off? Lin Yilong replied, Bro Hao is a model student. You don't just take days off easily. I was worried you were sick, so I was actually planning to go to your house to check on you. Zhang Hao let out a nervous chuckle, thinking to himself, a huge fight getting... Since my injury was minor, I stayed home to rest for a day. I didn't expect sis Zhang Tianqin to take the day off too. Wearing a super seductive outfit, she smiled and said, Zhang Hao, hurry up and try the braised pork I made. Zhang Tianqin then said, Zhang Hao, I just bought this new console. Want to play together? She also said, Zhang Hao, I think my back button fell off. Can you help me find it real quick? Hao was practically drooling, thinking back on it with a stupid grin. Staying home for a day was packed with total fan service. Lin Yilong asked suspiciously, Hao, what are you daydreaming about? You look kind of sketchy right now. Hao quickly wiped the drool from his mouth and bullshitted, oh, nothing, I just remembered some funny stuff. Yilong quickly changed the subject and said in awe, I watched your game stream. You're so sick, Hao, using pure skill to totally crush a bunch of fierce girls who are way tougher than those whiny, try-hard male streamers. Hearing this, Hao said, wait, you actually watch my streams? I thought you hated gaming. Yilong replied that this was different because Hao is just that awesome. Then Yilong added, plus Nuet Hoa is totally obsessed with you too. Heh. He pointed both hands toward a gloomy-looking Min Nuet Hoa sitting right next to them. Hao went, and when Nuet Hoa looked up, she had massive dark circles like a panda. Looking completely drained, she muttered weakly, morning, Hao. Seeing her like this, jumped in shock and asked, whoa, Nuet Hoa, what happened to you? He asked worriedly, did you not sleep at all? How did you get those giant dark circles? Hoa replied, yeah, I spent last night watching your live stream and all your old replays. I completely forgot to sleep. Hao's jaw dropped. Huh? No matter how much you like it, you can't just pull an all-nighter. Yilong chimed in to back her up. Dang, you really are Hao's biggest fan. Nuet Ho looked down and mumbled, just thinking about coming to school and seeing you made me so happy that I didn't even realize the sun had come up. Hao walked over, saying worriedly, Guet Hoa, don't do that again. Go get some rest. Nuet Ho nodded. Okay, I got it. I'll make sure to control myself. Yilong, acting like the ultimate dramatic bestie, clung to Hao's arm and whined for attention. Hao is our mental therapy. Let me get a quick hug. Nuet Hoa leaned in as well and said, I want one too. Hao sighed helplessly. Crap, stop treating me like some kind of highly addictive drug. After school, everyone started heading home. Yilong said excitedly, Hao, we have swimming class on Friday. Let's go buy some swimwear. Hearing this, Hao blankly muttered swimwear. In his head, he imagined Yilong wearing a skin-tight, bright pink one-piece swimsuit, pouting his lips and asking, Hao, does my new swimsuit look cute on me? Shuddering at the thought, Hao secretly swore he would never let Yilong wear something like that. With a deadpan expression that screamed, please stop, he actually said, sure, I'll go with you. Then he turned to Nyet Hoa. Nyet Hoa, maybe you should go home and rest first. Nyet Hoa replied, I want to go too. I caught up on sleep during the class breaks, so I'm not that tired anymore. Hao said, all right then. Nyet Hoa, you still don't know how to swim, right? Nyet Hoa honestly admitted, no, I don't. Every time I try to learn, I just end up choking on water. Hao was speechless. He put his hand on her head and said, let's go. I promise I'd teach you how to swim, but I never had the time. I'll teach you this Friday, okay? Nyet Hoa smiled and nodded. Meanwhile, at a cafe, Zhang Tianqin, dressed sharply, was sitting and waiting when a voice called out, hello, are you Zhang Tianqin? Zhang Tianqin replied, yes, that's me. A tall, slim guy, with gray hair, striking purple eyes, and a charming, mischievous face stood before her. He introduced himself, sorry to keep you waiting. I'm your blind date, Liang Shan. He immediately started, the bride price in my hometown is usually 500,000 to 1 million yuan. Also, does your monthly salary reach 50,000 yuan? If not, life might be a bit tight. Plus, we'll need a nanny and a housekeeper once we have kids because I don't do chores. Zhang Tianqin didn't really care and just kept scrolling through her phone. Liang Xian continued, and the house needs to be at least 180 square meters. My little sister is going to college here soon, so she'll probably need to crash with us for a while. Zhang Tianqin thought to herself, ugh, blind dates are such a drag. On her phone, she was texting Hao he had sent. Sis Zhang Tianqin, my friends and I are going to buy swimwear, so I'll be home a bit late. Zhang Tianqin replied, sure, if it gets too late, I'll come pick you up. Staring at the screen, she thought, I wish I could go with Zhang Hao. Liang Xian noticed her slacking off and snapped, hello? Are you even listening? Well, that's pretty much everything I wanted to ask. Do you have any questions for me? Zhang Tianqin gave him a bored look, remaining completely silent. After a brief pause, she asked, all right, pretty boy, what exactly are your good qualities? Liang was taken aback, then shamelessly smirked. Well, my biggest strength is that I'm incredibly handsome. Hearing this, Zhang Tianqin covered her mouth to hold back her laughter, but she couldn't help bursting into a loud laugh. Haha, Liang Xian asked in confusion. What's so funny? Zhang Tianqin thought, you're not even close. She remembered that night when Hao rested his head on her lap while she cleaned his ears. She had asked him out of curiosity, Zhang Hao, why are you so desperate to make money? Hao was surprised and went, oh. At that moment, Hao awkwardly made an excuse. Well, I just feel like even guys need to be independent. Besides, you shouldn't have to carry this whole family by yourself in the future. Zhang Tianqin had been deeply touched by his words. Zhang Hao. Back to the present, Zhang Tianqin rested her chin on her hand, thinking, this guy doesn't even compare to Hao. She thought helplessly, oh my god, I don't mind going on a blind date, but why did they have to set me up with this clown? Liang Shen sat there, totally clueless, wondering what on earth was so funny. At that moment, Zhang Tianqin said, the bride price, the house, and the car are not an issue. Also, my monthly salary is over 100,000 yuan. Liang Shen's eyes lit up and he quickly said, then we should. Zhang Tianqin cut him off, asking in a freezing tone, do you honestly think you're worthy? Meanwhile, at the shopping mall, Lin Yilong held up a super short lotus pink swimsuit that looked practically like a nightgown. He held it against himself and asked, Hao, hey Hao, look, does this look good on me? Hao thought to himself, good my ass. Huang Yuanyuan smirked and teased, not hot long, I think the one you chose is still way too conservative. Vien, flashed a playful, devious smile. It doesn't show off your hot body at all. Yilong snapped, Vien, what are you even doing here? And stop staring at me like a total creep, you're so annoying. Huang Yuanyuan replied, we have swimming class too, so I'm here to buy swimwear. By the way, what kind of swimsuit is our male god planning to buy? I happen to be an expert on guys' swimwear. How about I recommend a few styles for you? Hao quickly backed away. No thanks, I'll just go with something totally normal. Yilong was furiously snapping at her. Pervert! Meanwhile, Huang Yuanyuan's face was bright red and filled with pure thirst. Clutching a super sus phone in her hand, she wiped a trail of drool from her mouth and said, we're not perverts. We're just, appreciating their friendship. Manhwa was totally confused after hearing that. Lin Yilong quickly grabbed Zhang Hao's arm and cried, Brother Hao, they're trying to creep on us. Zhang Hao helplessly facepalmed, completely speechless. He tried to calm things down, saying, all right, everyone just buy your own stuff. It's almost dark. Once you're done shopping, let's meet back up here. Everyone agreed with a quick nod. Huang Yuanyuan stared at her phone, sighing with major regret. Man, I really wanted to snap a few more pics of my male god to take home as a souvenir. Manhwa called out from behind, Huang Yuanyuan, can you pick out a few outfits for me? I have no idea which styles actually look good. Yuanyuan hyped her up. Sure, leave it to me, piece of cake. So are you wearing this to get praised by our male god? Right? Manhwa softly murmured. Yeah, Huang Yuanyuan teased. Finally, my precious young lady has woken up and got a clue. Yehua replied. Yeah, mostly because you taught me so many useful social skills. They really helped. Thank you. Huang Yuanyuan casually waved it off. Oh, don't get all formal on me. Next time. There's some good fan service. Just remember to share the wealth with me, okay? She playfully pinched Yehua's cheek with affection. Yehua agreed, deal. Yuanyuan then asked, by now you must be totally clear about your own feelings, right? Manhwa blushed, shyly whispering, yeah. Suddenly, Huang Yuanyuan dropped a bomb. Yehua, I like Zhang Hao, she added. So I'm gonna… Then she leaned in close and whispered something directly into Yehua's ear. Hearing this, Yehua looked like her mind was totally blown, opening up a whole new world. Yehua nodded. Okay, I get it now. Meanwhile, Zhang Hao felt a sudden wave of anxiety, thinking to himself, wait a sec, did I forget something super important? Huang Yuanyuan and Yehua went off to shop for swimsuits together. Suddenly, Yuanyuan's voice echoed out, yo, male god Zhang Hao. Not long. Come check out the swimsuits we picked. What do you think? Boom. An absolute mountain of a chest was barely covered by some blue fabric. Yuanyuan was rocking a super sexy dark blue swimsuit, leaning against a wooden pillar as she gave him a playful wink. Zhang Hao's face flushed red, his jaw hitting the floor. He panicked inwardly. There is barely any fabric. Holy crap! Yuanyuan spun around, showing off her pale, flawless skin and gorgeous curves in that skimpy outfit. She peeked back, teasing, heh, well, pretty hot, right? Zhang Hao's cheeks burned as he yelled to cover up his massive embarrassment. Is wearing something like that even allowed for a swim class? In response, Yuanyuan just shook her hips. Huh? Everyone wears this kind of stuff nowadays. With his face still steaming, Zhang Hao stammered, don't tell me you picked out Yehua's swimsuit too? Yuanyuan giggled, tapping her head with her tongue sticking out playfully. Bullseye! Instantly, Zhang Hao freaked out, shouting, bro, where is she? Yuanyuan mischievously pointed to the side. Still over there trying it on. The guys rushed straight toward the changing room. Yuehua, Zhang Hao called out, looking a little dazed. Yuehua, are you okay? Yuehua pulled the curtain shut to hide herself, only poking her head out. She muttered, I'm fine, but I feel like this swimsuit is super weird. See, her swimsuit actually came with white thigh-high stockings. Yuehua asked in confusion, Yuanyuan, I don't get why a swimsuit needs stockings. Yuanyuan smirked, acting like some high-level expert. Well, normally stockings are just regular girl clothes to keep warm, but recently scientists discovered… She narrowed her eyes and whispered with dead serious drama. Men actually love looking at girls wearing thigh-highs. Zhang Hao sweated awkwardly. Is that so? Meanwhile, Yilong bit his finger in total confusion. Wait, really? Seems pretty normal to me. Yuanyuan threw her arms wide as if presenting a masterpiece. And behold, that is how this swimsuit and thigh-high combo was born. Come on out, classmate Yuehua. Show everyone the ultimate peak of next-gen beauty, Yuanyuan declared dramatically. Yuehua pouted, her cheeks burning with absolute embarrassment. Stepping out, she mumbled, but wearing it like this is… The moment she stepped out of the changing room, the entire world literally faded into the background, with only Yuehua shining like a goddess. The white thigh-highs paired with a not-too-revealing swimsuit on a super shy girl, plus that adorable blushing face. It was a total knockout. She asked softly, is it okay? This view was seriously god-tier. To get a glimpse of this otherworldly beauty, the jacket she wore added a subtle, modest touch that actually made her 10 times more alluring. Feeling super awkward, she slowly raised her hands. Zhang Hao stammered, it looks great. Even a clueless idiot like Yilong had his eyes light up with hearts. Suddenly, Yuanyuan popped up again with that same mischievous grin. Yuehua, there's actually another set I think would look killer on you. Oh my god, in her hand was a tiny pair of string bottoms. She held them up, tempting her, since we're already here, why not try this one on too? Oh, God bless Yuanyuan. Yuehua shyly mumbled, isn't this a bit too skimpy? Zhang Hao snatched it away in a flash, yelling, listen to her. Yuehua, how could you possibly wear this? Yuanyuan put her hands on her hips, teasing, hey, don't get so worked up. Trying it on won't kill you. I'm all for it. Hao sighed in defeat. This girl seriously had zero boundaries. Imagining Yuan Yuan's barely covered back and then Yue Hua's peekaboo swimsuit top, he had absolutely no idea where to look. Zhang Hao was about to explode from the sheer tension. All right. If we keep trying on clothes, we're never getting home for dinner. Let's just pay and go. Yuan Yuan immediately seized the moment. Huh? Going home already? Let me drive you home, male god. His ultimate bro Yilong chimed in right away. I'll just walk with brother Hao. Huang Yuan Yuan. You're being way too self-centered. Zhang Hao could only sigh. All right, let's just all go together. Yue Hua stayed completely silent, remembering the raw confession. Yuan Yuan had told her, I like Zhang Hao, so I'm planning to confess to him. Yuan Yuan was seriously brave. She had poured her heart out to Yue Hua. I know he might not feel the same way, but I still want to tell him how I feel. Yuan Yuan had smiled optimistically, ready to accept whatever happened. If I don't do this, I'll definitely look back after graduation with major regrets about my high school life. This is my plan. Yue Hua, what about you? What are you planning to do? Yue Hua just stood there frozen. That was a really tough question. My feelings, she mumbled. Midsummer is always the season when hearts flutter, the perfect time to confess. Yuan Yuan poured her entire soul into her confession. I know I'm not good enough for you, but I'll work hard to be better. Please, just give me a chance. Honestly, I've liked you ever since the first time we met. I won't ever be satisfied with just being treated nicely like a regular friend. She used every ounce of her courage to shout, I love you. I really, really like you. Zhang Hao stood there, thinking so. Being pulled aside was for a confession after all. He looked at the beautiful girl before him and sighed. Sorry, we can't happen. I don't like you that way. Instantly, Yuan Yuan's eyes lost all their light. Wow, a flat-out rejection? No hesitation at all? Zhang Hao replied. Sorry, but a no is a no. If someone you didn't have feelings for confessed to you, you wouldn't say yes either, right? Sigh, pulling off the band-aid quickly is better than letting it drag on. Short. Vien, please come back to me. I miss you so much. Zhang Hao continued. You're a good person. We can still be friends. Boo-hoo, he got hit with the friend zone card. Definitely one of the most painful things you could hear. Zhang Hao walked away, scratching his head and muttering, Man, I'm really out here creating bad karma, making yet another girl sob all over me. Right then, Not Long walked up. Bro Hao, so this is where you've been. I've been looking all over for you. What's up? Why were you looking for me? Not Long covered his blushing face and shyly mumbled. Today someone asked me to meet them in the Little Woods. Zhang Hao's expression instantly turned serious. The Little Woods? That's the ultimate hotspot for school fights. Someone wants to challenge Not Long to a fight? I've got to go check this out. But right at that moment, Not Long added, she wrote me a love letter a really long time ago. Should I go? At this point, Zhang Hao was even more dumbfounded. Wait, so it's a confession? What kind of day is today anyway? Why is everyone confessing their love today of all days? Why the heck are you being so shy about something so awesome? Shy about? Nat Long's mind was already in the clouds. But what if I go and she's super pretty and I end up falling for her? I don't want to get into a relationship this early. But then he started contradicting himself. But she seems so sincere. She's been writing me love letters for ages. Bro, what should I do? Nat Long just wouldn't shut up. She's probably really gorgeous, right? Right? But what if she isn't pretty? How do I reject her then? No. Nat Long, you cannot be that shallow. Zhang Hao gritted his teeth in frustration. Give me a break, Nat Long. It's not even a big deal. Fine, I'll go with you. Near the vending machine, hiding behind a tree, were Zhang Hao, Nat Long, and a very special guest, Nguyen Hoa. Nat Long asked shyly, Wait, why is Nguyen Hoa here too? Zhang Hao explained Nguyen Hoa is a girl, so if that other girl has bad intentions, Nguyen Hoa can help out. Looking at the girl in the distance, Nat Long nodded, all right. But he was still pretty nervous. Then I'll just go over there, turn her down, and come right back. With that, he slowly jogged over. Suddenly, Nguyen Hoa asked, Zhang Hao, what do you think it feels like to like someone? Zhang Hao replied, I guess everyone experiences it differently. He continued, For me, it's like having someone in your heart whom you want to forget but just can't. Someone you try not to think about but can't help but think of. Yeah, that must be what liking someone is. Zhang Hao then, before Nguyen Hoa could even finish, a loud voice suddenly rang out. Nat Long, I like you. Huh? Before Nat Long could even process it, she caught his lips in a passionate kiss. Zhang Hao was absolutely stunned. Holy crap, she straight up forced a kiss on him. Nat Long wiped his lips and suddenly slapped the girl across the face with a loud smack, screaming, You pervert! This time, Zhang Hao was even more flabbergasted. Wait, what? He retaliated with a slap? He quickly rushed out. Nat Long, are you okay? Nat Long dramatically ran over, threw himself onto Zhang Hao's shoulder and sobbed, Bro, Hao, my first kiss is gone. Meanwhile, the girl just stood there, holding her slapped cheek in utter shock. Damn, she's actually pretty cute. He really went brutal on her, Zhang Hao thought. The girl stammered, I'm sorry, I think there was a mix-up in the script. Then she fell to her knees and both of them started crying their eyes out. I just got too excited. Please forgive me, Not Long. Zhang Hao had a massive headache. Honestly, Not Long didn't even lose out here, but I guess times have really changed. Not Long yelled, Just go away. I never want to see you again. No, please, Not Long. Zhang Hao chimed in to defuse the situation. Hey, classmate, I think it's best if you leave first. Now. As the sun began to set and birds flew across the sky, Not Long muttered, Women, before suddenly screaming, Women are nothing but trouble. It felt like the typical roles were completely reversed. Not Long let out a loud hiccup, his cheeks flushed bright red. Zhang Hao was in a similar state, so he tried to stop him. All right, not long. Stop drinking, you're wasted. But not long showed the classic sign of being absolutely hammered by slurring. I'm not drunk. Then he suddenly shifted his target and pointed directly at Nuit Ho. Guyet Ho, you're no saint either, always clinging to Bro Hao all day long. Not long kept bawling tears and snot streaming down his face as he leaned back onto Zhang Hao's shoulder. Bro Hao, my first kiss is gone. Boo-hoo. Snort. His snot was literally about to drip onto him. Zhang Hao immediately panicked. Not long, don't tell me you're actually completely wasted. Your snot is getting all over my clothes, you pathetic mess. Nuit Hoa piped up. Zhang Hao, your face is super red too. There's no way you barely drank anything, right? Hearing this, Zhang Hao panicked. He quickly whipped out his phone to check. Crap, it's so red, I'm dead. When I get home, Dad and Sis Zhang Tianqin are going to nag me to death. Looking at the grown kid passed out on his shoulder, Zhang Hao sighed. Nat Long can't go home like this either. Hearing that, Nuit Hoa stood up and offered to help. Do you want to crash at my place tonight? The heiress's face flushed red, and she mumbled, young lady, in a voice laced with sheer panic and shock. It was the butler, but Nuit Hoa quickly cut him off and ordered, Uncle Butler, please prepare some food and set up an extra bedroom. Yes, of course. On the outside, the butler complied, but his mind was running wild. The young lady is bringing 2 guys home to stay overnight? I really underestimated our young lady. The butler wiped his brow. The walls were lined with display cases of guns, highlighting Nuit Ho's badass personality. Zhang Hao spoke in his phone. Yeah, I'm staying over at Not Long's. He got kissed against his will and is in a really bad place right now, so I'm keeping him company. Zhang Tianqin's voice came through. Forced kisses? Those are just thugs. If Zhang Hao ever runs into someone like that, make sure to stay far away, okay? Zhang Hao replied, I know, Sis Zhang Tianqin. I'll be back tomorrow. Don't worry. Good night, Sis Zhang Tianqin. The moment she hung up, Zhang Tianqin sighed and went completely limp. I didn't get to see Zhang Hao all day today. I'm literally going to die. Outside the door, Nuit Hoa asked, Zhang Hao, can I come in? Sure, come in. Even at home, the shy young lady was wearing stockings under her pajamas, holding a food basket. The butler told me to bring you some food. She then directly made her intentions clear, saying that doing this would make him like her more. Zhang Hao thought she was joking. Haha, well, you shouldn't have said that out loud, should you? Nuit Hoa plopped herself down. Zhang Hao asked, by the way, isn't this room your secret base? Why are you letting me stay here? Nuit Ho's face blushed slightly as she muttered, because everything in this room is my precious treasure. Whoa, that was an incredibly direct attack. Absolutely fatal. She lovingly called out Zhang Hao's name and gently took his hand. And so are you. I want to see you every day, talk to you every day, and lock you away in this room so no one else can have you. Wait, calm down. Nuit Ho suddenly gathered her courage to confess. Are you willing to be my boyfriend? Zhang Hao's eyes widened and he said, Guyet Hua, I don't want to lie to you. I admit I have feelings for you too, but I can't control my heart. I actually like another girl as well. Wait, then why not just like Vian as well? Zhang Hao gathered all his courage and continued, I am a 2-timing scumbag. Nuit Hua's eyes turned slightly somber, but she suddenly spoke up. Zhang Hao, you're not a scumbag. Still, Zhang Hao kept throwing dirt on his own name. Guyet Hoa, you have to realize that 2-timing men are incredibly despicable. I know doing this is wrong, but I've already fallen for someone I just can't. Like you. Honestly, I don't even know how to handle these feelings, let alone what's going on between us. He turned to her, speaking softly. Liking someone isn't something you can just control. I just hope I can figure this out and think things through. Do you get what I mean? Nuit Hoa suddenly wrapped her arms around Zhang Hao and called out his name. Zhang Hao, she went on. I don't get it, but it hurts. Can't you just like me and only me? Because of love, she was learning how to be selfish, but honestly, who could blame her? His eyes looked completely lost. Nuit Ho, I'm sorry. About these feelings of mine, I can't really give you an answer right now. The next morning, once the sun was up, Zhang Hao struggled to open his eyes. Did I pass out? Wait, that sleepy breathing in my ear is Nuit's. Somehow the two of them were sharing a bed. Nuit Hua. Zhang Hao completely freaked out. He looked down at his clothes. Wait, when did he even get changed? Zhang Hao, is it morning already? Nuit Hua muttered, waking up. Zhang Hao felt super awkward. Sorry, did I wake you up? Hey, Nuit Hua, when did I pass out last night? Did you help me change my clothes? Nuit Hoa rubbed her eyes and dropped a total bombshell. Last night, while we were hugging, you fell fast asleep, so the butler changed your clothes for you. Oh, is that so? Zhang Hao sighed in relief, thinking, man, scared me to death. I totally thought Nuit Hoa did it. Hao, let's get up. We're going to be late for school. Yeah, sure, Nuit Hoa replied. Not Long's face was still pale as a ghost as he groaned, ugh, my head is splitting. Brother Hao, let's never drink again. Getting wasted and ending up crashed at a girl's place is way too sketchy. Looks like this whole ordeal is going to leave Not Long traumatized by girls for a hot minute. Zhang Hao cut him off. All right, shut it! Nuit Hoa is still right here. If you talk like you don't trust Nuit Hoa, she's going to be upset. But Nuit Hoa didn't seem to care. It's fine, as long as Zhang Hao doesn't mind. I don't care at all. Wait, whose high heels are those? They look way too familiar. So that's Zhang Tianqin. Her eyes were practically burning with pure jealousy. Zhang Hao, who's that girl next to you? Zhang Hao, Zhang Tianqin called out. Zhang Hao turned around, totally taken aback. Sister Zhang Tianqin, what are you doing here? Zhang Tianqin put on a super dramatic, worried face. I was so worried about you, Zhang Hao. I was literally worried sick to death. Zhang Hao scratched his head, feeling a bit awkward. Come on, don't worry about me. I'm not a kid anymore. Suddenly, Not Long started walking off. Yo, Hao, I'm heading back to class first. Watching him walk away, Zhang Hao couldn't help but wonder, what's up with him? He was totally fine a second ago. Why the sudden mood swing? Zhang Tianqin smiled slyly and asked, oh, by the way, Zhang Hao, who's this friend of yours? I don't think we've met. Zhang Hao immediately introduced her. Oh, this is Manhwa. Zhang Tianqin narrowed her eyes, clearly not thrilled. Hey there, nice to meet you. I'm Zhang Hao's older sister. I've never really heard him mention you. Do you two hang out a lot? Zhang Hao's sister, Manhwa, mumbled under her breath. Then, realizing she was standing in front of his family, she quickly gave a polite 90-degree bow. Hello. It is nice to meet you, sister. And yeah, we do hang out pretty often. Zhang Tianqin flashed a creepy smile, instantly putting two and two together. This chick definitely has a crush on Zhang Hao. She stepped closer, raised her hand, and called out his name. Zhang Hao, huh? Wrapping her soft hand around the back of his neck, Zhang Tianqin leaned in and whispered in his ear, tonight, we should… Manhwa stood there, completely lost. Head to your room, it'll be mind-blowing. Manhwa stood frozen in shock. Zhang Tianqin smirked, thinking, look at her, she's totally speechless. She turned back to Zhang Hao and continued, let's catch up, okay? Sure, sister Zhang Tianqin, but did you really have to whisper that? He felt a bit embarrassed, since this is just between the two of us anyway. All right, hurry up and get to class, Zhang Tianqin said, teasing him like a little kid. Zhang Hao replied, okay, sister Zhang Tianqin will get going first. I'll be waiting for you tonight. Zhang Tianqin quietly watched Manhwa and Zhang Hao walk away. Her eyes went cold and her face hardened. Looks like she couldn't afford to wait any longer. Back at school, Zhang Hao took a sip from his water cup and asked, totally confused, yo, what is up with you two? Why have you both been so depressed all day? This morning, when we got to school, you guys were totally fine. Manhwa and Not Long both had their heads face planted on their desks, surrounded by a dark, depressing aura. Not Long wailed, seeing sister Zhang Tianqin just makes me think of getting force-kissed yesterday. Boo-hoo, my chest hurts so much. Wait, why does seeing sister Zhang Tianqin make you feel like? Zhang Hao suddenly had a realization. Hold up, does Long actually have a thing for sister Zhang Tianqin? No way. Since when? I gotta find a chance to talk to him. If he's actually into her, then what do I do? Honestly, who knows what's going on in Zhang Hao's head right now? He turned to Manhwa and asked him, what about you? Why are you suddenly so out of energy too? Manhwa looked up and muttered, looking incredibly cute. I think I might be jealous? Zhang Hao froze. Manhwa pouted. Even though I know she's your sister, seeing you two so close makes my chest feel all tight. She sighed wistfully. I really envy your sister. Getting to be by your side every single day. Man, I envy you too, Hao. All right, you two should go grab some lunch. Break is almost over. By late afternoon, Zhang Hao had just gotten home and shouted, Mom, Dad, sister Zhang Tianqin, I'm home! Stepping inside, he already had his game plan set. Gotta do a proper live stream tonight to make up for yesterday, and make some cash to pay back Wei Nan. Suddenly, Zhang Tianqin's voice rang out. Mom, please don't! Followed by a loud smack and angry shouting. Zhang Tianqin, let's see if I don't beat some sense into you today. Huh? What's going on? Looks like some major drama is going down. The angry mother, holding a switch, threatened, You are seriously asking for it today. Zhang Tianqin was bent over, taking the hits. Damn, this is intense. Let me get a closer look. Right then, Zhang Tianqin got spanked right on her backside with a loud smack. It hurt so bad, she couldn't help but scream. Seeing this, Zhang Hao felt incredibly awkward, but panicked and tried to step in. Mom, what on earth are you doing? The mother was absolutely livid. She gritted her teeth, raised the switch, and barked at Zhang Tianqin. Qin, kneel down, don't you dare move. Embarrassed that Zhang Hao was watching, she looked up pitifully and called out Zhang Hao. He quickly waved his hands, trying to calm his angry mother down. Mom, calm down, let's talk. Why are you beating sister Zhang Tianqin like this? She gritted her teeth and snapped. Zhang Hao, stay out of this. I'm gonna beat this shameless brat to death. Hearing that, Zhang Hao's jaw literally dropped. What? Later, inside a room on the shelves, all kinds of trophies were on display. Zhang Tianqin was lying flat on the bed, groaning in pain. Ow, it hurts! Zhang Hao anxiously tried to comfort her. Hang in there, sister Zhang Tianqin. Zhang Tianqin lay flat on her stomach, her backside covered in angry red welts. She blushed deeply and muttered, I'm so sorry to trouble you with this, but I really can't reach to put the ointment on myself. Zhang Hao was holding a cotton swab, gently dabbing away the blood. Having that view right in front of his face made him turn beet red, completely unable to look straight. It's no trouble at all. I'll try to be as gentle as possible. But in his mind, he was screaming, oh man, this is way too intense, I literally can't look. Staring down at her injuries, Zhang Hao, he groaned, damn, Meow went way too hard on her. Zhang Tianqin's butt and thighs are totally bruised and swollen. Panicking, he blurted out, by the way, Zhang Tianqin, what on earth did you do to make Mom so pissed? He wondered to himself, how could Zhang Tianqin be into girls? She literally kissed me before, didn't she? Meanwhile, Zhang Tianqin struggled to lift her head and replied, I'm sorry, Zhang Hao. I really am into girls. Last time, I just pictured you as a girl I really liked, and that's why, she confessed, leaving Zhang Hao completely stunned. She continued, ever since I was a kid, I've disliked guys. But I didn't want to be seen as some freak, so I kept forcing myself to like boys, forcing myself to get close to you. Zhang Hao felt a sharp pang of disappointment, so Zhang Tianqin never actually liked him. Suddenly, Zhang Tianqin pushed herself up and said sadly, "I'm so sorry, Zhang Hao, I just can't do it. But I don't want to be into girls either. I really want to like guys too." Zhang Hao turned his face away and replied, "It's fine, Zhang Tianjin." Curling herself into a ball, Zhang Tianjin whimpered, "Zhang Hao, I tried so hard, but—" Her face was pale and tear-stained as she looked up at him. "Zhang Hao, you should go home, please. Keep this embarrassing secret for me." Zhang Hao stayed silent. By now, it was past 9 p.m. in another room. Zhang Hao was frantically searching about sexual orientations online. "Man, what am I supposed to do about Zhang Tianqin?" In the search bar, he typed, "Can a lesbian be turned straight?" Finding something useful, he cheered, "Oh, here's a top-rated answer. First, I paid a male model. Every single day, he would seduce her, initiate physical contact, and sleep in the same bed. Long story short, don't rush it. Take it step by step. First, wear sexy clothes, then move to hugging. Once she gets used to hugs, transition to kissing. Kiss every day. After that, take it a step further so the guy can slowly please her, letting her realize the perks of having a man. During this time, keep her away from other girls until she completely falls for guys." This answer made him blush. Seduce her to turn her straight? Make a lesbian understand the perks of men? Geez, this sounds super sketchy, he thought. Pondering over it, he suddenly stood up. Whatever, no other choice. He made up his mind to get Zhang Tianqin's opinion. Pushing the door open, Zhang Hao softly called out Zhang Tianqin. She was currently wrapped tightly in a blanket, muttering, "I'm into girls, I'm a loser. I'm into girls, I'm a loser. I'm into girls, I'm a loser." Seeing this sad state, Zhang Hao resolved to save Zhang Tianqin as fast as possible. Holding up his phone, he excitedly said, "Zhang Tianqin, I found a way. Look at this." She grabbed his phone. After reading it, she looked up with a gloomy expression and said, "Who on earth would sacrifice themselves to help me do this? Besides, I don't want anyone to know I'm a lesbian. I don't even want to go to work anymore. What if one day I slip up and people find out? Society will definitely shun me. I'll just lock myself inside forever. At least I won't ruin my family's reputation." Hearing this, Zhang Hao felt a heavy weight. Tears welled up in Zhang Tianqin's eyes again as she whimpered, "Zhang Hao, just leave me be. Let me keep rotting away like this." He frowned. He didn't expect Mom finding out about her being a lesbian to be such a massive blow to Zhang Tianqin. This really couldn't be known by anyone else. If so, doesn't that mean he's the only one who can help her? At that thought, his expression grew conflicted. Then, he blushed and blurted out, "Fine, no other way. Zhang Tianqin, let me help you." Zhang Tianqin panicked. "No way. How could I let an innocent guy like you sacrifice yourself like that?" Zhang Hao leaned in, lifting her chin and bringing his face close. "Zhang Tianqin, let's take it step by step. We've already hugged and kissed before, right? Haven't we?" Next, he touched her hand and asked, "Zhang Tianqin, do you feel anything?" Zhang Tianqin replied, "Nope." For the next step, he reached out to grab her waist, pinning her down onto the bed, and asked, "How about this?" Zhang Tianqin was sweating bullets, stammering, "No, nothing." Seeing how she still felt nothing, he was shocked. Even this doesn't work? Her eyes had actually turned completely pink by now, but she forced herself to say, "No, it's not working. Even with a handsome guy like you, I still feel absolutely nothing." Zhang Hao grew anxious. Really no reaction at all? It seemed Zhang Tianqin's condition was way worse than he thought. Penny beneath him, Zhang Tianqin was already seeing stars, screaming internally, "Help! Zhang Hao being so proactive is way too hot." After that, he sat up and told her, "Zhang Tianqin, I'm going to my room to prepare a bit. Come to my room in a bit, okay? We have to cure this condition of yours." Zhang Tianqin stiffened and nodded. Okay. Sorry for putting you through this, Zhang Hao." Outside, the houses had already turned off their lights, sinking into the night as twinkling stars filled the sky. Zhang Hao was currently searching for something on his phone, looking up, trying on sexy outfits, arm sleeves, and lace underwear. Lace underwear? Seeing that, his face fell. "No way in hell I'm wearing that." Searching for something else, he glued his face to the screen. "Sexy clothes? Hard pass for me too. Short shirts? I have those." Apparently, black and white arm sleeves are girls' favorites. Wearing them will definitely make girls go wild. Wait, is this like how guys love thigh-high socks? I think I have some arm sleeves. Just a pair of short sleeves. Nothing too crazy. Sigh, I hope this actually works. Zhang Hao felt completely helpless. By the time the clock showed past 11, Zhang Hao was lying neatly on his bed, wearing a short-sleeved shirt and super short shorts. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Zhang Hao." He peeked with one eye. "Zhang Hao, good evening." By this time, Zhang Tianqin was wearing a super sexy slip nightdress. Tucking her hair behind her ear, she blushed and looked down at him. Panicking, he cried out, "Zhang Tianqin," she raised a finger to her lips to quiet him. "Shh, keep it down. Mom and Dad are asleep." Swallowing his panic, Zhang Hao nodded. He thought to himself, is Sis Cam some kind of secret agent? She snuck in without a single sound. Then, blushing, he suggested, "Zhang Tianqin, lie down. Let's just cuddle and sleep first, like we usually do." Zhang Tianqin's face was already red hot. She replied, sweating profusely, thinking, even though it's dark with only moonlight, I can still see Zhang Hao dressing so sexily. Drooling slightly, this sight made her blood pump with excitement. She was so thrilled that her heart went thump, 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 thump. Clutching her chest, she frowned and told herself, "But I have to keep holding back." At that moment, Zhang Tianqin went into sage mode, folding her hands to pray, repeating, "Beauty is fleeting." Meanwhile, countless stars twinkled in the night sky outside the window. Zhang Hao spoke up. "Sis, I'm going to sleep now," she replied. Right then, both of them were blushing like crazy, lying in bed, hugging each other face to face. He asked, What's wrong? Is this weirding you out? Please be honest if you feel uncomfortable. We can take things slow. Sweating bullets, Zhang Tianqin tried her best to reply, a little bit, but I'm totally fine. Because you're not just a guy, you're also the little brother I cherish so much. Just thinking about you makes me feel so warm inside. She said all that out loud, but on the inside she was screaming, oh please, weird it out my ass. Fighting to get the words out, still feeling a bit awkward, she said, but it's okay, if we hug a bit tighter, I'll get used to it eventually. Then she slid closer to hug him even tighter, making him blush even harder. Staring at him with absolute adoration, Zhang Tianqin said, Zhang Hao, if you ever feel uncomfortable, just tell me, okay? Don't force yourself. Blushing, Zhang Hao replied, I'm fine. You too, Qingqin, if you feel uncomfortable, just speak up. We've got plenty of time. He thought to himself, Qingqin must be feeling super awkward, but she's still putting me first. She's so incredibly sweet. Then he reached out to wrap his arms tightly around her too. When his nose gently brushed against hers, Zhang Tianqin completely froze. Losing her grip on self-control, she subconsciously parted her lips, getting way too close. Looking at his face, she thought, whoa, I can't believe Zhang Hao is actually being this cooperative. Meanwhile, Zhang Hao was trying his absolute best to calm his racing heart. Her scent was so intoxicating. He felt like he was constantly holding himself back. Swallowing hard with a gulp, he screamed on the inside, desperate not to mess up the peaceful and happy life they had right now. Zhang Tianqin kept inching closer, her body subconsciously squirming, but suddenly he didn't want to hold back anymore. Out of nowhere, he called out, oh, by the way, Qingqin. She hummed in response. He then raised his arm, which was wearing an arm sleeve, and asked, do you want to try touching my sleeve? I heard girls really dig this kind of stuff. Hearing this made Zhang Tianqin so thrilled she practically started drooling, completely tongue-tied. Seeing that she was speechless, Zhang Hao was about to take it off. If you don't want to touch it, I'll just take it off. Zhang Tianqin immediately sat up and blurted out, let me try, literally drooling as she spoke. Zhang Tianqin stared hungrily at Zhang Hao's arm, thinking, oh my god, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. No way in hell am I missing out on this. Then, she gently brushed against his skin, then slid her hand over the sleeve. She felt incredibly satisfied, screaming internally, oh my god, this feels so real. This is so good, I can't stop! She cupped her burning hot cheeks. Seeing her react like this, Zhang Hao gently warned her, Qingqin, don't push yourself too hard. Inside, he was thinking, her fingers are literally trembling. I had no idea she found my touch this repulsive. Zhang Tianqin, now panting heavily, managed to reply, it's fine. Since you're making such a big sacrifice, how can I back out now? Meanwhile, she was internally celebrating. This is amazing, but oh crap, I feel like I'm about to get a nosebleed. Panicking, she quickly covered her face and nose, saying, never mind, Zhang Hao. I guess I really am a bit uncomfortable touching a guy. Seeing this, Zhang Hao looked at her with worry. Zhang Tianqin, meanwhile, crossed her hands and tapped her index fingers together, frantically chanting Buddhist mantras in her head. Desire is an illusion. Desire is an illusion. Desire is an illusion. Suddenly, Zhang Hao sat up, reaching out and calling Qingqin. Placing his hand on her upper arm, he leaned close to her shoulder and whispered, do you want to try kissing? This caught her completely off guard. Huging her from behind with a flushed face, he said, last time we kissed, you didn't seem to mind it as much. Zhang Tianqin turned around, forcing an awkward smile as she asked, kissing? Zhang Hao nodded nervously. Yeah, Zhang Tianqin could not help but let a smirk slip, but she managed to squeeze out a few fake tears, wiping them away as she said, thank you, Zhang Hao, for sacrificing so much for me. I promise I'll treat you so well from now on. Zhang Hao leaned in closer with a soft smile, gently lifting her chin. It's not a sacrifice. Honestly, I'm not as innocent as you think, Qingqin. You're so beautiful, I want to kiss you too. Hearing this, her heart skipped a beat and she gasped. Zhang Hao wants to kiss me too, she screamed on. The inside, raising her hand to psych herself up, chanting, desire is 0% of reason. But it was totally useless. Unable to hold back anymore, she grabbed his face and went straight in for a kiss. Muffled, passionate groans filled the air, leaving Zhang Hao utterly shocked by her sudden boldness. Zhang Tianqin was panicking internally. Oh crap, I totally lost control and kissed him out of excitement. Right after, she jumped up, pushing Zhang Hao away and placed a hand over her mouth, letting out an awkward cough. Coughing. Kissing out of nowhere feels kind of weird. Let me mentally prepare myself first. Though confused, he still nodded. Oh, okay, you totally startled me. I was wondering why you suddenly got so aggressive. Zhang Hao thought to himself, breathing a sigh of relief. Then he suggested, how about you just pretend I'm a girl? Meanwhile, Zhang Tianqin was still sweating like crazy, making her look even more flushed and alluring. She looked down at him with passionate eyes and said, okay, let's keep going. I'll try to be more active this time. She gently cupped his chin, parted her cherry lips, and leaned in to lock lips with him. This time, he kissed her back with just as much passion. The kiss was so intense that they were both letting out soft, indescribable noises. As the kiss deepened, Zhang Tianqin's chest pressed tightly against Zhang Hao's body, losing themselves in the passionate embrace. Zhang Hao also started sweating heavily. Suddenly, Zhang Tianqin kissed him so hard that she threw him off balance, and they both tumbled onto the bed. Pinning his hands down, she kept going without breaking the kiss. Completely lost in the sensation, she thought, oh no, I can't stop. I've literally dreamed of kissing Zhang Hao forever, but if we keep going like this, I'm gonna blow my cover. Even while kissing, she was stressing out. Suddenly, a brilliant idea hit her, and she rejoiced. That's it! Pulling away from the kiss she had yearned for so long, she gasped for air. Zhang Tianqin then blurted out, Xiao Yan. Zhang Hao froze in confusion and asked, wait, what? He stared blankly. Kinkin? Who's Xiao Yan? Ignoring his question, she grabbed his face again and went right back to kissing him hungrily. It was getting crazier and more intense by the second. Zhang Hao panicked. Whoa, Kinchin is going way harder than before. Their trembling hands locked together tightly as heavy panting and sweet groans filled the bedroom, creating an incredibly steamy atmosphere. A moment later, Zhang Tianqin finally let go, leaving him gasping desperately for air while she ran her tongue over her lips, breathing with sheer satisfaction. She gasped out, it's a bit awkward, but I can totally handle it. Zhang Hao looked up at her and asked, Chinkin, just now, did you call out a girl's name? Were you pretending I was a girl? Quickly covering her mouth, she stammered, oh, that was just for a split second. Otherwise, it would have felt way too weird. Still completely clueless, he pushed further. Is that Xiaoyan girl someone you actually like? She quickly turned her head away, her nose practically growing like Pinocchio's from lying. Well, I guess so. Zhang Hao thought, annoyed. She was acting so close and intimate with him, yet she still couldn't help calling out someone else's name. It made him feel like absolute trash inside then. Cam pressed her face close to his and said, all right, let's get some sleep. You have school early tomorrow, so I'll hold you tonight. Blushing, he replied. Yeah, while leaning on her shoulder, he suddenly asked, hey, Zhang Tianqin, tell me the truth. Are you really a lesbian? Hearing that, Zhang Tian panicked for a split second before replying, yeah, I wouldn't lie to you. If I am, I'll be your slap. She narrowed her eyes with a playful promise. Zhang Hao was stunned by her answer, utterly speechless. He thought, a slave? Zhang Tianqin immediately pulled his face into her chest and said, now go to sleep. Big sis Cam will sing you a lullaby. Soon her soft humming echoed through the room. But the next morning, the sun was high in the sky, casting a bright, sparkling glow over the houses. Zhang Tianqin was resting her chin on her hand, smiling warmly as she stared at her little brother. She reached out to gently touch Zhang Hao's cheek, whispering to herself, I'm sorry, Zhang Hao. I didn't mean to lie to you like that. I just don't want you to hate me. I really want to be with you, but neither the memories of the past nor the chains of the present will allow it. It felt as though invisible chains were binding her. She gazed at him sadly, then tucked her hair behind her ear, leaned down and kissed his cheek. I can only use my own ways to get what I want. In the future, I'll treat you 10 times better to make up for all the pain I've caused you. Please forgive me, Zhang Hao. The house was bathed in the warm, bright sunlight. Right about then, Zhang Hao let out a massive yawn, tearing up a bit. He stared blankly at the pool in front of him, thinking that yesterday's crazy excitement had left him completely exhausted today. The girls nearby spotted him, blushing and whispering to each other. Whoa, I didn't know Zhang Hao was in this class too. Yes, we get to feast our eyes on some major eye candy today. Totally, he is so hot. Just then, someone walked up to him and called out, hey, Hao. Nuet Ho was warming up nearby, and when she saw him, she also called out, Zhang Hao. Not long showed up, clutching his own body with a totally miserable face and whined, man, I want to skip class. This is so embarrassing. Zhang Hao turned around, frowning, and snapped. Embarrassed about what? Bro, man up and show some balls. The girls standing behind squealed when they saw Zhang Hao. Oh my god, Zhang Hao's body is insane. His proportions are perfect, and he even smells amazing. Who is he trying to hide that body from anyway? He let out a helpless sigh, thinking to himself, damn, now I finally understand how girls feel when they're being leered at by perverts. He scratched his head, turned in Hot Long, and said, sigh, suddenly I really don't want to be in this class anymore. Hot Long, still hugging himself defensively, nervously replied, let's just fake a stomachache right now. Zhang Hao pointed in one direction and said, I'm gonna go find Wet Haw and teach her how to swim privately. It's way better than dealing with these thirsty stares. While Niet Hua was busy stretching, someone called her name. Seeing Zhang Hao walk over, she quickly put one hand on her head, held out the other, and innocently asked, Zhang Hao is swimming, just jumping in and paddling like crazy like this. Seeing how cute she was, he blushed, patted her head, and said gently, nope, you actually need a little technique. Man Wet Hoa, I'll teach you. He demonstrated the movements for her to follow along, adding, before swimming, we absolutely have to warm up. That way our bodies won't lock up or feel uncomfortable when we get in the water. Nuet Ho copied his movements and said, okay. Zhang Hao glanced down at her and blushed. Her sexy figure in the swimsuit was fully on display right in front of him. A moment later, he pursed his lips, looked away, and asked, hey, little Nuet Ho, how come you aren't wearing the swimsuit we bought last time? Nuet Ho's cheeks flushed pink as she looked back at him and asked, Zhang Hao, do you really want to see me wear that one? Caught off guard, he gasped, then scratched his head and laughed nervously, wondering if he actually wanted to see it or not. He immediately looked at her and admitted he did. Nuet Hoa innocently said, actually, I went out and bought a few new ones after that, all based on Huang Vian. Then she suddenly leaned in close to his ear and whispered, if you want to see them, you can come over to my place. That completely stunned him. A moment later, Zhang Hao, looking secretly thrilled but blushing, looked away and replied, oh, okay, I mean mostly because I promised to teach you how to swim and I'd feel bad if I broke my word. Let's do it at your place next time then. After warming up for a bit, Zhang Hao instructed, today we're just getting into the water to get used to the feeling, okay? Okay, she replied. He asked, ready? Nuet Ho replied seriously, ready. She took a deep breath, raising her arms in a ready stance, though her face was still extremely anxious. Zhang Hao watched blankly beside her, but then she suddenly leaped into the pool. Startled, Zhang Hao gasped in shock. A leap of faith. Her jump was so powerful that the splash soaked Zhang Hao's face. The spot where she dove in left a small whirlpool. Speechless, he called out in despair, "Manhwa Hoa, that's not how you get into the water." He frowned as he looked at her shivering inside a black bath towel, looking at him pitifully as she whimpered, "Zhang Hao, I don't want to swim anymore." Helplessly, he thought, and there she goes, wrapping herself up like a burrito again. Then he walked over, wrapped the towel tighter around her, and comforted her. "Hey, it's okay, just relax and take a deep breath first." Nuet Hoa kept her eyes closed, shivering violently. He panicked. "She's shaking way too much." Blushing, Nuet Hoa called his name, grabbed his hand pitifully, and pleaded, "I want to hug you." Startled, he asked, "Are you really that afraid of water?" "We're in the middle of class, we can't hug right now." With tears welling up in her eyes, she whimpered, "When I was little, I snuck out of my room to go for a walk. Then I fell into the pool in our backyard and almost drowned. Ever since then, I've been terrified of water." Zhang Hao wiped away her tears and comforted her. "Sigh, all right, just a quick hug." Without waiting, Nuet Hoa threw off her towel, closed her eyes, pursed her lips, and threw her arms around him with all her might, crying out, "Zhang Hao." She hit him with so much force that his eyes nearly popped out of his skull. He couldn't help but curse. Damn, she is insanely strong. At least she's starting to relax, but every single eye in this place is on us. The other girls were staring right at them, whispering among themselves. Chuang Hao quickly made up an excuse and called out to the teacher, "Miss, Nuet Ho's leg just cramped up. I'm going to help her outside to rest for a bit." The teacher kindly agreed, saying, "A cramp? All right, go take care of her." "Yes, ma'am." Once they got outside the locker room, he sat Nuet Hoa down on a bench and asked worriedly, "Feeling any better?" She closed her eyes and nodded. "Yeah," she sighed dejectedly. "I'm sorry, Zhang Hao. Pools are just too terrifying. I know you wanted me to learn to swim, but I let you down." Zhang Hao comforted her. "Silly girl, why are you apologizing? I'm the one who should say sorry. I knew you were terrified of water, but still pushed you. To make it up to you, let me give you a massage, okay?" As he spoke, he started massaging her calves, telling her he'd do her legs first before moving on to her shoulders. Nuet Hoa's face instantly turned red. Feeling embarrassed, she looked away, then stole a glance down at him and muttered shyly, "Zhang Hao, your massages feel amazing, but don't just do my legs. I want you to rub me somewhere else." Clueless, Zhang Hao looked up and asked, "What do you mean, somewhere else?" But as soon as he saw what she was doing, his face flushed red. Nuet Hoa was shyly pointing right at her chest. "Like, here." Zhang Hao practically choked. "What?" He frowned, snapping at her. "Stop thinking about weird stuff. I'm trying to give you a normal massage here." "Shut down." Nuet Hoa pulled her leg away from Zhang Hao, lifted it up, and pouted. "But I don't want this kind of massage. I want it like that." Totally speechless, he gave her another serious warning. "Guyet Hoa, stop asking for stuff like that. It's broad daylight and we're out in public. Quit thinking about weird things and give me your foot." Nuet Hoa dropped her leg, looking at him with puppy dog eyes as she asked, "But why? Can't we?" Zhang Hao blushed, firing back, "Because that's totally perverted." He tried his best to explain to her that only couples do things like that. And even then, they do it in private. At school with teachers and classmates around, asking a guy to do that is just creepy. You don't want to be a creep, do you? So the answer is no. Hearing this, she froze for a second, then her whole body began to tremble and her eyes welled up with tears. She turned away, looking absolutely devastated. Speechless, Zhang Hao muttered, "Hey, it's not that serious." He thought to himself anyone who didn't know what was going on would think she'd just suffered some tragic loss. Suddenly, with tears streaming down her face, she turned to him and sobbed, "Zhang Hao, I want to be a creep." Zhang Hao was completely defeated. He couldn't help but think, how did the innocent and pure Min Yet Hua turn into this? If we weren't in public, I'd definitely scoop this idiot up and spank her. She really has no filter. Zhang Hao continued his lecture. "Guyet Hua, you only say that because you don't get it. You have no idea how annoying creeps actually are." Guyet Hua put her hands on her head and grumbled, "I don't care. As long as you give me that massage, it's fine. And I'm quitting swimming." Zhang Hao let out a defeated sigh. "Fine, how about this? If you learn how to swim, I'll grant you one wish, okay? But only if it's not anything too crazy." Hearing this, Guyet Hua's eyes lit up. She sat up straight and obediently chirped, "Deal." Zhang Hao buried his face in his hands, speechless. These two girls, meanwhile, at Fuang Hong Group, the sunlight hit the building, making it look massive. Inside her office, someone was forced to work crazy overtime because she spent all day staring at photos of Zhang Hao instead of doing her job. Wei Nan tossed her pen down, rubbing her temples and sighing, "I'm exhausted. It's all because of that little devil, making me lose my focus." Suddenly, she blushed and glanced down at her phone sitting on the desk. "Should I take another look?" She picked it up with a smile, staring at the screen. The photo showed her holding Zhang Hao's face, kissing him passionately. Looking at the picture, her eyes filled with happiness. But then her tired eyes started to drift shut. She murmured his name. Inside an elevator, a hand reached out and pressed the button for the first floor. "Sorry, please hold the door!" A sudden footstep rushed in as a voice called out. Spotting the person inside, they gasped, General! Manager!" He stepped inside, scratching his head nervously. "Are you working late tonight too?" The other person gave a brief reply. "Yeah." Then she asked, "I've seen you a few times. You always seem to be the last one leaving. Is your boss giving you too much work?" The employee replied, "No, not at all. I just want to push myself. I just got promoted to team leader, and with this project in such a critical phase, I can't afford any mistakes. Hearing this, she replied, I see. The elevator fell silent again. Looking at the reflection on the wall, the person standing next to the male employee was a woman. She spoke up again. Since we're always the last ones working late, we've bumped into each other a lot. You seem really familiar. The employee looked confused. She continued, have we met somewhere outside of work before? He turned his head and replied, I don't think so. She went on, if I remember correctly, your name is Zhang Hao. Her eyes narrowed as if studying him. A moment later, Wei Nan's mother stared at the phone screen and smiled. So this is the guy my daughter likes. Wei Nan flinched, snatching her phone back, irritated. Who gave you permission to touch my phone? Anne, what are you even doing here anyway? Mrs. Lian shook her head, closing her eyes as she replied, I was just curious about the guy my daughter likes. Is that a crime? He's quite handsome. Introduce us sometime. Wei Nan's face darkened instantly. She glared at her mother and warned her coldly, I'm warning you, stay away from him. At her daughter's words, her mother's mouth twitched and she sighed in disappointment. Do I really look like the type of mother who would mess with her daughter's crush? I'm just curious. You've met plenty of good-looking guys, so why this Zhang Hao? In the office, the conversation continued as she told her mother, I just like him. There's no special reason. If you're done, you can leave. I have to get back to work. Her mother quickly relented. Fine, fine, you stubborn girl. I'm leaving. Next time, don't sleep at your desk. You'll catch a cold. With a smirk, she stepped out of the office, her eyes flashing with a scheming look. She really has turned into a love-blind fool, just like the rumors say. Guess I found her weakness. Meanwhile, outside on a quiet street, Wei Nan's secretary was sitting blankly in a roadside cafe. Zhang Hao happened to walk by and spot her. He thought, isn't that Nam's secretary? She got suspended last time. Is she still not back at work? She slammed her glass of orange juice onto the table and sighed. Suddenly, a voice called out, Hey there! It was Zhang Hao. He walked up to her and asked, Excuse me, do you have a minute? Seeing him, she gasped in surprise. Oh, Mr. Zhang Hao. He sat down across from her and said, Last time I overheard you and Wei Nan talking. It sounded like you guys used to work under Minwet Ho's grandmother. She nodded. Yeah, that's right. Then she smiled and teased. So is Mr. Zhang Hao finally taking an interest in President Wei? Truong Hao sighed helplessly. I don't really have a choice. She keeps clinging to me, so I kind of have to be. Honestly, I just don't get. Seriously, what the hell does she even see in me? Didn't she used to hate guys? Hearing this, the secretary quickly cleared things up. Actually, Boss Nui doesn't hate guys. It's more like she hates wimps. Her dad was the ultimate pushover, always kissing her mom's feet. Later on, her mom was out partying hard while her dad caught some terminal disease and died alone in the hospital without even a single glance from her mother. Bosny thinks it's all because her dad was such a spineless coward. Nowadays, almost every guy is a total parasite living off of girls. But you, Zhang Hao, you're different. You're strong, like a real woman. The secretary rested her chin on her hands, staring at him. He was completely speechless, thinking to himself, Wait, so if I want Wei Nan to hate me, I just have to play the weak little wimp? The secretary kept going, blowing his mind. Honestly, you should just date her. She'll definitely treat you right. Bosny is ride or die loyal. She hired all her retired army buddies and pays them like 3 or 4 times what normal companies do. If you say yes to her, she'll totally spoil you rotten. She was doing her absolute best to sell her boss, but Zhang Hao couldn't reject fast enough. Hell no, I'm not that lucky. She's way too bossy, and I'm not exactly a pushover either. If we end up together, one of us is definitely going to end up dead from pure rage. Plus, right now, before he could even finish his sentence, a loud voice boomed out, catching both of them completely off guard. Hey boss, I'm buying out the whole place. Wei Nan's mother took off her sunglasses, pushed them up onto her head, and winked at him. Aha, there you are, little boy. Finally found. The secretary gasped in pure panic. Madam, Zhang Hao's jaw literally hit the floor. Wait, what? Right outside, a closed sign was already swinging on the cafe door. Not bad for my daughter's future boy toy. Her voice echoed as 2 absolute beast bodyguards flanked her. Stared straight at Zhang Hao, smirking. Great face, solid build. So, how long have you two been hooking up? Terrified, he scrambled to reply. Whoa, hold on, auntie. You've got it all wrong. I am definitely not dating Wei Nan. She burst out laughing, totally amused. Not dating? So my useless daughter hasn't snagged you yet? Wow, she's weak. Ha ha ha. Zhang Hao was totally speechless at this lady's attitude. Finally, Auntie, is there something you need from me? Her face turned serious. It's not safe to talk out here. Let's take this to a private room. Standing nearby, Wei Nan's secretary started panicking. A private room with Zhang Hao? Oh crap, I have a really bad feeling about this. She quickly stepped in and said, Madam Boss Nui already has plans with Zhang Hao. I'm here to bring him over. If you have business with him, why don't we all head over to Boss Nui's place to discuss it? The woman let out a menacing laugh. Ha! Then curled her index finger, gesturing for her to get closer. Shaking with fear, the secretary stepped up and muttered, Madam. Out of nowhere, the woman's face went dead cold as she threw a massive punch straight into her face, sending her glasses flying and blood spraying everywhere. Zhang Hao was completely frozen by the sudden violence. After knocking her out, the lady casually rubbed her chin, wearing a wicked smirk. Looking down, she muttered, Man, I haven't cracked skulls in ages. Guess I went a little too hard. Sorry about that. All right, now that the pest is out of the way, let's roll, she said, turning to Zhang Hao. He was still standing there, totally dumbfounded. Looking down at the poor secretary bleeding on the floor, his anxiety spiked. What the hell is going on here? He could already smell the massive headache coming. Grimacing, he thought, great, am I dragged into another insanely dangerous mess? She chuckled, looking at him. Well, kid, you're pretty chill. A normal high schooler would have been crying and wetting themselves by now. Keeping his cool, he calmly replied, haha, ever since I got tangled up with your daughter, I've seen wild stuff like this way too often. But inside, he was thinking hard. So this is Wei Nan's real mom, which means she used to be an actual mob boss. She kept going. Exactly. My daughter would never fall for a spineless wimp, but it looks like you aren't too crazy about my daughter either. What's the deal? Don't want to marry into the wealthy Nui family? By now, Zhang Hao had sat down right across from her. He shot back honestly. Look, auntie, I know my limits. I'm just a regular high school kid, not cut out for a big boss like Wei Nan. If there's nothing else, I'm heading home. My folk don't like me staying out too late. Hearing this, she shrugged. If you're in a rush, let's cut the crap. I want to make a deal with you. Her voice dripped with cold calculation. Zhang Hao raised an eyebrow, totally surprised. A deal with me? I'm just a normal high school kid. I don't think I can do much for you. She chuckled, explaining, haha, actually, you're the only one who can pull this off. From what I've seen lately, my daughter is completely head over heels for you. If you make a demand and ask her for a favor, she'd never say no to you. He gasped, completely shocked. Wait, what? Her face twisted into a sinister grin as she laid out her plan. You invite my daughter to Country M under the guise of a vacation. I'll give you a specific address to lure her to. Once she's there, my guys will grab her and put her under lockdown. After that, I'll set you up with a massive fat stack of cash. You can pack up your family, move to another country, and live like royalty for the rest of your life. Zhang Hao frowned, totally baffled. So you want me to help you backstab Wei Nan? What the hell? Isn't she your actual daughter? Why are you trying to ruin her? With a pitch-black expression, she spat out coldly, I want my spot as the family head back. Then she began digging up the past. There's been zero love between us for a long, long time. Flashback to a rainy night. Wei Nan was staring down at a body collapsed at her feet, with a knife driven deep into the floor. The blade was slammed right next to the woman, who was none other than Wei Nan's mom, her entire body covered in nasty, bloody gashes. Zhang Hao raised an eyebrow, voicing his doubts. Sorry if this is too blunt, but isn't Wei Nan doing a killer job running the family? Under her control, the clan has gotten insanely powerful. You're living lavishly, so why the hell do you need to start a war? She just smirked at his naivety. Kid, you just don't get it. Right now, except for piles of cash, I have absolutely nothing left. So, what do you say? You don't even like my daughter anyway. Want to team up and make a big play? He kept his mouth shut, thinking, yeah, right. I'm terrified I'll get that fat stack of cash but end up in a body bag before I can spend a single dime of it. Meanwhile, outside, Wei Nan's secretary was tied tightly to a wooden chair with her goons standing guard over her. The secretary, who seemed totally knocked out, suddenly snapped her eyes open. Her mouth and chin were covered in bruises and cuts. She gritted her teeth, thinking, thank God. I underwent brutal pain tolerance training back in the military, so I didn't black out completely. I have to report this back to Boss Wee right now. Squirming, her bound hands twisted behind her back, desperately trying to loosen the rope. Suddenly, a metallic tracking band with a blinking red light flashed on her wrist. Right then, at Fuang Hong Company. In her office, Wei Nan is going through some paperwork when her phone screen lights up and starts vibrating. She picks it up and asks what the deal is. The voice on the other end urgently reports that the old lady has already cornered Zhang Hao in a private room 24. Hearing this sends a jolt through her and she springs to her feet, gritting her teeth and slamming her hand on the desk, barking out, get the car ready. Meanwhile, Zhang Hao is still doing everything he can to reject her proposal, saying that even if she manages to lock Wei Nan down overseas, taking over as the head of the family won't be a walk in the park. There are bound to be plenty of other people backing Wei Nan up. Sure, they might have had bad blood in the past, but at the end of the day, they're mother and daughter. Why can't they just sit down and talk things out? Internally, he's screaming, please, I don't want to get dragged into doing shady stuff to anyone. Can we just talk some sense into her? But the old woman just spits out toxic, nasty words about her own daughter. That brat is a total ingrate. You'd get more loyalty out of a stray dog than her. She's always picking fights with me over minor crap about her deadbeat dad. We lost the ability to have a civilized chat a long time ago. If I knew she'd turn out to be such a useless piece of trash, I would have never given birth to her in the first place. She sneers, her face twisted with malice. Her venomous words and psycho expression leave Zhang Hao completely speechless. He rolls his eyes hard in his head, thinking, oh, so we're just going to ignore your own massive gambling addiction, huh? Why are some people so insanely self-righteous? Frowning, he doesn't hold back and calls her out. Look, auntie, you're totally crossing the line here. You know Wei Nan holds a grudge because of what happened to her dad. But if you actually cared about your family even a little bit, or showed her some actual love, things wouldn't have blown up into this massive family feud today, right? If you could just swallow your pride, admit your mistakes, and apologize to Wei Nan, then knowing her, this could easily be settled without any bloodshed. Keeping the family together should be the top priority. But if I actually go ahead and help you pull this shady stunt, you two will end up in a brutal, lifelong war. Despite his long speech, it goes completely in one ear and out the other. She just shrugs it off and changes the subject. Listen, kid, are you trying to lecture me into giving up? I thought you hated my daughter's guts, which is why I wanted to bring you over to my side. But why does it feel like you're constantly taking her side? Are you sure you don't have feelings for her? Her gaze grows sharp and predatory. Besides, the second I knocked out her secretary, it was a declaration of war. That secretary is still out of commission. I can easily keep her locked up for another few days. You need to jump on this chance, drag my daughter off to America, grab the cash, and bail. Let me handle the rest. Zhang Hao gives her a cold look, and what if I say no? She lets out a sly, mocking smirk, asking, you won't help? She slowly stands up, adding, why make things hard on yourself when there's serious cash on the line? Then she drops the friendly act and threatens him. If you refuse, both you and your family are going to end up as my hostages. Zhang Hao's eyes instantly turn ice cold. He warns her, threatening me is one thing, but you really think you can mess with my family? He stands up tall. Then I'm sorry, but you've left me with no choice. He raises his hands, falling into a defensive stance. If you're looking for someone to blame yourself for not bringing backup. Her lips curl into a twisted grin. Well, aren't you a tough guy? What, you think you can take me down with brute force? Zhang Hao shoots back coldly, try me and see. Meanwhile, outside, the sky has bled into a fiery sunset crimson as a black car tears down the road. Back at the building, the old lady's two bodyguards freeze in panic as they see who's approaching. Wei Nan struts in, looking cold as ice, backed by her usual squad. She snaps, out of my way. President Nui, they're in there. The secretary, who was sitting inside with her head slumped, perks up at the sound of her voice 24. Spotting Wei Nan walking in, she cries out, President Nui. Exhausted and relieved, she gasps, you're finally here. Zhang Hao was dragged in by the madam a while ago. I'm afraid he might have already. Wei Nan cuts her off, demanding to know which room they are in. The guard standing watch nearby instantly throws his hands up in panic and stammers out, The room at the very end. With the answer in hand, Wei Nan turns to her curly-haired lackey and orders, Untie her, I'm going in alone. You guys guard the door. The guy quickly nods, got it, boss. Having handed out the order, she pushes through the doors, stepping into a long, quiet hallway lined with rooms. Wei Nan can't help but mutter under her breath, that crazy old hag. She walks up to the very last door, raising her hand to turn the knob, when suddenly a voice from inside makes her freeze. What, so it was all just a test? Shocked, she stops in her tracks, her hand hovering silently over the doorknob. Suddenly, a voice echoes in the air. Can you really just fake your feelings? Her mother now starts to explain exactly. Nowadays, anyone who tries to get close to my daughter has an agenda. What kind of girl would fall head over heels for you like this? That's why I wanted to personally see what kind of guy you are. He's totally speechless and grumbles. All that effort just for this? Does Wei Nan know you came to see me? She smiles, but her eyes are filled with sadness as she replies she doesn't. If she did, she'd probably be furious. She's always hated me, so she absolutely loathes me sticking my nose into her business. But this is the first time she's actually liked someone. I was just so curious to see what kind of guy she'd fall for, so I couldn't help myself. Looking at you now, I'd say her taste isn't half bad. Hearing this, Zhang Hao's cheeks flush red, and he has no idea how to respond. She continues, honestly, besides meeting you, I also have a favor to ask. He asks in surprise, what is it? My daughter's birthday is coming up. I want to ask you to hand her the birthday present I prepared. If I give it to her myself, she'll just reject it. Wei Nan is still standing there frozen outside the door, listening to their entire conversation. Zhang Hao thinks to himself, why didn't she just say so earlier? Then he asks his own question, I don't get it. If you care about your family this much, why did you in the beginning? Wei Nan's mother falls silent, lost in thought without replying. A moment later, she tightly clasps her hands and explains, back in my day, so many things were decided by the elders. The Wei family has always been a massive clan, and to ensure prosperity, they needed many heirs. But after Wei Nan's father had her, he fell terminally ill and became infertile. For the sake of the family, my mother started looking for other suitors for me. But I refused and had a massive fight with her, almost cutting ties completely. Back then, my husband chose to support her for the sake of the family, saying he could bear with it. But to me, I felt like my feelings were utterly betrayed. That's why I eventually chose to escape and drown myself in a wild partying lifestyle. As she recounts this, she clutches her hair in deep regret. By the time I snapped out of it, Wei Nan had already grown up. Then she makes her plea. I want to get Wei Nan's forgiveness, so I hope you can help me. Zhang Hao ponders for a moment, then scratches his cheek and declines, sorry, I can't help you with this. Her face falls in disappointment at his response. Zhang Hao offers some advice. If you really want to get Wei Nan's forgiveness, you're going to have to do this yourself. Besides, I feel like no matter how much you try to make up for it now, you can never replace the mother's love she missed out on as a kid. She is completely stunned by Zhang Hao's words. A moment later, outside the room, Zhang Hao opens the door. Wei Nan is still standing right there. Seeing her, he is startled and gasps, Wei Nan, what are you doing here? She just stands there, looking at him with a gloomy expression. Outside, the night has fallen and the city buildings start to turn on their lights, illuminating the dark night. A car is driving down the road. Zhang Hao, sitting inside, looks over at Wei Nan, who is focusing on driving, and asks, so did you hear everything outside just now? Without turning her head, she replies, yeah. Then she continues, sorry, I already warned her, but I didn't think she'd take it upon herself to come find you. He frowns and asks, so what are you going to do about your mother? She immediately interrupts, keep our current relationship, no changes. Then she looks over at him and asks, if your mother suddenly came looking for you, what would you do? Zhang Hao looks away, thinks for a moment, and replies, I'd hope she never comes back. My current family is great. Wei Nan comments on his attitude, you seem pretty satisfied with your current family, huh? Are you that satisfied with your stepsister too? With a slightly confused look, he replies, yeah, pretty much. Why are you asking all this? Wei non-casually replies, nothing. I was thinking you and your family should move in with me. It'll be easier to protect you guys if we're together. It's highly likely that someone will try to use you guys to threaten me in the future. Zhang Hao is shocked by her proposal, and he quickly makes an X with his arms to reject it, shouting, no way, no way. Why on earth should we live with you? Wei Nan, still focusing on the road, calmly says, you're my man. So why can't we live together? He points at himself and fires back, are you crazy? Since when did I become your man? She remains completely unbothered, saying, it's only a matter of time. Hearing this, Zhang Hao yells in anger, what? There's absolutely zero chance between us, you psycho woman. Suddenly, while driving, Wei Nan slams on the brakes, making the tires screech against the asphalt as smoke rises. Startled, Zhang Hao demands, what the hell are you trying to do? She begins to speak, when it came to love, my father chose to compromise and my mother chose to run away. Looking at him, she says dominantly, I won't make the same mistakes they did. Zhang Hao, I'm not letting anyone else have you. She declares, then reaches out to cup his chin. I'll keep chasing you until you finally say yes. Blushing slightly at her actions, Zhang Hao mumbles, your takeaway from all this is way too extreme. Her beautiful lips curve into a smile, her finger gently tracing Zhang Hao's lips as she whispers his name. He brushes her hand away and grumbles, hey, don't push your luck. We're literally in public. Hearing this, she tilts her head and glances at him playfully. Then let's go to my place. Zhang Hao immediately flips her off and snarls, get lost. He turns to warn her, you'd better just behave and take me home. Suddenly, the phone in his hand rings. Seeing who's calling, Zhang Hao's eyes almost pop out of his head. Crap, says Kinkin. He quickly suppresses his panic and picks up. Hello, says Kinkin. On the other end, seeing him answer, she asks, Zhang Hao, where are you? It's so late, why aren't you home yet? Zhang Hao quickly makes up an excuse to cover it up. Cough, 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 I'm at Brother Long's place, got a bit late. I'm on my way back right now. As he speaks, he steals a glance at Wei Nan. She is also watching him intently. After hanging up, he lets out a huge sigh of relief. Then he turns to Wei Nan and says, all right, did you hear that? I need to get home fast. By now, she has looked away, acting indifferent, then smiles and says, has this little fox learned how to lie now? He grumbles back, look who I'm lying for. She looks away again and asks, isn't your stepsister caring a bit too much about you? Zhang Hao blushes and replies, because we're family. Wei Nan asks suspiciously, family? She doesn't buy it. There's no way it's that simple. She continues driving. Meanwhile, back at Zhang Hao's house, he opens the door and walks in calling out, I'm home. Zhang Tianqin comes out and replies, Zhang Hao, you're back. Then he laughs nervously, trying to cover it up. Hey, I was hanging out at Brother Long's place and got a bit late. Suddenly, Zhang Tianqin covered her mouth and whispered, Zhang Hao. Her eyes went completely dark as she muttered, that's so weird. Why would you lie to me? Zhang Hao instantly panicked, his heart skipping a beat, putting the medicine away. Huh? He nervously stammered. Sis, what are you even talking about? Her face was pitch black now. Zhang Tianqin just straight up exposed him. I called Lamb. Not long. And he said you left ages ago. Hearing this, Hao felt like he got struck by lightning. Wait, what? He gasped. Inside, he was losing his mind. Since when did she even have Bro Long's number? Like that. Zhang Tianqin kept going. Zhang Hao, just like you, I grew up in a broken home. Mom works all year round, so I was always so lonely. It wasn't until you and I became a real family that I finally felt what warmth was. I honestly love you more than any little brother in the world. She looked absolutely devastated as she said this. And that scared the absolute crap out of Zhang Hao. Sobbing, Zhang Tianqin went on. But I guess I was just playing myself. You obviously see me as a total stranger. If you don't want me sticking my nose into your business, fine. I'll stop being so annoying. With that, she turned her back on him. Hao was totally lost, not knowing what to do, reaching his hand out in pure desperation. Wait, sis Zhang Tianqin, please just let me explain. He quickly grabbed her arm and pleaded, I am so sorry, sis Zhang Tianqin. The truth is, I just grabbed a bite with a friend, but I was scared you'd worry, so I kept quiet. It's just a regular friend. I figured if I told you she was a girl, you'd totally lose sleep over it. Zhang Tianqin didn't say a single word. Hao kept pleading, I'm really sorry, sis Zhang Tianqin, but she just harshly slapped his hand away and said, Zhang Hao, you need to understand that I actually care about you. Then she walked away. Staring at her back, as she slumped up the stairs, he weakly called out, sis Zhang Tianqin. Hao collapsed onto the floor, totally devastated. Sis Zhang Tianqin, is she really done with me? He screamed internally, tearing at his hair in pure agony. Sis Zhang Tianqin treats me so damn well, and I just went and broke her heart. I'm the worst. Meanwhile, Zhang Tianqin finally made it to her room. She leaned against the door in silence, but a second later, she was screaming with regret. Oh my god, why did I push Zhang Hao away? What if he actually gets mad at me? No, wait. Zhang Tianqin, get a grip. You gotta have some self-confidence. Zhang Hao definitely digs you. I can't just chase him like a simp forever. I need to play hard to get. But after hyping herself up for like 3 seconds, she slumped to her knees, crying. But pushing his hand away like that was way too harsh. If he's actually mad, I'll literally have to beg on my knees for forgiveness. Ugh, why am I like this? Then she got back to business. As for that chick Zhang Hao was lying to protect, I'm going full detective mode tonight. Cut to a living room somewhere. The washing machine door clicked open. Zhang Tianqin reached her hand inside, pulling out the exact shirt Zhang Hao was wearing earlier. She brought it to her nose, taking a deep, intense sniff. Wait, this scent, It smells exactly like the perfume on those clothes I burned last time. Did they already hook up back then? Then it hit her. Could it be that girl, Manhwa? Meanwhile, Hao was scratching his head and yawning, looking absolutely dead tired. He groaned, Dad, it's the weekend. Why are we up so early? Where are we even going? His dad snapped, We're picking up your aunt today. All you do is sleep. His stepmom tried to chill things out. Oh, let him be. Kids these days love sleeping in. Zhang Tianqin looked at him and chimed in. If you're still tired, Zhang Hao, you can just catch some Z's in the car. He awkwardly nodded. Ah, sure, thanks. Inside, he was stressing out. Man, I really need to find a way to talk to sis Zhang Tianqin. Then he started wondering, wait, what are my aunt and cousin like in this universe? I remember my cousin being this ultra-cool, handsome dude. It's been forever. He felt a bit nostalgic. Suddenly, his dad spun around and asked, Who is that kid? Why is she staring at us like that? Hao looked over and his eyes went wide. Holy crap, Niwa, he blurted out. Right at that moment, Zhang Tianqin was already giving the girl a massive death stare. Hao stammered, What are you doing here? Nguyen Ho was rocking a super cool, modern-style traditional outfit with a high ponytail, looking like an absolute baddie. She was staring right back. His dad leaned in and whispered, Zhang Hao, who's the chick? Hao, making a face like a grumpy old man, muttered, Just a friend. He walked over to her and asked, Guyet Hoa, what are you doing here? Did something happen? She smiled, holding up a ticket. I stopped by to see if you wanted to check out that exhibition with Aunt Duong Pham. She looked honestly adorable. His dad nudged his wife and whispered, Looks like she's the one chasing our boy. The stepmom. Sweet dropped, replying, Yeah, kids are so bold these days, pulling up right to the house. The two of them stared at Hao and Nguyen Hoa with pure curiosity. Meanwhile, Zhang Tianqin was giving her a literal demon glare, looking ready to rip Nguyen Hoa to shreds. Hao quickly cleared his throat and introduced them. Guyet Hoa, this is my dad, mom, and my sister. Nguyen Hoa's eyes lit up. She tucked her hair behind her ear and gave a super polite bow. Hello, Mr. and Mrs. Truong, and hello, sis. Sorry to crash your morning. I'm Man Nguyen Hoa. Nice to meet you all. His parents smiled back. Well, hello there. She's actually so polite, his stepmom whispered. Nguyen Hoa immediately thought of her butler's advice. The butler's love guide actually works. Step 1 of bagging a guy. Win over his family and friends first. You gotta be active if you want to lock him down. Suddenly, a pair of legs stepped right up to her. Man Nguyen Hoa, is it? You like Zhang Hao and want to date him? The person asking was none other than Zhang Tianqin, getting right in her face. Nguyen Hoa stared back, her eyes turning sharp. Then she raised her hand, pointed at herself and declared, Yep, I like Zhang Hao more than anyone else. This confession absolutely shook his parents and Hao to the core. Zhang Tianqin, keeping her cool, said, Let me tell you right now, you two are absolutely not. But before she could finish, his dad cut her off. Zhang Hao, I told you already, no high school dating. Hao panicked, waving his hands frantically. No, Dad, you've got it all wrong. Let me explain. He scrambled for an explanation. Guyet Hoa just started attending real school this year. Before this, she was homeschooled, so she has zero social skills and doesn't know how to talk to people. Since she was struggling, me and Long decided to help her out. She's just super grateful. It's not romantic at all. His dad smirked, clearly not buying it. Yeah, right. Like I'd believe that. She literally pulled up to our house, dude. Do you think I'm an idiot? With that, he turned to Nyet Hoa, warning her. Min Nyet Hoa, right? Thanks for liking my precious baby boy, but I really don't want him dating while he's still in high school. You can crush on him, but do not pursue him. Zhang Hao, sweating buckets, tried to salvage the situation. Guyet Hoa, we have relatives visiting today, so it's kind of awkward. Let's talk later, okay? She obediently replied, He then turned to his dad and said, Dad, aren't we supposed to go pick up Auntie? Let's get going. We can deal with this later. His dad just turned away, ignoring him. Finally catching on, Nyet Hoa scratched her head, looking clueless, and asked, Wait, no dating? His mom immediately replied in a serious tone, You can date anyone else, of course, but absolutely not with my Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao ruffled his hair in frustration and cried out, Mom, Dad, don't worry. We're still kids. We aren't even thinking about that stuff. Who can date whom anyway? Let's hurry and pick up Auntie. Zhang Tianqin finally turned around and said, Mom, Dad, don't worry. Leave this to me. You guys go pick up Auntie first. I'll take this little friend home. The mom replied, Thanks, Zhang Tianqin. Sorry to trouble you. Zhang Tianqin then flashed a friendly smile at Nyet Hoa. Hey, little sis, let's go. Suddenly, as if remembering something, the mom panicked. Wait, that's not right. Zhang Tianqin leaned in close to Nyet Hoa's face and said, Guyet Hoa, you're full of surprises. Zhang Tianqin was startled, analyzing this scent. Meanwhile, her mom was already fuming with rage at the sight of this intimacy. She thought, Yep, this little lesbian of mine definitely likes her. Zhang Tianqin reached out, cupped Nyet Hoa's chin, and cooed as the girl worriedly shrank back. It's okay, you still have me. Sis loves you. Watching her daughter's moves, the mom cursed inwardly. Zhang Tianqin, you sly brat, don't think I don't know what you're plotting. She then grabbed Zhang Tianqin's hood and angrily dragged her away. Hold on, get over here. Today is the first time meeting your aunt. It's super important. She shrieked in panic. Huh? Zhang Hao helplessly waved his hand at Nyet Hoa and told her, Guyet Hoa, you should head home. Today really isn't a good time. She obediently replied, Okay, bye Zhang Hao. Then once again, she bowed deeply to the three elders and politely greeted them. Goodbye Zhang Hao's dad, mom, and big sister, leaving all three of them wide-eyed in shock. The mom sighed in admiration. She's so pretty, just a bit too polite. The dad closed his eyes helplessly. Seems like she had quite an unusual upbringing. As for Zhang Tianqin, she seemed to have figured out what she was curious about. It wasn't the scent on her. Could there be another girl close to Zhang Hao? Who on earth is it? At this thought, her expression darkened even more. I must talk to Zhang Hao right away. Scene cuts to the train station. Zhang Hao's dad saw someone and waved, shouting, "Sis, over here!" Zhang Hao, looking like he'd just seen something terrifying, couldn't help cursing inwardly. Damn it. A woman walked up, happily calling out Kwa Kwan. Behind her was someone who looked neither like a guy nor a girl, complaining with a tired face. "Mom, wait for me. Why are you walking so fast?" Zhang Hao screamed in his mind, "Where's my cool, handsome cousin?" Standing in front of him was a sissy, weak boy dressed like a girl, whining, "I'm exhausted." Back at Zhang Hao's house, voices echoed from inside. Zhang Hao is getting more and more comfortable. The five of them were sitting together, catching up. His aunt asked, "I bet you have tons of girls crushing on you, huh?" The mom laughed happily and replied, "Right? Haha, they even chase him all the way to our doorstep." The cousin winked and chimed in, "My cousin Zhang Tianqin is super cool too." "Aunt Trong, you're so blessed." She laughed and replied, "Haha, absolutely. I'm sure Zhang Tianqin has plenty of admirers too." The mom's face turned pale as she forced a laugh. "Haha, probably." She then glanced over, telepathically pleading with her daughter, "That handsome boy, Tran just showed he likes you. Do something already." Meanwhile, Zhang Tianqin's face remained utterly cold and indifferent. Feeling that the conversation was going nowhere, Zhang Hao stood up to slip away. "You guys chat, I'm gonna go help Dad cook." Stepping out of the room, he let out a huge sigh. Phew, unable to get used to this world. "Give me back my gentle, sweet aunt." Suddenly a voice startled him. Zhang Hao. His cousin appeared behind him, winking. "Little Zhang Hao is all grown up. You've become such a handsome boy. I'm so jealous," he replied to his cousin. Then his cousin nudged his shoulder and said slyly, "Little Hao, when you grow up, big bro Tran will take you out to pick up girls." Zhang Hao wearily thought to himself, "Bro Tran, looking like that, you're the one who's going to get picked up." He then turned and asked, "Why aren't you hanging out with Auntie Bro Tran?" His cousin turned away, pouting. Those women only know how to gossip about money and men. What's so fun about that?" Hearing this, he suggested, "Well then let's go help Dad cook." His cousin cried out in shock, "Huh? Why are you helping with cooking? You'll turn into an ugly old husband if you keep doing that." He then shook Truong Hao's arm, urgently warning him, "Let me tell you, you're so pretty. You just need to focus on being cute and beautiful. How could hands like ours cook? We need to marry rich and just lie around living the sweet life." As he spoke, his cousin grabbed both of Zhang Hao's hands and lifted them up. He quickly yanked his hands back, laughed dryly, and said, "It's fine. I only help when Dad needs me." His cousin still tried to persuade him, "Anyway, just stay away from the kitchen." Nowadays, so many women learn to cook just to please men. Then his cousin said, "Let's not stand here. Take me to your room so we can sit." Zhang Hao replied, "Sure," and they both went upstairs. Once Bro Tran sat down on his bed, he commented, "The bed is decent, but Zhang Hao's room is too simple. It doesn't feel like a boy's room at all." "Are you sure this isn't your sister's room?" Zhang Hao firmly replied, "Nope, my sister's room is next door. I actually quite like this simple style." His cousin looked around, then winked and pouted. "No makeup products at all. Not cute. At all. You won't get a lover like this, Zhang Hao." "Zhang Hao, do you have a girlfriend yet?" his cousin suddenly asked. Zhang Hao honestly replied, "Not yet." Taking the chance to brag, his cousin pointed to his outfit and said, "Look, all these clothes I'm wearing were bought by my girlfriend." Seeing his cousin act like this, Zhang Hao was utterly flabbergasted and tried to brush it off. "Yeah, I see." In his head, he thought, "Seems like my cousin is a bit of a gold digger." Suddenly, his cousin blushed, looked up and asked, "So does your sister treat you well? Does she have a boyfriend yet?" Zhang Hao naively replied, "She treats is really good to me. Sis doesn't have a boyfriend yet, but I bet there's a whole line of guys chasing after her. A while back, I ran into this one clingy dude who just wouldn't let go, and then so full of regret, huh? Sucks that she even pretended to be my girl just to reject that poor bastard." The cousin put his hand on his chin, his eyes glazed over with infatuation as he said, "My mom told me she's a famous genius in the medical field, and her body is absolutely smoking hot. If it were me, I'd be totally into her too." Zhang Hao was shocked to hear this. "No way, cousin. Don't you already have a girlfriend? You literally just bragged to me about her." Seeing Zhang Hao's expression, the cousin shrugged it off and said, "Don't look at me like that. I'm an outstanding, handsome, grown-up man. I have the right to keep my options open." Zhang Hao broke into a cold sweat and thought, "God help me, I need to stay far away from this dude." Suddenly there was a knock on the door, followed by a voice calling out, "Zhang Hao, can I come in?" Zhang Tianqin opened the door, stepping inside looking gorgeous as she said, "Zhang Hao, cousin, dinner's ready. Let's head down and eat." The cousin blushed, winking at her as he replied, "Thanks, cousin. Let's go down." Then, watching him act like this, Zhang Hao cursed in his head, "Holy crap, what a fake piece of work. You sure know how to act." Zhang Tianqin happily replied, "Don't be so polite. We're family. Why don't you head down first, cousin?" The cousin coyly and cheerfully replied, "All right, thanks for the trouble, Zhang Tianqin." Then she turned to Zhang Hao and said, "Hey, about earlier, my attitude really wasn't that great. I was thinking if you have some time later, can we talk privately?" Zhang Hao didn't decline and replied, "Sure, I actually want to talk to you too." Zhang Tianqin's mood instantly brightened up as she asked, "Are you free after dinner?" Zhang Hao, feeling a bit of the tension from the last few days melt away, scratched the back of his neck and replied right away, "Yeah, I'm free." Excited, she said, "Awesome, let's go eat then." He nodded, "Sounds good." After a while, they finished eating and set their chopsticks down. Zhang Hao spoke up, I'm done eating. Sitting next to him, Zhang Tianqin looked surprised. She was about to say something happy when suddenly his phone rang. Zhang Hao stood up and excused himself. Sorry, I need to take this call. He immediately answered, hello, who is this? On the other end, a voice replied, is this student Zhang Hao? Your item has been repaired. Hearing this, he cheered happily. Oh, sweet. When can I swing by to grab it? Also, how much is the damage? The other side replied, you can come by anytime. Your girlfriend already paid for it, and she left a note here. Zhang Hao was so shocked he couldn't believe his ears, pulling the phone away from his ear as he blurted out, say what? He was totally baffled, wondering when the hell he even got a girlfriend, thinking to himself, whose girlfriend? With an awkward smile, he said to the family, sorry, I've got to run some errands real quick. Zhang Hao's dad grumbled, seriously, this kid is always running off. Zhang Tianqin wanted to stop him. Zhang Hao, but she held herself back. No. Zhang Tianqin had to restrain herself. She couldn't try to control Zhang Hao like she used to. So she gently warned him, just come back early, we'll be worried. Zhang Hao softly replied, got it, I'll be right back. He let out a sigh of relief, thinking, thank God, I thought sis Zhang Tianqin was going to blow her fuse again. The green tea cousin whined and showered Zhang Tianqin with fake praise. Wow, you're so sweet and caring, cousin. You really look out for your little brother. Zhang Tianqin gave a polite but distant reply, not really caring. You flatter me, cousin. It's just what family does. Sensing an opening, the green tea cousin decided to fan the flames. Well, I just got here, but with Zhang Hao being so handsome, maybe that call just now was some admirer asking him out on a hot date. You've got to keep him on a tight leash. I'll have a talk with him. We absolutely have to watch out for bad influences out there. Zhang Tianqin coldly replied, you're right, cousin. As the temperature in the room plummeted, the green tea cousin shivered and broke into a cold sweat under Zhang Tianqin's icy gaze, realizing he might have completely messed up. Zhang Tianqin flashed a chilling, dangerous smile and said, no need for you to worry, cousin. I'll handle Zhang Hao myself. At the porcelain shop, the staff smiled politely and said, apologies, the owner is away at an exhibition, but your bowl has been repaired. As she spoke, she wrapped up the porcelain bowl and handed it to Zhang Hao. He suddenly remembered, oh right, what did Manhwa say this morning? Duong Pham is hosting an exhibition. The staff member handed the package to Zhang Hao with a card attached to it. Here you go. Zhang Hao took it and said, all right, thank you. He held the card up, totally confused. Huh? What's this? Written on the card was, I paid the repair fee for you. Once you get this, come find me. Signed, Wei Nan. He thought to himself, figures it was her. The nerve of this girl, claiming to be my girlfriend. Zhang Hao crumpled the note, a fake smile plastered on his face while feeling a cold rage inside. Sorry for the trouble, I'll take this now. The shop assistant gasped, startled by his expression. Sure, go ahead, she thought to herself. Damn, this kid has some serious attitude, wonder if his girl can handle him. At President Ni's company, Zhang Hao stormed into Wei Nan's office, slamming the door open. Wei Nan was still calmly working. Zhang Hao blurted, I'm here, she asked without looking up. Why didn't you knock? Zhang Hao stubbornly snapped, fine, then I'm leaving. Still leisurely browsing her document, she said, wait until I'm done, then stay for dinner. Zhang Hao sighed in exasperation. Sigh, I'm busy today, the bowl is fixed. Just tell me how much you're willing to pay me back. Oh, and go ahead and deduct the repair cost. If you won't pay a decent price, I'm just going to auction it off and pay you back in cash. Wei Nan barely paid attention to anything Zhang Hao said. Just hand it over since it's fixed. What do you want to eat? I'll have someone order it. Zhang Hao felt completely helpless. This is how they always were. He'd talk about his thing, and she'd talk about hers. Being around her was utterly exhausting. Zhang Hao raised the bag high, stubbornly declaring, if you're not going to give me a price, I'm taking it back. Once it's auctioned off, I'll pay back every single penny I owe you. Wei Nan stood up from her desk. Hold on. She walked over to Zhang Hao. Zhang backed away in a panic. Whoa, what are you doing? Wei Nan grabbed the bag from his hand. Give it to me. Then she slammed the bowl straight into the trash can. She crossed her arms and demanded, all right, have dinner with me and we'll call it even. Zhang Hao turned pale and stood there completely frozen. He stared at the shiny trash can still wobbling from the impact. He remembered how hard he had worked, risking his life and getting beaten to a pulp just to scrape together some cash. And for this broken bowl, he had literally put his life on the line. Overwhelmed with grief, he cried out, if you don't want it, give it to me. He lunged toward the trash can, tears streaming down his face. This is a fortune. Wei Nan yelled to stop him. Hey, the trash can is filthy. It's just a cheap piece of junk antique. It's barely worth anything. She rushed over and grabbed his arm to hold him back. I already said you don't have to pay me back. But Wei Nan must have gripped too hard because a sharp crack echoed as Zhang Hao's wrist dislocated. Startled, she quickly let go. Huh? She panicked, worried she had seriously injured him. Zhang Hao screamed in agony, my arm is broken. He felt utterly crushed and defeated. Damn it, I'm so done with this shit. Seriously, why the hell am I so weak? Wei Nan worriedly grabbed Zhang Hao's hand to inspect it. Doesn't look like a joint injury. No dislocation, no swelling. It's probably just a sprain. Just to be safe, I'm still going to call a doctor over to check you out. Zhang Hao kept quiet, thinking, then suddenly asked, I've got a question. You're a retired Special Forces soldier, so how is your skin so damn perfect? Did you actually go to a real battlefield? Wei Nan massaged Zhang Hao's hand, looking like she just remembered some bad memory. Yeah, I did. Almost died, actually. Curious? Stay over tonight and I'll tell you all about it. Zhang Hao quickly pulled his hand back, refusing. Nah, I was just curious. That's all. It's fine if I don't know. I'm heading out. With that, he stood up ready to leave. Wei Nan stopped him. Stay for dinner. Zhang Hao frowned and shook his head. Look, you're way too stubborn. Wei Nan said seriously, I've read your novel. The world you described in there feels incredibly real. Stay for dinner. I want to talk to you. Zhang Hao wondered what the hell this woman had to do with the blood moon. He shyly scratched his head as his stomach started growling. Giving in, he sat back down on the sofa. Who knew my novel was that good? Look at me having a fan now. All right, fine, let's talk. Zhang Hao thought to himself. He was in such a rush to clear things up with Sister Kinkin at lunch that he only got to eat a few bites. Wei Nan smirked proudly. She pulled out her phone and called her assistant. Hey, prep dinner for 2. Zhang Hao was surprised. Turns out that's how she is 10. He realized Wei Nan was the total cold outside, warm inside type. Once she hung up, Wei Nan put her phone down, thought for a second, and said, Hey, little fox, what's it going to take to get you to stay tonight? Zhang Hao blushed, stammering, Don't push your luck. Wei Nan pulled up her skirt, showing off her endless legs and smoking hot curves, and said, Your eyes are totally lying. Don't think I don't know you've been sneaking peeks at my thighs. Zhang Hao blushed, stuttering to explain himself. President, Wei's clothes are super expensive. A broke guy like me staring is totally normal, okay? Wei Nan quickly pinned Zhang Hao down, leaning in close on top of him, her hands resting authoritatively on his shoulders. Zhang Hao said, totally flustered. Stop, can't you control yourself for once? Wei Nan smirked, full of confidence. Control? Why the hell should I control myself? You were born to be mine. Hearing that, Zhang Hao snapped. Huh? Born to be yours? What kind of crazy nonsense is that? Have you been reading too many romance novels? Get off of me! Zhang Hao slapped Wei Nan's butt hard. After slapping her butt, he blushed with excitement and thought, damn, that's nice. Sitting on top of Zhang Hao, Wei Nan yelled embarrassedly, So you want to do this the hard way, huh? Zhang Hao yelled back, Bring it on. Who's scared of who? A wild woman like you needs to be taught a lesson. Watch me spank your butt red. Zhang Hao tried to push Wei Nan off, but almost didn't budge at all. Feeling utterly helpless, it was like trying to push a brick wall. What the hell did she eat to grow up this strong? Wei Nan tried to call a truce. All right, don't push yourself. Your hand is sprained. Don't go hurting yourself again. Zhang Hao took the chance to shove Wei Nan away. Stop clinging to me. We're not meant for each other. Wei Nan smirked. Let me tell you why I've been researching the blood moon. Meanwhile, at Zhang Hao's house, his green tea cousin stretched tiredly. Seems like Zhang Tianqin doesn't give a crap about me. And here I thought I could score a romantic thing with her. Suddenly, he spotted Manhwa walking up. Damn, she's gorgeous! His eyes lit up as he rushed over to introduce himself, thinking his lucky streak with women had finally arrived. He waved and said in a friendly voice, Hey there, what are you doing here? Manhwa kept her head down, completely ignoring him as she walked past into the house. Left standing at the door completely frozen, he felt like a total clown. Did she just reject me? He quickly sniffed himself to make sure his cologne didn't smell weird. Just then, Zhang Hao's parents peeked out to see what all the noise was. His dad asked, Chen, what are you doing standing at the door? But when his dad saw Manhwa, he was totally shocked. Wait, aren't you? He got angry and scowled. What the hell are you doing here? The green tea cousin still had no clue what was going on. He just stood there, fixing his look and touching up his lip balm. Manhwa bowed. Hello, Zhang Hao's dad. The dad was totally confused, wondering what the hell this kid was up to. Just then, Zhang Hao's mom heard the commotion and ran out. What's going on? What happened? Manhwa said seriously, Uncle, Auntie, these are some gifts for you. She pulled out several gift boxes from her bag. Handing them over, she said, This one is for Zhang Hao, the second is for Mom, the third is for Dad, and the fourth is for his sister. Before Manhwa could even finish, Zhang Hao's dad shut her down. Just give it up. Our Zhang Hao is still too young. There's no way we're letting him get into a relationship now. Zhang Hao's mom strongly agreed. Exactly. If you don't stop, don't blame us when we call your parents and teachers. The green tea cousin was screaming inside. This literal angel of a girl was actually chasing after Zhang Hao. Manhwa said seriously, No, I don't want to date Zhang Hao. I just want to stay by his side for the rest of my life, always being best friends. Hearing this, Zhang Hao's parents were completely speechless. Stay together for life? Best friends? Do you take us for fools? Zhang Hao's mom thought, Damn, how can this girl say such shameless things with a straight face? Manhwa bowed, holding the gifts up high. Please, allow me to be friends with Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao's mom felt a bit bad for her, but for Zhang Hao's sake, she couldn't go soft. She had to play the bad guy. She refused and told Yuehua to leave. Listen, dear, just leave and keep your distance from Zhang Hao from now on. With that, she turned back inside, grabbing her husband's hand to pull him in with her. The green tea cousin schemed, thinking he could comfort the girl now to easily win her over. But Manhwa wasn't giving up. No way. Zhang Hao's mom turned around and asked, No way? Yuehua's eyes filled with tears. To me, Zhang Hao is someone truly special. I want to be his friend and stay by his side forever. Please. Meanwhile, back at Wei Nan's office, Zhang Hao asked what the hell she was trying to say. Wei Nan recalled, Back when I was on a mission, I took a fatal hit. Just when I thought I was a goner, I saw this crazy rare sight, a blood-red moon. After that, I had this incredibly long dream. After I woke up, I had miraculously survived, all thanks to that blood moon. Zhang Hao was stunned. Huh? He thought to himself, that's completely different from my own experience. He then said, maybe it was just a hallucination from being so badly hurt. You survived, but why assume it was because of the blood moon? Wei Nan brushed it off. I told you it was a fatal wound. Modern medicine couldn't save me. Since then, I've always researched this bizarre phenomenon. It's bizarre. It wasn't until I saw the blood moon for the second time not too long ago that you suddenly showed up out of nowhere. At the dining table, Wei Nan kept talking to Zhang Hao. Until I saw the blood moon for the second time not too long ago, you suddenly appeared right in front of my eyes. The more I hung out with you, the more I realized that every single thing you didn't match my background check on you at all. Plus, after reading your web novel, that world you wrote about was just way too similar to my dreams. My gut instinct told me that maybe you and that blood moon are somehow connected. Zhang Hao was stunned, never expecting Wei Nan to have gone through something like this. Right then, she stood up, startling the crap out of Zhang Hao as she started unbuttoning her shirt. Zhang Hao freaked out and yelled, "What the hell? Why are you stripping?" Wei Nan just pointed to her ribcage and said, "Back then I got severely injured right here. My internal organs were completely ruptured, but now there isn't even a single scar. I just want to know why, out of all those dead people, I'm the only one who made it out alive. Is the world in your novel actually real?" Zhang Hao thought to himself, looks like he had no choice but to team up with her, or else she'd never let this go. He sighed and said honestly, "All right, fine, I'll tell you what I know, but on one condition." Wei Nan instantly agreed. "Deal, spill it," Zhang Hao said. "I can help with your research later, but only in my free time. Also, you're not allowed to go near my family without permission, and absolutely no using me for some crazy dissection experiment." Wei Nan almost went totally feral hearing that. "Hey, I'm not that unreasonable," Zhang Hao shuddered, thinking to himself that these rich corporate elites are always shady. Hao realized he'd have to deal with Wei Nan a lot more from now on. He finally came clean. "Yeah, you're right. I'm not actually from this world. After looking at that blood moon, I woke up and found myself stuck in this world." Meanwhile, at Zhang Hao's house, Manhwa was stubbornly standing outside the front door, refusing to leave. Zhang Hao's dad was totally baffled. "Why is this kid so stubborn?" And she looked so spaced out, holding her backpack under the scorching sun for way too long. Softening up, Zhang Hao's dad said, "Look, if you don't have any bad intentions toward Zhang Hao, his mom and I obviously won't stop you guys from being friends." Manhwa perked up and said, "Uncle Zhang Hao is my absolute best friend. I really don't have any bad intentions." Zhang Hao's dad thought her smile looked incredibly awkward, realizing Zhang Hao was right about her being terrible at socializing. He gently advised her, "That's good to hear. You should head home now. It's getting late." He didn't want her family to worry. Manhwa begged, "Can I just come inside for a little bit to see Zhang Hao?" Zhang Hao's dad said apologetically, "Zhang Hao's actually not home. Didn't you ask him before coming over?" Manhwa froze, then said, "In that case, please accept this gift, uncle." Zhang Hao's dad politely replied, "Oh, thank you. That's very thoughtful of you." Drenched in sweat, Yuehua left with a satisfied smile. Zhang Hao's parents just stared, totally speechless. This kid was seriously something else. Back inside, the family opened Manhua's gift to see what was inside. Zhang Hao's mom picked up a ring, a diamond ring. "Is this seriously a diamond ring? It must be a fake, right? But wow, it's gorgeous." The green tea cousin scoffed inwardly, thinking, "What's the point? Ugh, what a waste of such a pretty face, only to end up buying cheap knockoffs." Zhang Hao's mom held up a necklace to inspect it. Zhang Hao told us she was a down-to-earth girl, but who knew she'd give us these kinds of cheap fake things? Zhang Hao's dad tried on one of the rings and exclaimed, "Even if it's fake, it looks high-end. The craftsmanship is insane. It looks exactly like the wedding ring you gave me." Just then, Zhang Tian walked in. Seeing everyone gathered around, she asked cheerfully, "Is everyone hanging out here? It's so lively in here. Oh, who got you guys all this jewelry?" Zhang Hao's mom sighed. "It's from that friend of Zhang Hao's who came by this morning. I honestly don't even know what to say." The cousin, playing with the rings on the table, sneered, "This entire table of stuff is obviously fake. Wearing knockoffs in public will just make people call you vain. It's so embarrassing." Zhang Tian walked over and stared down at the ring, saying, "Wait, is this a sapphire? It doesn't look fake at all." She picked it up to examine it closely. This didn't seem like any ordinary sapphire. It had to be a national-grade sapphire. It's incredibly valuable and not even available on the open market, easily worth tens of millions. The three of them were completely dumbfounded. "How much?" Back at the dining table, Zhang Hao set down his fork and knife, calmly explaining, "I am Zhang Hao, but at the same time, I'm not." "Wait." "Now I'm processing this," murmured. "So, parallel dimensions and reverse worlds are actually real. In your world, guys chase girls and guys walk around shirtless, keep mistresses, and play the field." Zhang Hao confirmed, "Exactly. Even though I take relationships seriously, I'm still just a regular guy. If I see a hot girl, of course I'm going to stare. I only wear swim trunks at the beach, but in this world, I'm treated like some clueless, fragile boy. You're not down with that. You should probably stop wasting your time on me. Plus, I might actually return to my old world one day. Honestly, you're a great girl and I don't want to hurt you. Go find a normal guy." Wei Nan suddenly chimed in. "Wait, if you really came from that world, then taking off your shirt right now shouldn't be a big deal for you, right?" Zhang Hao was completely thrown off by her train of thought. "Well, yeah, if the weather is boiling hot, guys in my world literally walk around outside shirtless." Wei Nan immediately imagined a bunch of shirtless guys with shredded six-pack abs looking all seductive. Her face flushed red. Wait, shirtless in public? She couldn't stop picturing a crowd of shirtless guys wandering the streets. Just how wild and shameless were the men in his world anyway? Feeling incredibly flustered, she challenged him. "Then prove it. Take off your shirt right now, or I'll just assume you're bluffing." Zhang Hao got fired up. "Oh, you want me to strip? Fine, I'll strip. What do I have to lose? I'll show you what a real man looks like." But as soon as Zhang Hao saw the eager, hungry look in Wei Nan's eyes, he suddenly realized, crap, he might have walked straight into a trap. Wei Nan's eyes were practically sparkling, staring at him without even blinking. Zhang Hao started panicking, but there was no backing out now. Gritting his teeth, he was about to do it when a wave of dread hit him. Why on earth was he feeling so incredibly embarrassed? It's literally just taking off a shirt. Then it hit him. Did the moon god say that if his mission failed, he'd be assimilated? Was this world's common sense already starting to warp his brain? Meanwhile, Wei Nan sat there trying to suppress her wild imagination, her face burning red. She forced out, well, are you going to take it off or what? What's the holdup? Didn't you say you guys do this casually all the time? Zhang Hao stuttered, Then, with a sudden burst of courage, he grabbed the hem of his shirt and yanked it up. Fine, you want it. You got it. Looking at him, Wei Nan desperately tried to fight down her mounting thirst. This was a shirtless guy right in front of her. She shivered. This was way too intense. Panting heavily, she muttered, all right, the guys in your world are seriously something else. You can put your shirt back down now. I'm about to lose my mind here. Zhang Hao cried internally. He felt like he had just lost something incredibly precious. Even if he couldn't put his finger on what it was literally just a shirt. Yet his body was instinctively resisting the act of showing skin. There was definitely something wrong with him. Meanwhile, Wei Nan calmly wiped away a nosebleed and said, all right, from now on, we're in this together. We're on the same team now, so let's make this work. Zhang Hao calmly said, listen, if nothing's going on, stop bugging me, all right? I'm super busy. Thanks for the free food, though. Next time's on me. I've got things to do, so I'm out of here. Wei Nan tried to tempt him, saying, can't you stay tonight? Just stay, and you can name your price. Zhang Hao quickly stormed off. No way in hell, I'm not agreeing to anything. Wei Nan sighed in disappointment. Tsk. Back at Zhang Hao's place, Zhang Tian picked up the ring and thought to herself, sapphire symbolizes loyalty and constancy. Manhwa actually gave Zhang Hao something this damn expensive without asking for anything in return. Since that's the case, I can totally use my money-grubbing, troublesome cousin. She turned and glanced at her green tea cousin, who was currently drooling over the pile of jewels, daydreaming about some romantic fairy tale. Is it too late to ask that cute girl from earlier for her socials? These jewels are so gorgeous. One evening, a gorgeous sunset cast its glow over Zhang Hao's house. At that moment, he was dragging his messy, disheveled self through the front door, immediately spotting his parents. Hey, Mom, Dad, I'm home! His dad looked extremely worried, rushed over and scolded him. Why the heck are you getting home so late? Do you have any idea how worried we were? Then he wiped that worried look off his face to question his precious son. Pointing at the table piled high with diamonds, gems, and jewelry, he asked him with a super suspicious look, that friend of yours who came by this morning? She left this whole pile of jewelry, and your sister said 80% of it is definitely real. We can't possibly accept something this insanely valuable, son. Zhang Hao's eyes went wide and he let out a shocked, huh? As he stared at the glittering jewels beautifully packed in a luxury box. Meanwhile, his sister Kinkin had a dark, sour face as she glared at the stash. Eventually, Kinkin couldn't hold it in anymore and threw some serious shade at him. Wow, that girl's really something. Not only is she gorgeous, but her family is loaded too. His dad was also caught off guard by her sarcastic comments. His expression slowly shifted, turning dead serious. He said in a stern voice, absolutely not. He turned to look at Zhang Hao, scolding him like a parent trying to set a delinquent kid straight. Zhang Hao, you can't go falling for that girl just because she's rich. You two are strictly to remain ordinary friends. We are men of honor and we need to have some self-respect. Got that? Hearing his dad say this, Zhang Hao quickly held up his phone towards him and tried to explain. I get it, Dad. She and I are seriously just regular friends. I'm calling her right now to get her to come back and take all this stuff back. His cousin rested his chin on his hands, sighing as he stared at the pile of jewels. Man, if only she gave me that necklace instead. What does my cousin Zhang Hao have that I don't? Why the hell is he always surrounded by girls? In his mind, an image of Yuehua appeared, looking bright with a dazzling smile, surrounded by a literal rain of cash and a luxury car waving at him. Man, I've got to admit defeat if I can't snag this girl. My dating game would be a total waste if I let her slide. With that, he clenched his fist in pure determination. If I can win over this rich heiress, I'll be set for life. But then his playboy nature kicked in, and an image of Kinkin, with her massive assets and seductive eyes, popped into his head. He gasped internally, oh right, my cousin's sister is also waiting for me. Man, on one side, we have a literal angel of a rich heiress, so cute and innocent. On the other, a mature baddie. Oh my god, my heart is racing. Who the hell do I even choose? Then he let out a delusional, smug grin, totally forgetting his own league, and thought, screw it, cousin, don't blame me. You might be good looking, but the most important thing for a guy is knowing how to flirt with girls. The scene shifted back to reality as the doorbell rang a few times. Ding dong, ding dong. A voice called out from outside, Zhang Hao, I'm here. Zhang Hao, looking extremely embarrassed and awkward, said, hey, sorry about this, making you run all the way back here, but your gift is way too expensive. We really can't accept it. With her hands folded behind her back, wearing an athletic outfit that showed off her toned abs and waist, she kept a cool, calm face and said, oh, is that so? Next time I'll bring something else then. Seeing Yuehua arrive, his cousin immediately rushed over to execute his master plan. Step 1. Act weak to close the distance. His cousin put on his best helpless, fake innocent act and waved his hand. Hey there, we meet again! Seeing this, Zhang Hao asked, wait, you two already met? His cousin chimed in, yeah, I ran into this adorable girl at the door earlier. We even chatted for a bit. He fiddled with his cuffs and rubbed his eyes with blushing, red cheeks, looking absolutely cringe-inducing, while thinking, here it comes, step 2, use accidental body language to leave a killer impression. Zhang Hao felt like something was definitely off, but he still replied to his cousin, oh wow, what a coincidence. Seeing Zhang Hao say this, she added, yeah, I was arranging the gifts back then. His cousin, wearing a creepy, perverted grin with cheeks turning even redder, thought to himself, step 3, quickly make physical contact. Right after that thought, his cousin deliberately tripped over his slipper and tumbled forward right toward Yuehua, letting out a dramatic ow while plotting in his head. Fake a fall toward the babe and then seize the chance to get a sweet, gentle hug from her. Seeing someone falling right at her, her brain immediately calculated 7749 ways to dodge him in the coolest way possible. Bam! Her gorgeous goddess-like legs shot out, blocking his cousin right in the chest. A sickening crack of cracking bones echoed. His cousin was in so much pain he literally wanted to cry, while Zhang Hao next to him broke into a cold sweat. She acted like nothing even happened and said, my bad, you suddenly leaned in so close, my leg just reacted on instinct. He kept coughing and wheezing in agony. Acting like she actually cared about him, she asked, oh dear, you should watch your step. Are you okay? Zhang Hao scratched his face awkwardly and said, Yuehua, maybe let my cousin go first before checking on him? His cousin, now completely devastated and defeated, screamed internally in pure agony, how could this happen? This is an absolute fail, so embarrassing. Zhang Hao looked at the table of sparkling treasures and said, Yuehua, I've told you before I don't need any of these gifts. Still totally clueless, she asked timidly, you don't like these things? This left him speechless for a few seconds. To break the awkward silence, Zhang Hao's dad spoke up for him. Look, you little angel, we really can't accept these gifts. His mom chimed in. Yeah, seriously, a gift worth tens of millions of dong is just way too much. Seeing this, he also turned to Yuehua and said, I don't need expensive gifts to strengthen our friendship. We appreciate the thought, but you've got to take these back. Saying that, he pushed the neatly packed gift boxes back toward Yuehua. With teary eyes, looking like she was about to cry, she asked, Does everyone hate me then? I feel like you all dislike me. Seeing the girl on the verge of tears, his mom quickly explained, Oh honey, your uncle and I are just worried you two might get into a relationship too early. Why would we ever hate you? His dad, holding her sides with a smirk. That's when Kinkin nudged her arm and said, That's right, little sis. You guys are just normal friends. So why would my family hate you, right? Saying that, Qingxin leaned closer to Yuehua, making her blush and said, If you still want to be friends with Zhang Hao, take your gifts and go home now. Yuehua finally got the hint and said, Oh, I see, I get it now. Qingqin's face turned serious, her eyes filled with disgust and contempt as she looked towards her cousin, thinking to herself, I thought this green tea cousin would actually be of some use, but he's completely useless. Guess I have to take matters into my own hands. Having thought that, Qingqin put on a friendly face, smiled at Yuehua and said, Hey Yuehua, it's getting late. How about we drive you home? Suddenly, Qingqin's mom's booming voice startled her. Let mom drive her home. Qingqin's mom was practically popping veins, muscles flexing, cracking her knuckles with a terrifying, rage-filled look, gritting her teeth at Qingqin. You little brat, what are you trying to pull? Qingqin, clueless, thought, Mom's glare is so weird. Is there some kind of misunderstanding here? That's when Zhang Hao gasped in shock, trying to piece everything together, screaming in his head, Wait, does Sister Qingqin like Yuehua? Or what? The scene went totally blank. Qingqin also seemed to realize what her mom was thinking. Her face turned pale, lifeless, and soulless, screaming in her mind, Oh crap, I'm doomed. Now. His whole family was in the car driving Yuehua home. Her mom was in the driver's seat, she was in the passenger seat, while Yuehua sat in the middle of the back seat, sandwiched between Zhang Hao and his cousin. Her face was totally numb and full of agony from being forced into the passenger seat, screaming internally, What kind of crazy seating arrangement is this? Suddenly, Zhang Hao's cousin's voice shattered Qingqin's thoughts. Hey Yuehua, let's swap contacts. He held up his tacky purple phone, sticking his tongue out trying to act cute, adding, Are you looking to buy any jewelry lately? Yuehua just froze. To rescue her, Zhang Hao threw his arm around her shoulder and pulled her close, making her face flush with embarrassment, as he sternly told his cousin, Yo cousin, Yuehua's family is super strict. She doesn't just add random people on WeChat. He was totally disgusted with his cousin, thinking, I know exactly what you're scheming, dude. His cousin looked a bit intimidated, stammering, Oh, is that so? Yuehua also shyly chimed in, whispering, Yeah, I'll do whatever Zhang Hao says. Watching this, Qingqin's jealousy boiled over, growling furiously, Zhang Hao, don't crowd Yuehua like that. The car is plenty big, don't hog all the space from our guest. His heart felt like it was struck by 10,000 bolts of lightning, thinking in pain, Did Sister Qingqin just tell me to stay away from Yuehua? She really? Sitting in the back seat, Zhang Hao gasped in absolute disbelief, thinking, Oh no, Sister Qingqin is definitely into Yuehua. He turned to look at Yuehua, scanning her from head to toe, thinking, Damn, as expected of Yuehua, catching both guys and girls. His face was practically smoking red with frustration, clenching his fists. No way, I need to make up with Sister Qingqin fast and start our special training to set her straight. Heh. Cough, cough. The scene shifted to another location. The next day, sunlight beamed through the window, lighting up Zhang Hao's house. Someone called upstairs to him. Zhang Hao, it's morning. Hurry up and get down for breakfast. Just waking up, looking like a total mess, he scratched his messy hair and said, "I'm coming." Right then, Qingqian, wearing a super sexy nightgown, placed a bowl of breakfast on the table. He finally snapped out of it, looked around the empty house, and asked, "Wait, Sister Qingqian, where did Mom and Dad go?" Qingqian replied, "They went to drop off your cousin." Shocked, he replied, "Oh, I see." Then some wild thoughts popped into his head, his face turning red like a total creep, thinking, "Whoa, so we're all alone in the house." In that case, he stared at Qingqian with an incredibly devious look. After thinking, Zhang Hao rushed over to Qingqian and pressed himself right against her back, making her blush furiously. He said, "Sister Qingqian, let me help you," she gasped softly. Having her backside pressed so close to him made him feel flustered too. She finally reacted, turning around to face him, asking with a flustered expression, "Zhang Hao, what are you doing?" Guilty and blushing hard, he said, "Sister Qingqian, I lied to you before. I'm really sorry." His arms were carrying the food to the table. Meanwhile, Qingqian thought, "I was planning to make up with Zhang Hao after breakfast, but I didn't expect him to take the initiative." She thought, her eyes sparkling as she stared at Zhang Hao, pursing her lips, her cheeks rosy red as if planning something, screaming in her head, "Yes, Zhang Hao really cares about me. This is amazing. Why do I feel like I love you even more now, Zhang Hao?" Externally, she tried to play it cool despite his words. But inside, she was absolutely thrilled. Still blushing, she said, "Well, even though I was upset, that's in the past. What matters is the future. From now on, let's not keep secrets from each other, okay?" He looked surprised, tilting his head slightly toward her. He froze for a moment, mouth half open, before saying with determination, "All right," he thought. "I'm sorry, Sister Qingqian, but once I handle a few things, I'll tell you everything." Hearing this, she gave a satisfied smile, placed her hand on him, and said, "I just want my Zhang Hao to never feel exhausted, to always stay healthy and happy. No more secrets, deal?" Leaning closer to her, he said, "I promise, Sister Qingqian." She beamed a bright smile and said, "What a good boy." He looked at her happily, but then suddenly blurted out, "Since we have no more secrets, tell me the truth, do you actually like Yuehua?" His words completely caught her off guard, leaving her dazed as she gasped, "Huh?" Then she gathered herself, thinking, "Wait, is Zhang Hao jealous? He's so adorable." She puffed her cheeks to suppress a laugh, while Zhang Hao stood there completely clueless. She said, as she reached out to caress his cheek, "So, from now on, please don't bring Yuehua over to our place anymore, okay? I'm afraid I won't be able to control myself." "Didn't you say you wanted to set me straight?" He placed his hand over hers, gently pulling it away, and said, "Speaking of which, it's been a while since our last special training, right? Do you want to train with me today?" A bit taken aback, she said, "Well, sorry to trouble you again. Let's go to my room." As she spoke, sweat dripped down, landing right on her ample soft bosom. Cut to Qingqian's bedroom, where soft moans and heavy breathing echoed for 2, then 3 hours. The two of them were kissing passionately, like starving beasts devouring each other. Then they locked lips even deeper, making loud, wet sounds. The entire room was filled with raw, sizzling tension. They tumbled onto the bed, letting out another soft gasp. Suddenly she spoke up, even while Zhang Hao refused to let go of her lips. Startled, she said, "Wait, Zhang Hao, that spot is..." He gave a mischievous smirk and said, "Sister Qingqian, let's add some special training tailored specifically for guys." She grumbled in her head, as if this is actually tailored training. Why does it feel like Zhang Hao is way more of a wild beast than I am? Right then, the two of them pressed up tight against each other. He kissed the back of her neck, sending shivers down her spine. Her curves were on full display, and love was totally in the air, she thought, but honestly, I'm so happy right now. Getting this close to Zhang Hao made her pant heavily. His white hair fell forward, making it seem like none of that bad blood between us ever even happened. Cut to outside, a woman is standing in front of the Spring Blossom Kindergarten. A girl with glasses and deep purple eyes mutters, "Must be the place, huh?" Inside, the principal is scrolling on her phone. Hearing a knock on the door, she calls out, "Come in!" The principal looks up as the door opens. The visitor immediately introduces herself. "I'm the special secretary for the board of directors. I've got a few questions for you." The principal's jaw drops and she stammers, "Oh, I see. So sorry I didn't come out to greet you. Please take a seat." The secretary slides a thick file over. "I need some intel on 2 people who used to go to this kindergarten back in the day." The principal says, "Let me take a look." The secretary leans in. "I want to know if this girl literally kidnapped this boy back then." The principal pulls out the contents and freezes, staring in absolute shock at the photo inside. The secretary adjusts her glasses and continues, how does a little girl even have the guts to make an on-duty teacher like you cover her tracks? Spill everything. In the principal's hands is a childhood photo of Qingqian and young Zhang Hao. Sweating bullets, the principal stammers. She grits her teeth. "How on earth did you dig this up?" The secretary replies, "That's none of your business. Just spill every single detail." The principal goes through a major mental battle, closes her eyes, and takes a trip down memory lane, starting to explain about young Qingqian. "She's the one person I can never forget. Back when I was the teacher on duty." The scene shifts to a flashback. A frantic voice echoes out, "Tianqin, tell me right now, where on earth did you take Zhang Hao yesterday?" The young principal shakes little Qingqian's shoulders frantically, screaming at her. "Where did you take him?" she shrieks, shaking her even harder. But little Qingqian just looks at her completely unfazed and mutters, "Nowhere. We were just playing." Then Qingqian looks up with ice-cold eyes. "Is that a crime?" The young principal snaps back, of course it is. Without my permission, how dare you take Hao out to the streets? It's dangerous out there. What if something happened? You scared me half to death. She whips out her phone and says, I'm calling your mom right now to tell her about this reckless stunt. Little Chin Chin smiles mysteriously and asks, are you sure you want to do that? The principal freezes. Huh? The little girl looks up with absolute chilling coldness. Is making a scene really going to help you? The principal goes numb, a cold shiver running down her spine at the kid's words. What on earth are you talking about? Little Chin Chin casually continues. When Zhang Hao came back, he didn't say a word, right? And none of the other teachers have any idea I took him out. So, the principal is breaking out in a cold sweat. Chin Chin adds, can't we just pretend this never happened? Chin Chin locks her gaze onto the principal with absolute killer eyes. Besides, you're partly to blame here, aren't you? If everyone finds out, do you honestly think you're getting off scot-free? A kid got smuggled out right under your nose. The principal's face turns completely pale, unable to believe these savage words are coming from a literal child. Chin Chin keeps dropping truth bombs. Your own kid goes to this school too, right? Must be nice working here and keeping an eye on them. The little girl looks away and smirks confidently. But if people find out what I actually did to Zhang Hao, that's gonna trash your career, isn't it? How about we just play dumb? That way we both win. The teacher is utterly paralyzed with shock at the sheer malice of this kid. Chin Chin looks out the window asking, so, what's it gonna be? Back in the present, the secretary asks, so, you actually folded and made a deal with her? The heavily wrinkled principal facepalms and sighs, of course not. I contacted the boy's parents first to check up on him. Clenching her fists on the desk, she recalls. But to my surprise, his family said they were pulling him out of this daycare for good. On top of that, they were already packing up to move to another city. Not long after, that girl Zhang Tianqin stopped showing up too. The secretary raises an eyebrow. So the whole thing just blew over like that? Exactly, the principal nods. After all, both kids were gone. But the secretary pushes further. What did Zhang Tianqin even do with Zhang Hao when she took him out? Do you know? The principal stutters nervously. I'm not entirely sure, but I did ask some of the other kids in the class later. Apparently, Zhang Tianqin always treated Zhang Hao like her own. Seeing her hesitate, the secretary snaps, her own what? The principal goes dead silent for a moment before whispering, her personal toy. Cut to a scene of Chin Chin pinned beneath Zhang Hao, breathlessly whispering his name twice as hearts fill the screen. Panting and dripping with sweat, Zhang Hao gasps, Sister Chin Chin, I will definitely make you realize just how good a real man can be. She thinks to herself, wait, I thought Zhang Hao liked dominant women, but now her face flushes bright red as her heart races. Gently, she reaches up to caress his cheek. She sits up, and as they lock eyes, he whispers, Sister Chin Chin. She thinks maybe going with his flow isn't such a bad idea. She says softly, my Zhang Hao is amazing. You're making me feel way better than I expected. Thank you, Zhang Hao. She clutches the hem of her shirt, leaving it slightly open. His face turns bright red, totally caught off guard by her gratitude. Blushing, Zhang Hao asks, Sister Chin Chin, do you want to keep going with this intensive training? Chin Chin blushes furiously and squeaks, intensive training? He leans in, placing his hand on her shoulder, and says with an innocent look, you need to get more used to a guy's body and get comfortable with being touched. Just bear with it, and I'm sure your preferences will go back to normal. She stares at him, completely speechless. He pants heavily and looks down at her. With the vibe this intense, I've got to take this all the way, she thinks. She shyly stammers, Zhang Hao, what you just said. But her mind is already racing. For the longest time, I wanted to say Zhang Hao looks totally innocent, but he's actually a total beast. She gently tugs the bedsheet, her voice dripping with desire. All right then. You can touch my body as much as you want. Her stunning curves are on display, her face flushed as sweat drips down. He's just as fired up, sweat beads rolling down his skin. His Adam's apple bobs up and down with intense anticipation. He wraps his arm around her bare back, pulling her close until they are breathing the same air. Looking at how breathtaking Chin Chin is, he can barely gasp out her name. Sister Chin Chin. Their lips slowly meet in a soft, passionate gasp. He slides his hand up to pull back her top, revealing her massive melons. His hands were totally out of control, slowly creeping up. Even though she saw him doing that, she just sat there, soaking it all in. Her jacket started slipping right down. The room was dripping with pure, unadulterated tension. After they wrapped up that passionate kiss, he sat right on her lap and whispered, Sister Zhang Tianqin, before gently parting his shirt and saying, you can touch my body whenever you want from now on. Her face flushed red, her mind going wild. Wait, what? Oh my god, Zhang Hao is actually stripping for me to touch? She was screaming with joy on the inside. Heck yes, we finally reached this level. Her tickling tactic was a massive success. Smirked with satisfaction, thinking to herself, grooming him since he was a kid totally paid off. He was the absolute package, classy in public, amazing in the kitchen, a perfect husband material outside, an absolute fire in bed, way more proactive than most girls. He was literally every girl's dream husband. Without even thinking, she slid her hand onto his chest, grinning to herself. Next up, I just need to seal the deal and make Zhang Hao officially mine. The master plan I've been prepping for so long is finally coming together. While she was daydreaming, he flashed a mischievous smirk and whispered, Sister Zhang Tianqin, let's keep going. He gently lifted her legs and parted them, his face dripping with desire. Shook by his sudden move, she gasped, huh? Her brain immediately registered what pose this was. He smirked and whispered in a husky, seductive voice, "Sister Zhang Tianqin, don't be tense, just relax." Honestly, his thirsty mind was racing, and he couldn't hold back anymore. "I've been holding back way too long since I got reincarnated into this world," he thought. Then he said aloud, "If you're uncomfortable, just pretend I'm a girl. We have to do this. You need to overcome your phobia of the opposite sex." She flinched, her brain short-circuiting as she squeaked. "Huh?" She panicked inside. Is Zhang Hao really trying to go straight to the final base? She wrapped her arms around herself, stuttering in a total panic. "Wait, isn't this, like, moving way too fast?" She started overthinking. "I mean, I'm happy, but did I raise him to be a little too wild?" He gently caressed her face to calm her down, saying, "Don't worry. I've got you. Just relax." Their lips locked again, and her mind went into a full meltdown. Zhang Hao is literally a legendary succubus. He's got zero experience, and he's already this smooth. How wild is he going to be later? Zhang Hao pulled Zhang Tianqin close. She lay there, her head spinning at 1,000 miles per hour. This is way too intense. He was supposed to be an innocent, inexperienced kid, but he was acting like some seasoned 40-year-old alpha. He was so aggressive. She was low-key worried he'd completely devour her. Should I start taking kidney supplements, deer milk, or tiger milk or something to keep up? Seeing her flustered state, he thought, Sister Zhang Tianqin looks so freaking adorable when she's flustered. I didn't think girls in this world could make faces like that. He smirked, dead set on making his move. Time to get down and dirty. But right in the middle of their steamy session, his face suddenly went pale and he groaned. "Wait, what's going on? Why does my stomach hurt so bad out of nowhere?" He panicked as a sharp cramp hit him. Zhang Tianqin blinked in confusion when she saw him clutching his stomach. "Zhang Hao, what's wrong?" she asked. Shivering all over, he whimpered, "I suddenly feel super sick." Her jaw dropped. "Sick?" Then her eyes widened as she blurted out, "Is it your period?" She quickly ran the numbers in her head. "Wait, isn't Zhang Hao's cycle supposed to start at the end of the month?" Panic-stricken, she gently rubbed him. "Zhang Hao, does your stomach hurt? And is your lower back killing you?" Groaning in agony, he could barely squeak out, "Yes." Clutching his abdomen, his eyes went wide. "Wait a minute. I heard guys in this world get periods, but I didn't expect it to feel like this." Seeing him suffer, she jumped up, shouting, "Zhang Hao, hold on. I'll get you some hot water." Even though he was hurting, he couldn't help but think, "Man, I literally just got in the zone and it's already over?" After tucking him into bed, Zhang Tianqin pulled up her white shirt, her cheeks burning. "Such a bummer. We were so close to hitting the jackpot. But hey, even though I forgot his cycle was starting, this basically confirms he's totally down bad for me. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so proactive. Since that's the case, I just need to find the right moment to confess to him." She spun around on her heel, thinking, whether it's my real feelings for him or what happened back when we were kids, I'm not hiding anything anymore. I'm going to make Zhang Hao accept the real, unfiltered me. After whipping up some food, she sat by his bedside with a warm smile. "Zhang Hao, did drinking that hot water help at all?" Looking totally defeated by the cramps, he murmured, "Yeah, it helped a bit, but I still feel like trash. Since you're a doctor, is there any medicine to stop or suppress periods?" Blushing, she told him, "Zhang Hao, meds always have side effects. Periods are actually a good thing. They regulate your hormones and relieve all that built-up stress. Once it's over, you'll feel so refreshed and relaxed. There are tons of other benefits too. Don't worry, I'll give you a massage to make it feel better." With that, she suddenly crawled onto the bed and lay right across him. "Zhang Hao, roll over to your right side." He quickly obliged, nodding, "Oh, okay." Laying on his side, his face turned red as he wondered, how is Sister Zhang Tianqin going to massage me? Her massive chest pressed right against his back. Slipping her arms around him from behind, she whispered, "I'll rub your stomach from here, just relax." He slowly let his guard down. Seeing this, she smiled and said, "Perfect." She grabbed her phone and added, "Let me play some Zen music." Cozy, romantic music began to fill the room, making the vibe so romantic. Cradling him from behind, she thought, "Just relax, clear your mind." Blushing with pure satisfaction, he thought, Sister Zhang Tianqin is seriously the best. She actually knows how to soothe period pains. I low-key don't even want to go back to my old world anymore. Spending my whole life here sounds awesome. Plus, Sister Zhang Tianqin is only in this world. If I could get cuddles from her like this every day, that'd be heaven. Scene cut, a hand slammed violently onto a desk. Gritting her teeth in sheer anger, Wei Nan snarled, "Zhang Tiancam is definitely acting extremely sus lately." Her secretary nervously asked, "Wei Nan, what's our move? Should we bring Zhang Tiancam in directly?" Wei Nan ground her teeth in frustration, remembering his words. "Let me call her first." The secretary squeaked in fear. "Huh?" Meanwhile, Zhang Tiancam was lying right next to Zhang Hao, looking completely blissful. "My precious Zhang Hao is even cute when he's asleep." Suddenly, her phone on the nightstand started vibrating like crazy, ruining her perfect vibe. Heart racing, Zhang Tiancam panicked and scrambled to reject the call. If she was even a second too late, the noise would definitely wake Zhang Hao up, shattering her beautiful daydream. Once she silenced it, she was wide awake, sit-upping straight in bed. Her forehead was dripping with sweat as if she just came back from the dead. She let out a tense sigh of relief. Phew, thank God it didn't wake Zhang Hao up. Zhang Tianqin glared daggers at her poor phone. Because of this damn thing, her precious baby Zhang Hao almost woke up. So careless. Next time, if she's getting intimate with Zhang Hao and the phone suddenly rings, wouldn't that be super awkward? Yeah, next time, she's got to remember to put it on silent. As Zhang Tianqin was about to put her phone down, a text message suddenly popped up on the screen, freezing her in her tracks. What was on the screen was actually her own personal info, including a photo of her as a kid, along with a text from some anonymous creep saying, "Meet me at the coffee shop." Zhang Tianqin stared at the cold, glowing screen, wondering if someone was digging up dirt on her. She silently watched Zhang Hao sleeping like a log, guessing her baby was still exhausted. She leaned in close, gently caressing his squishy, adorable cheeks and that silver-white hair he got from his dad. Zhang Tianqin lightly brushed her lips against Zhang Hao's warm cheek. "Zhang Hao, I won't let anyone steal you away. You're mine and mine only." It was almost noon. At a quiet, empty coffee shop where barely anyone hung out, a mysterious woman was chilling and sipping a hot cup of coffee, looking like she was waiting for someone. Her face was half covered by dark sunglasses. In the distance, there was some noise. The woman slowly looked up. Looks like the person she was waiting for had finally shown up. Zhang Tianqin didn't even bother being polite, snapping, "Are you the stalker investigating me?" Zhang Tianqin walked right up to her. Her face was absolutely flawless, and even without heavy makeup, her sharp features stood out. Her tight black dress hugged her body, flexing her insane, top-tier curves. The high slit at the bottom showed off her flawless, smooth legs and black tights. On her shoulder, a red purse added a ton of class to her vibe. The other woman wasn't lagging behind either. While not drop-dead gorgeous, she had a sharp, clever look, looking more like a boss lady than some random, basic nobody. Holding her coffee cup in her left hand, she spoke calmly. "This is your favorite flavor. Help yourself." Thea Cam found it a bit creepy. It was one thing to stalk her, but how did she even know her exact coffee order? Who on earth would know such tiny details? The coffee shop was completely empty, with no other customers around. The perfect spot to talk about private stuff. Zhang Tianqin couldn't help but ask out of curiosity, "Who the hell are you anyway?" The woman opposite her didn't beat around the bush or waste time, cutting straight to the point. "I like Zhang Hao, and you? Stay the hell away from him." Zhang Tianqin, hearing that, instantly guessed who she was dealing with. Since it wasn't some random stranger, her expression relaxed a bit. And here I thought it was someone important. "Turns out you're just another simp chasing after my Zhang Hao." A split second later, her eyes turned ice cold. "But here's the thing. Zhang Hao loves me. You're the one who should back off." But in her mind, a question popped up. Could this be the friend Zhang Hao had been hiding all this time? The other woman didn't back down. Zhang Tianqin's warning didn't scare her at all. In fact, it only fired her up to fight harder for this handsome young boy. She whipped out a thick stack of photos, enough to smack the shameless look off any rival's face. "Zhang Hao will be devastated if he sees these. That's why I don't want him seeing them. But if you keep clinging to him, I'll show him all the creepy stalker photos you've been taking of him since you guys were kids." She slammed the stack of photos down on the table with a loud thud, sounding just like some nosy neighbor starting drama. But to Zhang Tianqin, this wasn't even a weakness. She crossed her arms, completely unbothered. "Haha, so what? You think your little threat is gonna work?" Zhang Tianqin said confidently. "Zhang Hao only trusts me, and I'm the one protecting him. You guys only want him for his looks, while I've been guarding him since we were kids." Finally, Truong Tian Cam dropped a savage final line. "Zhang Hao is mine and only mine." The rival just sneered disdainfully. "Ah, protecting him?" This woman's body was no joke either. Every single curve was absolutely smoking. She put her hands under her knees and confidently declared, "Don't act like your creepy stalking was some noble deed to get close to Truong Hao. You even set up his dad and your mom to meet and get married just so you could become his stepsister." The woman stated with absolute certainty, "Zhang Hao is a special existence, not your little toy." Facing this savage verbal attack, Zhang Tianqin didn't even flinch, sitting there like a statue. After a moment, she let out a sigh, having figured it out. "Whew, to dig all this up so easily, you must be pretty loaded and have some major clout." Zhang Tianqin stared blankly at the ceiling and said, "You rich folks love using cash or power to make others bend the knee, don't you? Too bad Zhang Hao isn't that kind of guy. I bet you tried throwing money at him, failed, and that's why you're so obsessed with him, right?" Zhang Tianqin acted like she knew all of the rivals' failed attempts to get her hands on her little brother, which was why she was now confronting her like this. "The things you can't have are always the sweetest, right? Too bad for you, Zhang Hao loves me. You'll never have him." The two women sat opposite each other, neither backing down in their fight over the handsome young boy. But the mysterious woman wasn't scared at all. In fact, she even gave the stepsister a sarcastic round of applause. Not bad for a kid who, at just 7 years old, already had all the preschool teachers shaking in their boots. She casually took a sip of her coffee and introduced herself. "Let me introduce myself. I'm Wei Nan from Fuanghong." Zhang Tianqin froze instantly. Fuanghong, she probably never expected a heavy hitter who's usually too busy to care like Wei Nan to actually show up and confront her today. Wei Nan bluntly continued, "This coffee is on me since you're Truong Hao's sister. I promised him I wouldn't hurt his family." Finishing her hot, delicious coffee, Wei Nan stood up and wiped the leftover drink from the corner of her mouth, giving Zhang Tianqin one last warning. "If you cross the line, I won't consider you Zhang Hao's family anymore." Zhang Tianqin stayed tense and silent. God knows what she was plotting. Wei Nan got up to leave. "You say Zhang Hao likes you. So let me ask you, do you actually like him?" Wei Nan walked past Zhang Tianqin, who was standing frozen in shock. Before walking away, she dropped one last line that left Zhang Tianqin deep in thought. "Or is the one you like the real Zhang Hao?" Wei Nan walked away, ignoring Zhang Tianqin's silence. She thought about the hidden meaning behind Wei Nan's words, clenching her fists in anger, wishing she could kick her teeth in. Too bad Wei Nan was already gone, leaving her to seethe Still unable to calm down, she kept calling his name. Zhang Hao. The sky had already turned dark, and Zhang Hao, who had slept the entire day, only now groggily opened his eyes. He slowly sat up by himself, rubbing his temples and shaking his head, trying his best to wake himself up. Meanwhile, Zhang Tianqin had gotten back home ages ago and was sitting with her back to him, busy doing something. Zhang Hao was startled when he realized his big sis was sitting right in front of his computer. Sis Qinchin? Tianqin stood up, left the desk, and grabbed a warm compress for her. Little brother, returning in a flash. Her sweet voice was like honey dripping into his ears. Zhang Hao, you're awake? Still feeling under the weather? She turned back around with a small hot water bag in her hand and a sneaky smile as if she was holding back a massive explosion. I got a warm compress ready for you. Then she opened her bright eyes wide, her face looking a bit fake as she began her story. While you were resting, Zhang Hao, I read your novel. The world in your story is seriously so interesting and incredibly realistic. Zhang Tianqin continued. Who knew my Zhang Hao could build such a fascinating world? Hearing this, Zhang Hao broke out in a cold sweat. He scrambled to explain that a fresh concept was the only way to stand out from the crowd and that he was just writing random stuff. Zhang Tianqin showered her brother with praises, saying she never expected him to understand girls so well. The main character in your story is just like a real girl. Were you so lonely as a kid, Zhang Hao, that you made up a fictional girl to protect you? Zhang Hao, utterly embarrassed, scratched his head, sweating bullets while forcing a weak smile. He looked so much like an adorable little brother that made you just want to kidnap him and spoil him rotten. Zhang Tianqin gave him a friendly warning. Zhang Hao, fiction is fiction and reality is reality. Don't mix them up, okay? Otherwise, I might have to drag you to a therapist. She carefully handed the compress to her brother and instructed, Here, put this hot water bag on your stomach, it'll make you feel a bit better. Zhang Hao cautiously accepted it and replied, okay. Tianqin suddenly wrapped him in a warm, tight hug, her heart aching. Zhang Hao, if you feel sick anywhere, you have to tell me, okay? I'm so worried about you. Zhang Hao's eyes widened in shock. He had no clue what was going on, and his hands just froze without returning her hug. The next day, Zhang Hao was back at school, resuming his student duties. It was lunchtime now, and Zhang Hao and Min Yuehua were having lunch together in the music room as usual. Zhang Hao was munching on a half-eaten donut, his cheeks puffed up like a koala as he pondered about life. Sis Chinkin was so weird yesterday. She was totally fine during the day, so why did she feel so off at night? Right then, Min Yuehua, who was sitting next to him, gently tugged his right arm and showed him a little doll to grab his attention. Zhang Hao, he stopped chewing and stared at the doll in Yuehua's hand. She happily explained, I just made this for you. Being polite, he accepted it right away. Thanks. By the way, about that pile of jewelry you gave me. Earlier you got it back, right? Yuehua happily replied, yeah, I've put it away. Wanting to share, she pushed her lavish multi-dish lunchbox toward him. Eat some, Zhang Hao. He gave her a helpless smile and explained, Little Yuehua, friends don't need to be this attentive. Honestly, it's my first time experiencing this, so it feels a bit weird. Blushing, Yuehua stammered, but I just want to be good to you. This girl was a bit naive, but her heart was in the right place, so he could still look out for her. Zhang Hao patted her head with a wry smile to comfort her. Gifting toys is fine and sharing delicious food is great too, but don't bring out expensive stuff like jewelry anymore. Little Hua sheepishly looked down at the bench, not even daring to make eye contact. Zhang Hao, I just wanted to show that I'm being nice to you. Does this make your family hate me even more? Zhang Hao immediately brushed off her insecure thoughts. How is that possible? Our little Yuehua is so lovable. It's just that when you interact with others, you need to set some boundaries. But little Hua stubbornly shook her head and refused. I don't talk to other people anyway, it'll only make them unhappy. She was totally overthinking things, suddenly spiraling into deep, depressing thoughts. Is being friends with me a total drag? Zhang Hao denied it. No way. Little Yuehua was both adorable and obedient. I'm really happy to be friends with you. Suddenly, Min Yuehua's gaze sharpened slightly. Out of nowhere, she proposed, Zhang Hao, if your family dislikes me, could you please not hate me because of them? I'll stay far away from your family so they won't get annoyed. Zhang Hao smiled helplessly at the walking, talking ball of absolute cuteness in front of him. Silly girl, my family doesn't dislike you, they just don't want me dating early. Gathering all her courage, Min Yuehua voiced her deepest worry. I feel like your sister really dislikes me, like she wants to chase me away. I don't know how to get on her good side, or how I should change. Zhang Hao fell silent. Yuehua was incredibly insecure. He had no idea what kind of psychological trauma this girl had been through, to make her constantly stress over things that weren't even her fault. Zhang Hao stood up, cleaning up the leftovers from their lunch. I don't think you need to force yourself to change or please anyone. You are Min Yuehua, the one and only Min Yuehua. No need to rush, just take it step by step and you'll understand. Just like swimming, you can definitely learn it. Little Hua looked up at him. Oh right, Zhang Hao, I know how to swim now. Zhang Hao gave her a bright look, his voice bursting with energy. That's awesome. What should I reward our little Yuehua with? He pondered for a second, then snapped his fingers. I got it! He eagerly suggested, let's hang out this weekend. Little Hua raised her hand in full agreement. Time flew by and the weekend finally arrived. Keeping his promise, Zhang Hao took Yuehua out for a day of fun. Currently, he was waiting for her at their meetup spot. Finally, Min Yuehua showed up. Scanning her from head to toe, he spotted some pink and got a little suspicious, then took in the whole look. She was literally decked out in full pink from head to toe. This Lolita style was definitely unique. Zhang Hao, I'm here. Normally, Zhang Hao only saw her in her school uniform. Seeing her dressed up like this for the first time completely blew him away. Whoa, Yuehua, did you put on makeup just to hang out today? Seeing that it was time to head out, he suggested, let's go, but Yuehua stopped him. Wait up. She then pulled out a small notebook from her bag labeled Dating Guide with Zhang Hao, looking absolutely thrilled. I've spent so much time preparing this. Zhang Hao laughed dryly. Hanging out requires a guidebook? Yuehua patiently listed each activity they were going to do, her face full of excitement for the trip. First, we're going to the movies. I found it in the guide. This is one of those must-watch movies for dates. She then showed him 2 tickets for Season of Passionate Love. I spent ages choosing the movie. Let's go watch this one. Zhang Hao joked, man, I thought you were going to take me to see God of War or something. But little Hua was determined to ignore. Go. No way, this is our first date, so I gotta make sure you have a blast. Zhang Hao was just teasing her to make her smile, trying to liven up the atmosphere before they went out so they wouldn't feel awkward. Once that was done, he reached out to grab the 2 tickets. All right, I'm not gonna play games or worry about guy-girl stuff. I'll just say it straight. Whatever you choose, I'm cool with it. Min Yuehua was being unusually sweet and gentle today. Thanks for being so thoughtful, let's get going. After a quick trip, Zhang Hao and Min Yuehua arrived at the movie theater. Since it was the weekend, the place was packed with people buzzing in and out. The 2 of them grabbed some popcorn and drinks, getting all set to head into the screening room. She didn't expect it to be this crowded today, leaving the innocent and carefree Yuehua standing there, totally dazed in a corner. Zhang Hao waved at her from behind. Why are you just standing there like a statue? Let's go. Little Hua blushed, feeling a bit out of place. There are so many people, is it really okay to eat and watch at the same time? Zhang Hao comforted her. Of course you can, as long as we don't make too much noise. Hearing this, Min Yuehua felt a bit more relieved, her eyes lighting up like 1,000 stars. As showtime arrived, the 2 of them picked out 2 secluded seats on the very top row, away from the rest of the crowd. No background noise, no annoying chatter. The distance between the 2 seats wasn't far, but they both sat back, shyly and intently, waiting. Zhang Hao had put both of their drinks into the cup holders on his side of the seats, making sure Min Yuehua had the most comfortable and spacious spot, completely free of any clutter. Seriously, how is any girl supposed to resist Zhang Hao when he's this thoughtful? Knowing this was her first time at a regular movie theater, and that she rarely went out except for school, everything here felt incredibly new and exciting to her. She wanted to explore it all but was too shy, not knowing what she should or shouldn't do, so she had been dead silent from the very start. Zhang Hao saw right through her, proactively handing her a drink. Min Yuehua beamed with joy. Her body might be slightly mature for her age, but the brain doesn't lie. She was truly just a teenage girl, curious about life but timid and shy. Zhang Hao, vibing with her cute and playful energy, teased her. Looks like you're having a blast, Little Hua excitedly replied. Yeah, this theater is so huge, it can seat so many people. Right then, the phone in his pants pocket buzzed like crazy. His eyes glued to the screen, he kept the conversation going. Huge? I bet your house has its own private home theater, right? Probably way more luxurious than this place. In his mind, he subconsciously thought of the successful woman who was pursuing him. Compared to that way person who even has her own private airport, man, being rich is awesome. Meanwhile, Yewa was still lost in the sweetness of her drink and the cozy atmosphere in the room. I don't really know. Probably. Zhang Hao stared intently at his screen, which displayed the 2-character name he absolutely despised. He let out a helpless sigh. It was that way person, again, not even letting him have some peace on the weekend. After a few seconds of hesitation, he chose to reject the call, his fingers swiping smoothly across the screen. Yuehua was happily enjoying her sweet treat. Noticing Zhang Hao holding his phone, she put her cup down and asked, Zhang Hao, are you really busy? Zhang Hao didn't quite get it and felt a bit puzzled. After a brief mental struggle over whether to pick up or decline, he thought, little Yuehua was looking forward to today so much, I should just enjoy hanging out with her. He explained to her, I'm not busy, let's just watch the movie. The screen started to light up, and Min Yuehua watched with eager anticipation. It's starting. As for Zhang Hao, he looked at her with eyes full of affection, simply uttering a single word. Still, Zhang Hao, who was a total career-minded guy, found himself sitting in this pointless theater watching some cheesy cliché romance flick, feeling extremely annoyed, but fearing he would ruin the mood for Yuehua, who was completely absorbed in the movie and sipping her drink until it made a loud slurping noise. He could only complain in his head. Ugh, the girl pinning the guy to the wall trope, and this blushing boy setup? I cannot stand this. The soda in her cup was all gone. Little Hua quickly stood up, pulling Zhang Hao's arm to make him stand too. Coming to his senses, he thoughtfully asked her, What's wrong? Did you drink it all? Yuehua was too embarrassed to look at him, but her hand remained on his sleeve. Even though she'd finished her drink, the popcorn bucket in his hand wasn't even half empty. Zhang Hao handed his own cup to her and said, There's still a ton of popcorn left, drink mine. Min Yuehua blushed instantly. Her lips pressed tight in nervousness, eager to make her next move. She leaned over toward Zhang Hao's seat and whispered softly into his ear, My guidebook says, when eating popcorn, hold hands, share a Coke, and then you can kiss. That soft, slightly pouty whisper brushed past Zhang Hao's sensitive left ear, catching him completely off guard. Since when did his innocent friend get this bold? But before he could say a word, he was met with her fragile, coddling look. Even though they weren't official yet, she was making a small request that seemed normal but was actually wild. Zhang Hao, I want to kiss. Zhang Hao's face went dark. Seriously, where on earth did you learn this stuff? Is it another stupid guidebook? Stop reading those trashy guides. Don't tell me Huang Yuanyuan taught you this? Mingyue kept trying to convince him, her hands gripping his broad shoulders and sturdy back as she pleaded like they were a real couple. Zhang Hao, we haven't kissed in ages. However, he didn't agree, flatly rejecting her totally absurd request. Kissing is for two people who actually like each other, for lovers or married couples, got it? Mingyue, however, straight up confessed the feeling she'd been hiding for so long. This confession was absolutely mind-blowing. But Zhang Hao, I really like you. Let's be a couple. Zhang Hao simply didn't have romantic feelings for his female classmate. He had only helped her because she used to be incredibly naive. Leading her down a dark path would have been easy, but he didn't want her stepping into that muddy swamp, so he lent a hand. He didn't have those feelings now, and he never would. He only saw her as a close friend. I like you too, but not that way. Little Yuehua, you're just too dependent on me right now. Little Hua refused to accept this harsh reality and tried to save the situation. The guidebook I read is a love guide. It says girls should be a little bold. The next second, Mingyue aggressively pressed her lips right against Zhang Hao's cheek, giving him a mini heart attack. Yuehua, wait, we're in a movie theater. The theater was practically empty, with only the two of them and a few other couples. Seizing the advantage of the empty space and sitting on the very top row where no one could see them, Mingyue took full advantage, climbing straight onto his lap to forcefully kiss him, pinning him down in the tight space and stealing his breath away. This girl, luckily. Before their lips could even touch, Zhang Hao pushed her back just in time, his face drenched in sweat. Panicked, he stammered, Nguyet Hua, listen to me, and Nguyet Hua was completely out of control, totally drunk on emotion, with only one burning desire to make out like crazy. She couldn't hear a single word he was saying, though, as she kept rambling. Zhang Hao, I like you. His rational brain told him to get the hell out of this passive trap immediately, but this body in this world wouldn't let him. Damn it, the ears were this body's ultimate weak spot. Nguyet Hua's sneaky, restless hands started creeping down from his chest, flirting its way to a total no-go zone. She yanked his shirt up, showing off his rock-hard abs on a waist so slim it looked almost feminine. Her low voice kept whispering seductive nonsense. The guidebook literally said, wait till the theater lights go off, then you can go for it. Luckily, Zhang Hao was still sane enough to realize Manhwa Hua's wild moves. He quickly grabbed her hand before things got completely out of control. All right, chill out and watch the movie. But inside, he was desperately telling himself, get a grip, get a grip. Although Manhwa Hua backed off, she seized the moment he let his guard down to blow a warm breath right onto his ear, making him jump back. The movie wrapped up after over 1 hour. Since it was the weekend, the theater hallway was packed with people buzzing around. Zhang Hao and Manhwa Hua walked out of the screening room together. She was dying of embarrassment right now. All those useless tricks in that dumb guidebook were a total bust, making her feel super regretful. But Zhang Hao shut it down, warning her, stop reading that trash, just do what I say from now on. Feeling super grumpy, Zhang Hao snatched the notebook from Manhua's hands, checking out every single page. Let me see what this trashy guidebook of yours is all about. Manhua anxiously followed him, explaining, it's the #1 ranked guide on Xiaohongshu. Everyone said it's foolproof. The chapter titles were totally baffling, all written in simplified characters, but he couldn't make heads or tails of what they actually meant. What even is this? And this junk actually ranked #1. Feeling totally helpless, Zhang Hao lightly tapped her head with the notebook, making Wet Ho shrink her shoulders to soften the blow. Are you stupid? I already told you I'm hanging out with you, so just do whatever you want. No need to force things just for me. Rubbing her forehead where a bump was already forming, she answered honestly, but what I want to do is just be by your side, doing whatever. Zhang Hao suddenly realized how incredibly cautious little Wet Hoa always was. To keep her sweet innocence intact, he decided to confiscate this useless guide himself instead of letting her keep it. Yep, I'm taking this. She immediately tried to stop him with a pout, looking totally reluctant to let go, as if it was a part of her, but she stood no chance. No way you can't. I won't know where to take you next. Zhang Hao, who had been leading the way this whole time, finally stopped. He turned around, gave her a sleek wink, and said, come on, let me show you what real fun is. She thought he was taking her to some paradise, but it turned out to be a cheap cyber cafe, the kind of sketchy spot every teenage boy sneaks into behind their parents' back way more often than going to class. Manhwa Hoa sat in front of a high-end gaming rig, completely zoning out. She didn't look thrilled at all to stare at a screen. In an instant, she turned into a totally shy teenage girl, a far cry from her crazy boldness back in the theater. Zhang Hao gave her a look that said he knew her entire life story and asked, never been to a net cafe before, right? Nuet Hoa actually owned up to it. Yeah, my parents won't let me. Zhang Hao figured she was a textbook nerd and patted her head to make a deal. Keep this on the down low from your parents, all right? Otherwise, I'm the bad guy who corrupted you. She nodded. Sweet, this whole trip became a secret lock deep down. This is our little secret, okay? The game Zhang Hao was currently playing kept blasting all kill over and over. He really wanted her to feel the hype. Go ahead, pick your poison. But for someone who hadn't touched a single video game in years like her, she had absolutely no clue what she was doing. She looked totally lost. Zhang Hao, I don't know how. Zhang Hao leaned into her personal space to pick a game and set up her gear, lecturing her while clicking away. I know your parents run a super tight ship, but girls deserve to have some fun too. He straight up gave his take on balancing grinding for grades and actually enjoying life. You're amazing. Top grades, wealthy family, everything is perfectly lined up for you. But I honestly just want you to be happy in a simple way. Once the game loaded up, he coached her step by step, reluctantly turning into a master coach. Look, this is a 5v5 PvP shooter. You can blast guns, drive tanks, and fly fighter jets. I bet you'll love it. Let me teach you. Manhwa nodded along, dazed, letting out a soft okay. It only took her a hot second to get the hang of it because, duh, she's a genius. This kind of stuff was a total walk in the park for her. The two of them jumped straight into the action. Pretty soon, Zhang Hao's fingers were flying smoothly across the WSD keys, controlling her movement. Go right! The vibe between them was super chill and clash-free. Sure, they came from two totally different worlds, but when two souls click, those differences mean absolutely nothing. Aim, fire! The match ended in a fat victory, and Zhang Hao didn't hold back on hyping her up. Yo, you're insane! Spot on! Honestly, he'd noticed what she was into a long time ago. Back then, Hoa was always obsessed with toy gun models and war movies. Turns out she's a total military nerd. In his old world, wasn't she some hardcore military schoolgirl otaku? Zhang Hao popped open a soda can and told Manhwa casually, time's up. Having tasted a high-quality, intense shooter for the first time, she was totally hooked and wanted to keep grinding. Do we need to pay more? I want to keep playing. Zhang Hao shut it down. Don't get addicted. Keep it chill. If you want to play again, I'll join you next time. Finding that a sweet deal, Manhwa agreed. Their time at the cyber cafe was an absolute blast, and both felt totally refreshed. Damn, it's been forever since I played at a cyber cafe. This is so fun. Even though she had a PC at home, the vibe at a net cafe was just way cooler. Oh, Manhwa, your phone is buzzing. Xiaohua quickly picked up. Who knows what they said, but she just mumbled back, yeah, okay, I'm coming. Zhang Hao felt like their day was getting cut short, which kind of sucked. What's up? Do you have to head back already? She just shook her head. No, I still want to hang out with you. Seeing how badly Manhwa wanted to break out of her cage, Zhang Hao made a mental deal with himself. Guyet, let's just... So, today is all about giving her a killer day out, then dragging her to the next spot. No time to waste, let's roll! The next second, they both pop up, right in the arcade inside the mall. He treats her to some wild games, starting with a drumming game using some crazy-looking sticks. They also stop by to watch people busting moves on audition. Xiaohua's eyes light up with pure hype, which low-key terrifies Zhang Hao when he glances at her. Next, they jump into a tactical shooting game, Xiaohua's absolute specialty. Leaving the mall, it's already late afternoon when Xiaohua speaks up. Zhang Hao, I really want to take some photos of today. Looking back at them later will remind me that today was the happiest day of my life. She walks ahead as he happily skips along with her, a huge grin on his face making his eyes squint into two cute little lines. Zhang Hao realizes this girl is actually pretty chill, promising more hangouts in the future. No worries, we can totally go on way more fun trips together later. Manhwa nods along. Yeah, suddenly, a sleek black limo pulls up right in front of them, though thankfully it doesn't look like the type of sketchy ride used for kidnappings. Zhang Hao instantly worries that power-tripping jerk Wei Nan has somehow stretched his claws all the way here. His face is a total picture of pure anxiety. Wei Nan? Thankfully, the guy stepping out is actually the Min family's butler, sent to pick up their young lady. Miss, the master has returned. Seeing it's Yuhua's butler and not some Wei Nan goons, Zhang Hao lets out a quiet sigh of relief. As Min Yuhua gets ready to hop in and head back home, one crisis ends only for another to pop up. The big boss of the Min family didn't just send a ride for his daughter, he wants to see Zhang Hao too. Mr. Zhang, our master wishes to speak with you. Hearing this, Zhang Hao breaks into a cold sweat. Like, seriously? He thought he just survived a major crisis. Meanwhile, the big boss is already waiting in his study, holding a tablet displaying Zhang Hao's entire background check. Since he's never actually met his daughter's close friend before, he's judging him solely on paper. The guy has barely known Yu and is already borrowing cash from her, not to mention his history of street fighting and being some online influencer. He even heard Yu brought him over to her place. This man is indeed Min Yuhua's dad, the head of the ultra-rich Min family. Normally, he doesn't micromanage her life. But when it comes to family interests, he can't just look the other way. Interesting. Yu actually hung up on me because of this guy and has been hanging out wild with him until now. Meanwhile, Zhang Hao and Min Yuhua arrive at the massive Min estate, walking into the foyer. Honestly, Zhang Hao just wanted to take her out to chill and have a good time, no strings attached. But the fact that Min Yuhua just went along with it without a second thought makes him suddenly realize he probably just pissed off her dad. Wait, didn't your dad arrange a family meeting for you today? Yuhua doesn't seem to care at all, replying super casually like it's no big deal. Yeah, Zhang Hao is completely speechless. He unconsciously rubs the back of his neck and scratches his head, internally screaming that he feels like he literally just kidnapped a rich heiress. The old butler notices the obvious panic written all over his face and softly reassures him. Young Master Zhang, please don't worry. Our master is actually very nice and won't make things hard for you. The massive doors are opened by the butler, letting a warm, bright light spill out. Please come in. Inside is a massive dining table lined with luxurious chairs where Yuhua's dad is sitting casually at the head of the table. In front of him are 3 plates of food for 3 people, suggesting he's been waiting for this showdown for a hot minute. Without hesitation, he welcomes them. So you're Zhang Hao? Make yourself at home. Zhang Hao doesn't back down either. Thank you, sir. His sharp eyes secretly size up the man, and has to admit the guy is remarkably handsome and stylish. Is this really Yehua's dad? He looks way too young. Once both of them are seated at the table, Mr. Min warmly asks his daughter about her day, though there's definitely a deeper meaning behind his casual small talk. Did you have fun? Min Yehua, who never overcomplicates things, just takes it at face value and happily chirps, I had tons of fun. Mr. Min waves his hand, gesturing for her to go change. You're all dirty. Go change. Man, elite high society people really know how to play mind games with their words. With just one sentence, he slickly dismisses Xiao Hua to get some alone time with Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao, who is low-key sharper than Yue Hua, immediately catches on to Mr. Min's game. Oh, so he wants a private chat? Mr. Min still maintains his warm host persona and invites him. Have you eaten yet? Have a bite with me. Zhang Hao doesn't stand on ceremony and accepts the offer. Sure, thank you, sir. As they both slice into their steaks, Mr. Min casually brings up Yue Hua again. I often hear Yue talk about you, saying you really look out for her. But before diving into the real talk, he still has the courtesy to thank him first. As her father, I have to thank you. Zhang Hao chuckles and replies, oh, it's nothing, sir. We're friends, so it's only natural. But Zhang Hao knows full well, this guy is just using a polite thank you to draw a hard line between them. This is definitely not just a wholesome thank you. He didn't even look at him while saying it, so Yehua's dad probably low-key dislikes him. Next up, is he going to do that? Zhang Hao's brain is already cooking up 7749 trashy romance novel tropes, like the classic. You think you're worthy of my daughter? Tell me, how much cash will it take for you to scram? Zhang Hao sweats, thinking, man, what is this soap opera drama? But Mr. Min doesn't beat around the bush and gets straight to the point about Xiao Hua. Friends? You literally blew off a major family meeting because of you. I almost thought you two were dating. Even though Zhang Hao saw this coming, he is still shook. Damn, he flipped his attitude so fast. But wait, there seems to be a huge misunderstanding here. He didn't even know she had a family thing today, so why is he suddenly the bad guy? Time to clear his name. I'm so sorry, sir. I had no idea Yue Hua had a meeting with you today. She never mentioned it to me. Mr. Min instantly drops the serious face and bursts out laughing. Haha, I'm not blaming you. Don't get me wrong. Either way, I still want to thank you. Zhang Hao is completely thrown off. This guy was giving off pure villain energy a second ago, and now he's suddenly Mr. Nice Guy? After thanking him, Mr. Min pulls out a bank card, slides it over to Zhang Hao and says, this is a token of my appreciation. He seriously cannot believe the cheesy drama trope he imagined is actually happening. No way, is this for real? God, give me a break. Sir, what is this supposed to mean? Yue Hua and I are just friends. Friends don't need to throw cash around, you know? Mr. Man knew this kid was sharp. He didn't even need to spell it out. The kid already got the memo, so he didn't press too hard. He slowly brought the teacup to his lips, took a sip, and said, is my point still not clear enough? You're a smart kid. Spitting it out too directly would just make things awkward. For everyone. Zhang Hao kept his mouth shut, just quietly reading the older guy. Even though he saw this coming, this old man was seriously hitting a nerve. He was just like those typical rich snobs who think they can throw cash and power around to solve their problems. Zhang Hao's jaw clenched so hard the muscles were bulging. Right now, he was doing everything to hold back his rage. Getting flexed on with money felt like a straight-up slap in the face. Man, if you weren't Nuit Hoa's dad, I would have clocked you right here. Getting ready to shoot back, Zhang Hao cleared things up. Sir, I think you've got the wrong idea. He laid out exactly how he felt about Nuit Hoa this whole time. The first time I met Nuit Hoa, she seemed totally closed off, like she was hiding in her own little bubble, not talking to anyone. But once we got close, I realized she's actually super sweet. She just doesn't know how to show it. He definitely didn't hang out with her for clout or cash. So yeah, I'm friends with her because she's incredibly sweet and genuine, and because she treats everyone with a real heart, not for money or anything else. Zhang Hao didn't hesitate to make his real intentions clear. I know that when it comes to family backgrounds, Ho and I are worlds apart, but I honestly just want to be a good friend to her. Real friends don't care about who has more cash. He slid the card back to her dad, shutting down the offer politely. So please take this back, I can't accept it. Zhang Hao's heartfelt words actually opened the old man's eyes. Who would have thought this kid didn't care about money and just wanted a genuine friendship with his daughter? He couldn't help but respect the hustle. Setting his teacup down, he sighed, to be young. But right after he dropped his filter and brought up the night, Zhang Hao stayed over. I heard Yungyet brought you over to spend the night. I honestly thought you were just some boy toy. The words were calm, but so sharp they almost made Zhang Hao choke. He awkwardly rubbed his neck and shut it down. No way, sir. You've got to trust Nuit Hoa. But deep down, he couldn't deny it. I mean, she did want to get close to him. Sensing the awkward vibe, her dad glanced at Zhang Hao's face and tried to smooth things over with a compliment. My bad for being so blunt. You really are handsome. With looks like that, you're bound to break some hearts. Zhang Hao quickly waved it off. Oh, you're too kind, sir. Honestly, you're looking pretty sharp yourself. Mr. Man burst out laughing. Sharp? Haha. You're a funny kid, you know that? Cutting the small talk, his eyes turned dead serious again. In that case, I'll have to count on you to be a good friend to Nuit Hoa. He heavily emphasized the words good friend, a clear warning for Zhang Hao not to cross the line. Zhang Hao locked in and got serious too. I'll be a great friend to her, sir. Time flew by and the dinner wrapped up quickly since Mr. Man had some urgent business to take care of and couldn't stay. Guyet knew it, I've gotta run. Man Yuet Hoa didn't really react. Her dad gently told her, I'll set up another party for you. You're not a kid anymore. You need to put yourself out there and make connections. She just flatly replied, Zhang Hao is my friend. Her dad added, then you better cherish this friend of yours. Turning back to Zhang Hao, he said, Zhang Hao, since Wet and Wet is right here, let me ask you something. What came out of his mouth completely threw her off. Are you absolutely sure you guys will only ever be friends? No dating ever. Hearing this, Zhang Hao's lips tightened into a straight line, completely speechless. Finally, he bowed slightly to her dad and said carefully, I get where you're coming from, sir. I'll make sure to keep myself in check. The butler standing nearby checked his watch. Sir, it's time to head out. Her dad just gave a weak smile. I know. Keeping his eyes locked on Hao, he said softly, I'm counting on you to look out for Nuet. But deep down, he was still paranoid. As he got into his car, he whispered to the butler holding the door open, keep a close eye on him. Once the car rolled away, Zhang Hao felt like he could finally breathe again, letting out a massive sigh. Wet Hua noticed how relieved he looked and asked worriedly, nervously fidgeting with her hands, Zhang Hao, did my dad upset you? Nah, not at all. Zhang Hao shoved his hands in his pockets and gave her a warm, easygoing smile. He's just a protective dad who loves his daughter. I totally get it. But as he pulled his phone out of his pocket to say more, his face instantly froze like he'd been thrown into the ice age. His screen was absolutely spammed with missed calls from Sister Cam along with Weinan and Tongfan. But Sister Cam's name took up almost the entire list. Zhang Hao felt like he literally needed an oxygen mask. His eyes went wide and his jaw dropped. In his head, he was already preparing his own funeral. I'm a dead man. Meanwhile, in a dark, quiet apartment, the front door suddenly clicked open and a blurry figure stepped inside. It was Zhang Tianqin. Her clothes were a total mess, with her shirt slipping off one shoulder, showing off her bra strap. Her face was flushed red, her eyes were hazy, and she seemed totally out of it. Clutching a beer can, she was clearly wasted. When Zhang Hao got home and saw her like this, his heart sank, and he asked worriedly, Sister Cam, why are you drinking all by yourself here? Zhang Tianqin didn't answer his question. Instead, she shot back, why didn't you pick up my calls, Zhang Hao? Her voice carried a heavy dose of resentment. Lately, you've been staying out way too late. The least you could do is let me know you're safe. Hearing this was a wake-up call for Zhang Hao. A wave of intense guilt washed over him. He realized that ignoring her calls had really hurt her. Letting out a heavy sigh, he thought, man, I'm such an idiot. He dropped to his knees right in front of her, completely owning up to it. Sister Cam, I'm so sorry. I know you're just worried about me. I didn't ignore you on purpose. I swear my phone was on silent. Please stop drinking. Let me help you to bed. Zhang Tianqin gave a weak, bitter laugh. You don't need to apologize. You're at that age where hanging out with friends is totally normal. She paused, then asked, did you have fun? Zhang Hao scratched his cheek, giving her an awkward, sheepish grin. Yeah, it was pretty fun. But I still shouldn't have missed your calls. I'm really sorry. Zhang Tianqin bit her lip. Finally, she let out a soft sigh, ruffled his messy hair, and whispered, if you really feel bad, then spend tomorrow with me. Zhang Hao agreed without a second thought, though he remembered he had to talk business with his livestream app manager in the morning. Zhang Tianqin chuckled. Her face still flushed, as she said, that works out perfectly, because I have to head to campus tomorrow morning anyway. But once I'm back in the afternoon, we're spending the rest of the weekend together, okay? She then added, now go take a shower. Go on, I'll give you a massage later, then you can hit the sack. Zhang Hao obediently replied, okay. Zhang Tianqin stared at him, her face going dark and her eyes turning totally shady as her thoughts drifted. First it was Weinan, now it's Manhwa. Looks like I gotta make Zhang Hao mine, and fast. The next day, at some cafe, a woman is sitting cross-legged holding a teacup and says, sorry for dragging you out on the weekend. Zhang Hao sat opposite her and replied, nah, it's all good. What's the move, Sister Tong? Tong Thon gave a smug smile. So here's the deal. You've got a solid fan base now, and now the time to maintain your fan base. She handed him a tablet and continued, lately we want to shoot a short Gokuraku Jodo video to promote a few streamers. If you're down, I'll put you dead center. Suddenly, a mental image of himself in a super skimpy kimono popped into his head, and it was a total eyesore. Zhang Hao's face practically screamed, I don't do thirst traps, as he flashed an X sign with his hands, shutting it down immediately. Sister Tong, I'm not that kind of streamer. I don't sell my body. Tong Thun narrowed her eyes at him, took a sip of water, and held up 2 fingers to continue. That's why I've got option number 2, a cosplay photo shoot. She tapped on the screen, showing a picture of a kid in some seriously drip-heavy silver armor. Tong Thon said flatly, I know you're not trying to sell your body, so this setup is actually pretty badass. Staring at the photo, Zhang Hao thought this King Arthur armor looked sick. It had that king energy that totally matched his manly vibe. He replied, all right, let's go with the cosplay option. We'll head out after we finish our drinks. Already set up. Tong Than's voice cut in the second he stopped talking. Zhang Hao panicked. Huh, Tong Thon smirked, giving him a thumbs up. Duh, I'm a professional. Zhang Hao screeched at the top of his lungs. A bit too professional. Why do I feel like I just got baited? Smash cut to the shoot, where the photographer's voice droned. Nice, now turn your head over here. On screen, a blonde kid with eyes like sapphire gems was rocking the silver armor, looking absolutely majestic. The photographer hyped him up, cheering, yes, this is goated. Hold that pose. Don't move. Perfect. The photographer's voice echoed through the outdoor set where a huge crowd had gathered to watch. In that exact shot, was also being projected on a screen in a totally different place. Right here, a girl raised her hand to present, saying, "This beach gets a ton of tourists, and locals coming to hang out, and foreign tourists love to come here to take photos, making it highly worth investing in. The cosplayer shooting here also proves the commercial value of this beach." Everyone in the meeting room was locked in, dead silent. The girl continued, "Drone, zoom in closer." Out of nowhere, someone whispered a compliment. "Dang, this cosplayer is gorgeous." Suddenly, the kid's eyes locked onto a single spot, and his smile completely vanished. In a fit of rage, he yeeted his sword right at the drone, leaving everyone stunned. "Whose freaking drone is this?" he snapped, zooming in on my face like that. "You've got some nerve." At a high-end corporate boardroom, the projector screen suddenly flashed a glaring signal lost message. Everyone went dead silent, completely frozen, especially the girl presenting. She looked pale and panicked, stammering, I'm so sorry, I'll have my team look into this cosplayer immediately." "No need. In fact, you should be thanking him." A woman's voice chimed in from the head of the table. "Otherwise, you'd be packing your bags right about now." Wei Nan smirked, resting her chin on her hand with one eye half closed. That sword throw was classic him. "But since he wrecked my drone, I guess I'll have to track him down for payback." Meanwhile, back at his place, Zhang Hao collapsed onto his chair, groaning, "I'm literally dead. Who knew cosplaying was this exhausting?" Suddenly, someone buzzed the doorbell, taking him by surprise. "Is Sister Cam back already? Did she forget her keys?" he wondered, calling out, "Hold on, I'm coming." He unlocked the door, saying, "Sister Cam, you're back." But it wasn't her. It was Wei Nan. She pouted, "Look closely. Who are you calling Sister Cam?" Before he could react, she lunged forward and locked him in a tight hug, making him panic and scream, "Okay, I definitely opened the door the wrong way." She immediately grilled him. "Why weren't you picking up my calls? Were you trying to lock me out?" Wei Nan balled her hands into fists, snapping, "You wanted me to kick this door down?" Shaking in his boots, he begged, "No, please, Boss Nui, have mercy on my door. I'm begging you." Soon they both sat down at the table, sipping tea and chatting. Wei Nan crossed her legs and interrogated him. "We're supposed to be business partners, yet you ghosted me for 2 days. Were you out having fun?" Zhang Hao broke into a cold sweat and said meekly, "Yeah, my bad, I got distracted. I promise I'll stay focused and work with you, Boss Ni, for the sake of scientific progress. Here, have some tea." She smirked and teased, "And look at you dressed up like this. Didn't know you were into childish roleplay." Then she asked, "What's so great about being in the public eye anyway?" Zhang Hao played along, saying, All right. Don't tell me you couldn't stand seeing me work hard, so you rushed over here just to lecture me?" But secretly, he was thinking, "Bruh, you're the one who wanted me to be a celebrity in the first place." Wei Nan looked up and said, "I'm literally paying you way more than what you make from streaming. Do you seriously love this job that much?" Inside, he was crying. The men in my world are all real alphas with backbone. While thinking, honestly, I don't even want to work. Can't this whole blood moon saint nonsense just let me become a sugar baby and leech off women? Wei Nan smiled with satisfaction. "Good. You've got some backbone." Suddenly, she grabbed his collar and continued, "Now let's settle the score for wrecking my drone." Sweating bullets, Zhang Hao stammered. "That drone belonged to your company? Just tell me how much it is and I'll pay you back." Shunning violence, her cheeks flushed red as she leaned in close to his ear, whispering, "I don't need money. I've got a much better way for you to pay me back." Hearing that, Zhang Hao freaked out and yelled, "Crap! What are you doing?" But she pinned him down anyway, locking him in a deep, passionate kiss. Pulling back, she licked her lips, looking at Zhang Hao and purred, "You know, you actually look hot in this outfit." Shook to his core, cheeks burning red, he stared at her and stammered, "Oh yeah, in my world, someone like you would look perfect in a cat ear maid outfit." She locked eyes with him and asked softly, "Do you want to see me wear it?" Then she teased him, "Only if you put it on me yourself, but I bet you don't have the guts." Smirking, Zhang Hao shot back, "Oh, you want to bet?" Right after that, he lunged forward, quick as lightning, and grabbed her butt. Wei Nan froze, breaking into a sweat as Zhang Hao slid his hand down her thigh. He smirked, "Well, do you still think I don't have the guts?" Their faces were inches apart. "So you've got the balls to pick me up in this embarrassing position." "Impressive," she said. Suddenly, his arms began to shake uncontrollably. But she teased him. "Looks like you can't hold me for long." "Sweating buckets," he yelled back. "No way, you're just way too heavy," as he let go of one hand. Wei Nan sighed helplessly. "Too bad, you almost pulled off that counterattack." Zhang Hao thought to himself, "Shoot, this is bad. I really can't hold up much longer. Even though I always work out, this body is just way too weak." She continued, "Zhang Hao, when it comes to raw strength," she teased, pinching his cheek with a sarcastic smirk, "you're way out of my league." Then, she lunged in to kiss him over and over again. After being forcefully kissed for half an hour, he finally remembered his main purpose and asked, "All right, done kissing yet? What on earth did you come here for, anyway?" She replied, "It's about the red moon." The red moon appeared without any pattern, but the last time it showed up, a total lunar eclipse occurred. He said in surprise, "Usually a total lunar eclipse happens once every 24 months. It's just a matter of whether we can actually see it or not." Folding her arms, she stared at him and replied, "This one is different. A total lunar eclipse usually happens on the 15th or 16th day of the lunar month when the moon is full, but that time it happened on the first day of the lunar month during a new moon." Shocked, he asked, "A lunar eclipse during a new moon?" She replied, "Exactly. A super unique lunar eclipse that happened at midnight. Plus, a chaotic magnetic field spread across the entire country, though the strength varied." Suddenly lowering her voice, she added, most importantly, according to my investigation, when I saw the red moon half a month ago, a new moon eclipse also occurred. He couldn't help but furrow his brows. A new moon eclipse? A full moon and a red moon. He thought to himself that these two events must definitely be linked to how he got transmigrated into this world. Just then, Tianqin walked in and greeted him. Zhang Hao, I'm home! Startled, he shrieked. Crap, sis, Qingqin is back. Wei Nan cast a cold glance over. Tianqin stood frozen in shock at the scene. Before her, dropping the shopping bag from her hands, she stammered nervously, Zhang Hao, what's with you? Zhang Hao asked with a deadpan expression, are you my master? With flushed cheeks, Tianqin's jaw dropped. She wondered if she was just so horny that she was hallucinating. Then she asked, Zhang Hao, why are you dressed like this? Scratching his head awkwardly, he replied, my manager made me do it. She said I have a pretty big fan base. Cosplaying is basically a treat for the fans. Hearing this, she smiled and said, I see. Zhang Hao is working so hard, she thought, and oh my god, blonde Zhang Hao is so incredibly hot. Pointing toward the bathroom, he said, I've been wearing this all morning and I'm melting. I'm gonna go take a shower. Crouching down to pick up her shopping bag, Tianqin replied, sure, once you're done, I'll give you a nice massage to help you relax. As he turned to leave, he suddenly remembered something and blurted out, oh right. Shyly, Zhang Hao asked for help. My bad, sis Qingqin, but I don't think I can get this outfit off by myself. Could you come to my room to help me out? Hearing that, her cheeks flushed bright red and her eyes literally lit up. Soon, the two of them were chatting away in the bathroom. Honestly, this outfit really required someone else's help just to get it off. Cosplay outfits are so ridiculously complicated. Totally, but it's still way better than wearing those micro miniskirts. I hate those. Dripping sweat, Zhang Hao stuck his tongue out and complained. Putting this on was pretty quick, and it was easy to walk around in, but why is taking it off such a massive pain? Inside, he was sweating bullets. Damn way. Nan, you better take this chance to sneak out. Still struggling to slip out of the outfit, Zhang Hao groaned. But man, wearing this on a hot day feels like being canned fish. I'm practically rotting in here. Staring at his sexy shoulders, Tianqin couldn't help but gasp internally. Zhang Hao looks so incredibly hot right now. Suddenly leaning in close to his face, she teased, you don't smell bad at all. You actually smell amazing, she added. Plus, I think you look gorgeous in cosplay. Even a lesbian like me is getting butterflies. Skeptically, he asked to make sure, wait, really? In that case, should I buy a few more cosplay outfits? I could wear them during my live streams too. Shyly, Tianqin replied, totally, right. Now, my heart is beating so fast. I feel like if you cosplay a few more times, Zhang Hao, you're gonna turn me straight again. He smiled. Well, if it helps you, then I'm down for sure. She quickly chimed in, awesome, let's do it. Her eyes sparkling, Tianqin enthusiastically nodded and said, I'll help you pick them out. We can't have you wearing anything too revealing during your streams, though. Grinning, he said, of course. I'm a pro gamer streamer after all. Let me grab a quick shower first, then we can go together. On the outside, she happily replied, sure, I'll go make you a glass of milk. But deep down, she was plotting some devious ideas, like secretly buying a maid outfit and a school uniform for Zhang Hao to wear. Zhang Hao would definitely look absolutely stunning in those. It was a beautiful day with clear blue skies and bright sunshine, and right now the bathroom was dead quiet. Stripping down, Zhang Hao mumbled to himself, looks like sis Qingqin really digs me in cosplay. If this can turn her straight, that'd be awesome. Suddenly a familiar voice echoed, and yet she claims she's a lesbian. Startled, he shrieked. Spotting Wei Nan chilling on the edge of the bathtub and staring at him, he immediately demanded, why the hell haven't you left yet? Suddenly Tianqin called out, Zhang Hao, what's wrong? He rushed over and clamped his hand over Wei Nan's mouth, yelling back in a panic, nothing. I just stubbed my toe, that's all. Tianqin, I sighed. How can you be so clumsy? Do you want me to take a look? He frantically yelled, no, I'm good, I'm good. Then he angrily turned to Wei Nan and whispered, my sister went upstairs. Why are you still here? She calmly replied, I never agreed to leave. Furious, his face turned pale as he snapped, what are you even doing here? Planning on staying for lunch. My house doesn't have any fancy Australian lobster to feed you. Wei Nan, however, didn't seem to care about his words and asked, do all the men from your world walk around shirtless near women without even flinching like this? Furrowing his brows, Zhang Hao shot back, even that isn't as creepy as you hiding in someone else's bathroom. She mocked him. Your sister sure is playful, even wanting to pick out cosplay outfits for you. Is she playing some kind of nurturing game? Pulling his clothes on, he glared at her and asked, were you seriously eavesdropping on us? Her expression suddenly turned serious as she said, I just wanted to double-check what I warned you about. That sister of yours is not as simple as she seems. If she ever finds out you're not a real brother, what do you think she'll do to you? He snapped. That's none of your business, Wei Nan. Right then, Tianqin called out from behind the door, Zhang Hao, your milk is ready. I'll give you that massage after your shower. Hopping down, Wei Nan teased sarcastically, what a sweet sister. Panicked, he turned to beg her. I'm literally begging you. Please stop poking your nose into my family's business and just get out of here, okay? Wei Nan remained silent, thinking to herself, Tianqin definitely has some shady motives. But given Zhang Hao's stubborn personality, I probably shouldn't push him too hard. Then she walked over and opened the window. Amazingly, she effortlessly popped the window frame off and tossed it aside, leaving Zhang Hao utterly speechless as he shrieked, my window! Stepping onto the windowsill, she instructed, meet me tomorrow noon. And another thing, she glanced back at him and said, I'm absolutely going to get involved in your family business. She thought to herself, Tianqin, I am definitely going to expose your fake ass right in front of Zhang Hao. Meanwhile, at the Wei family mansion, Yo Wei-nan raised her knife, decisively slicing the meat into perfect, even pieces. Her cooking vibe was so fine she could easily steal anyone's heart. Zhang Hao walked over, totally blown away, saying he didn't expect the mighty Wei-nan to actually know how to cook. Hearing this, she said, "Go sit down and wait, it's almost ready." Rolling up his sleeves, he cheerfully said, "No way I'm letting you cook while I just sit around and eat. Let me help." Reaching for an apron, he hyped her up. "Damn, your knife skills are actually insane, Wei-nan." She replied, "I wasn't born a CEO, you know." Turning to him with a shy smile, she added, "Besides, isn't cooking for the guy you like, totally normal?" Blushing and sweating bullets, he blurted out, "Whoa, stop it, I can't handle this." Wei-nan teased softly. "It's so rare to see a cute boy in the kitchen, quite a feast for the eyes." He shot back, "I'm not a cute boy, alright? I'm the type who's lived on my own for years in that other world." But suddenly, he couldn't control the heat and the flames flared way too high. Frustrated, he cursed, "Crap!" She gently pulled him aside and gave him a careful warning before saying with a smirk, "Wow, you really opened my eyes there, kid." Coughing up a storm, he replied, "It's just been a minute since I cooked, okay? I'm totally out of practice. Honestly, I usually work overtime and just order takeout." Wei-nan sighed, "Alright, go wait outside, stop making a mess." Embarrassed, he agreed and apologized to her. Watching her play the perfect housewife, he thought, who knew this bossy CEO had such a sweet, gentle side? Soon a lavish feast was laid out, looking absolutely mouthwatering. Wei-nan rested her chin on her hand, staring right at him as she said, "Go on, try it." Grabbing some food, Zhang Hao thought, damn, she really went all out. I wonder how a bossy CEO's cooking actually tastes. After taking a bite, he admitted it was pretty fire. She quickly poked him. "Oh really? How does it compare to your precious sister Zhang Tianqin?" Without even blinking, Zhang Hao shot back, "You can't even compare them. Sister Zhang Tianqin is my family." She smirked and asked, "Do you really think Zhang Tianqin is actually your sister?" He replied, "Duh. Out of everyone I've ever met, she's the one who treats me best. Getting to be her brother makes me so happy." She countered, "A good sister wouldn't use a fake lesbian identity just to get close to you." Angered, he raised his voice to defend Zhang Thian. "Cam, don't make things up. Girls care about their reputation. How could she pretend to be a lesbian? Stop thinking everyone has an agenda. Only Zhang Tianjin is my real family, my big sister, and I love her." Hearing this, she looked annoyed. "You love her?" With a firm look, he replied, "Yeah, I love her." Hearing this made Wei-nan absolutely furious. She gritted her teeth, thinking, this Zhang Tianjin really has some moves. Trying to keep her cool, she leaned back and said, "Fine, just eat." He looked at her with innocent eyes and said, "Thanks for spoiling me, Wei-nan. But family always comes first in my heart. Don't forget our deal, you cannot contact my family." She reassured him, "I get it, now hurry up and eat." Wei-nan's face darkened as she thought, Zhang Hao, you treat her like family, but she treats you like a toy. Whatever, you wouldn't believe me anyway right now. But what you call family is nothing more than a total scam by Zhang Tianqin. Just then, the secretary of the Huang Hong group walked in and reported, "Wei-nan, we followed the clues from the kindergarten to dig deeper. We discovered that their parents' marriage wasn't simple at all. It seems Zhang Tianqin secretly set them up." Hearing this, Wei-nan practically fumed. She said, "So that means Zhang Tianqin is exploiting the stepsister status just to get close to Zhang Hao." The secretary looked at her files and added, Zhang Tianqin has been obsessively chasing Zhang Hao since kindergarten. Feeling both angry and helpless, Wei-nan rested her chin and muttered, "What a piece of trash. If she didn't have bad intentions toward Zhang Hao, why would she take such a detour? Someone like her has no right to be by his side." Standing on the balcony, she watched him leave. Once she saw him get into the car, she went back inside and checked her phone. Wei-nan called her secretary to ask about the documents regarding Zhang Tianqin's setup of Zhang Yin and Tran Kuok-han. The voice on the other end replied, "It's almost ready, ma'am." She thought, Zhang Tianqin, I can't touch you right now. But without the identity of Zhang Hao's big sister, what will you be? I'll make sure you learn the consequences of crossing the line. Meanwhile, Zhang Tianqin threw open the curtains, staring at the clear blue sky and whispered, "It's time." She was happily tending to some beautiful flowers when she joyfully turned around as he walked in. "Zhang Hao, you're back," he asked in surprise. "Sister Zhang Tianqin, how come you got off work so early today?" She smiled and replied, "Mom and Dad aren't home, so I wanted to come back early." But her smile faltered when she saw him bringing a guest. Nguyet Hoa came over too. The girl politely bowed. "Hello, Zhang Hao's sister." Feeling a bit awkward, he turned and said, "Nguyet Hoa, no need to be so formal, just make yourself at home." Zhang Tianqin forced a stiff smile and questioned him. "Zhang Hao, why didn't you tell me you were bringing a friend over?" Scratching his head in embarrassment, he replied, "I forgot, I'll let you know next time." Then he stepped closer and whispered, "But I did tell you before. Nguyet Hoa has social anxiety. Usually at home she just spaces out or studies. I couldn't just leave her like that." Nguyet Hoa shyly muttered, "Zhang Hao, I finished changing my slippers." He praised her. "Nice job." Seeing this, Zhang Tianqin thought, what a sneaky brat. Zhang Hao then grabbed the girl's hand and turned to notify her. "Sister Zhang Tianqin, we're heading upstairs." On the outside, she replied, "Okay, let me prep some snacks for you guys." But on the inside, she was absolutely fuming. This man Nguyet Hoa is like an annoying ghost that just won't go away, totally ruining my plans. In his room, he asked Nguyet Hoa, "Do you want to play games or read books?" Looking around in awe, she said, Zhang Hao, your room smells so good and it's so pretty too. Grinning from ear to ear, he replied, it's just a normal room. Don't just stand there. Feel free to look around. Then he thought to himself, wait, really? Does my room smell? Turning to Nguyen Ho, he said, by the way, your room is so empty, you should try decorating it like mine. Overjoyed, she replied, so, can I decorate it with your stuff? He agreed, sure, whatever you want, you can have. The girl then walked over and knelt in front of his closet, holding up his Pikachu bra and saying, I want this. Right. As the words left her mouth, Zhang Tianqin pushed the door open. She froze in sheer shock, and he quickly explained, Sister Zhang Tianqin, it's not what it looks like. Afterward, all three sat on the floor. Zhang Tianqin spoke up, what is there to misunderstand? A girl comes over and immediately starts taking off her clothes. He helplessly defended his friend. Due to some family issues, Nguyen Ho's social awareness is a bit off, but she's not a creep. Zhang Tianqin thought to herself, looks like this little girl doesn't have any hidden schemes after all. Doesn't look like she's faking. How about this? Cut down the time she and Zhang Hao spend together. Then she pretended to be sympathetic, threw her arm around Nguyen Ho's shoulder and said cheerfully, is your little sister's brain really not wired right? Want to come to my room? I'll show you some cool stuff. Nguyen Ho shyly replied, thank you, sister of Zhang Hao. What kind of cool stuff? She asked, her cheeks flushing red. Oh, just the kind of thing that makes you an adult, you know? The kind of movies us girls love to watch. You get it. He quickly cut her off and stopped her. Sister Zhang Tianqin, don't corrupt Nguyen Ho, he said as he pulled the girl towards him. Zhang Tianqin put on a smile, covering her mouth as she gently said, I was just talking about girl stuff, you know? But on the inside, she was absolutely fuming. Seriously? Zhang Hao was actually protecting her? Then she grabbed Nguyen Ho's shoulder and said, girls should stick together. Let me teach you some things girls should play. Zhang Hao looked at her suspiciously and asked, Sister Zhang Tianqin, you're acting super weird today. Don't tell me you have feelings for Nguyen Ho. Hearing this, she froze, completely speechless and helpless, before replying, no, I don't. Suddenly, his eyes went wide as he started sweating bullets. Chuang. Zhang Tianqin actually grabbed his neck right in front of his friend, pulling him close and affectionately calling out, Zhang Hao. He gasped in shock, Sister Zhang Tianqin. Sure enough, Zhang Tianqin lunged forward and forced a kiss on Zhang Hao, making his face turn beet red. He cursed under his breath, damn it, Sister Zhang Tianqin! After enjoying that moment for a bit, he pushed her away and asked, Sister Zhang Tianqin, what are you doing? Zhang Hao asked. Then he turned to Nguyen Ho. Are you okay? The dizzy girl replied, I think I'm about to suffocate to death. Death. Zhang Tianqin's eyes suddenly filled with sorrow. She said sadly, Zhang Hao, I'm sorry. I lied to you on that pouring rainy night. Zhang Hao called a taxi for Nguyen Ho to go home. After she got in, he told her, get home safe, Nguyen Ho. My sister didn't make you too uncomfortable, did she? Nguyen Ho sighed and said, no, not really. She just made me feel super annoyed. Zhang Hao said apologetically, that's just Sister Zhang Tianqin's way of being friendly. By the way, earlier you were staring at her. Seeing Zhang Hao hesitate, Nguyen Ho asked, huh? Zhang Hao quickly changed the subject. Never mind. Just remember to text me when you get home. Nguyen Ho sat in the car, opening her bag to pull out a gun-shaped keychain. She clutched it tightly, wondering if the person Zhang Hao actually liked was his sister. Back at the house, Zhang Tianqin gently opened the door, standing there as if she wanted to say something. Seeing her, Zhang Hao called out, Sister Zhang Tianqin. He remembered Wei Nan's words, a good sister would never fake being a lesbian just to get close to you. It seemed like Wei Nan was right. He asked, Sister Zhang Tianqin, you're not actually a lesbian, are you? Zhang Tianqin stood face to face with Zhang Hao, completely at a loss for words when she heard his question. Finally, she confessed, no, Zhang Hao, I'm sorry, I lied to you. I'm not a lesbian, I just like you way too much. Hearing this, Zhang Hao was completely shocked and dumbfounded. Zhang Tianqin continued, because I like you and Mom would never approve, so I had to pretend to be a lesbian to lower her expectations. Zhang Hao was too confused to speak. But isn't that just way too crazy? Ignoring the pouring rain, Zhang Tianqin rushed up to Zhang Hao. I know it's crazy, but it was the only way to get Mom to let us be together. I couldn't bear the thought of losing you again. Zhang Hao thoughtfully pulled her under his umbrella, gently whispering, Sister Zhang Tianqin, calm down, don't get sick. Wait, do you mean after we got separated back in kindergarten? Zhang Tianqin poured her heart out. Yes, Zhang Hao, of course you don't remember our childhood, but to be with you, I'd do absolutely anything. I just want to be by your side. I'll make it up to you. I'll spend my entire life making it up to you. Honestly, I've always been watching over you as you grew up. From elementary school to middle school and even now. I've always been right there with you. I loved you so much I lost control, doing all these stupid things. Just as Zhang Tianqin was pouring her heart out, Wei Nan walked up. Looks like I arrived at the perfect time. Wei Nan stepped out of her car, completely ignoring her assistant who was rushing over to cover her. President Gui, the umbrella! The umbrella! Wei Nan just stood there under the pouring rain. Chuang! How looks like I was right all along, wasn't I? You see her as family, but she definitely doesn't feel the same. Zhang Tianqin gasped. What? She was completely stunned. What did Wei Nan tell Zhang Hao? Wei Nan went on. From start to finish, she's done nothing but lie to you. Zhang Hao listened in silence. Wei Nan continued, come with me. Zhang Hao, you are not who you used to be. Don't forget that. Hearing this, Zhang Hao froze in utter shock. Zhang Tianqin screamed, furiously. Enough. This is our home and you're not welcome here. Leave right now or I'm calling the cops, Zhang Hao said softly. Sister Zhang Tianqin. Chuang? Zhang Tianqin whipped around and said, Zhang Hao, ignore her. Go back to your room. I'll handle this. But Zhang Hao just shoved the umbrella into her hands. Zhang Tianqin couldn't believe her eyes, gasping in shock. Wait, what? Zhang Hao said gently. Sister Zhang Tianqin, go inside first. Wait for me, and I'll give you my answer. Chuang Tian. Cam clutched the umbrella, frozen in place. Later, at Wei Nan's private villa, she changed into dry clothes, dried her hair, and brought a dry towel out for Zhang Hao. Showing her concern, she said, don't catch a cold. Dry yourself off. Zhang Hao looked up at Wei Nan with a blank expression. Wei Nan, did you really have to go this far? Did you have to reveal my identity? In front of Sister Zhang Tianqin? And even frame her like that? Was that really necessary? Wei Nan used the towel to gently dry his hair, sighing helplessly. Heh, even now, you still haven't changed. You still think your precious sister Zhang Tianqin is innocent? You want the truth, don't you? Fine, take a look. See what your sister is really like. Once you see this, you'll understand why I couldn't let you fall into her trap. With that, Wei Nan tossed down a file on Zhang Tianqin. He froze. You seriously hired someone to investigate my family? Zhang Hao flipped through the documents, unable to believe his eyes. This is Zhang Tianqin's kindergarten record. Cases of bullying, classmates, and possessive behavior toward Zhang Hao, complete with photos and videos provided by the preschool teachers. In elementary school, Zhang Tianqin beat up a girl who confessed Zhang Hao so badly that the girl had to transfer schools. Attached are photos of the victim, medical diagnoses, and settlement reports from the parents. Zhang Tianqin specifically signed up for every single after-school class Zhang Hao took. She even turned down offers from elite out-of-town schools just to go to the school closest to home. She even pressured Zhang Yin to go on blind dates with photos of Zhang Yin and Tran Kuokhan attached. After reading all of this, Zhang Hao couldn't believe his eyes. How could any of this be real? Wei Nan said, the records, photos, and videos are all right here. Is there anything else you don't believe? Honestly, I almost admire the love she has for you. It's like a sick, obsessive love. She planned and arranged absolutely everything for you, slowly creeping into your life, and she's so close to succeeding. Zhang Hao stammered, speechless. Speechless. "Ah," Wei Nan whispered in Zhang Hao's ear. Zhang Hao, maybe you think this is just some kind of twisted devotion. Yeah, it makes sense that a victim like you wouldn't get what's actually happening, but it's totally normal. Let me break it down for you real quick. She pulled out a cigarette. If this were in that patriarchal world of yours, where a guy is chasing a girl. Wei Nan flicked her lighter and lit up. He'd use every dirty trick in the book. Exhaling a thin wisp of smoke, her face twisted into a dark shadow. Stalking you. Taking creepy secret photos of you. Messing with your school life, ruining your friendships and family, just to get his hands on you. Then she coldly dropped the hammer. If that's not sick and psycho, then what is? Have you ever even thought about it? Your precious Zhang Tianqin? Is the guy she loves actually the you right now? Zhang Hao went totally silent. He was too stunned to speak, his mind a complete mess. Wei Nan went straight for the jugular, wanting Zhang Hao to finally realize that he and Zhang Tianqin had zero future. Can you face reality yet? If you want to go back, your only option is to ditch that sister of yours and cooperate with me on the Blood Moon research. Got it? Zhang Hao was completely lost. Right now, he just needed some quiet time to think. I'm sorry, President Ngui, but my head is spinning right now. I need to leave. Wei Nan stared at him in silence, then said, Fine, I'll drive you back. It's still pouring out there. Zhang Hao shook his head. I really just need to clear my head. No need, President Ngui. He stopped her. I'll leave these documents here. Zhang Hao set the files down and rushed out. Wei Nan stood there, holding back her raging anger as she watched him leave, feeling totally powerless. Walking away, Zhang Hao couldn't stop overthinking. What Wei Nan said couldn't have been a lie. Sis Zhang Tianqin really went to scary lengths just to get someone. But deep down, his memories screamed that Zhang Tianqin wasn't like that. Besides that suffocating obsession, there was still a lingering warmth. Who was the one she really loved, and how did he truly feel? These were things he had to ask her face to face. When he got home, Zhang Hao saw Zhang Tianqin sitting outside the gate in the pouring rain, looking completely hollowed out. She still couldn't wrap her head around how things had gotten this messed up. She was terrified that Zhang Hao would push her away. Why? Why did this have to happen? Zhang Hao rushed over and held the umbrella over her, speaking softly, Zhang Tianqin, I'm home. Truong Tian. Cam looked up with tear-filled eyes. Welcome home. Once they got inside, she immediately ran to pour him some warm water, completely worried sick about him. Zhang Hao, quick! Sit down, let me get you something warm to drink. Why did you run off to see someone else in this heavy rain anyway? You're soaking wet. Don't catch a cold. Zhang Hao sat down and said calmly, Zhang Tianqin, you don't have to fuss over me. I need to ask you something. Zhang Tianqin's heart sank with anxiety. She stammered out of pure fear. What is it? Did Wei Nan say something to you? Zhang Hao asked directly. Zhang Tianqin, you said you've been by my side since we were kids, but I'm guessing it wasn't just being by my side, right? Zhang Tianqin began to tremble, her face turning pale. In a sheer panic, she whispered, Zhang Hao, you know everything, don't you? Zhang Hao was honest. Yeah. Even though Wei Nan used dirty tactics, the evidence was so clear that I couldn't ignore it. Zhang Tianqin collapsed to her knees, shaking with fear as she said, Zhang Hao, let me tell you a story. Once upon a time, there was a girl who had a pretty wealthy life, a wonderful family, and was completely happy. But then one day, her parents got divorced and her perfect world shattered. After the split, her dad quickly remarried and started a new family. Since her mom was always swamped with work, she couldn't take care of her daughter. So the girl ended up bouncing between her dad's new home and her mom's place. At her dad's, her stepmother hated her, constantly screaming at her and beating her. Her father was a total coward who watched his own daughter get abused without saying a single word, and even let the stepmother kick her out. She was barely 6 years old, surviving on the streets completely alone for 2 weeks before her biological mom finally found her. Slowly, the girl retreated into a shell she built around herself. She became an outcast. The other parents didn't want their kids anywhere near her. No parents around? She must be a rotten kid with no discipline. Why is she so filthy? Did she get into another fight? She's so violent. Stay away from her. She'll only be a bad influence. Her personality became quieter and quieter, turning her cold and distant. Until one day a little boy ran up to befriend her. Why are you playing all by yourself? Come on, let's play together. An angel of a boy had transferred into her class. He followed her around like a little shadow, whining playfully. Don't ignore me. Look, I even brought yummy snacks. Let's eat lunch together. All the kids in class wanted to be his friend, crowding around him and showing off. You're Zhang Hao, right? Don't hang out with that jinx Zhang Tianqin. She's always getting into fights, covered in dirt and cuts. It's super gross. Yeah, totally, let's play together. Just ignore that dirty troublemaker. Zhang Hao turned to look at her. She stood quietly in the corner, turning her head away, thinking she was just getting cast aside yet again. But Zhang Hao ran over with a bright smile, grabbed her hand, and said with sparkling eyes, Zhang Tianqin, let's play together. I don't think she's like what you guys say at all. Honestly, she's super cool. The boy's sweetness melted her heart, making her burst into tears. Just like that, the boy found his way deep into the girl's heart. Zhang Hao gently patched up Zhang Tianqin's wounds, proudly declaring, You gotta take better care of yourself from now on. If you keep getting hurt, I'll become a doctor and heal you. He became the girl's one and only friend, a treasure she cherished above everything in life. But then a tragedy struck. The girl made a terrible mistake, and the boy lost his memories due to the massive trauma. He forgot everything, and his parents moved him to another school. The light in the girl's life vanished. From then on, the girl was consumed by crushing guilt, but she didn't drown in despair because her life had finally found its own light. She started secretly watching over and protecting him, pushing herself to study medicine, the field he had always dreamed of, learning how to wear makeup, how to socialize, all to become a better version of herself, someone who was actually worthy of him. But just watching from afar wasn't enough. Her deep possessiveness and drive to protect him were so overwhelming that they drove her to get closer, desperate to weave their lives together again. She even manipulated her parents just to become his older sister. The girl didn't regret it for a second, even if this choice meant she could never undo it for the rest of her life. Zhang Hao thought to himself, Zhang Tianqin, so this is the bond between us? Zhang Tianqin broke down completely, confessing, I'm so sorry, Zhang Hao. I'm just a sick freak with an obsessive need to control everything. That girl is me. I'm so sorry, Zhang Hao. I'm so sorry. It's only natural that you hate me now. Zhang Hao, I love you so much, I just wanted to be with you. I couldn't stand the thought of sharing you with anyone else. Tears streamed down her cheeks. She took all the heat because she was just way too obsessed with Zhang Hao. She blindly did whatever it took, no matter what. Zhang Hao was lost in thought. He never expected his childhood to be such a mess. No wonder those random memories kept flashing in his head. But Zhang Tianqin had always been so good to him, always having his back. Sure, they were siblings on paper, but they weren't even blood-related. Not to mention how he felt about Zhang Tianqin was. Zhang Tianqin blamed herself, sobbing, Zhang Hao, if you hate me, I can just pack up and leave. I'll give up on ever being with you. I'll stay far away from you so I won't bother you ever again. Zhang Hao stepped up, gently wiping away Zhang Tianqin's tears. Stop saying sorry. I know how much I mean to you, and that's more than enough. Blushing hard, he muttered, Zhang Tianqin, let's be together. I like you too. Zhang Tianqin stood there, totally spaced out from pure joy. Zhang Hao, I knew it. I still love you so much. No matter what you become, I'll always love you. She burst into tears, throwing her arms tightly around Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao gently teased, Okay, sis Cam. Your tears and snot are getting all over my clothes. He thought to himself, speaking of lying, I'm totally playing her too. Zhang Tianqin leaped forward, squeezing him tight. I don't even care. You said yes. Zhang Hao cried out, Whoa, chill out, sis Cam. And just like that, I've been dating sis Cam for a few days now. Back in Zhang Hao's room, a super heavy romantic vibe filled the air. Zhang Tianqin held Zhang Hao so tight, it felt like she wanted to lock him in her mind forever. The tip of her tongue went on a full-on attack, locking right onto Zhang Hao's sweet lips. They lost track of time in that deep, passionate kiss until Zhang Hao couldn't even breathe. Only then did Zhang Tianqin reluctantly let him go. Both of them were panting, their flushed faces driving the temperature in the room way up. Zhang Hao let out a soft groan, just like first loves. It was sweet, happy, and sis Cam was just so good to him. They became absolutely inseparable. Zhang Tianqin would feed Zhang Hao delicious bites of food, baby him, dry his hair, and sneak up to hug him from behind. Zhang Tianqin couldn't help but gush. Zhang Hao, these days lately feel like a total dream. I'm so happy. Zhang Hao felt a wave of guilt. But the sweeter it gets, the heavier this guilt weighs on me. Sure, I really dig sis Cam, but her love is for the childhood Zhang Hao, not the guy standing right in front of her. Zhang Tianqin smiled warmly. I've got to go handle some work. I'll call you when dinner's ready. Her baby boy Zhang Hao obediently replied, Okay, sis, he thought to himself, sigh. I impulsively jumped into this relationship with her. Now that I think about it, I'm basically taking advantage of her. I really need to find a chance to come clean to sis, Zhang Tianqin. But if I do, will she even want me? He called out softly, Zhang Tianqin, Zhang Tianqin turned back, smiling. What's up, baby? Zhang Hao? Zhang Hao's heart skipped a beat. Lacking the guts to drop the truth bomb, he played it off. Oh, nothing. Go do your thing, sis. He felt so pathetic for chickening out. But before he could even sort that out, more trouble knocked on his door. At CEO Ngui's office, Wei Nan smirked. Look who's on time for once, good boy. Zhang Hao snapped back impatiently. What do you want? Spit it out. Wei Nan seductively raised her long, smooth legs, brushing them against Zhang Hao's leg with a teasing look. Just wanted to check if you've sorted things out with that sis of yours yet? Zhang Hao shoved her leg away, replying indifferently, Don't waste your breath, CEO Ngui. We're doing great. Wei Nan's face instantly went cold. Great? Why lie to yourself like that? You know your precious sis Cam is in love with a completely different version of you, right? All her crazy affection is built on a childhood lie. The truth can't stay hidden forever. Eventually, she'll realize you aren't that kid, and who knows what she'll do then. Plus, don't you want to speed up the research on the blood moon? Zhang Hao froze. She hit the nail right on the head, leaving him with absolutely no comeback. Wei Nan, don't you dare start making wild guesses. Wei Nan backed off for a second. His mental state is a mess. Pushing him right now won't do any good. Zhang Hao, if you're drowning in this swamp, I'll just have to drag you out my own way. Wei Nan quietly schemed, then switched gears. Anyway, about your streaming career, I've got a partnership deal. You're already a top 3 gaming streamer on the app, basically pulling in the highest views. But you know how short-lived internet fame is. That's why almost all the top-tier influencers build their own businesses. You can't sleep on fan-driven economy. Your fan base is super young and trendy, so the corporation decided to help you launch your own clothing line. Zhang Hao stared at the proposal, totally baffled. A clothing line? Since when does the company care about that? I bet this is your idea, not theirs. Right? Wei Nan shrugged. Think whatever you want. But I, Wei Nan, never lose a bet. Professionally, both the company and I are putting high stakes on you. Personally, I'm helping you decode the blood moon. And about that debt, you don't have to sell your soul or your body. Just be my partner. Help me make some cash and compensate me. Zhang Hao cursed internally. Ugh, greedy capitalist. Out loud, he scoffed. No way am I selling my body, but if you want to invest, I guess we can try. I'll do it. Just to pay you back for your help before. Zhang Hao scratched his head, asking awkwardly, But wait, how do I even run a clothing brand? Wei Nan casually lit a cigarette. Weren't you the one with all the big ideas? Figure it out yourself. Zhang Hao shot back. Hey, I'm just trying to get some advice from my big boss here, all right? Fine. I'll go home and look into it. Later, CEO Ngui. Wei Nan took a drag from her cigarette. I'll be waiting for good news. Watching Zhang Hao leave, Wei Nan's face went cold. As she thought, my plan is foolproof. With my network tearing them apart is child's play. If I just leak this evidence, his reputation as an influencer will go down in flames. But I'm not that stupid. Hurting Zhang Hao will only drive him away from me, and that would totally backfire. Zhang Hao, you're not the type to hide behind a woman. You need to focus on your career, which means cutting down your time with Zhang Tianqin, while I use my ultimate trump card, the blood moon, to make you change your mind. Wei Nan crushed the cigarette, her eyes sharp. I'll use my own ways to steal you away from her. The second Zhang Hao got home, he immediately started grinding on ideas for his own custom clothing line. Chuang, Zhang Tianqin walked in. Hey baby Zhang Hao, you busy? Zhang Hao jumped. He quickly replied, Oh, I just finished the draft plan. I'll head to bed soon. Zhang Tianqin. She brought in some warm milk and asked caringly about his work. Is the clothing brand gig arranged by the company? Don't push yourself too hard. It breaks your big sis's heart. Zhang Hao turned around to reassure her. I'm totally fine, sis Chin Chin. With the company's backing, things are moving way faster. Once I get the hang of the routine, it won't be exhausting at all. Zhang Tianqin thought to herself, wait, isn't Zhang Hao's company a subsidiary of Wei Nan's corporate giant? She set the milk down, hugged Zhang Hao tightly, and said happily, Zhang Hao, now that we're finally together, you don't have to bust your ass like this. I can totally make enough money to support you. There's way too much drama out there, and you're still so young. Suddenly, their mom walked in to check on them, making both Zhang Tianqin and Zhang Hao, who were acting all cozy, jump in surprise. Zhang Hao needs to sleep now. Qingqin, go back to your own room. Zhang Tianqin replied, Okay, I got it. Get some sleep soon, Zhang Hao. Seeing how overly close the two siblings were, their mom thought, yeah, they're close, but seriously, do they really need to cling to each other even at bedtime? Still feeling uneasy, Zhang Tianqin turned back as she headed to her room to remind him, Zhang Hao, remember to drink your milk. I'll leave the mug here and come back to clean it up later. Zhang Hao quickly waved his hands to decline. No need, sis. I can clean it myself. You should go get some rest. Zhang Hao couldn't help but think about how incredibly caring sis Qin had been lately. Going to school by day and doing live streams and work at night. Even though they barely got any quality time together, she always managed to lift his spirits and cheer him up. He picked up the glass of milk and took a sip. Could this blissful life really be his forever? The next morning in class, Zhang Hao was slumped over his desk, completely drained. Sighing, Manhwa ran over and gently patted his head to comfort him. Hey, Zhang Hao, what's wrong? You've been face down on your desk the whole time. Are you feeling sick somewhere? Zhang Hao shook his head and said, "Nah, I'm good, little Yuehua. It's just that my clothing store is in the promo phase, but I still haven't found a professional model yet." Suddenly, Zhang Hao looked up at Yuehua. Seeing her pure, radiant, and adorable face, which perfectly matched the vibe of the model he was searching for, he gasped. "Oh wait, isn't she right here?" Zhang Hao jumped up, grabbed Yuehua's shoulders, and begged, "Little Yuehua, please do me a solid after class. I'm literally begging you." Yuehua was totally confused. Huh? After school at the promo photoshoot studio, Yuehua was invited by Zhang Hao to model the upcoming clothing line. It turned out Yuehua was a natural for this collection, making the shoot go incredibly smoothly. "All right, give me a little smile, tilt your head just a bit." "Okay, perfect, that's it. Absolutely flawless." Zhang Hao smirked proudly. "Well, duh, of course little Yuehua is perfect. She has this youthful face but radiates this cool, aloof, and noble vibe, plus those long, fair legs. Damn, the camera crew couldn't stop drooling. Is Miss Min really just an amateur? Would you consider signing with our agency?" Min Yuehua shook her head, turning them down. The crew sighed in disappointment. "Are you sure you won't reconsider?" Just then, Zhang Tianqin arrived with some food. "My baby Zhang Hao is working so hard." Zhang Hao asked in surprise, Sis Qingqin, what are you doing here?" She proudly waved the food bag. "I brought food for my absolute favorite Zhang Hao and the whole crew. I hope I'm not interrupting you guys." The crew saw Zhang Tianqin and gushed. "Whoa, the boss's sister is so gorgeous and sweet." Right then, Wei Nan showed up. Well, isn't it lively in here?" The second Zhang Tianqin saw Wei Nan, she bristled like a hostile cat. "What the hell are you doing here?" Wei Nan smirked smugly. "I'm his boss and the main investor. Why wouldn't I be here? As for you, you're just a stepsister with way too much free time. What are you here to nose around for?" Zhang Tianqin wasn't about to back down. "Watch your mouth. What is the capitalist overlord? Here to micromanage. Do you think my Zhang Hao isn't doing a good enough job?" The two instantly locked horns. Wei Nan snapped back. "You're Zhang Hao? Please, are you even worthy? When you say family. Real family wouldn't resort to such dirty, underhanded tricks." Zhang Tianqin scoffed sarcastically. "Ha, for a boss, you sure love using illegal means to dig up dirt on people. Nothing honorable about that. I can take care of Zhang Hao's business just fine myself, so don't waste your energy." Neither of them backed down. "I am absolutely going to interfere in this." Zhang Tianqin challenged her. "Fine, bring it on anytime." Zhang Hao rushed over to break up the fight. Sis Qingqin, Wei Nan, can you both please chill for a second?" Min Yuehua ran over to defuse the tension. "Hey, Zhang Hao, I'm starving. Let's eat." The two combatants paused their bickering, only to yell out in anger, "Wait a minute. Zhang Hao, the model you mentioned is actually your classmate, Min Yuehua." Zhang Hao explained, "Ah, yeah. Since we're shooting a youth theme, I asked Yuehua to help." Wei Nan began touching up her lipstick, while Zhang Tianqin slipped into a pair of sexy black tights. Zhang Hao tried to talk sense into them. "Seriously, don't be so childish. Are you two really fighting over who gets to model?" Wei Nan and Zhang Tianqin glared at each other defiantly. "Start the camera. As his boss and family. Helping him out is totally natural, right?" Wei Nan smirked. "Besides, I can help you way more than certain people can." Zhang Tianqin wasn't about to let that slide. She snapped back. "Oh really? Then let's see who's got what it takes." Back in the studio, Zhang Hao was scratching his head in utter confusion. "Wait, why are you asking an amateur like me to take the photos?" Wei Nan flipped her hair arrogantly. "Save your breath. Who else is worthy of having me model for them anyway?" Zhang Tianqin scoffed in annoyance. "Oh, so Wei Nan thinks our Zhang Hao is worthy." Wei Nan smirked. "What if he is? Are you trying to teach me how to do my job?" Zhang Tianqin warned. "Wei Nan, you better keep your distance from my Zhang Hao." Zhang Hao rushed in to intervene. All right, Sis Qingqin, Wei Nan, let's just get this over with quickly." Min Yuehua happily ran over. "Zhang Hao, if you need a model, I can totally do it too." Zhang Hao was speechless. "Little Yuehua, please don't add fuel to the fire. Let's just start shooting." Zhang Hao directed. "Sis Qingqin, place your hand on your face and tilt your head down slightly." Zhang Tianqin asked, "Like this?" Zhang Hao was amazed. "Whoa, Sis Qingqin, you're so photogenic. That mix of pure and sexy is absolute perfection." Zhang Hao adjusted the angle. "Yuehua looking great. Just give me a little smile and we're good." He secretly admired her. Yuehua's smile was so healing, like a cute, docile little bunny. "Ah, gorgeous." Next up was Wei Nan. Zhang Hao had to admit she was crushing it too. He thought to himself, wow, Wei Nan's aura is incredibly powerful. It's a completely different vibe compared to the other two. He directed, "Wei Nan, bring your left leg forward a bit." She asked, "Like this?" Zhang Hao felt an odd sense of thrill. Controlling a powerful female CEO like this was surprisingly satisfying. The shoot went exceptionally well. Zhang Hao started adjusting the set, moved the key light slightly to the left. By the end of the day, Min Yuehua couldn't help but feel a bit jealous seeing Wei Nan's incredible figure. "Awesome, it's a wrap." Zhang Hao thanked the crew. "Great job today, everyone. Thank you so much for your hard work. I'll treat you all to dinner another day." Wei Nan smirked proudly. "It's nothing, really. Just let me know if you need anything else. Honestly, I'm more than enough on my own." Zhang Tianqin shot back. "For a busy CEO, you sure have a lot of time to meddle in Zhang Hao's business. How incredible." "Thanks a bunch, but I won't be bothering you next time. Since I'm Zhang Hao's assistant, I'm sure I can do just as well as you." Wei Nan sneered in disdain. "What are you thinking? You think you don't need me? How about you check out this sales report first?" Zhang Hao sighed. "I really need to keep these two separated from now on." That night, at Zhang Hao's house, he reviewed his project. The cover page and product links were all good to go. He had also finished coordinating with customer service. It was his first time starting a business and launching his own product, so he had no idea how it would go. Hopefully nothing would go wrong. He hit the go live button. Hey, what's up everyone? Welcome to today's live. You guys should see a little shopping cart icon at the bottom of your screen. So per my company's request, I've set up a small fashion brand. Since a ton of my viewers are female, this first batch will focus on women's clothes. We'll definitely roll out some men's wear later on. Stream viewers commented, wait, so even the visual gods are selling stuff now? Zhang Hao continued, this is my very first brand, my first startup, and I really hope you guys can support me. Fans were let down, commenting, sigh, our male god's image is completely ruined. In the end, he still couldn't beat capitalism. One of Zhang Hao's friends, who was also a streamer and super jealous of him, watched the stream and smirked. Heh, he's totally shooting himself in the foot. Serves him right. Go get him, Antis. But as soon as Zhang Hao started showcasing the products, people flooded the chat with hate. A streamer who only has looks trying to sell clothes? Is this a scam? This streamer is a straight-up thief, luring people in just to rip them off. If I buy, does it come with private everyday photos of our male god? Are you stupid? He's just using you guys to cash in. And you actually want to buy. Hey, if we like it, we buy it. Don't be so toxic. Why can't we just look at the clothes first? Is that so hard? Zhang Hao read the comments and sighed, just as expected. Out of curiosity, viewers clicked on the cart to check out the new clothes. Whoa, honey, look! This model looks so familiar. Isn't she that famous young female president trending on Weibo, Way something? Holy shit! Is Wei Nan of Feng Hong modeling this? What on earth? Are these clothes? Over at the hospital, everyone was gossiping too. Wait, isn't this our city's outstanding youth, senior Zhang Tianqin? Since when does she model? Share this into the group to see. Instantly, sales and chat engagement skyrocketed. Whoa, this piece is actually pretty fire. Did the streamer design this? Zhang Hao confidently explained his concept. I see everyone is talking about the products. This clothing line was actually designed and manufactured by me personally. The inspiration actually came from a dream I had. In that dream, gender roles, aesthetics, tastes, and fashion were completely different from ours. That's why I wanted to take a leap of faith and break traditional aesthetic standards. The praise started pouring in. Oh my god, and it's actually so cheap. Plus, no pre-orders. It's basically like UX fashion. Buying this won't even hurt my wallet. Guys, I checked out the cart. The prices are super reasonable, totally student-friendly, and the clothes look amazing, especially those female models. They're so hot, they make me want to go gay. Wow, fell for the scam already, huh? Shut up, fake fans. How dare you even talk? At the company, Wei Nan closely watched the live stream with a satisfied smile. Nice. Keep boosting his stream, she said. Her assistant immediately got to work. On it, Wei Nan. Meanwhile, the butler informed Manhwa, Miss, as you ordered, we've bought a whole batch of clothes. But how should we explain this to the madam? Manhwa replied, it's fine. Just deduct it from my allowance. Soon, sales hit 123,300 items. Zhang Hao was totally shocked. Holy shit, what's going on? The sales volume is insane. Later, as he was scrolling through his phone, he saw news channels reporting on his clothing brand. Shocking! Gaming streamer Zhang Hao's new fashion brand, Blood Moon, has completely taken the market by storm. Is this another brilliant PR stunt or a major milestone for an online influencer? Meanwhile, another channel was live streaming knockoffs of his clothes. Last batch left. We're logging off right after this, my loves. Grab yours now. He groaned in exhaustion. I just wanted to watch some videos to relax. Why is everything flooded with my news? Social media is terrifying. It's only been a few days, and my fan ranking is already in the top 3 on J. On top of that, the shopping cart is completely sold out, and we're rushing to restock. It all feels so surreal, but Wei Nan, Yuehua, and Sister Kum definitely helped me out behind the scenes. I should find some time to treat them to dinner to say thanks. But if the 3 of them are in the same room, the vibe is going to be so tense. What a nightmare. While Zhang Hao was lost in thought, Zhang Tianqin crept up behind him. Pressing her chest against his back, she whispered sweetly, Zhang Hao, baby, why the long sigh? Zhang Hao jumped in surprise. Sis Kum? Since when did you? She hugged him even tighter, blowing gently on his ear. Let me guess. Zhang Hao's fashion brand has been super popular lately, so you're stressed out because you don't know what to do next, right? Zhang Hao smiled wryly and admitted, yeah, sis Kum. Honestly, I'm just an online businessman, so there are tons of things I have to figure out on my own. Zhang Tianqin gently stroked his cheek and looked straight into his eyes. Exactly. Plus, our Zhang Hao is still a student. Honestly, I hate seeing you work so hard, but I'll always support whatever choice you make, so don't you worry. He softly thanked her. Yeah. Thank you, sis Kum. Oh, by the way, I'm planning to throw a celebration party tonight to thank everyone. You'll come, right? Zhang Tianqin accepted. Of course I will. Now get up, lazy bones. I'm going to take a bath. Later, Zhang Tianqin was soaking in a hot tub. A celebration party, huh? I bet Wei Nan and Min Yanwei will be there too. Those two, one is a dominant obsessive president, and the other is a socially awkward rich girl. If I just straight up tell them that Zhang Hao and I are dating, it would totally mark my territory and keep them away. But that's a rookie move. Making it public right now might put Zhang Hao in a really awkward spot, or even provoke those two into doing something crazy. Yeah, no need to say anything yet. She put a little rubber duck on her knee, letting it slide down her gorgeous, smooth legs. The duck bumped against her voluptuous chest, looking almost shy. Zhang Tianqin pumped herself up. All right, Tianqin, stay confident. Zhang Hao only has eyes for me, and I only have eyes for him. That's a solid fact. Right now, because of family issues, we can't get intimate yet. but once he graduates, he's definitely mine. I'll be the ultimate winner. That evening, the celebration party was held at a nearby hotel. A whole line of luxury cars parked right at the entrance. Every passerby turned their head. Dang, that's blinding. So many luxury cars. Who the hell is that rich? Weinan stepped out of her car holding a glittering banner that read, "Wishing Blood Moon a massive success," while Manhwa walked up carrying a huge basket of flowers. In perfect unison, they both shouted, "Zhang Hao, I'm here!" Zhang Tianqin stood to the side, burning with jealousy. She gritted her teeth. Zhang Hao and the other person shyly said, "Welcome. You guys don't need to be so formal." Let's go, grab a seat first." The three of them stared at each other, sparks practically flying. Once the feast started, all three of them reached for the exact same dish at the same time. They fought over everything, absolutely refusing to back down. Zhang Hao helplessly slammed down a glass of wine. Manhwa warned him that minors shouldn't be drinking alcohol during the party, even though Zhang Tianqin and Weinan were still at each other's throats. Overall, it was a pretty fun night. It was just my low alcohol tolerance that was the problem. Zhang Hao ran outside to barf, wondering if this body was somehow allergic to alcohol. Just a tiny bit of alcohol and he was already wasted. Luckily, he used the excuse of getting some fresh air because throwing up in front of them would have been so embarrassing. Suddenly, someone handed him a towel. "Here, wipe yourself." Zhang Hao took the towel. Thank you," he said, only to realize the person in front of him was the Blood Moon Goddess. "Hey there, long time no see, little Zhang Hao." The Blood Moon Goddess had suddenly appeared right in front of him. She gave him a friendly wave. "Hey, long time no see, little Zhang Hao." Zhang Hao instantly sobered up from the shock, stammering, You're the Blood Moon Goddess?" The Blood Moon Goddess gently touched down on the ground. She gently lifted Zhang Hao's chin. "Spot on. Looks like you've been adjusting pretty well to life in this world lately. You've got your own rear, people who love you, and plenty of pursuers. Everyone's obsessed with you. But I wonder, have you noticed you're starting to look more and more like the people living in this world? You're drifting further and further from that real man you always talk about. Told you so. You'll end up assimilated in the end. Let me let you in on another secret. Human soul frequencies can actually overlap." Zhang Hao yelled back in anger. "What the hell do you mean, souls overlapping? What's your point? I am me. And I'm not changing. Just tell me, how the hell do I get back to my original world, or do I have to stay here forever?" The Blood Moon Goddess said mysteriously, "The power to choose is entirely in your hands. I'm off. After all, that moment is coming soon and we'll meet again shortly." Zhang Hao panicked and called out, "Wait up!" But the Moon Goddess had already vanished into thin air. He muttered in frustration, "I wasn't even done asking." Zhang Hao thought to himself, "Damn it, that Blood Moon Goddess slipped away so fast. Souls overlapping, assimilation, and what the hell is that moment? Why does she love giving me riddles so much?" Zhang Hao clutched his head in despair. Manhwa walked over and called out, "Zhang Hao, you've been gone for so long. Are you okay?" Zhang Hao replied, "I'm fine. Just came out to catch some fresh air and cool off." "Where are Zhang Tianqin and Weinan?" Manhwa asked worriedly. "They're arguing inside. Are you really okay?" Zhang Hao brushed it off, saying, "I just drank a bit too much. I'm really fine. Come on, let's head back." Manhwa agreed. "Okay." She thought, was Zhang Hao talking about the blood moon in that other world because he's drunk? I don't really get it. Sometime later, Zhang Hao's life went back to normal, trudging between three places: school, home, and his office. The time he spent with sis Zhang Tianqian also decreased, but their relationship remained stable. 2 months later, autumn arrived and Huang Yuanyuan wore a jacket to school. "Oh, it's freezing this morning. Is winter already coming?" Not Long chimed in. "Dude, get some basic knowledge, will you? Autumn literally just started." Huang Vian was skeptical, "But it's clearly freezing. Don't you agree, Zhang Hao?" Zhang Hao was glued to his phone and didn't pay attention to their conversation, casually replying, "Yeah." Seeing this, Huang Yuanyuan gave a mischievous smirk and asked, "Yo, Zhang Hao, who's the girl? You're so focused." Zhang Hao quickly covered his phone. "Hey, don't go snooping through other people's phones." Not Long also chimed in. "Exactly. Zhang Hao is an internet celeb now. He can't just be casually texting girls." Manhwa, looking sweet in her outfit, walked up and said, "Good morning." Zhang Hao blushed at the sight of her and stammered, "Gui." At Manhwa, "Good morning." Manhwa asked, "What are you looking at, Zhang Hao?" Huang Yuanyuan teased, "He's definitely texting girls. Chuang Hao has officially become a bad boy." Zhang Hao helplessly covered his face. "Stop talking nonsense. Let's hurry, we're going to be late." In class, the teacher announced, "Quiet down, everyone. I have an announcement. For our upcoming 50th anniversary, the school plans to host a dance performance as the opening act. This event will be attended by city officials. Everyone must participate, paired up as boy and girl, free to choose your partners." She hoped the girls would take the lead, showing an active spirit. "So girls, go ahead and ask the boys in our grade. Once you're paired up, we'll have 2 weeks to practice. Now, Zhang Hao, since you have performing arts experience, the school has appointed you as the team leader. You'll need to find your own partner." Zhang Hao was utterly dumbfounded. "Me, the team leader? And I have to find my own partner?" The teacher didn't even give him a chance to refuse. "All right, that's settled then." After class, the girls stared at Zhang Hao like hungry wolves. They all rushed him. "Zhang Hao, my God, give me a chance. I have a national black belt, but I'm the city's martial art champion. This is dancing, not martial arts. Let me do it. I've trained for international competitions. Word is, we'll be on TV this time. Zhang Hao, I beg you, pick me. No, choose me. Pick me, pick me, pick." Me, pick me! Zhang Hao yelled in frustration. Damn it, back off, just leave me the hell alone. Sitting in a restroom stall, Zhang Hao sighed. Being so popular is such a pain. A partner, huh? The person at school I'm most in sync with is probably only— He ran over to ask Minwit Hoa to be his partner. Minwit Hoa bowed her head and apologized. I'm sorry, Zhang Hao, but I have to decline. It felt like lightning had struck him. Zhang Hao was utterly shocked. Damn. First time getting rejected since coming to this world. Feeling miserable, he slumped in a corner. Why would Nuet Hoa, who's usually so obedient, do this? Nuet Hoa said guiltily, it's not that, it's just, I don't know how to dance. My mom told me to keep a low profile and not stand out. There'll be a massive audience this time, and I'd definitely embarrass myself on stage. Plus, since I've never danced before, I'll definitely drag you down. And another thing, just as Nuet Hoa was about to explain further, Zhang Hao cut her off. If you give up without even trying, you'll never succeed. Nuet Hoa replied hesitantly. But Zhang Hao said confidently, I don't know how to dance either, but I have a plan. Nuet Hoa, do you want to trust me just this once? This time, I want everyone to see you in a completely different light. At the practice room, the instructor reminded Nuet Hoa to place her hand on Zhang Hao's waist and not to be shy. Zhang Hao comforted her. Guyet Hoa, don't be so tense, just pretend I'm a wooden dummy. Feeling completely useless, she said, I'm sorry, I really don't know how to do this. Zhang Hao patted her head gently. It's fine, just take it slow. I'll teach you. The instructor checked her watch and said, all right, that's it for today. Tomorrow's going to be way tougher, so clean up and head home. Both of them replied, yes, sir. Nuet Hoa let out a massive sigh of relief and sat down to take a break, sipping from her water bottle. Zhang Hao thought to himself, she was so damn agile when we were fighting. Talk about duality. He turned around, suddenly sensing a hostile glare locked onto them. Huh, why does it feel like someone is watching us? Nuet Hoa grabbed Zhang Hao's hand and asked, Zhang Hao, what's wrong? He shook his head, thinking it was just his imagination. Nothing, let's go. But deep down, he wondered, just my imagination? Thank God I stay in shape, otherwise this body would be completely wiped out by now. Manwet Ho suddenly called out, pointing at her locker. Zhang Hao, I think my locker is broken. Zhang Hao rushed over to check and saw the keyhole was stuffed with chewing gum. What the hell? Who's the lowlife that did this? Your locker is completely jammed. What is this chewing gum? Nuet Hoa, hold on, let me call the school staff. Zhang Hao grew suspicious, thinking, someone is definitely targeting Weiwo. I need to keep a close eye on her. The next day after PE class, Not Long hyped him up. Bro, Hao, you are cracked at basketball. By the way, how is the dance practice going? Zhang Hao replied, it's all right, I guess. He looked up and saw Nuet Hoa grabbing her shoes, but something silver suddenly caught the light inside one of them. Zhang Hao's eyes narrowed. Huh? Then he screamed, Guyet Hoa, wait! He snatched the shoe and slammed it onto the floor. A bunch of sharp needles spilled out. Furious, he roared, son of a bitch. Whoever did this, show your pathetic face right now. Got the balls to do it, but too chicken to admit it? Huang Yuanyuan was just as pissed. That is so dangerous. Who put nails in Nuet Ho's shoes? Not Long fumed. Seriously, trying to cripple someone? That is so low. Everyone, stop crowding around. Whoa! Even the school idol, Zhang Hao, is cursing. Is someone so jealous of Manhwa Hua for being his dance partner that they are targeting her on purpose? Zhang Hao thought about it. Normally, Nuet Hoa barely talks to anyone. Why is she suddenly getting targeted with all this malice? Could it really be because of this dance partner thing? Someone wants to hurt Nuet Hoa and force her out of the show. Damn, this dirty trick is so obvious. This culprit is smart. They aren't confronting her directly. They must be terrified of her family's power. Looks like it's up to me to hunt down this culprit and keep Nuet Hoa safe. After school, Zhang Hao sighed and asked, Hey, Nuet Hoa, did you piss anyone off lately? Man, who could be this freaking petty? Nuet Hoa thought about it for a second and said, I don't think so. Zhang Hao warned her, well, just keep your guard up from now on. Suddenly, Zhang Hao looked up and saw a flower pot plummeting right toward her. He lunged forward, screaming, Guyet Hoa, watch out! Crash, Zhang Hao threw himself over her. The pot smashed right onto his head and drops of blood dripped onto Nuet Hua's face. In a panic, she cried, Zhang Hao, your head, are you okay? Zhang Hao stood up, completely losing his mind. You motherfucker! You dare throw a flower pot at us? Nuet Hoa cried out. But you are bleeding, Zhang Hao didn't care. Screw that, I'm not letting them get away. He bolted up to the rooftop and caught a terrified girl sobbing. He demanded, You did this, didn't you? Why the hell would you go this far? The girl wailed in regret. Boo-hoo, Truong. How? I didn't mean to hurt you. It's all because of that bitch, Nuet Hoa. She's totally playing dumb. What makes her think she can hog you all to herself? She acts like she's so innocent. What makes her worthy of being your partner? She's not. Just because she's a rich kid, she gets to keep our school idol all to herself. She doesn't deserve you. Idol Zhang Hao, I hurt you. I can only jump to make up for it. Zhang Hao lunged forward and grabbed her by the arm. Are you out of your mind? He yanked her back, throwing her onto the middle of the rooftop deck. Let's get one thing straight. My action is purely out of humanity, so don't flatter yourself. Also, I hope you get this through your head. I chose Nuet Hoa. Whether she is worthy or not is for me to decide, not you. Nuet Hoa ran up, covering her face as she sobbed. Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao's vision started to blur. Guyet Hoa, you're here. What's happening to me? Scattered fragments of memories suddenly flashed before his eyes. He couldn't make sense of them. What is this? Zhang Hao woke up from a long, deep sleep. When he opened his eyes, everything was a blur. He groggily thought, Ugh, my head is splitting. Were those memories just a dream? Nuet Hoa lit up when she saw him open his eyes. You're awake, Zhang Hao. She choked up, holding his hand tightly and pressing it against her cheek. I'm so sorry, I got you hurt. Suddenly, her gaze turned icy and filled with sheer vengeance. Just wait, Zhang Hao, I'll get payback for you. She clenched her fist, muttering, I'm gonna ruin her. Zhang Hao broke into a cold sweat and quickly tried to stop her. Whoa, hold on, Guet Hoa. There's no need for that. I'm sure the school will handle it. Did you forget what happened last time you got into a fight and ended up in solitary confinement? Zhang Hao threw off the blanket and bounced right up, flexing his muscles to show her. See? This tiny scratch is nothing. Time is ticking. We only have 2 weeks to practice the opening dance, so we've got to hustle. Nguyen Hoa, however, still looked super worried. But you're hurt. You can't dance like this. The teacher even suggested bringing in a replacement. Much to her surprise, Zhang Hao flatly refused. No way, he declared with pure grit. I promised I'd make everyone see you in a different light. A real man keeps his word. Those 2 weeks of practice were intense, so to help Nyet Hoa, we even hired a professional dancer to coach us. Slowly, Nyet Hoa began to let go of her insecurities, finding her confidence. But out of nowhere, Nguyen Hoa got a call from her mom. Listening in, Zhang Hao immediately recognized the voice of Mayor Man. He knew her as this ultra-busy woman who never initiated calls even though she was rarely home. On the other end of the line, Nguyet Hoa's mom spoke coldly. Nguyet Hoa, regarding this opening performance, I've already called your teacher to get you out of it, so don't bother going. You've never danced in your life, and I won't have you making a fool of yourself in front of everyone. Nguyet Hoa panicked. She had put so much effort into preparing, and now her mom was just shutting it down. She had no idea what to do. Desperate, Nguyet Hoa pleaded. But Mom, we've been practicing for so long, and Zhang Hao has been helping me. If I drop out now, before she could finish her sentence, Mayor Man cut her off. Nguyet Hoa, listen to me. She was clearly only worried about her own reputation. City officials and the press will be there, not to mention my own colleagues and rivals. All eyes will be on you. As the heir of the Man family, you shouldn't be seeking the spotlight. You need to put the family first. Nguyet Hoa stammered nervously, but Suddenly, Zhang Hao snatched the phone right out of her hand. He took a breath and addressed Mayor Man. Hello, Auntie Man. Sorry to butt in. I'm Zhang Hao, Nyet Ho's classmate. Please excuse my rudeness. With a dead serious look, he said, I beg you, please let Nyet Hoa is performing in this show. You might think your daughter has no business being on stage, but she's actually poured her entire heart and soul into this. Just because she heard you might show up, she's been working her absolute butt off. Please, Auntie, just trust your own daughter. We're gonna prove to everyone that Manhwa Hoa doesn't play second fiddle to anyone, and she won't make you look bad. Just come and watch, and you'll see. Manhwa Hoa anxiously waited for her mom's reply. Then she snatched the phone and boldly said, Mom, I'm not giving up. You'd better come watch my performance. Bye, Mom. With that, she hung up right then and there, leaving Mayor Mun completely stunned. Manhwa Hoa stared down at the floor, making Zhang Hao worry. He softly called out, Manhwa Hoa. She whispered, I'm sorry, Zhang Hao. She looked up at him, serious, and asked, Can you practice with me a bit longer? Zhang Hao was dazed when he saw her face. When she got serious like that, Manhwa Hoa was so damn beautiful. Obviously, he couldn't say no, so he replied, Sure, as long as you want is fine by me. I'm down to practice with you. Fast forward to the day of the show. Today, the sky was crystal clear and crowds were pouring into the school. The principal went up to the podium and announced, Today is the 50-year anniversary of Alliston Academy. I sincerely thank all the leaders and VIPs who have gathered here to witness this incredible moment. 50 years, half a century of hard struggling, and we've pushed forward together. Mayor Mun, Manhwa Hoa's mom, was sitting in the crowd. Gui Nam was bored out of his mind, scrolling on his phone and grumbling, Man, this guy talks so much trash. The principal was still going on about how Allison always does a killer job educating talents, focusing on training even more gifted students to serve society, blah, blah, blah. Finally, the principal beamed and announced that the Allison Academy performance was officially about to begin. Bright lights flashed on. Zhang Hao and Manhwa Hoa stepped into the spotlight, getting ready to perform. The crowd below immediately started whispering, Wait, is this song identifying a man by his scent? They started screaming and cheering wildly. You got this, heartthrob Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao looked incredibly dapper in his suit, while Manhwa Hoa wore an elegant purple dress. They shared a knowing smile, their feet moving gracefully to the music. Zhang Hao softly whispered, Manhwa Hoa, show everyone what you've really got. Manhwa